Upon awakening from slumber, Lin Feng discovered that he had returned to a realm where anime and reality coexist, Moyu Town. Confronted by the dreams of his childhood, he trembled with excitement throughout his being. This time, his life had commenced with an impeccable interface. What would the Alliance utilize for challenges? Naturally, it would be the 6 divine dragons. Consequently, the Alliance hastily issued a proclamation prohibiting mythical creatures from participating in the Alliance Conference. Are rare Pokémon too elusive and evolution stones excessively precious? The Ultimate Emerald system will undoubtedly speak on your behalf. Beginning with a solitary Houndour, Lin Feng embarked on an ultimate journey devoid of regrets. When the Alliance champion, the head of the battle frontier, and even the legendary dual deities of Hoenn became parts of his Pokédex, all were astonished to realize just how absurdly powerful this trainer was. Chapter 1. The Traveler in the Snow. This is not right. Why is it that after clearing the first round, I cannot capture mythical beasts upon entering the second round? Without the 6 divine dragons, how can I confidently challenge the Alliance Conference? Lin Feng's body was half submerged in the hot spring, gazing at a pixelated game interface visible only to himself, his mind a whirlwind of questions. Could it be that there are certain plot points I have not triggered, thus preventing the activation of the mythical beast storyline? But is this narrative rooted in reality or merely within the game? I traversed every nook and cranny of the game. Ever since his serendipitous encounter with the prodigy of fortune and his unfortunate defeat in the competition, he had been residing in the Pokémon world as a distinguished male Junsha for a full 2 months. During these 2 months, he patrolled and idled away the days and gamed through the nights. Remarkably, without any guides, he diligently collected all the items from the first round, ultimately achieving victory and becoming the champion of the game, consequently forming a team of Pokémon capable of entering the Champion Hall. In a world teeming with mythical creatures and nefarious villains, Lin Feng felt an acute sense of insecurity without a fully leveled roster by his side. This feeling was compounded by the unsettling events he encountered in the initial days after arriving in this realm. After being dragged back to the police station by Houndour while unconscious, he was left in awe of the outside world. Only under the protection of his clearing roster and the Houndour provided by the police did Lin Feng find a modicum of security. With this newfound sense of safety, he dared to leave the porcelain-rich Moyu Town, venturing to the snowy mountains of the Johto Alliance, where he checked into a renowned hot spring inn. Soaking in the hot spring, releasing pent-up tension was a splendid choice for Lin Feng, who had been under duress for an extended period. Regardless, even if I have yet to trigger the mythical beast capture storyline with the champion team from the game, I should be able to protect myself. Furthermore, with the police providing meals and lodging, along with a monthly stipend of 30,000 Alliance coins plus 6 insurances and 2 golds, coupled with a previous compensation of 100,000 for my injuries, I currently possess over 200,000 in savings. Although I am utilizing an Alliance student loan for my education, there is no rush to repay it. According to Alliance regulations, repayment only commences 10 years post-graduation. Lin Feng placed his hands on the circular stone wall of the hot spring, tilting his head to admire the sky, still untainted by industrial pollution, and mused, as long as I do not succumb to any detrimental habits, I can comfortably enjoy life for the rest of my days. Moreover, I can discreetly protect this world from the ravages of evil forces. Given the current productive capabilities of the world, an ordinary individual, provided they do not engage in the trainer profession and commence nurturing Pokémon from scratch, could indeed live a life of luxury with the Alliance's salary and savings. Particularly as Lin Feng's occupation was that of an official Junsha, his elevated social standing and benefits would afford him a prosperous life. In the future, marrying a female Junsha would enable him to enjoy the advantages of the Junsha family's offspring nurturing policies and personal safety protections. Once their children grow up, he could even engage in playful games such as Shock. My hidden champion identity was uncovered by my daughter. However, he was determined to take vengeance against Team Rocket and Mutwell. Lin Feng considered himself a kind-hearted individual with a narrow mind, if anyone provoked him. Poverty leads to quarrels, while prosperity invites revenge from dawn till dusk. Yet before his command skills matched the strength of Pokémon, or he unlocked the mythical beast storyline, particularly with Ho-Oh's resurrection by his side, Lin Feng intended to keep his strength and identity concealed. With merely 2 months of commanding experience, he was ill-equipped to confront local trainers directly. Although he engaged in numerous battles within the Pokémon Championship to earn the Gold and Silver Crown, the game operated on a turn-based system, while reality unfolded in real time. utilizing turn-based battle experience to challenge the champions of reality. What is the difference between that and applying video game experience to pursue romantic interests in real life? Moreover, he was uncertain whether this world was a fusion of special episodes. If it were, the combat prowess of Lu Bo's Little Mountain Pig, which could suppress Ho-Oh, was evidently from the same world. Sigh. Lin Feng contemplated the malevolent villains and the cataclysmic events from the theatrical releases, his spirits lifted only after he pilfered over a dozen Thunderstones from wild Pokémon with his electric spider in the game. With the aid of the system, Lin Feng could lead a life of considerable affluence merely by selling items. Anything related to Pokémon commanded high prices, particularly evolution stones. A quality Thunderstone could equate to 2.5 years of his salary. Plop. A colossal figure adorned in hues of yellow and black descended from the sky, forcefully crashing down upon Lin Feng, who appeared lost in thought but was, in truth, engrossed in a game. Gulilu, having gulped down a mouthful of bathwater, Lin Feng extricated himself from beneath the paws of his catadog and sprang up from the spring, grasping the dog's head with both hands, exclaiming with exasperation, "I have reiterated countless times that you are no longer the same as before. You cannot leap upon me as you did in the past. I can no longer bear it." The standard-sized catadog stands at a mere 0.7 meters tall and weighs 19 kilograms. Yet Lin Feng's catadog boasts an impressive height of 1.4 meters and a weight of 50 kilograms, making an exceptional specimen among its kind. When Lin Feng first acquired his catadog, it was a rather frail creature. However, its remarkable transformation can be attributed to the enhancement of its individual values due to the Golden Crown, along with the full optimization of its 6 effort values, not to mention the assistance of consuming firestones as treats. Nevertheless, the mere task of nurturing the catadog had nearly driven Lin Feng to the brink of despair as he delved into research and studies on cultivation techniques, leading him to silently vow never to forge bonds with Pokémon in the real world again, for the expenditure and effort involved in raising a single Pokémon is simply overwhelming. Perhaps this explains the prevalence of trainers specializing in single-type teams within the Pokémon world. Nurturing Pokémon of the same type allows for the recycling of resources and experience, while training diverse types necessitates a multitude of resources and an immense amount of energy. Unless you solely command battles and leave the nurturing to others, in which case a different discussion would ensue. If you do not learn your lesson, I shall have your snacks, Lin Feng scolded, rubbing the damp head of the catadog, which provided a peculiar sensation. Woof! Upon hearing the threat of diminished snacks, the catadog became alarmed, and as it yelped, the item it had been holding in its mouth fell into the water. Chapter 2. The tranquility before the storm. The splashes caused by the silver metal fragment caught Lin Feng's attention. What could this be? He bent down to pick up the silver piece, gazing quizzically at his partner, Cat-Eye Dog. Did you just come from the back mountain? Did you bring this back? Woof. Cat-Eye Dog nodded vigorously, looking at Lin Feng with palpable excitement, as if eagerly awaiting praise. Something feels amiss, though. You're not one to collect items, are you? How did you manage to bring something back? He inspected the silver fragment closely and, upon confirming that the system was unresponsive, deduced that it was not a Pokémon item. What could it possibly be? Rotom, do you have any insights? The Rotom hovering nearby had distanced itself to evade the splashes from Cat-Eye Dog. But upon hearing Lin Feng's call, it floated over promptly. Ding! The metal fragment contains immense energy. It appears to be a crucial item for activating some sort of device. Rotom, a crucial item? Jengar, are you there? Lin Feng looked down at the water's surface, his reflection wavering with the ripples of the hot spring. Hey, a plump, purple figure emerged from Lin Feng's reflection. Jengar often concealed itself within Lin Feng's shadow to prevent ambushes when Lin Feng was unsuspecting. Together with Cat-Eye Dog, Jengar formed Lin Feng's first line of defense. While Cat-Eye Dog mostly served a cute role, Jengar possessed formidable strength comparable to that of regional champion signature Pokémon, such as Zangoose or Metagross. In wild battles, there were many who would bypass Pokémon etiquette and directly target trainers, especially for those adept in ghost-type Pokémon, each more cunning than the last. Only under Jengar's protection could Lin Feng sleep soundly. Go to the places Cat-Eye Dog visited and see what transpired. If you encounter any illicit organizations, treat it as an opportunity to gather energy. Jengar nodded. It utilized its substitute technique to create dozens of clones, sending them towards the direction described by Cat-Eye Dog. This method of skill application would be deemed fantastical for Pokémon below the level of a champion. Yet for a champion Pokémon, it was merely a basic maneuver. This world is indeed fraught with peril. Lin Feng stood in the hot spring, bare-chested, watching the numerous shadows depart. Thankfully, I exercised caution. Had I left Moyu Town before establishing some self-defense? What would I have done in such a scenario with my previous strength? Back then, merely the aftermath of Mutwo's rampage had sent me flying into unconsciousness. I can only imagine the immense pressure those members of Team Rocket in the epicenter of Mutwo's chaos must have endured. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. Should he catch wind of Mutwo's whereabouts, he wouldn't hesitate to bring a team of Dark-type Pokémon alongside a Mega-Evolving Beedrill to impart a minor lesson to Mutwo. As for the essence of life, allowing Mutwo to experience the rhythm of a working human life might yield some understanding. Yet, despite being artificially created, Mutwo was undeniably powerful. Even a 1047 might not pose a challenge. Perhaps 007 would better impart the truth of existence to Mutwo. Let us go? It will take some time for Jengar to gather intel. Feeling a chill as he stood upright, Lin Feng lost interest in soaking any longer. He emerged from the hot spring, ready to dry off and enjoy a cup of hot milk in the lounge before retreating to his room for some gaming. Woof. Cat-Eye Dog looked at Lin Feng, who was using a hairdryer, and immediately rubbed its damp fur against him, signaling for Lin Feng to dry it off. You're a fire-type Pokemon. Can't you dry your own fur? Lin Feng set the hairdryer down, exasperated. You jumped in on your own. I'm not here to give you a bath, nor will I dry you off. He believed his refusal was quite resolute, yet Cat-Eye Dog, seemingly oblivious, persisted in nudging Lin Feng's already dry leg with its large head. Fine, I'll dry you off. Lin Feng could no longer bear it. Rotom, transform into hairdryer mode. At your command, Rotom. Rotom dove into the hairdryer, transforming into a heated Rotom hairdryer. With the help of the heated Rotom hairdryer, drying Cat-Eye Dog's fur became exceptionally effortless. Otherwise, relying on the standard-sized hairdryer provided by the inn would take hours, and should that happen, Lin Feng would have to compensate the inn for a new one. In the harsh winter season, the howling blizzards roared across the snowy mountain peaks, and amidst the cacophony, several massive machines, cloaked in heavy snow camouflage, loomed like dormant iron beasts, emitting a dull, persistent rumble. They encircled a vertical hole approximately 2 meters in diameter, the edges piled high with newly excavated frost-laden earth, emanating a chilling aura. Researchers clad in heavy winter gear traversed among the machines, maintaining their operation, while several new Glacier Gang lackeys stood vigil behind wind-sheltering rocks, engrossed in idle chatter. Hey, didn't you find that a bit eerie just now? One lackey exhaled a cloud of vapor, his voice slightly distorted by the wind. Forget about the snowy mountains. There are hardly any wild Cat-Eye Dogs in Chengdu. Shouldn't such Pokemon be in the hands of the Junsha family? How could we encounter one here? If I hadn't seen anything else approaching, I would have thought Junsha from Johto was coming to ambush us. Goodness. If you hadn't said that was a Cat-Eye Dog, I would have thought it was an Arcanine, another lackey chimed in. I've never seen such a large Cat-Eye Dog before. Shut up. The team leader barked sharply. Do you want the boss to find out we lost the backup energy core? Imagine the consequences of angering the boss. Think about those ice sculptures. Imagining the methods of their leader, Gerton, and his Alolan Dug trio, the captain instinctively shuddered. Driven by fear, they stepped away from the wind-sheltering rocks and began to attentively survey their surroundings. In a corner, completely swallowed by the blizzard and the shadows of the mountains, a dozen silhouettes, seamlessly blending with their environment, glided silently through the snow, racing towards the roaring core area with astonishing speed. Chapter 3. The calm before the blizzard. What are you doing here? The voice of Dora, an officer from the new Glacier Gang, made the lower-ranked members straighten involuntarily. Get out there and patrol. If I catch you slacking off again. Beside him, a menacing Houndoom emitted a low growl as a warning. Understood. Watching them flee in haste, Dora turned back to the machinery and the researchers bustling around. Once we control Articuno, we can use it to defeat Rayquaza. A fervent gleam flickered in his eyes. Our new Glacier Gang will become the most formidable terror organization in the world. In the depths of a circular hole surrounded by heavy machinery, the leader of the new Glacier group, Gulton, sat within the violently shaking cockpit of a colossal drilling platform, his gaze fixed on the ever-increasing numbers on the energy index display. With a maniacal laugh, he exclaimed, "Faster, even faster. A true man must be swift. I can feel it, the bone-chilling cold of the eternal ice core. Once we possess it, coupled with the aid of the Articuno, the entire city, no, the entire world, shall grovel beneath the eternal dominion of the new Glacier." Ha! The blinding engineering lights projected his frenzied silhouette onto the crystalline ice walls, which emitted an ethereal blue glow. His desires seemed to manifest in the light, rendering his shadow even more distorted and profound. As the drill approached the frigid cave, the already low temperatures of the white snow mountain plummeted further. creating an abnormal weather condition that aroused the vigilance of the icy blue avians slumbering within a cave on the mountain. Unlike the common phantom beasts devoid of divine power, the Articuno, guardian of the extreme cold cave of the White Snow Mountain, was indeed a divine beast. Although its authority paled in comparison to the three ancient deities that governed the sky, earth, and sea, it still boasted a heavenly king level of strength, allowing it to contend with champion Pokémon. Moreover, injuring a divine beast would invoke the wrath of nature, an outcome no sensible Pokémon trainer would wish to encounter. A sharp cry that should have resonated throughout the White Snow Mountain region was muffled by the intensifying wind and snow. Meanwhile, at a hot spring inn, Lin Feng, having finished soaking in the hot springs and changed his attire, hurried to the front desk. "Hello, may I inquire if my Moo milk has been heated?" "Yes, it has." The young receptionist placed a thermos containing 6 bottles of Moo milk on the counter. "Did you order this from the Moo farm in Macon City?" "Indeed." Lin Feng replied with a smile. "I happened to pass through Macon City on my way here and ordered some online. It's in my backpack. After all, the milk from Moo farm is exceptional for both humans and Pokémon alike. My herdier is still a pup, in need of nourishment. More is always better." After witnessing the Moo farm, Lin Feng was suddenly inspired to start his own ranch. As the quality of milk produced by Moo and the 3 bees depended entirely on their strength. Although he currently lacked the means, he envisioned cultivating a herd of Moo and 3 bees that even the most prestigious Pokémon families like the Dragon Clan could not possess, thus producing truly top-tier Pokémon nutrition. However, his intentions were not driven by profit. Lin Feng was not in need of money. Aside from gaming, he had few other hobbies, and the majority of his daily expenses were devoted to Pokémon. While his expenditures were minimal compared to other champions at the same level, it was simply due to his modest salary. Owning a ranch would enable Lin Feng to provide superior nourishment for his Pokémon and allow them the freedom to roam, rather than being confined within Pokeballs or the system's computer. Treating Pokémon as family, as integral to one's life, was the only path to survival in this world. "Mr. Lin is truly passionate about Pokémon," the receptionist said with a warm smile, her fondness for this visitor from Dongwang increasing. Woof! The herdier, having caught the scent of the Moo milk, leaped out of its Pokeball and placed its large head on the counter, its tail wagging incessantly. "Is this your herdier?" the young girl asked, bewildered by the size of the Pokémon. "Regular herdiers aren't this large. It's almost as big as a Manectric." "Does it look like it's lacking nutrition?" "It's clearly overnourished, I assentee it." "Are you sure it's still a pup?" "Absolutely," Lin Feng replied gently. "Despite its size, it's merely a 4-month-old baby." "Indeed, right, Rotom," the hovering Rotom affirmed. "Thank you for your assistance." Lin Feng lifted the thermos with both hands and, accompanied by his herdier, moved to a secluded spot. He set down the thermos and retrieved a large, fiery red bowl adorned with a sculpture of a herdier's head from his police-issue spatial backpack, placing it before his eager Pokémon. The bowl had a rough texture, imbued with natural minerals and flowing patterns from the melting process, and the rim was meticulously carved with a herdier's head relief. Woof! Upon seeing the beloved fiery stone bowl, the herdier's eyes sparkled, its tail spinning like a windmill as it eagerly approached, ready to lick. Hold on. Wait a moment," Lin Feng said, gently pressing down on the restless dog's head with one hand while reaching into the thermos with the other. He bit open the lid and poured the Moo milk into the bowl. Beep. Warning. Warning. Unconventional ice-type energy reaction intensifying. Energy source located. Core area of White Snow Mountain. Deep analysis of energy characteristics underway. Matching results. Similarity to the energy characteristics of the legendary ice deity, Articuno, recorded in the Alliance's database is a staggering 978. The intensity of fluctuations has exceeded safety thresholds. Danger level, extremely high. Immediate implementation of the highest level of protective measures is advised. Steer clear of the direction of the energy source, Rotom. The alarm from Rotom echoed. Lin Feng's hand trembled as he poured the milk, causing some to spill onto the bowl's exterior, but before he could wipe it away, the impatient herdier had already licked it clean. "Didn't I tell you not to lick? Do you have any idea how dirty that is?" Chapter 4. Interpol, the handsome guy, coming back to his senses. Lin Feng smacked the top of the herdier's head, but rather than retreating, the dog continued to lick Lin Feng's hand. Realizing he had inadvertently encouraged this behavior, Lin Feng withdrew his hand and pushed the bowl toward the herdier, chiding, "Drink up. With you looking so starved, one might think I'm withholding food from you. But at this size, even if I starved you for days, no one would believe I'm abusing you." Unaware of the verbal reprimand, the herdier focused solely on devouring the milk, completely indifferent to everything else. The 6 bottles of moo milk were rapidly diminishing in the bowl as the herdier feasted. My hot spring journey is likely doomed, Lin Feng mused, recognizing the herdier's usual range of movement over the past few days at the inn. The herdier typically roamed within a 5-mile radius centered around him, so the wrath of the unknowable Articuno would surely extend to this inn. Naturally, Lin Feng could not remain uninvolved. His hand rested on the herdier's head as he observed it diligently finishing its meal, allowing his nerves to relax somewhat. The herdier was no longer the frail pup it once was. Nor was Lin Feng the novice trainer who could be shaken by a mere psychic disturbance caused by a mutuo. Why not inquire if the Articuno fears him? A low chuckle, laced with mischief, rippled at the edges of Lin Feng's shadow. He glanced down, exasperated, and lightly tapped his shadow with his finger, still laughing. The Caddigu now picks up anything it finds, even daring to retrieve unidentified objects, a rather unfortunate habit I believe it has learned from you. He deliberately adopted a stern expression, lowering his voice to threaten. If you lead the little ones astray again, I shall confiscate that game console you have hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, the shadow twitched, and a blurry, wide-mouthed, ghostly face emerged from the darkness. Gungue was making faces at Lin Feng, protesting against his authority. However, upon sensing something, Gungue abruptly sank into the deepest part of the shadow, vanishing without a sound. It was evident that Gungue's decoy had discovered something far more intriguing, or perhaps feared that Lin Feng would indeed take away his game console. Alas, they are all troublesome children. Lin Feng sighed helplessly and turned to the Rotom floating beside him, concluding that you are the most reliable, Rotom. Although you occasionally enjoy sneaking a few extra charges from the hotel's charging station, at least you do not exhibit any particularly outrageous bad habits. We are indeed the best in the world. I am exceedingly reliable, you know, Rotom. The compliment made Rotom spin joyfully in the air, its screen displaying a sparkling star emoji. However, Lin Feng, the energy readings from Articuno at Snowy Mountain are still soaring. Shouldn't we prioritize addressing that, Rotom? This is not Dongwon. We are in Johto, Rotom. I am merely a humble regional officer. How could I have the jurisdiction to manage a legendary Pokémon rampaging on its own turf? That would be the headache of those international police in their trench coats. Before he could finish his sentence, his keen senses immediately detected a faint yet deliberate lightening of footsteps. Someone is approaching. Caddigu, unleash flamethrower. He didn't even bother to issue a verbal warning. In the Pokémon world, concealing oneself and deliberately getting closer signifies immense risk. Woof. Caddigu, still savoring its bowl, reacted with remarkable speed. It abruptly raised its head and turned around, a fierce red glow igniting deep within its throat as a searing breath surged forth, targeting the unexpected guest who had just appeared. Wait. Stop. It's a friend. The trench coat-clad man was terrified by Caddigu's attack, executing a clumsy sideways roll to narrowly evade the fiery blast. Flustered, he hastily removed his exaggerated sunglasses, revealing a face that, though startled, could not conceal its competent demeanor. He raised both hands to signal harmlessness. A misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. I am an international police officer. Codename, Handsome. Not a suspicious character. Officer Lin Feng, please remain calm. What is your name? Handsome. The trenchcoat man replied promptly. TSK. How could any parent name their child something so opportunistic? Clearly, Handsome heard that unsuppressed remark. Yet he displayed no embarrassment, only pride in his codename. But I don't recall knowing you. Why have you sought me out? Lin Feng gently stroked Caddigu, the heat once again coalescing. I have credentials. Seeing Lin Feng ready to retaliate again, Handsome swiftly produced his international police badge. The emblem and code clearly visible and verified under Rotom's scanning beam. Identity confirmed. International police member, codename Handsome, code and photograph verified, Rotom. Rotom had consistently been linked to Lin Feng's police internal account, enabling access to the Alliance's internal database for the identification of recognized personnel. Officer Lin Feng. The situation is urgent. As Lin Feng verified the identity, Handsome spoke rapidly. A group known as the New Glacier Corps has been attempting to locate the position of the extreme cold cave at Snowy Mountain, seeking to obtain the eternal ice core within. If the eternal ice core is disturbed, Articuno will be utterly enraged. An enormous avalanche capable of engulfing the entire Yuanzhou city and Qianqing city could erupt at any moment. We must thwart their plans immediately. Me? With you? Lin Feng pointed at himself and then at Handsome. I have barely graduated from the police academy for less than a year. I am not part of your international police organization, nor am I affiliated with the Johto Alliance. While I am quite reluctant to witness the scenario you envision unfold, and as an idealist of Junsha, I also wish to see the citizens of the Alliance unharmed. However, he stated with seriousness, you ought to seek reinforcements from the Johto Alliance instead of moralistically coercing a mere vacationing officer with a Caddigu. Furthermore, you need to file a report with OA to reimburse the damage caused by Caddigu's earlier antics. This is a consequence you have invoked and the loss incurred by the hotel. Lin Feng smiled at the front desk girl, who had been drawn over by the commotion. Don't worry, the international police will cover all expenses. He would naturally intervene to end this calamity, but not under Lin Feng's identity. At least until he thoroughly comprehended the triggering mechanisms of the game's legendary Pokémon narrative and became one of the 17 or 18 legendary Pokémon emissaries. It was best for Lin Feng to maintain a low profile. Chapter 5. Daily Degradation. How much does he earn in a month anyway? Does he really need to have Caddigu, which has yet to evolve into a Houndoom? Play the hero within the jurisdiction of the Johto Alliance amid a disaster instigated by a legendary Pokémon? Lin Feng's salary came from the Dongwang Alliance, and his position was within the Dongwang Alliance. Although the Junsha family operates as an independent enforcement organization cooperating with the Alliance rather than being wholly dependent, theoretically, its members, regardless of surname, possess certain enforcement rights in emergencies across other regions. However, Lin Feng is not a member of the Junsha family. He is a non-Junsha officer. Taking action with the identity of a non-Junsha officer during a crisis in the Johto Alliance would undoubtedly attract external attention, if many ill-intentioned individuals fixated on him. Wouldn't his current actions imply that he was dissatisfied with his comfortable life, compelling him to embark on a path of creating chaos across the world? And then, akin to the plot of Ultimate Emerald, would he gather a so-called Rainbow Rocket team, uniting the ultimate villains from various worlds to deliver a shock of the unknown to this realm? You are right, I was indeed presumptuous. The now composed handsome regarded Lin Feng and the unusually large Caddigu with a bitter smile. I heard the broadcast from your Rotom, and after contacting the Johto Alliance, I received no response. Thus, I approached you with a glimmer of hope, seeking your assistance. Indeed, a graduate who has barely been out of Police Academy for a year, despite Caddigu's considerable size, how could it possibly stand against Articuno? That is a legendary Pokémon, the guardian of Snowy Mountain, a being that even ordinary champion-level trainers cannot contend with. Only the Elite Four of the Alliance could hope to resolve such a crisis. May I borrow your Rotom to contact the Johto Alliance? Handsome produced a meticulously crafted communicator, its screen currently static with complete signal loss. My device has been entirely interfered with by the energy field here. I cannot reach headquarters or the Johto Alliance. This is feasible. Rotom, could you assist him? Received. No problem at all, Rotom. Rotom cheerfully responded, swiftly darting like a blue comet to Handsome. To Handsome's astonishment, Rotom's semi-transparent form directly merged into the signal-less communicator in his hand. Zing. The communicator's screen suddenly illuminated. The once flickering snowflakes, emblematic of a lack of signal, vanished in an instant, replaced by a crisp and clear interface of the Alliance communication system. In the upper right corner of the screen, alongside the icon representing signal strength, a small blue lightning symbol, composed of Rotom energy, appeared. Signal connected. Strength, 100%. Encrypted channel ready. Handsome officer, shall we utilize Rotom now? The voice of Rotom emanated directly from the communicator's speaker. Thank you. The handsome officer gazed at the communicator, now displaying full signal strength, brimming with excitement. Upon my return, I shall also request a Rotom for assistance. With its help, encountering such situations will be considerably more manageable. Lin Feng smiled silently. While capturing a Rotom as a life assistant is indeed beneficial, one must also consider the Rotom's level. A standard Rotom can inhabit electrical appliances and provide basic assistance. But how could an ordinary Rotom possibly penetrate the terrifying Ice-type energy wave field unleashed by the legendary Pokémon Articuno in a fit of rage? Such an entity would struggle to disregard the overwhelming energy interference and forcibly transmit signals. In the real world, the impact of base stats is far more pronounced than in gaming. Pokémon with low base stats face limitations that resemble being inherently capped at a level, making it exceedingly difficult to transcend this limit without external support. However, upon breaking through, the adjusted base stats would significantly elevate the Pokémon's capabilities. Headquarters. This is the handsome officer. Location, southern slopes of MT Snow in the Johto region, at an elevation of approximately XXXX meters. Target energy readings are surging, confirming Articuno's fury. A colossal avalanche crisis is imminent. Requesting assistance. After transmitting the message once more, the officer felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. As one of the core areas of the Johto Alliance, even without his warning, the anomalies here would be detected by specialized instruments, and the resulting reactions would likely surpass the reporting speed of the officer's layered communications. Yet, in light of the situation, he chose to report, as it alleviated some of the pressure weighing on him. Now, let us calculate the compensation. Lin Feng pointed to the area scorched by the Houndoom. All of this is due to your destruction, so you must compensate, or I shall file a complaint. Actually, that may not be necessary, the front desk girl spoke timidly. If the situation is as you described, we can apply for compensation from the Alliance. That amount would be sufficient to rebuild a new hot spring inn. Is that truly the case? Lin Feng replied. What do you take our international police organization for? Just because you mention compensation, does it mean it will be granted, handsome sir? The officer pondered. If this goes through the OA, wouldn't his already dwindling operational funds be directly depleted? Yet, he could not refuse compensation. Maintaining face was unavoidable. Of course, if I mention compensation, it will certainly be compensated. He waved his hand grandly. Submit the expenses to me later, and I will apply to the Alliance. Which of the Elite Four champions do you think will come to our aid? Lin Feng casually inquired after addressing the current pressing issue. It should be someone other than Champion Lance. I concur, Lin Feng nodded. Given the type chart, flying types are weak against ice types, making it less than ideal to send a flying-type champion like Lance to confront Articuno. It would be far more prudent to dispatch trainers specializing in fighting, fire, rock, and ground types to quell the rampaging Articuno. Clearly, the fighting-type Master Shiba from Johto would be the best choice, though it was uncertain whether he was present in the region. Alternatively, seeking the assistance of that white-haired elder from a Krutique city might also resolve the current predicament. Chapter 6. The Dragon Master Lance is about to enter the battlefield. Although Lance's Dragon-type Legion possesses tremendous destructive power, they remain at a disadvantage in such an environment. Indeed, Lin Feng agreed with most of this statement, though he disagreed with certain phrases. The howling winds and intensifying snow outside the inn became increasingly fierce, while the concentration of Ice-type energy grew denser. In such conditions, Ice-type Pokémon unleash their abilities not only with halved energy consumption, but also doubled potency, while their internal energy gradually regenerates. For Pokémon like Aerodactyl, Gyarados, and Charizard within Lance's flying-type battalion, their movements would be severely hampered due to their typings, let alone contend against the bolstered Articuno. Mr. Lin Feng, will we be all right? The front desk girl clasped her hands to her chest, her voice trembling slightly. For individuals like them, lacking the innate talent of Pokémon trainers, yet comprising the majority of the populace in the Pokémon world, the current situation felt akin to an unpredictable natural disaster. Articuno had resided in empty snow for quite some time. This gentle legendary Pokémon had never harmed humanity, often sheltering lost travelers amidst the snow. It was precisely due to the blessings of this god of wind and snow that the profession of nurturing small mountain pigs to locate hot springs, as well as the establishment of hot spring inns, had flourished. Yet, human greed, in an attempt to excavate the frigid cave located here, had provoked Articuno's rampage. Were it not for his deep involvement and concern that Articuno's energy fluctuations might endanger innocent Alliance residents, Lin Feng would have relished the thought of all the members of the new Ice Brigade being buried beneath Articuno's blizzard, delivering a chilling warning to those nefarious individuals poised to act. Do not worry, the handsome officer replied confidently, revealing his radiant white smile. Beautiful lady, please trust me. I, the handsome officer, shall certainly protect you. Upon hearing the officer's assurance, the girl did not feel a sense of relief, but unconsciously moved closer to Lin Feng. Yes, you must trust the Alliance, and trust in me. Lin Feng's hand brushed against the third pokeball at his waist, silently calling, Lucario. I am here. Lucario's calm voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. I'll leave you here in the inn. Please help me safeguard them. Understood. A low, nearly imperceptible hum emanated from Lucario's red and white sphere, as a barely visible, water-like pale blue energy ripple expanded abruptly from its center. The domain of the aura is Lucario's realm. Yes, I believe in you, Mr. Lin Feng. The girl nodded vigorously, gazing up at Lin Feng's resolute and handsome profile under the dim light, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Yet, she seemed to catch a glimpse of an extremely faint, nearly imperceptible azure glow, akin to water rippling, briefly radiating from Lin Feng's being, soothing the anxious energies of ice-type energy swirling in the surrounding air, imbuing a sense of indescribable tranquility. She blinked, and the blue light had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The handsome officer beside her gazed out the window at the intensifying blizzard, seemingly oblivious. Lin Feng observed the growing number of hotel guests gathering in the lobby. disheartened by the absence of signal on their mobile devices, and raised his voice. I am a police officer from the East Huang Alliance, badge number 9527. I understand that everyone is quite anxious at this moment, but please allow me to speak. The legendary Pokémon Articuno residing in MT. Snow has long been on the Alliance's special watch list, and we have contacted the Alliance and received their response. Soon, a champion from the Elite Four will arrive to lead a team here, so please rest assured. The titles of the Alliance and the four Heavenly Kings still hold significant weight. Observing the crowd gradually regaining their composure, Lin Feng smiled and shifted his tone, addressing the young lady at the front desk. I noticed your impressive skills while playing Pokémon Glory at the front desk. Your gameplay was quite exceptional, and your mindset was remarkably stable. How is it that a little turbulence in reality has left you so flustered? Let's exchange game IDs and team up in King of Glory when you have the chance. The young lady, flustered, hastily retrieved her phone to unlock it. But upon seeing the no signal indicator, she appeared momentarily at a loss. No worries, I'll leave my international QQ account with you. Once the signal returns, you can reach out from home. Lin Feng extended his hand for her phone and saved his contact information. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Feng from the Dongwang Alliance. My name is Xia Ju, a freshman at Chengdu Alliance's Pokémon University. This hotel is run by my parents, who are currently vacationing in the Orange Archipelago. I just stepped in to help out for a couple of days, and then she glanced at the howling snowstorm outside, leaving her sentence trailing, yet her anxiety remained palpable. Rest assured, the Orange Archipelago is basking in sunshine. They are enjoying themselves thoroughly. Oblivious to the unfortunate news here, Lin Feng reassured her. What you need to focus on now is preparing the necessary documentation for claims, and once this situation settles, you can apply for subsidies from the Alliance. The young lady, no, Xia Ju, nodded vigorously. The wind seemed to intensify. A handsome gentleman, who had been gazing outside, suddenly remarked, this new glacial group has indeed chosen the right location. Lin Feng approached the gentleman and pressed down on the Rotom that was about to make an announcement, saying, I wonder if the Alliance representatives have arrived yet. They are already here. The gentleman pointed at the Rotom communicator that Lin Feng had restrained. I received a response from the Alliance while you were engaging in conversation. That wasn't flirting. I was merely trying to calm everyone's nerves, Lin Feng corrected him. Please refrain from measuring others by your own standards. The gentleman, gazing at Lin Feng's genuinely handsome features and then glancing at Xia Ju, felt an overwhelming urge to express a multitude of local sentiments. Does being handsome really mean anything? Who exactly is calling you handsome? Lin Feng. I've detected two Pokémon with immense energy signatures breaching the snowstorm. One is a Dragonite, and the other is a Metagross, Lucario, using its aura to probe the surroundings. Suddenly interjected. Two massive energy signatures? I haven't even asked you. What did the Alliance say when they replied? Lin Feng inquired of the gentleman. It's the Hoenn champion, Steven, and the Johto champion, Lance. That noble scion from the Zivik family? What brings him here? Lin Feng pondered, perplexed. Has the Johto Alliance sunk to such depths that they must seek assistance from the Hoenn Alliance? Or is there a connection between this incident and the Zivik family's Devon Corporation, prompting Steven to come specifically? Articuno possesses a flying-type attribute, and the other green Pokémon also shares this trait, having been targeted by Devon Corporation for capture in the past. What kind of world is this? Lin Feng gazed out the window, suddenly feeling a sense of insecurity. The Pokémon world depicted in the special chapters is indeed intriguing, filled with a plethora of advanced technologies that are beyond counting. Chapter 7. The Masked Hero, on the way riding a dragon. Buzz. The gentleman's communicator vibrated, and the Rotom, which Lin Feng had silenced, switched to text mode. Warning. The environmental ice-type energy density has surpassed the critical threshold. The embryonic form of an eternal freeze domain has been established. The affected area is continuously expanding. Rotom. Eternal freeze domain. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. If Lance and his Dragonite arrive together, they may encounter a colossal blizzard in the skies. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, pondering the lack of news from Jengar. What on earth is happening that even Jengar cannot approach? The Rotom in the communicator continued to report. Analysis confirmed, Rotom. Environmental adjustments. Ice-type skill energy consumption reduced by approximately 50. Base power of Ice-type skills increased by roughly 100. Natural energy recovery rate of Ice-type Pokémon significantly enhanced. Non-Ice-type Pokémon, especially Flying, Fire, Grass, Ground, and Dragon, are experiencing restricted activity, reduced speed, reaction, and endurance. Energy consumption is exacerbated. Some skill effects are weakened or even nullified. Extreme low temperatures, non-cold resistant equipment, and Pokémon will continue to suffer frostbite erosion. Rotom. The gentleman gasped sharply. Having anticipated that the excavation of the extreme cold cave would greatly benefit Ice-type Pokémon, yet he was taken aback by the magnitude of the enhancement. Particularly after Rotom's data analysis, the significance of the environment was vividly apparent before his eyes. The current conditions are tailor-made for Articuno, where every skill it unleashes consumes less energy while its power is doubled. You're Rotom. The gentleman, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "It can even analyze environmental boosts?" He secretly vowed that once this incident concluded, he would return to headquarters and ensure he secured one, for the assistance of Rotom is simply invaluable. I am connected to the Alliance's database. Your account level is slightly higher than mine, hence you can access more data, Lin Feng casually remarked. However, my Rotom is somewhat extraordinary compared to its counterparts, so be prepared. A sudden roar, like boulders grinding against sandpaper, reverberated through the air, the sound carrying the gritty texture of sand being scraped, as though a desert tyrant was proclaiming its absolute dominion over this realm. Has the signal returned? Really? Is the Alliance here to rescue us? A gasp arose from behind Lin Feng. He pulled out his phone. Even without Rotom's signal enhancement, the signal icon remained steadily illuminated. Someone is vying for control of the weather, Lin Feng murmured, lowering his phone and scanning the tumultuous sky outside. The sandstorm and blizzard were clashing, with Tyranidar's sandstorm suppressing the low-temperature layer formed by Ice Beam. Is that Lance or Steven's Tyranitar? It should be Lance's, as his flying-type army requires Tyranidar's defensive support to compensate for its weaknesses. The restoration of the signal indicates that this area has once again been reclaimed by the Alliance. Lin Feng patted the shoulder of the handsome gentleman, saying lightly, "You stay here to assess damages and write a report. I'll head back to my room." "All right." The gentleman gazed at the increasingly tumultuous blizzard outside, his brow still furrowed in concern. Years of experience as a detective had honed his instincts. Pricking at the back of his neck, this matter should not conclude so simply. But then he thought, with two champions joining forces, is there truly any trouble that cannot be resolved? "Let us go, Rotom." As Lin Feng turned, the Rotom attached to the gentleman's communicator materialized. "Received, Rotom." Its electronic voice crackled with excitement. He exchanged greetings with Xiaju, recalled his Houndoom into its Pokeball, and ascended the stairs. After changing into cold-resistant gear in his room, Lin Feng felt the silver metal fragment in his pocket. This object, retrieved by Houndoom from outside, still eluded his understanding regarding its specific purpose. Although Houndoom had often brought back injured Pokémon or peculiar items during their time in Dongwon, none had been as significant as this one related to current events. He feared not the inability of Judo and Daigo to maintain control, but rather the potential loss of this pivotal item, which could reignite the tempest that had seemingly settled. "Lucario, I am here," echoed the voice of Lucario. As Lin Feng tossed Lucario's Pokeball, he turned to push open the window. In an instant, a whirlwind of sand mixed with the biting cold rushed in. Yet it was thwarted by a glowing, pale blue barrier. "Lucario, I entrust this to you." Lin Feng gestured within the room. Lucario crossed its arms, its golden eyes radiating authority, resembling a steadfast anchor that kept the tempestuous winds and snow at bay. "Among these troublesome children, you remain the most reliable," Lin Feng remarked with a smile as he observed Lucario's dependable demeanor. Didn't you just say I was the most reliable?" Rotom buzzed into view, adopting an exaggerated fierce expression. "You are not one of the troublesome children." Lin Feng raised his phone. "Let's go, Rotom." "Humph, I dislike you the most." Rotom begrudgingly entered the phone, hovering beside Lin Feng. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng leaned back and fell out the window. At the moment of his descent, a flash of red light erupted from the Pokeball at his waist. Garchomp caught him securely, the dark red sand spilling from its scales enveloping Lin Feng like a gossamer veil, keeping the encroaching ice and snow at bay. The clash between the sandstorm and blizzard reduced visibility to a minimum, within the chaotic blend of yellow and white. Even the snowdrift 3 meters away was but a blurred silhouette. Yet, for Gengar, this posed no obstacle. "Gengar, guide us," Lin Feng commanded. "Hey." Gengar's substitute had long since ventured into the eye of the storm, and through this connection, it could effortlessly navigate Garchomp. "It is time for us to make our entrance." Lin Feng patted his partner's neck. Garchomp emitted a low, resonant roar, expelling 2 jets of white steam from its nostrils, its dorsal fins perking up like radar, detecting the waves transmitted from Gengar's substitute. A woo! The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens as the dragon bore its trainer, cleaving a path through the remnants of the weather battle, charging towards the heart of the storm. "Rotom, help me check which articles of the Alliance's regulations the new glacier's illegal mining violates." Chapter 8. the battle for weather. Lin Feng was uncertain of the penalties for illegal mining within the Johto Alliance, but he was acutely aware of what awaited in the Eastern Kingdom, especially with the newly appointed champion, Li Xiaoning, known as the Queen of Sandstorms, whose family owned the largest mining company in the Eastern Kingdom. The regulatory scrutiny on mining operations was formidable. According to Eastern Kingdom laws, every member of the new Glacier faction would be guilty of illegal excavation, posing an avalanche risk and expanding the permafrost zone. Given the serious ecological damage caused, the statutory penalty was over 7 years of imprisonment, while the leader, Gulton, would face the possibility of life imprisonment. However, these were merely the overt legal constraints. Lin Feng would not engage them in legal discourse, for the law's grip on them was too lenient. Prison was not a death sentence, and with a little greasing, sentences could be reduced swiftly. Since he had made his move, he would naturally plunge them into the frigid abyss, ensuring they remained eternally entwined with their ambitions, or serve as sustenance for Jengar's spectral form. Received, Rotom. Currently searching for relevant articles from the Johto Alliance. According to Article 12 of the Interim Regulations on the Management of Mineral Resources in Johto, unauthorized miners face a fine of up to 3 times their illegal gains. In severe cases, the matter is referred to the Ministry of Justice, with a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. Rotom. The Alliance's laws were still rather lenient, which explained why these criminal organizations brazenly committed offenses, confident that a little influence would see them released swiftly. Lin Feng shook his head softly. Regrettably, you have encountered me. I have transcended the rules and fortified my own strength. From above the snowy mountains, one could clearly discern a brief respite amidst the storm. A path forged through sheer force by Garchomp, brute and simplistic, yet the most taxing on stamina. The so-called surge of ice-type energy could not impede the steps of this creature, one that had surpassed the limits of its species within the ranks of Garchomp. Amidst the raging winds and snow, the figures of Metagross and Dragonite appeared unusually tranquil. Such potent energy fluctuations. This new Glacier faction has truly unearthed something remarkable. Dotto glanced at Daigo beside him, and to prevent the howling winds from dispersing his voice, he patted Dragonite to draw closer to Daigo. Shielded by Pokemon energy, he called out loudly, "Champion Daigo, it seems we are left with only the 2 of us. Tell me honestly, is the device the new Glacier faction prides itself on truly a replica of your Devon Corporations? Is it not that you wish to use the new Glacier faction as a tool to continue experimenting with that device to capture Rayquaza?" The actions of Devon Corporation in the past had led to the demise of Rayquaza's contracted bearers, resulting in the loss of the greatest protector of the dragon tribe in Hoenn, which deeply infuriated Dotto, one of the tribe himself. No, Daigo remained unperturbed by Dotto's tone. Responding calmly, the initial aim of Devon Corporation was merely to harness Rayquaza's power to shatter the colossal meteor that would doom Hoenn. The situation back then was simply a misunderstanding between Devon Corporation and the Dragon Tribe, and I deeply regret the passing of Zagana. The current Devon Corporation has abandoned its past foolishness, learned from its mistakes, and transformed its previous apparatus into energy devices. We aim to rely on technology to save Hoenn, rather than solely depending on the power of deities. Such eloquence. Yet, if that were truly the case, why embark on this journey? Dotto scoffed, preparing to continue when he sensed Dragonite's roar. The embryonic form of the permafrost zone has manifested. Dotto's expression grew grave as he stated, "To advance further, we must resort to a violent breakthrough." He was reluctant to choose this path, for while a violent breakthrough was the quickest and most straightforward method, it also drained Pokemon stamina significantly. In such conditions, Dotto feared Daigo might attempt something unwise, while he would be unable to intervene. If you are concerned about exhausting your Pokemon's stamina, you may follow in the wake of Metagross, Daigo suggested with a gentle smile. My Metagross possesses sufficient resistance for such circumstances. Not necessary. Dotto firmly declined. Moreover, delving deeper under these circumstances is evidently unwise. If we allow the weather to continue spreading, even we may need to exert our full strength against the residing Articuno. So what do you propose, Mr. Dotto? Descend. Dragonite's membranous wings whipped up a howling gale as its powerful legs struck the snow, sending waves of snow rising to half a meter. Its robust tail swept alongside, pulverizing the frost-hardened withered grass. Meanwhile, Metagross landed without causing such a commotion, simply hovering quietly. Dotto glanced at Daigo behind him, extending his right hand to his waist, where a red and white pokeball traced a sharp arc through the air. Vangelis, unleash your sandstorm domain with full force. Dotto's cloak billowed in the wind, snapping audibly. Why should we allow the blizzard to take full advantage? His Banquilas reigned supreme amidst the sandstorm. To it, the mere flurries of snow and wind are trifles. The crimson radiance emanating from the bursting red and white spheres outshines the tempest, as Banquila's formidable form materializes from the brilliance. Its neck, clad in a shell akin to armor of verdant hue, jerks back sharply, releasing a roar that reverberates painfully in the ears. Banquila's. It stomps its colossal paws against the ground, each thud eliciting a deep, resonant groan from the earth. Fissures spreading from its heel like countless serpents of sand emerging from the depths. The gravel, once buried beneath layers of snow, is suddenly lifted by an unseen force, swirling around Banquila's in a gentle vortex of pale gold. As it raises its head to roar once more, the vortex expands violently outward. Grains of sand and ice colliding midair with a cacophony akin to the storm devouring the territory of the blizzard. Chapter 9. The hero has yet to appear. Daigo observes Banquila's phenomenal display with a smile, remarking, "Truly an extraordinary power." Though Mr. Dato specializes as a dragon-type champion, his cultivation of Banquila's far surpasses that of an ordinary elite trainer. The elegance with which Banquila's commands the sandstorm suggests that Mr. Dato must have provided specialized training in dragon dance. Should a trainer mistakenly perceive your Banquila's merely as a defensive asset rather than a key player, they would undoubtedly suffer a significant disadvantage at Mr. Dato's hands. Dato, observing the poised demeanor of Daigo, who stands elegantly even amidst the storm, sneers, "It seems, Champion Daigo, that you will not be at a disadvantage under my guidance. It appears, Mr. Dato, that you still harbor a grave misunderstanding of my capabilities." Daigo sighs, however. "I comprehend your caution, especially after the considerable chaos you stirred in Kanto. It is only natural to be wary of others. Otherwise, you would not have accepted the role of a search officer, tirelessly combating evil." As the atmosphere grows increasingly tense, Daigo's Metagross begins to emit a low-frequency resonance. It senses an immensely powerful aura, methodically scanning the surroundings. Daigo kneels, placing his palm against Metagross's metallic shell. Attuning himself to the information it relays, a Pokémon of equal prowess to his Metagross is presently within the blizzard with them. Is it a wild Pokémon? Or does it belong to a trainer? Dato instinctively inquires, then chuckles. How could a creature rivaling your Metagross possibly lack a trainer? In the wilderness, it is true that exceptionally powerful Pokémon can emerge, such as the apex predators. However, even the mightiest among them cannot enter the realm of champions without a trainer. This suggests that there exists another champion-level trainer, unrecorded by the League, in this vicinity. While the atmosphere between the two of them may not be particularly amicable, they mutually acknowledge each other's strength. Otherwise, they would not be so vigilant. To be frank, Daigo pauses thoughtfully. I now find myself uncertain whether that entity's shell has been unintentionally lost. Is it Team Rocket? No, Team Rocket is currently embroiled in chaos due to the rampaging Mewtwo. Dato shakes his head, dismissing Daigo's speculation. They lack the capacity to bring an unrecorded champion trainer to this location merely for the sake of experimenting with that device. Unless Banmu is willing to relinquish the leadership of Team Rocket to another. Could this be the true ruler behind the new glacial team? Daigo murmurs. What could their objective possibly be? The new glacial team continues to excavate the core area, the deafening roar of multiple large machines reverberating through the air. The scorching exhaust from the overloaded engines sharply raises the temperature surrounding the machinery. At the center of this sweltering wave, the vertical mouth of the icy abyss emits an ethereal blue chill, surging upward as if alive, crystallizing at the mouth into an ice layer as transparent and resilient as steel. Regardless of how the hot air from the machinery buffets it, the icy surface remains utterly unyielding, not even a wisp of vapor escaping. It's freezing. A new glacial team henchman, clad in a white cold-resistant suit, shivers uncontrollably, instinctively hugging his arms. Isn't this cold-resistant suit supposed to withstand temperatures of -50 degrees? Why do I feel like ice is creeping into my bones? Unbeknownst to him, he shifts a few steps closer to the roaring machinery, the waves of heat washing over him, yet the chill within him intensifies, as if a parasite were burrowing deeper into his very being. In the shadows unnoticed by the henchman, a blurry, ghostly visage grins silently in mockery. Each tremor of the henchman due to the cold, each labored breath he takes, extracts a thread of invisible, pale life warmth from his mouth and skin pores, as if an unseen straw were siphoning it away, merging it into the writhing shadow beneath his feet. This is not an isolated incident. Around the cave entrance, a dozen other members of the glacial team, similarly clad in cold-resistant suits, find themselves ensnared in the same predicament. This is not right. The new glacial team officer, Dora, perceives the ever-shrinking boundary of their realm, tension rising within him. He commands the Hellhound Houndoom, adorned with twisted horns, a demonic tail, and sharp claws. Houndoom. Execute the Dark Pulse. Howl. A wave of malice radiates from Houndoom, expanding outward. Under the onslaught of this malevolent force, many Pokémon carried by the Glacial Team members display expressions of torment. However, the scene Dora yearns for remains elusive. Can you not feel their presence? Dora's heart feels colder than the storm outside. The most terrifying thing is always the unknown, especially in a situation where one is aware that something sinister lurks, yet cannot pinpoint its location. No, I refuse to believe it is merely a ghost-type Pokémon causing mischief in the shadows. I cannot believe it would remain unperturbed by Houndoom's assault. With gritted teeth, Dora commands, increase output power, continue the Dark Pulse. Howl. Houndoom throws its head back, emitting a long wail, as the ghastly white bone ring around its neck bursts forth with murky, purplish-black light. Dark Pulse. A malevolence more chilling than the storm transforms into a tangible ring of waves, unleashing a cacophony that desecrates life. Wherever it passes, even the machinery falters under its weight. Yet the ghost-type Pokémon causing havoc remains elusive, and the plight of the new Glacial Team members remains unresolved. What level of ghost-type Pokémon is this? Dora's heart sinks, dread enveloping him. He is oblivious to the smile that has appeared within his own shadow. Hey! Gengar squints, relishing the massage techniques of Houndoom's Dark Pulse. In the face of such a colossal disparity in power, the damage inflicted by type advantage after factoring in strength correction amounts merely to a soothing massage for Gengar. Even the full-force Dark Pulse fails to surpass the health restored passively by Gengar. It's freezing. Dora instinctively shudders. As he realizes something, his complexion pales. When, precisely, did this happen? Chapter 10, The Dilemma. As one of the 3 lieutenants under Growlithe's command, Dora believed himself to possess the arrogance befitting his rank. Yet now, he found himself crouching on the ground, tightly embracing his black Houndoom in a desperate attempt to alleviate the profound chill that penetrated to his very bones. This was not merely the chill of low temperatures, but rather an illusory coldness brought about by the gradual siphoning of his life force. The powers of ghost-type Pokémon, even with the slightest contact, could prove fatal to those lacking the innate talent of a ghost-type trainer. Black Houndoom sensed the trainer's distress and nuzzled against Dora, seeking to alleviate his suffering in its own way. Crackling with malevolent energy, an ominous wave enveloped Dora's entire being, subjecting him to the agonizing torment of being shrouded in malice. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed around him. And just as Gengar prepared to take a decisive step forward to claim Dora's life, a brilliant blue light erupted from within the cave, accompanied by frenzied laughter. Ha ha ha! This is it, this is the one. Golton's voice rang with evident delight. With this, along with the shell of flowers, I shall gain control over and amplify the power of Articuno, and with its might, I will vanquish Rayquaza quickly. Bring the shell over. I must insert the Eternal Ice Core. Upon hearing their leader's summons, 4 researchers stumbled forward, struggling to carry a cross-shaped device crafted from iridescent ice crystals and crimson alloys, the shell of flowers. Leader. Dora trembled as he extended a hand toward Golton, yearning for assistance. Alas, Golton was lost in his own world, obliviously guiding an Alolan Sandslash, which cradled a blue ice orb toward the largest apparatus. Entirely unaware that one of his subordinates lay on the brink of death, Dora reclined against the ground, the biting cold freezing his thoughts. He gazed at Golton, who was engulfed in a frenzy, then looked down at his own shadow, where a faint smile flickered. Suddenly, he let out a hoarse laugh. Ghost-type Pokémon, as ever, are thoroughly detestable. Clang. The Eternal Ice Core embedded itself into the ice crystal flower, causing the cross-shaped petals to burst open violently. Countless ice spike-like tendrils shot forth like venomous serpents, instantaneously piercing through Golton's palm. He felt no pain. Instead, he witnessed his skin turning transparent at a visible rate, the red flesh transforming into translucent ice crystals, creeping up his arm. Ah, power. This is the might of the Ice Soul Scepter. Golton's eyes rolled back as a foolish grin lingered on his lips. Suddenly, a multitude of purple figures surged forth from the shadows, each sporting gnarled claws. They collided and merged in midair, ultimately forming a massive Gengar, its purple body flickering with black, ghostly flames. It lunged at Golton, whose mind was lost in power, extending its claws tipped with a soul-rending chill. Caw! The piercing cry shattered the cave ceiling as Articuno appeared within the blue light, its crystalline eyes reflecting everything below. Imbued with bone-chilling madness, Gengar looked up at the Articuno hovering above, radiating an aura of terrifying energy. This energy was far more vibrant, and otherworldly than Jengar's previous might. Around the two Pokémon lay the fallen members of the new Ice Age team, their life forces evidently fueling Jengar's energy response. Articuno. Golton bellowed, "Obey my command." Half of his body had transformed into ghostly blue ice, icy patterns creeping from his wrist up to his neck, freezing one of his eyes, leaving only his exposed right eye glowing with frenzied red light. Expand the blizzard to engulf the entire Indigo League. I want to see how far your amplified power can reach. Articuno's wings tautened, the ice blue feathers quivering violently as it was compelled to spread its wings. Suddenly, gray-black impurities infiltrated the pristine ice mist, an insidious influence from Golton's malevolent thoughts. The blizzard surged ominously, rapidly compressing the area previously contested by the sandstorm. TSK. I've arrived too late. Lin Feng's voice cut through the storm, standing atop his Garchomp, a faint crimson barrier of draconic might shielding him from the surrounding cold. He gazed down at Golton, now half ice and half human. Is this creature even human anymore? His attention then shifted to the towering Jengar nearby, a 2-meter behemoth. As its main body approached, the immense figure dissipated into a black-purple mist, flowing into Lin Feng's shadow. The purple, rotund figure of Jengar emerged from Lin Feng's shadow, patting its belly with satisfaction, its gray-purple skin gleaming with energy. Having replenished your life force, you need not worry about your existence for nearly a decade. Lin Feng, lacking the innate talent of a ghost-type trainer, could not nurture Jengar's spirit to sustain its permanence in the world. But remember our pact. Jengar tilted its head, pointing a claw toward the corpses of the fallen new Ice Age members, then patted its chest, emitting a chuckle that echoed the sentiment of all is by the rules. Since these individuals chose to join such a terrifying organization, they must be prepared for death, breaking free from the constraints of rules, thus losing the protection they once had. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the scattered bodies of the new Ice Age members and the now lost Golton. Indeed, let the blizzard continue to rage. Let the entire world witness my power. Golton continued to roar, oblivious to the fact that the ice core embedded in the tip of his scepter was heating up. Icy patterns racing up his arm, freezing his fingertips, which remained clenched around the scepter, resembling a sacrificial offering sealed within an ice coffin. Oh, what a hassle. I thought I merely came to lend a hand, but unexpectedly became the main force. Lin Feng sighed, watching the legendary ice-blue Pokémon, Articuno, soaring above. How to halt and save you without causing your demise. Defeating Articuno was not a challenge for Lin Feng. Even under favorable weather conditions, he was confident of victory. However, the dilemma lay in ensuring he did not inadvertently kill it in the process. He could only hope that you, yet to succumb to utter madness, remained shielded by Arceus' power. Chapter 11. The Frozen Throne. The goddess' scepter changes hands. Lowly insect, you dare stand before me and provoke me. Golton's mind had become lost within the ceaseless stream of ice-type energy emanating from the Ice Soul Scepter, along with the Articuno that was now entwined with the power of the Eternal Ice Core. Insect, you, who cannot even wield such power, dare to call others insects? Lin Feng observed Golton, whose humanity was rapidly fading, with a tone filled with pity. There will always be those like you, overestimating themselves, attempting to bear the powers of the divine with mere flesh. How dare you look down upon the divine? Golton gazed up at Lin Feng, his eyes aflame with crimson fury, his remaining consciousness devoured by frenzied arrogance and primal instincts. Crush him. Articuno, Ice Beam. He frantically brandished the frostbite scepter. As the bound Articuno emitted a mournful cry of agony, ice-blue energy coalesced uncontrollably before its beak, distorting into a formidable beam of light, far surpassing any power previously unleashed by the creature. It surged directly towards Lin Feng. Alas, he has completely lost his mind. With a powerful push from his feet, Lin Feng leaped from the back of his Garchomp, landing steadily upon the snowy ground, simultaneously commanding, Garchomp, harness the power of the earth and raise a stone pillar to obstruct it. Roaring fiercely, Garchomp plummeted rapidly, its body crashing into the snow, unleashing a torrent of force that surged underground. A colossal stone pillar erupted from the ground, colliding with the ice-blue beam midair. Boom! The clash of ice and earth energy resonated with an ear-splitting roar. The terrifying force of the ice beam battered against the stone pillar, transforming it into an ice-blue column. Crack! Ultimately, the pillar could not withstand the fearsome attack empowered by the weather, shattering into fragments. The residual icy current swept past Garchomp, hurtling backwards and instantly freezing a massive boulder into a crystalline ice sculpture, which then exploded under internal pressure. Ice shards and snow dust filled the air, The combination of weather and elemental enhancement is indeed terrifying. Observing the increasingly contorted visage of Galton and the agonizing struggle of Articuno, Lin Feng no longer harbored any doubts. A Pokémon bereft of reason could not even conserve its strength. This relentless cycle would lead to the exhaustion and eventual demise of Articuno. It was time to conclude this battle swiftly. His right hand plunged into the inner pocket of his cold-resistant suit, and when it re-emerged, 3 red and white Pokeballs were clasped between his fingers, while the previously empty wristband now glimmered with the brilliance of a mega ring. Galton, your path has reached its end. Lin Feng's voice pierced through the howling snowstorm. Garchomp, reverse this icy prison. Let the sun shine upon us. Garchomp roared defiantly, the amassed power transforming into a scorching golden-red beam that shot upwards into the overcast sky. The beam detonated amidst the clouds, igniting a miniature sun upon the frozen plains, forcefully dispelling the raging blizzard with the might of a clear day. Yet this was merely temporary. The strength surging from the extreme cold would only intensify the storm until it reclaimed dominance over the battlefield. Charizard. Lin Feng raised his ring high, the radiant bonds of light instantaneously connecting him to the roaring dragon within the Pokeball. Respond to my heart's call, Mega Evolve. The red and white ball exploded, and Charizard emerged amidst flames, greeted by a resplendent light of evolution. In that brilliance, its form grew more formidable, its skin deepening to an enigmatic azure, and the flames it exhaled transformed into an ethereal cerulean. With wings ablaze and draconic majesty, Mega Charizard X descended. Roar! For the first time undergoing Mega Evolution, Lin Feng felt the swift drain of his energy with unparalleled clarity. Is this the realization of Mega Evolution? A trainer with a somewhat diminished physique truly cannot endure this. Yet, this sensation is remarkably exhilarating. Charizard X, target Articuno. Lin Feng suppressed his discomfort and commanded, use Flare Blitz to close in, then unleash the full might of Inferno. Mega Charizard X became a tempestuous cerulean meteor, engulfed in destructive flames as it hurtled towards Articuno. Milotic. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng threw a second Pokeball, and the elegant and powerful Milotic coiled gracefully upon the battlefield of ice and fire. Water streams intertwined, coalescing into droplets of life, poised to assist. Gentle currents enveloped Milotic, as vibrant green lights began to coalesce within the water rings. Gyarados. The third Pokeball opened, and Gyarados ascended with a thunderous roar, its intimidate ability causing the very air to thicken. Dragon Dance. Gyarados began to spiral through the air, radiating an overwhelming sense of power, its momentum escalating. Garchomp, join the dance and prepare to conclude this battle. Garchomp growled in response, moving in sync with Gyarados' rhythm, its fierce energy steadily accumulating. Meanwhile, Gengar, who had been lurking in Lin Feng's shadow, quietly gathered energy, shielding Lin Feng behind it. Observing the 4 Pokémon on the field, each exuding energy that rivaled his own, even the controlled Articuno momentarily faltered. Who are you truly? A flicker of clarity returned to Galton's mind as he beheld the massive fireball approaching rapidly, and he posed his final question, intensifying his grip on the scepter. Articuno. Summon a blizzard. Do not let them near you. In the face of overwhelming strength, Galton's consciousness, previously lost in power, found its way back again. Simultaneously, doubts stirred within him. Could the power he desperately pursued be so commonplace? Why is it that in this remote corner, he encounters such a formidable trainer? One he had never known? The force of the clear day continued to wreak havoc. Although Garchomp lacked fire-type attributes, the champion-level strength momentarily dispelled the storm's might, granting Charizard an advantageous battlefield and enhancement for its assault. Boom. Sizzle. The forces of fire and blizzard collided in midair. Yet Articuno's storm did little more than augment the dazzling spectacle of the blue flames, failing to hinder its advance. Tell me your name. Galton shouted towards Lin Feng. A person of your caliber, wielding such power, cannot possibly be an unknown. Very well. Remember my name, and curse me from the depths of hell. Lin Feng replied with a benevolent tone, I am the champion of the Kanto League, the Dragon Master, Lance. If you seek revenge, you will need to strive for another 30,000 years. Lance, Galton thought, just before being consumed by flames. The power of a champion is indeed terrifying. Chapter 12. The Role of Houndour. Faced with a Flare Blitz enhanced by the Clear Day's energy and the Hard Claw ability, even the robust vitality of a legendary Pokémon could not withstand such an assault. The ice-blue form of Articuno, intertwined with a gray-black aura, wailed as it plummeted from the sky, only to be caught midair by a stream of water imbued with the essence of life, gently lowering it down. The power of the life droplets permeated Articuno's body, gradually restoring its vitality. Was that a quick catch? I thought it would take more effort. Lin Feng observed the falling Articuno and promptly dispelled Charizard's mega evolution. He felt as though his very essence had been drained. He would need to train harder in the future. Men cannot afford to be fleeting. Supporting his waist, he hastened a few steps to where Galton had been engulfed in flames. Noting the scorched earth and the still glowing scepter, which gave Lin Feng a newfound understanding of the event. Had those affected by this artifact also lost the protection of Arceus's power? Indeed, how could one who had been tainted by ice blue energy still be considered human? Truly unfortunate. Yet this was also your choice, was it not? He retrieved a silver metallic shard from his pocket and tossed it beside the scepter. Two items originating from the new glacial group lay together, without any sign of a reaction. Jengar, can you temporarily safeguard this? Witnessing Galton's tragic state, Lin Feng was reluctant to touch such an object with his own hands, uncertain if he could withstand the repercussions of such a thing. Here you go. Jinghost materialized its form and shook its head at Lin Feng. Although it could store small items within Lin Feng's shadow, this staff, crafted from an unknown substance, certainly did not belong among them. Shall we dig a hole and bury it in the frigid cave? Lin Feng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Or perhaps I should wait until Articuno awakens and inquire about its thoughts. He realized that he had no effective method for dealing with such an artifact. The East Huang Alliance Police Academy had not instructed him on how to manage such occurrences. Rotom, what do you think? Startled by the residual waves of the recent battle, Rotom peeked out from behind Lin Feng and scanned the ice crystal staff and the silver metal piece. It seems the notch on the staff is perfectly shaped to accommodate that metal block, Lin Feng. Is that so? Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, bending down to confirm Rotom's assessment. Indeed, inserting the silver metal piece was the key to restoring the staff's integrity. Could it be that had not the Houndoom found this metal piece, the new Glacier team would have had the capacity to control Articuno, thus preventing Galdon from falling into such a predicament? Contemplating this, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It seemed unjust to blame Houndoom. After all, they lacked even a backup plan, which explained their downfall. Furthermore, Houndoom was an official police canine, endowed with independent enforcement authority. During his time in Moyu Town, Lin Feng occasionally allowed the auxiliary officers to take Houndoom on patrol, precisely because it was a sanctioned police dog with independent powers. His gaze swept over the members of the new Glacier team, who lay in deep slumber, still unresponsive despite the battle's aftermath. Even if Jinghost had not lost any significant items, they would be incapable of reassembling them. Observing that Articuno's recovery would take some time, and that the rampaging power of the Dragon Dance-enhanced Gyarados and Sharpedo also required calming, Lin Feng mused that idleness would be unproductive. Rotom, scan this area. See if there are any valuable items worth salvaging. Understood. Rotom. Rotom soared into the air, employing its large eyes to thoroughly scan the vicinity. Hoping this treasure hunt would yield substantial rewards, Lin Feng crouched down, his gaze flickering back and forth between the two items before him. The madness of Galdon and the agony of Articuno still vivid in his mind, making him reluctant to test the staff's power. Jinghost, try to combine them, he suggested, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Simultaneously, he called out to the enormous figure in the sky, which was still reveling in victory and exhaling flames. Charizard, come protect me. Roar. Charizard abruptly ceased its flames, its massive wings stirring up a hot wind as it descended before Lin Feng. What is this? The round face of the purple creature displayed a remarkably human-like expression of confusion as it raised a finger toward Lin Feng, indicating 2. Just 2 energy cubes, I agreed. After negotiating the price, Jinghost did not approach the staff directly. Instead, it wiggled like a melting purple wax figure, and from its body emerged a translucent, ghostly replica. The substitute cautiously floated to the staff's side, seemingly using its energy-formed hand to forcefully push the cold metal block into the irregularly shaped groove at the staff's head. Click! A crisp, tiny, yet remarkably clear sound of fitting resonated, the moment the metal block fully nestled into the notch. The previously flickering dangerous blue light of the ice crystal staff rapidly receded like a receding tide. The chilling aura and tumultuous energy waves instantly vanished without a trace. Lin Feng peered out from between Charizard's broad wings, fixated on the now innocuous-looking short staff. The anticipated energy explosion, frost spread, or any other phenomena did not materialize. Only a profound silence prevailed, and this overwhelming stability exuded an inexplicable sense of dissonance. This effect is remarkable, isn't it? Can such an obscure group as the new Glacier team possess such scientific prowess? What about Team Rocket? An organization capable of creating artificial deities must be extraordinarily powerful. Lin Feng's expression grew grave as he realized the depths of this situation exceeded his initial assumptions. Lin Feng, look what I found. The treasure-hunting Rotom floated over, dragging a familiar piece of metal. Doesn't this resemble the one you're holding perfectly? You should praise me, Rotom. Exactly the same? Lin Feng instinctively glanced toward Rotom, whose hand indeed held a silver metal piece. It seems to be mass-producible, this. Chapter 13. Misunderstanding and Battle on the Other Side. A sandstorm continued to clash with a blizzard, though the power of Tyranitar had noticeably diminished. The strength surging from the frigid cave was growing increasingly formidable. It seems your Tyranitar hasn't been nurtured for long, has it? Daigo observed as the sandstorm was forced to compress its range by the blizzard's might. Perhaps we should let Metagross lead the way. The longer we delay, the more variables we introduce. There are many hot spring inns in White Snow Mountain, and this season is their peak business time. Mr. Wataru must not dismiss them lightly. No need for your reminders. Wataru, arms crossed, gazed grimly at the Tyranitar, which was gradually losing ground in the battle for weather supremacy. Clearly, Tyranitar's stamina could not match the ancient forces stored within the frigid cave. Thank you, Tyranitar. Wataru returned Tyranitar to its Pokeball with a gentle tone. This is not your fault. You've done well. The Pokeball trembled slightly, revealing Tyranitar's dissatisfaction as it yearned to continue fighting. The ensuing battle will be ours. Wataru stroked Dragonite's neck. Metagross could sense what was happening, and soon after the blizzard's energy intensified, Wataru received a warning from Dragonite. Someone has already arrived with their Pokémon and engaged in battle with the new Glacier team. I wonder if they are foes or allies. Wataru's eyes revealed concern. Dragons fighting in areas where ice and snow energies were active would suffer significantly reduced combat effectiveness. However, compared to the ice of Kinna, the snowstorm here is still relatively weak. Right, Dragonite? Dragonite answered with a resounding roar. Then let us traverse the blizzard with utmost speed. Wataru turned to Daigo. I shall lead the way. Conserve your strength for when we reach the center, as you will be the primary combatant. Moreover, only you possess the capability to reclaim that shell, don't you? The technology from Devon's, while merely a shell, harbors tremendous power, Daigo remarked. Only a Pokémon like Metagross can comprehend and control it. Otherwise, he gazed toward the direction of the new Glacier team, adding, one might become lost amid the overwhelming power wielded by the staff. This is why I am not overly concerned about the new Glacier team. But I am quite worried about Articuno's safety. This foreign energy intrusion could ignite a Pokémon's latent potential, akin to the Dark Ball. Yet it also risks stripping them of Arceus's protection. Gazing at the metallic fragment held by Rotom, Lin Feng was plunged into contemplation. This world is exceedingly perilous, isn't it? No, I must proceed with caution and ensure my identity remains concealed. It would be prudent to prepare multiple personas and teams to mislead others regarding my true capabilities. Even if the shadowy forces of this realm surpass my expectations, one must weigh the repercussions of provoking an organization that boasts multiple champions. Is the price one I can bear? His mood had shifted from the exhilaration of effortlessly defeating the Articuno to a more somber reflection. For he realized that even divine beasts like Ho-Oh are not infallible in this world. At the very least, humanity's technology is capable of mass-producing instruments aimed at controlling these legendary creatures, reminiscent of the dreadful memories of devices crafted by Team Galactic that nearly enslaved Palkia, or the reckless genetic experiments conducted by Team Rocket, and the calamities unleashed by the attempts of Magma and Aqua to manipulate ancient Pokémon. The audacity and technological prowess of humanity can so easily encroach upon, and even distort, the will and power of divine beings. Detected collectible item. Would you like to pick it up? Yes, Lin Feng instinctively replied. In games, he typically rummaged through every room and every trash can. How could he possibly overlook an item? Buzz, the unremarkable frostbite staff that lay on the ground, subjected to the playful prodding of Jengar, regained its former brilliance. What the? Lin Feng instinctively yearned to command Charizard to unleash a powerful flamethrower, for the fate of Gordon had been utterly disastrous. Charizard, however, before his command could escape his lips, he found the frostbite staff, soaring into his grasp, devoid of the violent tendencies exhibited under Gordon's control, instead exuding a sense of compliance as if it had finally encountered a worthy wielder. Frostbite staff. Material source. The primary structure is derived from reverse engineering and replicating the legendary world-ending weapon's floral shell, with a core embedded in eternal ice core, and its ferocious nature suppressed by energy stabilizer. Function cost. Force domination. The wielder can exert control over wild ice-type flying Pokémon below level 80 with the staff's power. Divine Beast Aversion. The staff radiates a tainted aura of floral desecration and a chilling intent of coercion, naturally inciting intense aversion and disdain from all ice-type, flying divine beings. The holder's proximity to such beings is likely to provoke unwarranted hostility or even outright attacks. Power amplification. Under specific rituals or environments, such as extreme cold or the eye of a storm, it can significantly enhance the power of similarly aligned divine beings. Good heavens! A golden legend! Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this artifact could even be integrated into his gaming simulator. However, considering the aversion effect, Palkia is a dragon-flying type, after all. He looked skyward at the storm-laden heavens, wondering if a colossal caterpie would drift down upon him, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Perhaps it would be wise to stow away this oversized ranger device. As he shook the staff, the Articuno, which was undergoing treatment nearby, twitched slightly, yet there was none of the grim, chaotic influence that had plagued Gordon. It appeared he lacked the potential for villainy, as he harbored no desire to control it. However, with only amplification and control effects, the staff's utility seemed limited. Without any healing properties, it would serve him little purpose. Lin Feng shook his head, preparing to store the frostbite staff in his gaming simulator's warehouse. The so-called artifact was merely an enhanced capturing device for rangers, with significant drawbacks, truly a double-edged sword. Stop right there. Two figures, filled with shock and fury, arrived beside Lin Feng, accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy. Put that down. Dato, perched upon the back of his Dragonite, commanded, his red cloak billowing in the wind. His usually composed and handsome visage was now marred by icy fury and incredulity. His gaze swept over the fallen Articuno, the staff in Lin Feng's hands, and the bodies strewn across the ground. Chapter 14, Battle and Avalanche. Such a scene, rife with potential for misunderstanding, naturally served its purpose. What a cruel tactic. To achieve the final outcome, you slaughtered all the members of the new Iceberg team? Dato glared at Lin Feng, clad in white cold-resistant attire, and demanded, "What is your name, and which organization do you belong to?" "Me?" Lin Feng gently brushed the snow from his chest, as the blizzard regained dominance. As the tempest rends the skies and shatters the ice abyss, I ascend step by step. My fingertips caress the dragon-scale armor, the embers of starlit remnants whispering within my sleeves. The resounding roar of the dragon is the clarion call to battle. Behold, the celestial might descending from the azure clouds is the pinnacle we pursue. Dato, so much flair. You have indeed come for Palkia. His expression grew grave as he surveyed Charizard and Gyarados standing nearby. As a fellow dragon-type trainer, I understand your aspirations. However, for trainers like us who have nurtured dragon-type Pokémon to such heights, it is far wiser to cultivate our Pokémon further rather than resorting to underhanded means to control Palkia. Turn back, it is not too late. What crime have I committed that warrants turning back? Lin Feng retorted, vexed. As a law-abiding citizen, how had he suddenly become a criminal? Moreover, how audacious for a flying-type champion to consider himself a dragon-type trainer. Did he truly believe he had committed no offense? What egregious arrogance. Dato, standing atop Dragonite, lowered his hand slightly, preparing to summon more Pokémon to battle Lin Feng. Mr. Dato, hold on. Daigo, riding on his Metagross, attempted to intervene, believing the situation was not as dire as Dato presumed. Silence. Were it not for the calamities wrought by Team Galactic, how would Articuno suffer such torment? Not only Articuno, that device was originally designed for Palkia. Dato halted Daigo's attempt at explanation. As a descendant of the dragon lineage, I cannot abide the existence of such a device. Either you stand still, or do not blame me for considering you an enemy. Alas, it seems that without engaging in battle, Mr. Dato cannot find his composure. Daigo guided Metagross away from the two, observing the mysterious figure in white cold-resistant attire. With 5 exceptionally cultivated Pokémon surrounding him, he quietly adjusted his assessment of Dato's chances of victory. The power of the floral shell and the eternal ice core, even stabilized, should not exhibit such steadiness. He pondered how this enigmatic figure had achieved such mastery. Are you not the Daitu bird? Lin Feng pointed at the staff in his hand and the fallen Articuno, saying, Did you not see that I am healing Articuno? As for Palkia, of course, I have my designs, but why would I use this staff to manipulate a divine beast? Are you projecting your own thoughts onto me? What did you call me? Dato was taken aback, not having the opportunity to retort Lin Feng's accusation about his heart. Daitu bird? Is it not quite normal for a flying-type champion to be called that? Lin Feng replied with a cold smirk. Furthermore, my explanation merely serves to indicate that I have done nothing wrong, but it does not imply that I fear you. Since you are so eager to ascertain right from wrong through Pokémon battles, let us engage. You, a champion of the flying type, and I, a champion of the dragon type, are both caught in this blizzard. Do not claim I am taking advantage of you. You call me a flying type champion." Upon hearing the term Dajuo, Datu felt a slight shiver coursing through him. Since his debut, he had always been known as the messenger of dragons. Never had anyone referred to him as a flying type champion, much less as a Dajuo. Have I torn open old wounds? Indeed, it is not lies that wound, but rather the truth that strikes like a blade. With no intention to explain, Lin Feng directed his staff towards Dragonite and commanded, "Spin 360. What? Dragonite's massive form trembled violently. Responding to the unfamiliar command, a fleeting flicker of confusion crossed its bright, dragon-like eyes before it abruptly flapped its wings, rotating its body approximately 60 degrees. The sudden movement nearly caused Datu to tumble off Dragonite's back. TSK, it seems utterly ineffective. For such a high-level Pokémon, it cannot even execute a simple command? If even a champion-level Pokémon cannot be controlled, how does the new Glacier group expect to wield the power of Articuno to dominate the world? What kind of delusion leads to such thoughts? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, retracting the Ice Spirit staff into his backpack. However, though the command was not fulfilled, the intent to humiliate was unmistakably achieved. Your Pokémon is under the control of this staff, and yet you deny being a flying-type champion. Boom. The last thread of Datu's rationality snapped. Such a formidable psychological tactic. Daigo stood beside the sturdy, silver form of Metagross, his keen gaze piercing through the furious Datu and the nonchalant Lin Feng, muttering to himself, "Mr. Datu is completely being led by the nose, falling into a trap." He could clearly see that Lin Feng's apparent humiliation was, in fact, a precisely aimed and venomous counterattack. Whoosh! A roar of blizzard far more profound, grand, and chilling than when Gordon wielded the staff surged forth like the awakening roar of an ancient beast from the higher peaks of the snow-covered mountains. Following this was an incessant, thunderous sound of mountains collapsing. The ground trembled slightly. This is bad. Without Articuno's suppression, an avalanche is imminent. Daigo's pupils constricted. Disregarding the battle between the two champions, he steered Metagross towards the direction of the impending avalanche, just as he had previously mentioned to Datu. As a renowned hot spring resort, many tourists were currently enjoying their stay at White Snow Mountain during this season. Should the accumulated, terrifying momentum of the snow cascade down, the consequences would be unimaginable. Metagross, full speed ahead. Target the avalanche path. Metagross understood its trainer's intent, immediately raising an energy shield to protect Daigo, and flew towards the avalanche with psychic power enveloping its body. Challenging nature with human strength is a privilege exclusive to champions. Chapter 15, Reciprocity. The thunderous roar of the avalanche drew Daigo's attention, naturally capturing the notice of Lin Feng and Datu as well. How much longer until Articuno awakens? Did Charizard strike with such severity? Lin Feng cast a glance at the still unconscious Articuno, poking Charizard's wing with his finger, whispering, "You really went too hard, didn't you? You knocked Articuno out to the point where even Milotic's life cannot revive it in a short time?" Roar. Charizard lifted its head and exhaled flames into the air. "I'm not praising you." Lin Feng sprang up and delivered a firm smack to Charizard. "Can you stop looking so proud? Furthermore, Mr. Datu, are you not going to assist Daigo?" He smiled at Datu, hoping to convey his goodwill, but due to the mask covering Datu's face, he could not see Lin Feng's expression, instead interpreting it as sarcasm. "By defeating you, and after rescuing Articuno, it would be better for Articuno to halt the avalanche than Daigo's method." Datu lightly struck his chest with his right hand. "Dragonite, time is of the essence. Let us defeat our opponent in the shortest time possible." Defeat in the shortest time? Such a demand, I can certainly accommodate. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Just as Charizard was about to engage, a sharp claw intercepted its movement. "Kacha, let me handle this." Garchomp took a step forward, then paused and looked back. "Kacha, are you going to Mega Evolve too?" Lin Feng instinctively covered his waist and asked, "Dragonite cannot Mega Evolve. Isn't that a bit unfair?" "Kacha, it's not my fault it can't Mega Evolve." Garchomp disdainfully shook its head. "Very well, I wonder if I can withstand 2 Mega Evolutions in one day." Lin Feng grimaced slightly, lamenting his laziness, which had resulted in his inability to sustain Mega Evolution for long. "Hey!" Jengar glanced at Lin Feng, then at Datu. Recalling Lin Feng's teachings, in wild battles, there are no rules. You need not await my command. Just strike from behind when you see the opportunity. It seemed that time had come. Jengar stealthily burrowed underground, preparing to flank Datu with a fierce attack. As Dragonite's stamina was nearly depleted, the most brute force approach was necessary to exchange the opponent's stamina, allowing the Pokemon I deploy next to gain the upper hand. Datu observed Garchomp, which was clearly superbly bred, and thought to himself, in a direct confrontation, even at partial stamina, my Dragonite will not be outmatched by any Pokemon. Shifting his thoughts, Datu promptly issued his command, Dragonite. Dragon God Dive. Simultaneously, the unique dragon power of the dragon lineage surged from Datu's body, amplifying Dragonite's skill potency. Roar. Dragonite erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of blue light, coalescing into the illusory form of a deep blue dragon, enveloping Dragonite's body, and charging towards Garchomp with the ferocity to annihilate all. Such brutality? Yet this is precisely the scene I adore. Lin Feng silently rejoiced that Datu had not resorted to any tactics, opting instead for a straightforward one-on-one confrontation. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to orchestrate a righteous gang fight. Garchomp. Lin Feng's voice rang clear amidst the blizzard. Let them witness the wrath of the earth. Mega Evolve. Gotcha. In response to Lin Feng, Garchomp's roar shattered the storm. The radiant light of Mega Evolution instantaneously enveloped both Garchomp and Lin Feng. The brilliance erupted. Just as the deep blue dragon's illusion was about to engulf it, the miracle of Mega Evolution was realized. Mega Garchomp emerged, larger and more fearsome. As though clad in obsidian armor, its arms and wings morphing into scythe-like appendages, with dark red destructive energy coursing along the edges of its massive dorsal fin and scythe-like arm blades. This transformation was the result of an impressive 40 points of attack stat enhancement. Faced with the descending deep blue dragon, Mega Garchomp did not choose to evade. Instead, it executed an action that caused Datu's pupils to constrict. It intended to withstand this Dragon God Dive, using the terrifying energy of Mega Evolution at that very moment. Boom. The collision between the Dragon God Dive and the Mega Garchomp resembled two meteors colliding in the low sky. The shadow of the deep blue dragon violently struck against the barrier formed by Garchomp's crossed claws, and a blinding radiance instantaneously consumed everything in its vicinity. The terrifying shockwave generated by the impact erupted in a circular explosion, hurling ice, shattered stones, and even small ice boulders within 100 meters into the air, shattering them to pieces. The ground trembled violently, as if someone were commanding Pokémon to unleash an earthquake right there. The aftermath of the battle triggered a chain reaction, hastening the distant avalanche, prompting Daigo to cast a deep glance back at the two instigators still engrossed in their duel. Metagross, a little faster. His hands plunged into his pockets, retrieving all 5 red and white Pokeballs, and he fervently hurled them forward. Friends, help me fend off the avalanche. Roar. Dragonite also roared, channeling all its strength. Yet Mega Garchomp steadfastly resisted its onslaught, filling Dragonite's large, gray eyes with astonishment and defiance. It could not fathom how its opponent could so easily withstand its full-powered Dragon God Dive. As the dust and energy turbulence gradually dispersed, Mega Garchomp felt the excruciating pain radiating from its arms and chest, yet it remained indifferent, its crimson eyes still fixed intently on the airborne Dragonite. As if to convey, your strongest strike is merely that. In the spirit of reciprocity, Lin Feng elegantly bowed. We too shall deliver a blow, Dragon God Dive. The deep blue dragon's shadow re-emerged, this time enveloping Garchomp. I permit you to evade this attack, as an act of my mercy. Mega Garchomp's legs bent slightly, gathering strength, as the dragon surged forward, entwined with the dragon's shadow, ascending towards Dragonite in midair. Evade. Dado gazed at Mega Garchomp, intending to command Dragonite to dodge. But he could distinctly sense the defiant emotions resonating within Dragonite. Even you, with such a gentle temperament, cannot tolerate the provocation from across the battlefield? He desperately wished for Dragonite to retreat, yet the prideful nature of dragons was a double-edged sword. There was no reason to ignore the challenge posed by the opponent. However, even in peak form, should Dragonite endure this Dragon God Dive, it would undoubtedly lose its fighting capability, let alone its current state. Chapter 16. What to do if you knock out the champion of the league. Although the Dragon God Dive is not the most powerful physical move in the Dragon-type arsenal, it remains more practical compared to the chaotic aftermath of using the Outrage. Dragonite. Use Protect. Utilize Outrage. Sensing Dragonite's fervent battle spirit, Dado disregarded everything else, entirely oblivious to the shadowy figure that had silently approached him from below. Roar. Dragonite emitted a resonant roar, its large, gray pupils flecked with blood. The entire dragon radiated immense energy, its wings folding in like a cannonball as it charged directly towards Garchomp. The prideful temperament inherent to dragon types proved to be a double-edged sword indeed. Lin Feng, sheltered behind Charizard, felt the ripple of the battle's aftermath spreading outwards, and mused. Compared to the Bloodwing Dragon, these two Pokémon display a considerably gentler nature. I can scarcely fathom how trainers command mega-evolved Bloodwing Dragons into battle. A more intense tremor emanated from the clash of the two champion Pokémon, further accelerating the distant avalanche, causing Daigo to glance back repeatedly. A flash of red light appeared as a long, serpentine Pokémon, cloaked in sapphire scales and with a bright white underbelly, materialized, shielding Daigo with its body. Observing the battle unfold, Daigo could scarcely accept. Is outrage truly being pushed back by Dragon God Dive? This is inconceivable, even with Mega Evolution. No Pokémon should possess such a disparity in power against my Dragonite. After all, he had previously battled against Cynthia's ace Pokémon, Garchomp. Such a scenario could only occur with her Mega-Evolved Garchomp wielding that level of strength. Was he to believe that within a small criminal organization, there existed trainers capable of rivaling the ace Pokémon of regional league champions? How could that be possible? Heh! Gengar, grinning mischievously, slipped into Daigo's shadow, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a righteous backstab. Can't believe it. Such is the lament of the weak. Lin Feng peeked out from behind Charizard's shoulder, expressing pity. It appears your confidence in your Pokémon stems not from their strength, but rather from your own inner arrogance. Mr. Daigo, do you still believe I am here for this instrument? Strength forms the bedrock of equitable communication, and Daigo is evidently a proponent of this theory. He withdrew his gaze from the sky, focusing instead on the eager Charizard and its trainer behind it. It seems there has indeed been a misunderstanding between us. In the sky, the final collision between the two Pokémon concluded, evidently ending with Dragonite losing its fighting capability. Daigo retrieved the incapacitated Dragonite into its Pokeball, his gaze fixed intently on the Garchomp descending to the ground, having released its Mega Evolution with such power. Why have you never considered participating in competitions to make a name for yourself, instead choosing to conceal your identity? Does my strength grant me the liberty to do as I please? Lin Feng chuckled softly. Not all trainers relish standing in the limelight, basking in the attention of the masses. Just as Lin Feng was about to articulate further, he was taken aback by the emergence of Gengar from behind Daigo, circumventing Haxorus's protection to confront Daigo directly. Heh! Gengar regarded the red-haired man before it, its mouth curling into a smile. Where did this Gengar come from? Alarm bells rang in Daigo's mind. He had not anticipated encountering a ghost-type Pokémon capable of approaching him so stealthily after Kikuko. Hypnosis. Gengar bared its gleaming teeth, unleashing a skill that lulled Daigo into a drowsy stupor. Daigo realized the danger too late, summoning all his dragon energy to counteract the hypnotic attack. All the Pokémon contained within his red and white balls felt their trainer was under threat, yearning to break free, but Gengar manipulated the shadows into small hands, effectively locking the Pokeballs in place. Thus, a more intense tremor erupted as they sought to break free from their confines to assist their trainer. Oh well, Haxorus, observing Gengar, prepared to raise its mysterious defense to aid its trainer in shaking off the effects of hypnosis. Dream on. Gengar delivered a shadow punch that knocked Daigo unconscious, then, leveraging its level advantage, bound Haxorus in place with its black gaze. What a sinister tactic. Lin Feng was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape for a moment. You even know to use mean look to restrain Haxorus, preventing it from escaping the status condition due to its shed skin ability. Who taught you such tactics? Gengar pointed a little finger in Lin Feng's direction. The game console is mine. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. As a member of the Alliance's staff, known as the sunny, cheerful boy in Moyu Town, how could he possibly resort to such underhanded tactics? Gung Gui placed his hands on his hips, brimming with indignation and ready to retort Lin Feng's words, yet was interrupted by Lin Feng's insistence to first subdue those red and white spheres with a piercing gaze, lest the Pokémon within them emerge and exacerbate the situation. Gung Gui methodically restrained the unruly Pokeballs, while Lin Feng, cradling his head in his hands, surveyed the unfolding chaos, at a loss for what to do. If the Dongwang Alliance were to learn of my actions today, would they promote me and grant me a raise? Or would they expel me for stepping into the precinct with my left foot? What a perplexing dilemma it is. Outside the thick glass windows of the hot spring inn, the wind and snow continued their relentless assault. However, compared to the apocalyptic scene from earlier, the situation had improved significantly. Once communication was restored, the travelers, having received messages from the Alliance and feeling a sense of relief, mostly retreated to their respective rooms, seeking solace in culinary delights, hot springs, or virtual battles to calm their frayed nerves. Xia Zhu did not return to the front desk to continue her duties. as the tempestuous weather rendered it unlikely for any customers to arrive. She approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window, her fingers unconsciously pressed against the frigid glass, seemingly trying to perceive something beyond the surface. "Xiaju, is it?" A deep male voice shattered the silence. It belonged to the handsome Interpol agent, who leaned casually against the opposite window frame, his gaze fixed upon her. Xiaju blinked in surprise, pulled from her reverie, and turned around, a practiced smile forming on her face. "Yes, that's me. And you are?" "Mr. Handsome?" "Just call me Handsome. I'm not much older than you." Adding Mr. makes me sound ancient, he replied, a charming smile playing on his lips. "I recall you mentioned earlier that you are a freshman at Chengdu University, studying Pokemon battles, correct?" "More accurately, I am focusing on Pokemon breeding," Xiaju replied, nodding gently, a hint of bitterness lacing her tone, as her academic performance had not been stellar. "My initial partner is a Togepi, which possesses almost no combat ability in its infancy. Thus I have no choice but to specialize in breeding." "Oh." A flicker of understanding passed through the handsome agent's eyes. "That makes sense, considering Togepi's limitations. For quite some time, it cannot even learn offensive moves, rendering its combat prowess virtually non-existent. In this world, not all Pokemon possess the formidable abilities of the starter trio. Many require extensive nurturing to overcome their awkward phase." "Your words echo our instructor's teachings," Xiaju agreed, her expression one of acknowledgement. "In my cohort, there is a student from the Yulong clan who entered with a Dratini. However, before the final exams, his Dratini evolved into a Dragonair, and he secured the top position in our class thanks to his exceptional battle scores." The Yulong clan, indeed. His Dratini must have been nurtured from a tender age, otherwise it would not have evolved into a Dragonair so fortuitously, the handsome agent mused. "A Caterpie's journey from birth to becoming a Beedrill spans a shorter time than a dragon's awkward phase. Only such prestigious families can afford to raise dragons as starter Pokemon." He shifted the conversation slightly. "This is precisely why various regional leagues spare no effort in nurturing what are deemed the starter Pokemon. The Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle of Kanto, the Totodile, Cyndaquil, and Chikorita of Johto, the Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip of Hoenn. Each has been meticulously selected by the league. They are the culmination of considerable resources expended over generations. Bred with careful intent, the starter Pokemon cultivated by the league generally exhibit docile and stable temperaments, fostering strong bonds with trainers, and their traits often lean towards practicality. Most significantly, they typically require only 1 or 2 evolutions to achieve a combat level sufficient to support an elite trainer's team." He sighed softly, regrettably. Even with the assistance of Ditto, the quantity of starter Pokemon provided by the league each year remains insufficient. Ultimately, these policies, initially designed to benefit the populace, have transformed into resources for regional professors to cultivate their research assistants. To be assigned a Houndour like Lin Feng, one must be among the elite of the common folk. Alas, the price of a quality Firestone is exorbitantly high, considering his salary as an officer. Lin Feng would need to save for an extended period or achieve notable merit to secure the opportunity for his Houndour to evolve. Without evolution, a Houndour's combat capability is still rather lacking. Unless, the handsome agent chuckled and shook his head, given the treatment of that Houndour. How could Lin Feng possibly evolve it with an average Firestone? Suddenly, a tremendous tremor emanated from the snowy mountains, causing the chandelier above Xiaju and the handsome agent to sway ominously. He quickly pulled Xiaju away from the chandelier's vicinity and into a corner. "Is this the battle between Champion Daegu and Champion Du against the new Glacier team?" Xiaju pondered, feeling the ground tremble slightly beneath her feet, filled with admiration for the 2 champions of the alliance. "It must be so, but I recall the new Glacier team did not possess such formidable strength. Could it be they have gained the upper hand?" The handsome agent's expression shifted drastically as he turned to Xiaju. "Does your hot spring have the capacity to withstand an avalanche?" "Yes," Xiaju instinctively replied. "Our hot spring inns are constructed in accordance with the Alliance's special regulations. This hall can endure avalanches of scale below level 4. Quickly, broadcast an announcement for everyone to gather in the hall," the handsome agent urged. The new Glacier team may have seized control of Articuno. If they were to lose in their battle against the 2 champions, they would certainly manipulate Articuno to trigger an avalanche, forcing one of the champions to divert their attention to protect us, the guests, in the avalanche's path. "I'll do it right away." Hearing his words, Xiaju felt the tension envelop her entire being. The external walls of the hot spring could withstand natural avalanches triggered by the snowy mountains, but they could not withstand the avalanche conjured by the legendary Pokemon Articuno. Inside Lin Feng's room, Lucario, resting against the wall with eyes closed, sensed the immense disturbance that reached this far. Its perception heightened by the aura it shared with the world around it. Suddenly, Lucario's eyes snapped open, the tranquility within its sapphire gaze replaced by an unprecedented sharpness and gravity. For one attuned to resonating with aura, this impending avalanche was not merely a disaster of sight and sound, but a profound pain and chaos felt at the level of the soul. Lin Feng's words echoed in Lucario's mind. Protect. While the hot spring inn remains relatively secure, it is not the only one nestled in the mountains. With this thought, Lucario opened the window and leapt out, closing it behind. In mere moments, it had arrived atop the hot spring inn's roof. The howling winds whipped around its blue fur like a battle banner as it crossed its arms over its chest, not in a gesture of relaxation, but as a definitive sign that its aura perception was fully engaged, entering a state of utmost vigilance and exploration. In the distance, Steven and his Pokémon, including Metagross and others, valiantly strive against the natural calamity. Although the majority of the avalanches have been thwarted by the immense power of the champion Pokémon, some still remain unchecked. Lucario stands atop the roof, patiently awaiting and assessing the situation. It seeks a pivotal point where it can most effectively channel its aura to intervene in this disaster. Chapter 18. Hero or Villain. Within the hot spring inn, the lobby has become a bustling haven, filled with travelers who have just returned to their rooms only to come rushing back. They gather at the expansive windows, peering through the thick glass to witness the grim spectacle outside. Inside, warmth and brightness create a sanctuary. Outside, a cacophony of chaos unfolds, with howling winds and swirling snow heralding a doomsday atmosphere. This stark contrast subtly alters the mindset of many, as initial fears are replaced by an odd sense of exhilaration. They whisper among themselves, "Is that champion Steven and his Pokémon trying to halt the avalanche? It must be. I can hear the thunderous roar of Metagross. To pit human strength against nature. Could this be the unique romance of a champion trainer?" Amidst the crowd, a young, stylish urban woman eagerly captures the scene outside with her phone, exclaiming, "This year, the Dragon-type gym leader, Satsuki, streamed live her daily care for Pokémon, and Mr. Dato appeared for just over a minute, causing an online surge of hundreds of thousands. If I manage to capture Steven halting the avalanche and post it online, I might gain scores of new followers." In this world where Pokémon and reality intertwine so deeply, the regional league champion, along with the Elite Four and the 8 gym leaders, truly represents the pinnacle of popularity. A trainer certified by the league to operate a gym wields significant authority, issuing badges, guiding newcomers, safeguarding cities, and even influencing local economies, making them the backbone of the league's framework. The might of Pokémon signifies not only formidable destructive power, but also immense productivity. For instance, a gym-level Electivire can harness lightning during a moderate thunderstorm to generate between 28,000 to 140,000 degrees of electricity for the city. The practical applications of Pokémon strength extend far beyond mere combat. Such a dual existence of authority and capability cannot merely be compared to the hollow personas of celebrities living under curated facades. Steven is not only the champion of Hoenn, but also the sole heir of Devon Corporation, a refined nobleman in the leadership of Hoenn, drawing throngs of admirers. Yet now, Steven finds himself stripped of his former elegance, his patience waning as he mutters under his breath, "These two fools care solely for battle, completely disregarding the mess I have to clean up." Perched upon Metagross, Steven gazes at the endless expanse of snow cascading down the mountainside, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him in the face of nature's might. The forces of nature are indeed vast. With his strength, preserving his own safety is trivial. Confronting the avalanche head-on or vanquishing the deity of the snow-capped mountains, Articuno, is similarly within his grasp. However, containing the entirety of the avalanche proves to be a daunting task. Metagross, use Rock Slide to block all remaining openings. Gardevoir, continue to raise the Reflect Wall to slow the avalanche's momentum. Enormous boulders plummet from the sky, crashing into the roaring avalanche to decelerate the flow of snow. As the wave of snow slows down after passing through the Reflect Wall erected by Gardevoir, its speed diminishes further. Steven does not need to completely halt the avalanche. He merely needs to reduce its velocity enough to prevent it from collapsing the hot spring inn. Despite the exertion, his champion-level prowess allows him to obstruct the majority of the avalanche, leaving only a few slower snowflakes rolling downward. This disaster is a consequence of the uncontrollable forces of the guardian deity of this region. If the land deity, Groudon, and the ocean deity, Kyogre, were to lose control, what would humanity do then? Feeling the chaotic energy unleashed by Articuno's rampage, Stephen's thoughts drift to the three deities of Hoenn: the land deity Growlithe, the ocean deity Kyogre, and the sky deity Rayquaza, who envelopes both land and sea. If they were to spiral into chaos, could any force truly restrain them? The previous Ultimate Weapon initiative by Devon Corporation only resulted in the collateral death of Shurjana, failing to truly contend with Rayquaza. Without Shurjana, the Draconids of Hoenn are unable to even reach out to Rayquaza, let alone beseech it to obliterate the meteor threatening to annihilate the region. In the end, humanity must rely on itself. Perhaps my father's energy transmission device is indeed the answer. Stephen sighed, preparing to return and check on the battle between Dado and the mysterious figure when a more violent shockwave erupted from the depths of the extreme cold cave, violently radiating outward. Boom. Oh no. Stephen's expression shifted dramatically as the avalanche he had managed to control once again surged forward, roaring toward the hot spring and below. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Stephen's image as the refined nobleman shattered slightly. Keep going. Your physique is incredible. Wearing so little, and yet completely unaffected by the chill. Lin Feng observed with a tinge of envy as he looked at Dado, who lay comfortably on a fiery red cloak, clad only in thin garments, blissfully oblivious to the cold. Hey, this isn't a place for sleeping. Lin Feng picked up a nearby dry twig and poked at the peacefully slumbering Dado, but Dado remained oblivious, lost in dreams. While the red and white ball at his waist continued to tremble violently. On a vacation, and I've knocked out the champion of the region. What am I to do? Waiting online. Quite urgent. He sighed, instructing Gengar to maintain its hold and prevent the Pokémon from escaping the red and white ball. Hey, the ball is about to break. It's not that I can't contain them. Gengar complained, hands on its hips. I know. I'll figure something out. Just keep channeling your energy. Lin Feng thought to massage his temples to alleviate the stress, but the thick winter gear made it impossible, leading to further frustration. I'm a police officer, not a terrorist. Right? Yet most villainous organizations in this world wouldn't even dare to knock out a regional champion. He felt akin to a model citizen at this moment, albeit one masked. However, these Pokémon must not be allowed to surface in public. Crack! The sharp sound of a crunch echoed as Sharpedo approached, patting the increasingly distressed Lin Feng, indicating that the extreme cold cave had been sealed, and Articuno was on the verge of awakening. Then what are we waiting for? Let's flee. However, before departing, he felt compelled to leave behind a parting gift. Chapter 19. I don't inscribe words. What would be a fitting parting gift? Lin Feng found himself at a loss as to how to establish his identity, aiming to obscure his original persona. What characteristics should define this identity? His gaze swept over the Pokémon present: Sharpedo, Charizard, Gyarados, Milotic, Gengar, and the Lucario guarding the inn. A cohesive team, their attributes interlinked, formed an almost flawless defensive unit. But I resemble the Dragon-type champion more than Dodo does. A myriad of thoughts surged and receded in Lin Feng's mind. Since it is thus, let this identity be named accordingly. Garchomp, summon forth a stone slab measuring 2 meters in width and height with the power of the earth. With a sharp sound, Garchomp nodded, its left foot gently stomping down. The power of the earth surged below, raising a stone pillar. As Garchomp slightly adjusted its control, a complete stone wall materialized before Lin Feng. I shall speak, you shall carve. Garchomp nodded, prepared to take action. Garchomp, do I not inscribe? It turned stiffly to gaze at Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, what of being a champion? Yet still, you are but an illiterate dragon. Rotom, project onto the stone wall and assist Garchomp in the inscription. Received. Rotom, Garchomp, are you mocking me? Garchomp fixed its gaze upon Lin Feng's eyes, skepticism evident. How could I? I am not that sort of person. Lin Feng turned away, unable to meet Garchomp's penetrating stare. Ugh, Mega Evolution is indeed bothersome. When trainers and Pokémon reach the stage of Mega Evolution, they can essentially guess each other's thoughts, much akin to the telepathic connection between Psychic-type trainers and their Pokémon. Garchomp, you better not be. Garchomp harbored doubts about Lin Feng's intentions, yet it lacked evidence to substantiate its suspicions. In the hot spring inn, Xiaju meticulously compared the printed guest information from her computer with the individuals present in the lobby, ensuring no one was overlooked. Having concluded her inquiry with a family of 3, she lowered her head and marked a line next to the corresponding information with a black pen. Then turned to inquire about the next family. I am missing one person. A handsome gentleman approached from the other side, holding a similar A4 sheet. Since Lin Feng returned to his room, he has not come down. I have not seen Mr. Lin Feng either. Xiaju glanced at the crowd pressing against the glass, peering outside, where even those unable to see beyond 10 meters of scenery cheered with exuberance at the vibrations. Perhaps Mr. Lin Feng has matters to attend to, hence his absence. Moreover, the situation has improved significantly. Even if he remains in his room, he should be fine, right? Although Lin Feng had only stayed with her for 3 or 4 days, her fondness for the polite and graceful young man, who was of similar age, was exceedingly high. Still, we should call him down, just to be safe. The highly perceptive gentleman observed Xia Zhu's expression, his lips twitching slightly. He extended the A4 sheet towards her. The disaster resistance of the upstairs rooms is not as strong as that of the lobby. We should exercise caution until the Alliance issues a safety announcement. I will go call him. He is in room 301, correct? Before the vibrant young lady. Even though he held no particular feelings for Xia Zhu, the gentleman's self-esteem prevented him from accepting the disparity in her treatment of him and Lin Feng. Does being handsome make one exceptional? Does Lin Feng possess more experience than I? Perhaps I should go. Xia Zhu hesitated before speaking. I have spare keys for each room. Should Mr. Lin Feng encounter any issues, we can unlock the room from the outside. Let us go together. If there truly is a situation, your Piplup cannot protect itself. The gentleman raised his right arm, revealing an enlarged red and white pokeball, a confident smile gracing his face. My Frogadier will protect you. He pressed the central button of the pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a Pokemon with yellow eyes, orange expandable pouches on its cheeks, broad and flat teeth, and deep blue fur with white stripes around its chest appeared between Xia Zhu and the gentleman. My Frogadier is just as handsome as Lin Feng's Houndoom, wouldn't you agree? The gentleman slightly raised his chin, evidently proud of his Frogadier. Grr. Frogadier slowly turned to face its trainer, raising its right hand and delivering a fierce jab to the gentleman's side. Ah, that hurts. The gentleman trembled and collapsed to the ground. Indeed, a remarkably well-trained Pokemon, Xia Zhu observed. Bending slightly to examine the characteristic yellow poison sacs on either side of Frogadier's cheeks. The color of its croaks and the sounds it produces undoubtedly reflect the considerable effort Mr. Handsome has invested. Of course, the gentleman's voice trembled noticeably, evidently affected by Frogadier's poison. In that case, I shall go. Xia Zhu looked at the gentleman, who lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly. Mr. Handsome should rest here for a moment. No, I will accompany you. The gentleman strained to rise from the ground and followed Xia Zhu up the stairs, turning right on the 3rd floor, swiftly arriving at Lin Feng's room door. 301. Xia Zhu gently knocked twice on the door. Mr. Lin Feng, are you awake? Mr. Lin Feng. After repeated calls without response, Xia Zhu exchanged glances with the gentleman. Is Lin Feng not here? If he is not inside, where could he possibly be? The gentleman's instincts kicked in. The soundproofing here is quite good. Perhaps Mr. Lin Feng is simply bathing. Xia Zhu instinctively defended Lin Feng. In this weather, he surely wouldn't venture outside. Who knows? The gentleman gestured for Xia Zhu to open the door. All right, let me find the key. 301, 301. After a few turns on the keyring, Xia Zhu located the key for room 301. Found it. She stepped forward, aligning the key with the lock of room 301. The moment the key was inserted, a slight resistance could be felt. Xia Zhu gently twisted her wrist clockwise. Click. A clear, crisp sound of metal engaging resonated as the lock mechanism clicked open. She turned the doorknob and slowly pushed the heavy door ajar. Mr. Lin Feng? Chapter 20. Listening to the power of the aura. Boom. The avalanche engulfed the massive rocks and trees along its path, producing a sound far more ominous and thunderous than any prior commotion, reaching the hot spring in before the snow wave itself. The terrifying weight and impact caused the very floor of the distant inn to tremble. Following this, the lobby erupted not with excitement, but with a cacophony of screams filled with horror and panic. Ah, an avalanche. The avalanche is coming. Help. The glass is going to shatter. The fervor of the crowd was instantly supplanted by a chilling fear. Although the wave of snow was still some distance away, dread always arrives first. What is happening? The gentleman, disregarding the need to check on Lin Feng, seized Xia Zhu's hand and sprinted toward the far end of the corridor where a floor-to-ceiling window offered a broader view. Upon reaching the window, the devastating scene unfolded before them. A torrent of murky snow roared down from the hillside, though the distance was indeterminate due to visibility issues. The deafening rumble and the intensifying tremors unmistakably signaled that the snow wave was drawing near. The shadow of death instantaneously loomed over every heart within the inn. Lucario. A high-pitched roar erupted, overpowering the devastating thunder of the avalanche. Accompanied by a soul-stirring roar, a stream of pale blue energy erupted explosively from the roof of the inn. Wherever the aura energy flowed, the raging blizzards were utterly vanquished, creating a clear and safe domain with the inn's rooftop as its epicenter. Within this forcibly cleared vision, under the gaze of countless terrified onlookers, the intermingling light of the inn's illumination and the pale glow reflected from the distant avalanche illuminated the scene. A deep blue bone staff, shimmering with a metallic luster, was projected from the heavens, piercing the snow below, followed by a tall and proud figure descending from above. Standing atop it, Lucario. With its arms crossed defiantly across its chest, Lucario resembled an ancient guardian deity, its eyes ablaze with azure waves of aura, fixated upon the impending white tsunami that threatened to engulf all. In the next moment, it forcefully swept its crossed arms apart. With an even more resounding battle cry, Lucario gathered an orb of dazzling pale blue aura energy, akin to a miniature sun, between its palms and propelled it forward with all its might. Virum. The moment the energy orb left its grasp, it transformed into a pale blue beam of light that pierced through the heavens, striking directly into the snow wave. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no ear-piercing shrieks of energy dissipating, only the smooth sensation of a hot knife cutting through butter. Amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers, captured on their phones, that colossal white wave, capable of obliterating the hot spring inn, was cleaved in two by the slender pillar of aura, torn asunder. Like Moses parting the sea, where God commanded Moses to raise his hand over the ocean, and the east wind blew through the night, making the waters part, revealing dry land beneath. Lucario glanced back at the snow wave, its aura power splitting the wave, creating a safe passage. The residual force of the avalanche continued to surge through the ravines on either side of the inn, fading away with a dull echo. Before the inn, standing resolutely upon the snow, Lucario gradually reigned in its aura, exuding an air of divine majesty. Such a powerful Lucario, came Lin Feng's voice, filled with admiration. As he peeked over the heads of the others, pressing against the glass to gaze at the Lucario, which stood like a deity. Is it Mr. Daigo's Pokémon? I've seen the championship performance on video, but never have I witnessed the might of a champion-level Pokémon so closely. This is the unique bond that exists between a trainer and their Pokémon, a power distinct from that of legendary beasts. Isn't it? Huh. Xiaju withdrew her head from the bottom, gazing at Lin Feng, who had appeared out of nowhere, her face a mask of surprise. Mr. Lin Feng, when did you arrive? Naturally, it was when you opened the door. Lin Feng pointed to his bare upper body, showcasing his 8-pack abs. I hadn't even gotten dressed when I heard your knock. Just as I was about to respond, you swung the door open, startling me into hastily putting on my pants. He gestured to his feet. Didn't you notice I didn't even have time to put on my shoes? My apologies. Xiaju instinctively bowed in apology, but due to their proximity, her head but made Lin Feng clutch his chest in surprise. No, I cannot bear such grand gestures. Lin Feng, with his right hand over his chest, raised his left hand to halt Xiaju's bowing. We in the East Huang do not have such customs of apology. If you truly feel embarrassed, just bring me a small gift when I check out. I'll still be here. The handsome gentleman glared at Lin Feng, who was a head taller than him, feeling disgruntled. How infuriating. I didn't notice I was being overshadowed. But it's best that you're unharmed. And it seems the situation here has been resolved. I must take my leave now. Are you leaving, handsome sir? Of course. The gentleman tightened his grip on his trench coat, fluttering it like a butterfly flapping its wings. I am an international police officer. I followed the trail of the new Glacier Corps, and since the incident has concluded, I must continue on to my next case. Though, you didn't really contribute much. Did you? Lin Feng retorted. And next time, don't rush up to trainers asking for help, especially here in the Kanto League. There are many young trainers traveling without fully understanding the dangers. We are professionals, and encountering peril is commonplace, but please do not drag those inexperienced trainers into such disasters. Lin Feng's words made the handsome gentleman's demeanor deflate. I understand, he murmured. Actually, I don't just ask everyone for help indiscriminately. I recognized you as a police officer. Is it that obvious? My aura? Lin Feng was taken aback. He never perceived his aura to be so apparent. The aura of a herdier, while lively, is distinctly different from that of an ordinary herdier due to its training. The gentleman sighed. But you are right. In such situations, requesting support from the League is indeed the best course of action. As an ordinary international police officer, I feel rather powerless in such circumstances. But it is precisely individuals like us, the countless grassroots officers, who maintain the order of the League, Lin Feng encouraged. Do not underestimate the strength of the masses. You scoundrel. Gradually succumbing to sentimentality, the gentleman was interrupted by Lin Feng's words, abruptly snapping him back to reality. First, you say not to request help from others casually. Then you say not to underestimate the power of the masses. You're saying all the right and wrong things, aren't you? Are you a sociopath? Who is the scoundrel here? The gentleman felt a throbbing at his temples, an unnamed fury surging within him, threatening to distort his handsome features. He was about to retort, to salvage his dignity, but was again interrupted by Lin Feng. I estimate that in a short while, the League's rescue teams will be arriving. You should head down and maintain order. What about you, Mr. Lin Feng? Xiaju instinctively asked. Me? I shall return to get dressed. Lin Feng adjusted his pants. I can't very well go down like this, can I? If someone snaps a photo and posts it online, I'd be expelled from the East Huang League for undermining police decorum. Understood, though she knew it was improper. Xiaju couldn't help but sneak glances at Lin Feng's abs. Why is there such a stark contrast in physique between handsome Sir and Mr. Lin Feng, both being police officers? She thought uncontrollably. And why do I feel that the aura emanating from that Lucario outside resembles the one Mr. Lin Feng exuded earlier? Is it merely an illusion? Xiaju's hand unconsciously rested on the pokeball containing the still sleeping Togepi. Am I lacking in exercise? The handsome gentleman gazed at Lin Feng's abs, touching his own stomach. When he had just graduated from the police academy, he too had been a striking figure, renowned across the region. Yet, due to the pressures of life, overeating, and a severe lack of exercise, his once well-defined abs had gradually faded away. Such a powerful Lucario. Daigo, arriving a moment later, stood amidst the blizzard, quietly observing the Lucario, fully unleashing its aura power. It seems that besides us, there are other trainers with champion-level Pokémon here. Yet, I have never encountered this Lucario among the 8 masters. Could it be that a reclusive trainer has fortuitously arrived here on a journey? He harbored no suspicions that the trainer of this Lucario could possess any nefarious intentions. For as a Pokémon of aura, Lucario would not align itself with such a trainer. Should I approach and greet them? Perhaps at some point in the future. I might seek their assistance. Daigo instinctively pondered. Given the nature of the Aura Guardian, should Hoenn indeed witness the anticipated resurrection of the dual deities, a master of aura might prove far more beneficial than we, mere trainers who are solely versed in the art of battle. The power of aura symbolizes the interconnectedness of all things, emphasizing the harmony between mind and nature. A formidable Aura Guardian could even temper the wrath of divine beasts. And the owner of this Lucario is evidently an exceptionally powerful Aura Guardian. Nevertheless, matters concerning the Hoenn League should ultimately be resolved by the people of Hoenn. Relying excessively on others will not directly alleviate the predicament. As Daigo felt the blizzard abate, he crouched down to speak with his Metagross, saying, "Let us return and see how Wataru is faring." An over-reliance on external forces may provide a temporary reprieve, but fails to address the root of the issue. Nor will it strengthen Hoenn through adversity. The foundation of the League, the resolve of trainers, and the unity of the populace are the true cornerstones for confronting crises. Metagross complied, swiftly traversing the chaotic snowfield with its silvery gray form. After retrieving the scattered Pokémon along the way, Daigo made his way directly to the location where Wataru and Hoenn were battling. There, he would find the Articuno and the frigid cavern awaiting his attention. Upon returning, Daigo discovered that the frigid cavern, which had previously been pouring forth energy, was now sealed, and the Articuno that had once lain on the ground was nowhere to be found. The scene was left with only Wataru, who lay on the ground, surrounded by 5 vigilant Pokémon and a stone wall inscribed with writing. Outside, signs of battle between Garchomp and Dragonite remained. The aftermath of the clash between the Dragon God and the Dragon's Fury had flattened the surrounding terrain, rendering it almost as level as a plain, a rare sight born from a battle between champions, forever altering this snowy expanse. Wataru-san. Daigo signaled for Metagross to descend. Calling out to Wataru, "Are you alright?" As Daigo and Metagross approached, Wataru's Pokémon, Aerodactyl and Charizard, cast wary glances, but upon recognizing Daigo, who had come alongside their trainer, they dispersed, allowing him to land beside Wataru. Observing the still form of Wataru, Daigo felt a jolt of concern and hastened to kneel beside him. It turned out he was simply asleep. After checking Wataru's breathing and finding it steady without any signs of injury, Daigo spoke with mild exasperation. "So, it seems you've exhausted yourself after a Pokémon battle." With that said, Daigo retrieved a blanket from his spatial bracelet and draped it over Wataru. He then stood and glanced at the inscription on the stone wall. "Is this left by that mysterious individual?" Daigo read aloud the common League script inscribed upon it. "Wind and snow cleave the heavens, treading the abyss with a force akin to dragons. Armor reflects the cold starlight. Sleeves embrace the weight of falling meteors. Atop the clouds, the divine might descends. This realm is indeed the pinnacle. as he gazed at the words. Recalling the enigmatic utterances of that mysterious person, Daigo felt a stirring within him, finding this introduction and stance quite compelling. Could this be a trainer hailing from the East Huang League? Only trainers from that region tend to favor such stylistic expressions. Moreover, a specialist in Dragon-type Pokémon. A formidable individual capable of exhausting Wataru to this extent. Daigo traced the characters on the stone wall, sensing the power contained within the wall. Raised by Garchomp's earthbound might and inscribed by its claws. Remarkably, this was a rare knowledge dragon that enjoyed learning human script. What further surprises does this mysterious individual hold in store for us? Just as Daigo prepared to investigate the traces left by the mysterious figure, a furious roar erupted from behind him. Gengar. Wataru was incensed. Ever since Kukonbaba had turned over a new leaf, he had never suffered such a significant setback at the hands of a ghost-type trainer. Chapter 22. Misunderstanding. Why must there be a ghost-type Pokémon trainer of such a sinister faction? Wataru was enraged, and just as the flames of battle were about to reach their zenith, he was brought low by Gengar's hypnotic attack, an outcome utterly unacceptable to one who deemed himself a master of wild combat. Ghost-type Pokémon. Daigo's right hand lingered on the stone tablet, marveling at Garchomp's untamed style vividly displayed upon it. Wataru-san, are you certain you are not a specialist in Dragon-type Pokémon? There are two individuals. Wataru, wrapped in a blanket, rose, as the Dragon-type champion. He was instantly captivated by the stone tablet left by hate. This is the muscular allure of Dragon-type Pokémon. That Garchomp was the only one he had ever seen capable of rivaling Cynthia's ace Pokémon. Compared to Cynthia's Garchomp, this one bore an aura of graceful coordination, akin to a dancer skilled in the art of battle. After soothing his Pokémon and assessing Dragonite's condition, he approached Daigo, closely examining the stone tablet inscribed with poetry, were it not for the widely accepted belief that Garchomp cannot learn Dragon Dance. I might have been tempted to think that Garchomp could indeed perform it. Wataru chuckled at his own thoughts. He knew all too well the extent of power a Garchomp capable of Dragon Dance would possess. Is Gengar not that Dragon-type champion's Pokémon? Impossible. Wataru replied decisively. A trainer without a ghost-type affinity cannot raise Gengar to such heights. Given that Gengar had successfully ambushed him, Wataru instinctively regarded the opponent as a champion's ace Pokémon. Among the champions from various regions, none had mastered ghost-type Pokémon to ascend to such heights. And even among the Elite Four, ghost-type specialists were rare. Among the champions, only Cynthia of Sinnoh trained ghost types, yet he had already faced her Roserade in a battle. Rather than being a primary Pokémon for a lead champion, it seemed Cynthia merely trained Roserade to enhance Garchomp's capabilities to the fullest. After a moment of silence, Daigo spoke. That means 3 champions are present here. 3? Who else? There is another. Daigo looked up at the stone tablet, an Aura Guardian. However, they surely did not come here because of the Eternal Ice Core. Rather, it seems the new Glacier team inadvertently crossed paths with them, leading to the collapse of their plans. The frigid cavern, which could have affected the nearby 2 cities, has been resealed by them. After healing Articuno, they departed, and even the hot spring affected by the avalanche was rescued by them. Now, we can also dismiss the notion that they harbored ill intentions upon arriving at the Chengdu League. We simply do not yet know their true purpose. Wataru, who was typically of a rigidly righteous disposition, found himself surprisingly in agreement with Daigo's assessment, recognizing that they were not malicious brigands, but rather noble individuals merely passing through. What news from the Temple of Overcoming has managed to rouse so many reclusive old-timers from their secluded abodes? Dusk marveled, astonished to encounter 3 champions in this place. It is true that most of these hidden trainers dedicate their efforts to nurturing a single Pokémon, resulting in formidable creatures that, due to their elemental type, exhibit significantly diminished combat prowess compared to the champions of the league. However, given the current circumstances, Dusk surmised that at least one among them had trained a team of 6, such as the trainer of the fierce Garchomp. This is our world, where valiant warriors who endeavor to save it are never in short supply. Reclusiveness is merely their way of life, yet salvation is their inherent nature. Daiyu withdrew his hand from the stone wall, reminiscing about the Hoenn he vowed to protect. I too strive for the salvation of Hoenn. We are kindred spirits. Dusk fell into a contemplative silence, redirecting his focus to the poem inscribed on the stone. Are these 3 warriors hailing from the East Huang? When we meet again, I must sincerely apologize to them. After bidding farewell to Xia Ju and the handsome stranger, Lin Feng returned to his room, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. Had he lingered any longer, he would have been discovered for not being in his room. While he could have explained himself, it would have been quite the hassle. As he donned his clothing, he reflected, yet, The words of the handsome stranger served as a reminder that the Pokémon bearing the identity of the dragon's envoy must never surface in my public persona. Moreover, the herdier cannot appear under any alternate identity either. The distinction between Pokémon is akin to that among humans. Just as individuals can discern one another by appearance, they can also identify their Pokémon amidst a throng of similar creatures. Some keen observers can even pinpoint their specific Pokeball among a sea of red and white spheres. And my voice. Clad and prepared, Lin Feng departed his room, making his way toward the hall. It's my first time, and I'm still somewhat inexperienced. Fortunately, it was Dayu and Dusk. After all, I may not have another chance to meet them again. Such occurrences are unlikely to repeat. He is neither Ash nor the disaster Pokémon Absol, who can roam wherever calamity strikes. If I could unlock the divine Pokémon Pokédex, then I would consider this a moot point. Articuno, how unfortunate. I had already unlocked this legendary Pokémon of its kind long ago. Lin Feng opened the pixelated game interface visible only to him. Only the likes of Ho-Oh and Lugia, those first-tier deities, are the beings I wish to unlock at this moment. Deities without authority are merely Pokémon with slightly elevated base stats. Training them is often less rewarding than nurturing semi-divine beings. Though the semi-divine like Garchomp may be scarce, many trainers within the community possess them. With a mere visit to a Pokémon forum, one can easily purchase their training manuals. But what of legendary Pokémon like Articuno and Indii? To nurture them is a solitary endeavor, devoid of prior experiences to draw upon, let alone formulating a defensive team centered around Articuno that possesses minimal weaknesses. That would require extensive personal exploration. Chapter 23. 2 Champions and Articuno. The low ceilings allowed Lin Feng to descend the winding staircase in little time. Upon arriving in the hall, he discovered that the atmosphere among the travelers was anything but somber. Rather, it was filled with excitement. Did you capture it? Did you get it? Oh my heavens. I got it. I captured it all. The urban beauty who had earlier proclaimed her intent to film Dayu's ascent and followers was now nearly bouncing with exhilaration, holding her phone aloft. Its screen frozen on the blue figure poised in midair, unleashing a beam of aura. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. She exclaimed, "It's that Lucario. So cool. It's 100 times cooler than movie effects. When I get back, I'll edit the battle footage immediately." I've even thought of the title, Crisis on the Snowy Mountain. Mysterious Lucario descends, parting the sea of waves to save the hot springs inn. It's bound to be a hit. I have a strong premonition. I will definitely become a major internet celebrity with 1 million followers. From now on, I am Lucario's #1 fan. No one can compete with me. Her words elicited a chorus of admiration and envy. Wow, you captured that angle perfectly. I got something too, but half the screen was blocked by a head. Quick, sister, post it on Doudu and remember me. I'll give you 3 likes. That's incredible. Whose Pokemon is that Lucario? I've never seen it before. The crowd was immersed in the rare footage of Pokemon battling against natural disasters, completely forgetting that they had nearly turned the ground into their bed and snow into their blanket. Indeed, the commotion was rather excessive. Lin Feng shook his right hand, surprised that simply allowing Lucario to remain here had stirred such a ruckus. Yet, it was fortunate that Lucario stayed, for otherwise, this hot spring and might have faced destruction from the avalanche triggered by his and Dusk's battle. Each regional league champion is the strongest individual weapon of their respective league, serving as a guardian internally and a deterrent externally. Fortunately, this incident would be attributed to the identity of the Dragon's envoy. From any perspective, it could not be tied to me, and tomorrow, I shall return to East Huang, where cross-regional matters are not easily expedited. In this world, the Pokémon League is a loosely structured confederation. The Quartz League holds nominal authority, while each regional league, East Huang, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar, Paldea, etc., possesses nearly complete sovereignty. If one wishes to conduct an investigation across regions, they must seek assistance from Junsha, and this case might very well land on Lin Feng's shoulders, who serves within the Junsha system. Considering the various potential plot developments, Lin Feng resolved to find a secluded spot to recall Lucario. For tomorrow he must depart, and opportunities are fleeting. How fortunate it is that the timely arrival of the 2 league champions allowed us to safely weather this calamity. As Lin Feng verbally echoed their sentiments, he moved toward the exit. With the disaster's conclusion, the previously lowered iron gate ascended once more, leaving only the glass door that opened inward. He pulled the glass door open, and the cold wind swept over him, causing the temperature of his body to plummet, extinguishing his desire to venture outside. He swiftly closed the glass door and shivered slightly. BRR, it's a bit too cold. Perhaps I should just wait for Lucario to enter through the window by itself later. Lin Feng. Just as he turned around, the handsome stranger, tiptoeing, draped an arm over his shoulder. I've just received news that champions Dayu and Dusk are coming to visit us, the residents of the League who have faced disaster. Due to the avalanche, we are the first of several nearby hot spring inns to receive them. Remember to bring a notebook to collect the signatures of both champions. Lin Feng replied awkwardly. Actually, I'm a fan of champion Cynthia from Sinnoh. Compared to champions Dayu and Dusk, I prefer renowned trainers with both fame and strength. Like Zyajur, Lorena, and Karuni. Who would prefer a same-sex champion? P.S. from Jado. Not that I don't like your East Huang champion Li Xiaoning. A low-toned voice chimed in from behind Lin Feng. Really, eh? That's quite an interesting response. Another voice resounded, its tone imbued with a sharper intensity than the first. Such a familiar voice. Lin Feng and the handsome man turned in unison, only to behold the two champions standing behind them, the illustrious champion Dado and the esteemed champion Wataru. Lin Feng's voice rose slightly, instantly attracting the attention of others in the hall. Good heavens! It truly is champions Dado and Wataru. The throng of onlookers surged forward, forcing Lin Feng and the handsome man to the periphery, to the point where they could no longer see the two champions without standing on tiptoe. The popularity of champions is undeniably fervent, the handsome man remarked. Indeed, Lin Feng concurred, especially these two champions, who are veritable scions of prestigious families, and most importantly, still single. If Dado's demeanor resembles that of a meticulously polished precious metal, then Wataru exudes an aura akin to that of a human raised by dragon-type Pokémon, exuding a palpable aggressiveness. The fanbase for these two champions among the fairer sex is second only to that of Cynthia. Well, it is only natural that both genders are enamored with Cynthia. Mr. Lin Feng, you haven't accepted my friend request yet, came the voice of Xia Zhu as she linked arms with the handsome man. We promised to play games together in the future. Huh? Didn't you ask the two champions for autographs? Lin Feng gazed at Xia Zhu in astonishment, believing that a girl of her age would be unable to resist the allure of Dado and Wataru. Actually, Mr. Wataru occasionally teaches at our academy, and I encountered him when I enrolled, so I wasn't overly excited, Xia Zhu replied bashfully. Moreover, my preference leans towards fairy types. My favorite trainers are the elite 4-member Malva from the Kalos region and the Galar region's champion Olina. In that case, you indeed have little admiration for champion Wataru. The handsome man, having endured the strain of standing on tiptoe for too long, could no longer bear it. So he relinquished his attempt and instead draped an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. Fairy types are the arch-nemesis of dragon-type trainers. However, the counter isn't as pronounced as one might think, Lin Feng mused, considering that while fairy types do have an advantage over dragon types, Wataru is a flying-type champion. Is he not? The disparity in strength is too great for the type advantage to manifest effectively. Before the handsome man could continue his thoughts, a clarion call pierced the air. Caw! The cry of Articuno heralded its arrival. The deity of the snowy mountains descending upon this hot spring inn for reasons unknown to most. Chapter 24, The Favor of the Aura. With Articuno's awakening, the storm outside calmed, enhancing visibility dramatically. Under the gaze of all present, a bird Pokémon, resplendent in icy blue with a tuft of white fluff on its belly, descended before the hot spring inn. Articuno? The appearance of this legendary Pokémon elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, with flashes from mobile phones illuminating the scene like a press conference. Articuno, Dado and Wataru gazed at the Pokémon, reminiscent of a snow spirit, before turning with their respective companions, Gyarados and Charizard, to step outside. Esteemed deity of the snowy mountains, Articuno, greetings. I am the Johto champion, Wataru. In accordance with the agreement previously established between the Johto League and yourself, upon detecting the energy fluctuations here, the League notified me to come forth and assist you. Wataru produced a pale blue feather from his pocket, a token bestowed by Articuno when the Johto League was first formed. Such artifacts are common among leagues, each emblem representing the support of a legendary Pokémon with authority over the League. It is through the backing of such divine beings that the various regional leagues possess the strength to suppress the ambitions of would-be usurpers. It is truly wonderful to see you safe and sound, Wataru proclaimed, raising the ice blue feather high. On behalf of the Johto League, I express my gratitude for your guardianship of Mount Snow. Wataru's gesture incited a flurry of murmurs among those still inside the hot spring inn, pressed against the glass. Is Articuno here to thank the two champions for their contributions? One gentleman, seemingly cultured and bespectacled, spoke with a calm demeanor. I have heard that Mount Snow is a highly unstable volcano. Its prolonged dormancy is likely due to Articuno's vigilant watch. Furthermore, the number of accidents among climbers attempting Mount Snow is significantly lower than in other regions, thanks in part to Articuno rescuing lost climbers on occasion. Thus, it is reasonable for the Johto champion to come to its aid in a time of crisis. A fervent youth exclaimed, as a league champion, to emerge and save the region from peril, earning heartfelt gratitude in the process. Such an experience is incredibly exhilarating. I too aspire to become a league champion. The spectators' chatter did not hinder the unfolding events. Observing Wataru's dialogue, Articuno merely bowed its head slightly, recharging the somewhat dim ice blue feather. This indicated that the covenant between it and the Johto League remained intact. Articuno's actions allowed Dato and Wataru to breathe a sigh of relief. With Articuno safeguarding the active volcano of Mount Snow, the League had undoubtedly saved countless resources, harmonizing nature's forces rather than imposing technological alterations at great expense. Thank you for your trust in the League. Wataru placed his right hand over his heart and bowed to Articuno. The Johto League shall not betray your trust. After his bow, he raised his head, expecting Articuno to take its leave, only to find it had not yet departed. Instead, continuing to gaze in the direction of the hot spring inn. It seemed as though there was someone inside whom it was eager to meet. Is there someone you wish to see? Wataru inquired, glancing between Articuno and the crowd pressed against the glass, suddenly feeling a pang of discomfort. It became clear that Articuno's purpose for being here was not to express gratitude toward him, but rather to seek out an individual. He and Dato were merely incidental encounters. Caw! The piercing call resounded once more, as if urging the individual to reveal themselves. Lin Feng, concealed within the throng, watched the scene unfold, perplexed by Articuno's presence. Initially, after witnessing Wataru approach and converse, Lin Feng believed the matter had concluded. Little did he know, not you too. Are you really holding a grudge over that? It was merely a friendly nudge. Is Articuno seeking someone among us? Someone timidly ventured. Quick, let's head outside. Driven by dreams of becoming a legendary Pokémon trainer. Even clad in scant attire against the biting cold, they surged forth. Even the self-proclaimed experienced handsome man joined the exodus. Only Lin Feng and Xiaju remained, both momentarily stunned. As Xiaju lingered at the threshold, she turned back upon realizing Lin Feng had not followed. Mr. Lin Feng, are you not coming outside? She inquired curiously. No, it's far too cold out there. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Becoming a legendary Pokémon trainer is no easy feat. Look at how eagerly they rush out. If they truly had the qualifications, they wouldn't be seeking luck out there. Xiaju hesitated for a moment before retracting her hand from the door, stepping forward to stand beside Lin Feng. She casually tossed her hair back, the strands brushing against Lin Feng's shoulder. Then I shall stay here and accompany you, Mr. Lin Feng. Just call me Lin Feng. After all, we are of similar age. The only difference is that I graduated and started working earlier due to attending a different school. Lin Feng gazed at the bustling crowd outside, chuckling. Do you truly believe there could be someone among them destined to become a legendary Pokémon trainer? I cannot say, Xiaju replied, also looking out at the throng of people. Suddenly, she remarked, if anyone here were to earn the favor of Articuno, it would undoubtedly be you, Mr. Lin Feng. Do you place such trust in me? Lin Feng touched his face, while his visage, identical to that of his previous life, certainly afforded him considerable advantages in matters of attraction. It seemed an exaggerated notion to think it would wield such immense influence. Perhaps it is due to my connection with Aura. My first Pokémon was a Togepi, which, despite being a fairy type, possesses an innate aura talent. As a Togepi's trainer, I have developed a keen sensitivity to aura. Xiaju tilted her head toward Lin Feng. This allows me to discern a person's character at a glance through aura. The aura emanating from you, Mr. Lin Feng, brings me comfort and assures me of your profound love for Pokémon. She placed her hand on the pendant hanging at her chest. Though this little one is quite the sleepyhead, whenever I draw near to you, my Togepi's aura becomes invigorated. You possess an extraordinary allure for Pokémon endowed with aura talents. Aura, you say? Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly against the window. He instinctively reached for the Pokeball containing Lucario, but restrained himself. I am unsure about this. After all, aura does not manifest as overtly as psychic powers do. However, I cannot deny my passion for Pokémon. Chapter 25, The Feather of Articuno. Only those who genuinely cherish Pokémon would find themselves in this world. After all, Lin Feng has a plethora of Gal games on both his phone and computer. Why would he choose to step into a world of Pokémon rather than one filled with beautiful maidens? Does this not suggest that Lin Feng yearns not for mere company, but for genuine emotional fulfillment and love? A person cherished by aura, like Lin Feng, must surely be a rare gem. Suddenly, Xiaju, unsure of how she had unwittingly issued a good person card, was about to say more when she noticed the crowd parting, all eyes drawn to the two of them. The separation of the crowd resembled the white waves parted by Lucario, helpless yet inevitable. Why are they staring at us? Xiaoju's cheeks flushed. In the yellow glow of the incandescent lights, solitude can easily breed ambiguity, especially when the other party is a handsome figure like Lin Feng. Indeed, why? Lin Feng felt an ominous sensation creeping in, pondering, could that bird be seeking me out? But how did it even notice me? Is it the staff that evokes such strong aversion from a legendary Pokémon? Has Articuno come to confront me so soon after awakening, even before fully recovering? He regretted not having discarded that staff into the icy cave when he had the chance. Perhaps if he had conquered his collector's obsession back then, he wouldn't be facing this awkward scene now. Let us not linger here any longer, Lin Feng suggested. Let's step outside and inquire why they are gazing at us so. He noticed someone had already taken out their phone to snap pictures. Particularly the urban beauty who had boasted of leveraging De Wu's fame to gain hundreds of thousands of followers was unreservedly taking photos. All right, Xiaoju softly acquiesced, trailing behind Lin Feng as they ventured out. Officer Lin Feng from Dongwang, is it? Dato scrutinized Lin Feng with a piercing gaze. Although he had just received information from a handsome stranger indicating that Lin Feng had not left the hot spring inn, Articuno's actions could not possibly be mere whimsy. Moreover, how could the average standards of the international police ascertain whether a champion had departed? They had not remained together the entire time. There were periods of separation. Champion De Wu, Champion Dato, I am an officer from the Dongwang Alliance. ID number 9527, Lin Feng politely stated. May I inquire why you are observing us in such a manner? It is not us watching you, De Wu's voice resonated. It is Articuno that gazes upon you. And we are merely following its line of sight, eager to discern its intentions. He regarded Lin Feng with curiosity. This officer from Dongwang, aside from his striking appearance, seemed quite ordinary. Yet, it was this seemingly unremarkable individual who had attracted the visitation of Articuno, the guardian of these snow-capped mountains. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, navigating through the intersecting crowd until he stood before Articuno. The majestic creature, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, had to raise its neck slightly to meet Lin Feng's gaze, which seemed to discomfort it. Consequently, it flapped its wings, elevating itself slightly to align its gaze with Lin Feng's. Chirp! Articuno emitted a cry, sensing the lingering aura of dominance emanating from Lin Feng, which it found distasteful. So it has indeed come seeking vengeance? Truly. Like a houndoom biting the hand that offers kindness, it fails to recognize goodwill. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn as he fixed his gaze intently on Articuno. Should the legendary Pokémon make any sudden movements, he would not hesitate to defend himself, disregarding the two champions at his side. However, the unfolding events surpassed Lin Feng's expectations. Articuno turned its head and plucked a long-tailed feather from its own plumage. With a faint sound of breaking, the feather detached itself, and as it fell, ice-blue sparkles drifted from the severed end like stardust. The stardust trailed behind the feather, landing before Lin Feng. Instinctively, he extended his right hand to catch it, only to find it too long to grasp with one hand, prompting him to extend his other hand as well. Lin Feng gazed in bewilderment at the feather, approximately 70 centimeters in length, now resting in his hands. So it had come to express gratitude? Yet, this Articuno is exceedingly benevolent, presenting him with such a lengthy feather. He glanced back at Dato, who held a feather about 7 centimeters long, then looked down at the feather he now possessed, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Chirp! Articuno, sensing that the unpleasant aura of dominance surrounding Lin Feng had been thoroughly dissipated by its own power, realized it had accomplished its purpose. With that, it spread its wings and gracefully ascended into the sky, departing. Articuno's tail feather. It is said that this gift from the god of the snowy mountains, Articuno, allows mortals to dance with ice and snow and soar with the winds. The bearer will be drawn closer to flying-type and ice-type Pokémon. Rotom, 3939. Rotom's voice chimed in at an inopportune moment. Are you truly just an ordinary officer from the Dongwang Alliance? Dato's gaze remained fixed on the tail feather imbued with Articuno's blessing. He could not fathom why all his efforts had yielded the greatest reward to Lin Feng, who had remained at the hot spring in the entire time. Is that so? Lin Feng pondered how to stow away the feather when he heard Dato's question. I studied for 2.5 years at Junsha Academy in Dongwang, and after graduation, I was assigned to assist Miss Junsha Lan in maintaining order in Moyu Town. Such information could easily be verified within the Dongwang Alliance. Lin Feng's identity was that of a legitimate second-generation Dongwang citizen, a true heir of the Alliance, capable of withstanding scrutiny. His parents perished in the battle at the dawn of the Alliance's establishment, leaving Lin Feng to grow up in the orphanage of the Alliance. Eventually, he succeeded in gaining admission to Junsha Academy, becoming a bona fide Pokémon officer. His family background was as pristine as could be. Then how did you earn the blessing of Articuno? DUI inquired. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no malice. However, as you have witnessed, Articuno's contract with the Johto Alliance merely bestowed upon you a single feather. Yet you, he gestured at the disparity between them, have received such a substantial blessing. Do you realize that this alone could allow you to ascend to remarkable heights on your journey as a trainer of flying and ice types? This is a blessing of authority. Chapter 26. The Sincerity of the Johto Alliance. Flying and ice types? But my starter Pokemon is a Houndour, Lin Feng feigned ignorance, saying. According to the cultivation system at Junsha, my intended path is to establish a sunny day team centered around a Furfrou. This did not seem particularly beneficial to him. Raising a Houndour nearly drained Lin Feng of his vitality. If he were to cultivate Pokemon related to flying and ice types solely due to the feather, his salary would scarcely support it. He would have to liquidate a considerable amount of in-game items, a move that would easily draw the attention of the online authorities. The internet is no lawless domain. DUI observed the bewildered expression on Lin Feng's face, as if questioning the worth of this item, and the veins on his forehead throbbed in frustration. He realized that discussing such high-level concepts with a novice trainer like Lin Feng was akin to playing a lute to a cow. So he endeavored to convey the significance of what Lin Feng held in the most straightforward and mundane manner possible. In our Johto Alliance, two great beliefs have been passed down through the ages. He tilted his head slightly, as if his gaze could pierce through the snow-laden sky. The first symbolizes rebirth, hope, and the purifying flame of Ho-Oh. The second represents the balance of the world, wielding supreme authority over the ocean and the tempestuous forces of Lugia. DUI's gaze returned to Lin Feng's face, filled with exasperation. And Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos are the favored ones of Lugia. They embody his will, acting as extensions and agents in the skies, glaciers, and thunder. The Articuno guarding the snowy mountains, although not comparable to the trio of the Whirl Islands, is nevertheless one of the very few divine beasts within the Articuno lineage that possesses a divine role. And this tail feather you hold, DUI emphasized, is not merely a token of Articuno's recognition of you. It is a blessing. This signifies that, from this moment forth, the vast ocean shall no longer be a forbidden territory for you. No matter how ferocious the hurricane may rise, or how terrifying the thunderstorm may rend the heavens. As long as this tail feather remains by your side, you shall traverse safely. The significance of this tail feather is enough to drive any trainer or even the upper echelons of the Alliance into a frenzy. But how can I carry a 70-centimeter feather? Lin Feng mused, feeling that the implications of Articuno's intentions were not as simple as DUI made them seem. The Ice Soul Staff, composed of the ultimate weapon shell and an eternal ice core, grants him dominion over wild Pokemon below level 80, compelling them to heed his commands. Although the benefits pertain solely to flying and ice types, it remains extraordinarily formidable, even if he were to retract it in time and not carry it constantly. The lingering aura it left on him is precisely why he seeks to reclaim Lucario. The power of the aura is most fitting to counter such phenomena. Perhaps Articuno followed him because he failed to dispel the residual aura in time. The power of the tail feather signifies nature's gift, the divine beast's acknowledgement, and the blessing of protection, pure and vast. Conversely, the power of the staff stems from artificial desecration, enforced dominion, and the rage of the ice core, cold and twisted. The combination of the tail feather and the ice soul staff may very well negate the negative effects of this item. The question remains, how might they be united? DUI was exasperated. Is that how you plan to carry it? He glanced at the phones raised all around, quickly halting his speech. Mr. Lin Feng, I, on behalf of the Johto Alliance, formally request to safeguard this tail feather for you, DUI implored. If you wish, we can arrange for a professional team to deliver it to you. We can also offer you a handsome fee for its safekeeping or provide you with a pseudo-deity offspring. Today, it is not only the Hoenn region that faces impending crises. Every regional alliance is preparing for the calamities brought about by the resurgence of divine beasts. The Hoenn region is poised for the awakening of two deities. Do you think the local divine beasts of the Johto Alliance are any more benevolent? Yet with the blessing of this divine beast, their endeavors in the Hoenn Alliance will indeed be more assured. A pseudo-deity offspring? Good heavens! Just the fee for safekeeping would be worth a pseudo-deity offspring. What then could be the value of this tail feather? Worth a fortune? No. A pseudo-deity offspring alone is already priceless. The value of this tail feather cannot even be measured. The murmurs of the onlookers rose, questioning the worth of a pseudo-deity offspring. A healthy pseudo-deity offspring could alter the fate of an ordinary trainer and their family. There is no need for extraordinary serendipity or to risk everything for the elusive notion of talent. As long as one adheres to the standard cultivation protocols published by the Alliance, providing sufficient resources and patience, a pseudo-deity Pokémon, upon evolving into its final form, can lead its trainer to the threshold of becoming a gym leader-level trainer. A gym leader-level trainer commands a city, holds a formal position within the Alliance, and enjoys substantial stipends and societal standing, an aspiration for countless ordinary trainers throughout their lifetimes. What does this signify? It means that as long as its trainers' command skills are not abysmally poor, they automatically obtain a ticket to the elite ranks of regional trainers. Once you secure your footing among the elite, you can then expend significant resources and connections to procure a ditto of equivalent strength and have it breed with a pseudo-deity to produce offspring for your child, thereby altering the destiny of your family. A pseudo-deity offspring? Lin Feng gasped in shock, the already frigid atmosphere making him shiver. And DUI's offer plunged his spirits to an all-time low. He was not entirely naive. The resources required to raise a pseudo-deity Pokémon could only be described as astronomical. For instance, to maximize the defensive stats of a Tyranitar, one would need to nourish it with vast quantities of minerals, including but not limited to various heavy metals and evolution stones like firestones and thunderstones. If Lin Feng were to accept DUI's proposal, it would indeed secure his future for the latter half of his life. But where would he find the funds? The money would simply not suffice. Please do not doubt the determination of the Johto Alliance, Mr. Lin Feng, DUI stated earnestly. While a pseudo-deity offspring is exceedingly precious, it pales in comparison to the treasure you currently possess. If you choose a Dratini, I can procure a Dratini egg for you in a short time. However, for other types of pseudo-deities, it will require some waiting. His family belongs to a lineage of dragon trainers, and they have a reasonable number of Dratini. But for other types, it would necessitate time spent trading Dratini with others. There's no need to wait long for a Steelix either, DUI added. My family has plenty of Steelix. Chapter 27, Crisis or Opportunity. Many Dratini and Steelix are both remarkably exceptional Pokémon, and Mr. Dato and Mr. Daigo have truly presented me with rather generous terms. Lin Feng feigned a smile, pondering whether they both desired to see him brought to financial ruin. Could a mere ordinary officer like him afford to nurture Dratini and Steelix? With his salary insufficient, he found himself compelled to extract various evolution stones and gold coins from the game to either sell or feed his Pokémon. Such an unsustainable balance of income and expenditure would undoubtedly attract scrutiny over time. Wasn't the approach of Daigo and Dato merely forcing him towards a path of illegality? However, as a direct trainer of the East Huang Alliance, matters of this nature should be discussed with the East Huang Alliance, he stated pointedly. My current identity remains protected within the Junsha system. The two champions might negotiate with the Junsha family, who could then confer with the East Huang Alliance. And only afterward would discussions regarding guardianship be prudent. Dato's implication was clear. He feared Lin Feng could not safeguard the blessings of Articuno. But could Lin Feng truly not protect them? Setting aside his hidden identity as a champion trainer, he was still a member of the East Huang Alliance. Not merely a wild trainer, and thus had a backing. Unlike the Kanto Alliance, which was established on the foundation of Team Rocket, the East Huang Alliance, as one of the few centralized alliances among the regional leagues, boasted a far superior law and order compared to that of Team Rocket. It was entirely reasonable for Mr. Lin Feng to harbor concerns. Dato scanned the crowd recording the events. Once the news begins to spread, unwelcome attention may arise from those unafraid of the East Huang Alliance. It might be wise to linger in Johto a little longer, waiting for news from the East Huang Alliance before making a departure. He genuinely wished for Lin Feng to remain in Johto longer, for there was no shortage of deranged organizations like the New Glacier Corps. Dato sincerely wished to protect someone who had gained the approval of a divine beast from being harmed by nefarious forces. As an East Huang resident, my visa is soon to expire, and I cannot remain in the Johto Alliance indefinitely. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Feng maintained his smile moreover. I believe the law and order in Johto is not as dire as portrayed. Continuing to stay in Johto meant exposing his true strength or surrendering the tail feather that Articuno had bestowed upon him. Yet, he wished to avoid both outcomes. He needed the feather to mitigate the side effects of the Ice Spirit staff and to conceal his identity, ensuring he did not attract unwanted attention. At least until he unlocked the Pokédex for a level 1 deity, Lin Feng simply desired to lead an unremarkable life. A philosopher once remarked that when one possesses a level 1 deity, the world will regard them with newfound respect. When one holds multiple level 1 deities, the timeline they choose becomes the future of this world. Dado had never encountered such a stubborn trainer in Lin Feng, who, despite the goodwill he had extended, refused to accept it, as if he were intent on harming him. I appreciate Mr. Dado's kindness, but I cannot openly express my concerns. Lin Feng took the lead, presenting an exceptionally radiant smile amidst the throng of flashing cameras, even striking a peace sign. He did not wish to reveal his identity. Yet that did not imply he would not retaliate. Moreover, did champion trainers not face danger? He was not a regional champion, having earned his title through a series of battles. Without a history forged in the crucible of conflict, who would take a champion trainer's title seriously? A champion trainer with only a hollow reputation would merely encourage the ambitions of those lurking in the shadows to prepare for a more extensive assault against him. Lin Feng's smile was dazzling. He mused, "Come forth, for only the strong may serve as sustenance for Jengar's flames. Do your utmost to vie for this opportunity." The question of what to feed Jengar had once troubled him greatly, but it was no longer a concern. "If you possess such confidence, then I shall say no more." Dado suppressed his inclination to say more, merely pulling out his phone and addressing Lin Feng. "Please leave me a contact method, should you find yourself in peril. Remember to notify me. With Dragonite speed, as long as you can endure for 5 minutes, I can reach your side." Dado's words took Lin Feng by surprise. "Thank you, Mr. Dado." After exchanging contact information, Lin Feng found Dado to be a person of honor and integrity. He gazed at the contact interface, featuring a cartoon avatar with Dado's iconic red hair, deciding henceforth to refer to him not as Daitu Bird, but rather, in all sincerity, as the Dragon-type champion. "Let us exchange contact details as well. A trainer recognized by Articuno must possess qualities we have yet to discover." Daigo approached, wishing to share contact information with Lin Feng. Although Metagross's speed could not rival Dragonite's, it was still quite swift. Lin Feng similarly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Daigo." After exchanging contact information, a silver-haired cartoon avatar was added to his contacts. With Articuno having departed and affairs concluded satisfactorily, it was time for them to leave. Dado glanced at the sky, observing the starry expanse unfurling after the blizzard, presenting an unprecedented vastness. It was a nearly ethereal, water-washed azure, so deep it seemed to draw in the soul. He mounted Charizard's back, addressing Lin Feng. "I await your news. I too must take my leave." Daigo bid farewell gracefully, standing atop Metagross. Addressing Lin Feng on the ground, "Do not hesitate to call upon our assistance. If the Alliance can gain another trainer recognized by a divine beast, it shall be a blessing for both the Alliance and this world." "I will." Lin Feng stored the tail feather in his backpack, waving to Daigo. "When I reach Hoenn, I hope you won't mind if I contact you, Mr. Daigo." Upon hearing Lin Feng's confident response, Daigo's spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily. "Please do inform me in advance. I shall extend my utmost hospitality." Indeed, Lin Feng returned his smile. The renowned philosopher Qing Tianying once remarked that the world is not merely black and white, but rather an exquisite shade of gray. Although this tangible Pokemon world was not the utopia of his dreams, the presence of individuals like Dado and Daigo made it still a beautiful place. He looked up at the starry sky, the shimmering stars resting within a cool blue expanse, the air filling his lungs with a blade-like crispness and an indescribable purity. Yet it was also quite cold. Chapter 28. Shadows lurking. Lin Feng tightened his clothing, realizing that his thin attire was utterly inadequate against the biting wind. He turned towards the hot spring inn, while behind him, the crowd continued to capture images of Dragonite and Metagross as they gradually ascended into the distance. "Rotom," Lin Feng murmured. "Activate our 3D Dragon Legion and mark all their mobile devices." Rotom floated beside Lin Feng, whispering, "Would you like me to delete all their photos and videos?" "No." A smile graced Lin Feng's lips. "Merely locate their mobile devices. Once they post online and the information begins to circulate, we shall observe who reaches out to them, inquiring about me. Then we will trace the data flow in reverse, inflicting substantial losses and imparting a lesson to those who choose to disregard Dado's warnings." Lin Feng harbored a deep affection for Pokemon, yet he was no benevolent soul willing to sacrifice himself for the whims of others. Wrongdoings, whether intentional or not, merited punishment. Thus, he sought to contact the Donglong Alliance through Junsha Lan, conveying their current predicament and needs. Although Lin Feng harbored doubts about the distant Donglong Alliance's capacity to provide tangible assistance in his present circumstances as an official officer, he recognized that a mere announcement from the Alliance could alleviate many of his troubles. Furthermore, upon his return to the Donglong Alliance, any dark forces attempting to seize the blessing of the Articuno from Lin Feng would first have to contend with the Alliance. For, from any perspective, the power wielded by the Alliance, which stood on the side of order, held an overwhelming advantage against any nefarious organization. Even the Kanto Alliance, often jested as having been established atop Team Rocket's base, maintained a decisive superiority over the formidable villainous organization. Received, Rotom. The lightning-shaped arm of Rotom on the right side was raised high before it flew into Lin Feng's phone, reaching out to the 3D Dragon Legion, which was continuously updating itself in the data world. Lin Feng. Xiaju glanced back at the frenzied crowd caught in the throes of a viral moment before turning to follow Lin Feng back into the hot spring inn. Accompanied by the handsome Interpol officer, Lin Feng, the officer urged, hastening to catch Lin Feng's arm, his tone serious. Shall we act together? With my protection, your safety would be significantly enhanced. With Interpol present, they wouldn't dare to be too reckless. After all, if you can return to Dongwang, matters will become much easier. Lin Feng turned to the officer with a smile. The situation here has concluded. Aren't you returning to report? He continued, and given the cold here, wouldn't it be better to discuss matters back at the inn? The officer, momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's calm demeanor, quickly replied, all right. And Xiaju, you should also assess the losses to apply for compensation from the alliance, shouldn't you? Lin Feng waved his phone in his left hand and reassured Xiaju. Rest assured, once I return to Dongwang, I will report my safety to you. He leaned close to the officer's ear and whispered, rather than worrying about me, you might as well stay here a few more days. I fear someone might come to investigate the new Glacier Group's affairs. Very well, the officer furrowed his brow, fully aware of Lin Feng's intent, and agreed without hesitation. However, regarding your matters, mine are no burden, Lin Feng interjected. Do you think I would jest with my own life? Or do you believe the blessing of Articuno is inconsequential? The officer acknowledged Lin Feng's reasoning. With the blessing of Articuno, should Lin Feng encounter an assault on his way back to Dongwang, he could simply leap into the sea for protection from Lugia. Reassured by this thought, the officer felt a weight lift from his heart. Mr. Lin Feng. Xiaju, clutching her phone, observed the two engaged in earnest conversation. Following her frequent defeats in battle, a resurgent desire for strength surged within her. However, nurturing a Bakubi was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight, as developing intimacy required a considerable investment of time. Unbeknownst to Xiaju, a lightning symbol belonging to Rotom formed in the chat box where Lin Feng's cartoon avatar resided. In the air, riding atop a Charizard, Du turned to Dawu, who stood upon a Metagross, and inquired, is it truly acceptable to return without the ultimate weapon shell and the core device of that plan? Though our intentions are benign, those items were originally meant to save the Hoenn region, and now they may very well be utilized against the crisis faced by the Dongwang Alliance. Such items are one-time use. Once deployed, they cannot be repurposed. After losing a crucial element, how confident are you in facing that meteor? Dawu lowered his head to send news of this operation back to the Devon Corporation, then raised his gaze with a gentle demeanor. I cannot ascertain our level of confidence. However, our initial goal was never to use technological means to transfer the meteor to another space. Our aim was to obliterate the meteor, but following the incident with Zygiana, our objective shifted. Nonetheless, the situation is within our control, at least. That meteor has yet to fall within our observational range, has it not? Dawu recalled that Devon Corporation had launched 10 space telescopes, only to have 9 obliterated by the Rayquaza. Even the affluent Devon Corporation felt the sting of loss. Moreover, the territorial instincts of that celestial being are excessively domineering. For a meteor to land in the Hoenn region, it must traverse the ozone layer, and Rayquaza would not allow such a massive object to traverse its domain. However, can Rayquaza, without the ability to draw the dragon's essence, truly shatter the foretold meteor? Difficult to say, Du shook his head. Although we are both dragons, they belong to different regions, and thus do not communicate as frequently. Yet, amidst these ancient matters, my greater concern lies with the individual blessed by Articuno, Lin Feng. Dawu considered the seemingly naive individual regarding elite trainers. Then there is even less reason for concern. Those 3 individuals also hail from the Dongwang Alliance. I refuse to believe they are unrelated to Lin Feng. Especially Lucario. I doubt it appeared at that hot spring inn by mere coincidence. In the snowy night, Lucario stood atop the roof with arms crossed, gazing in the direction of Dawu and Du's departure. Above it, the brilliant Milky Way shone in the post-blizzard sky, untouched by a speck of dust. Chapter 29, Network Core Explosion. Lucario sensed the wave colors emanating from the people below shifting from light blue to a myriad of hues reflecting various desires. It yearned to utilize its aura to purify these desires, yet an agreement with Lin Feng prevented it from wielding its powers without consent. Ruka. Lucario retracted its aura, concluding its battle stance, and vanished from the rooftop in a swift motion. After parting ways with the officer and Xiaju, Lin Feng pushed open the door to his room and was greeted by the sight of Lucario leaning against the glass, attempting to appear nonchalant. "Thank you for your efforts." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to Lucario, then retrieved a pokeball from his waist, preparing to recall Lucario. "You should rest well. Once we return to Dongwon, there are still matters to attend to." "Ruka, Lin Feng, will you truly leave them to their own devices?" Lucario shook its head, reluctant to return at this moment. "Ruka, you just saved their lives. Yet, had it not been for my battle with Dew, the avalanche's severity would not have escalated to this point." Recognizing Lucario's sentiments, Lin Feng placed the pokeball upon the table and spoke gently. "How can it be said that I saved their lives? They merely sought the attention of outsiders, unaware of the repercussions their video might entail. Thus, I simply allowed the 3D dragons to disseminate some of their private information online as a mild form of discipline. For instance, their browsing history might be shared online, causing minimal embarrassment, but the impact would not be significant." Lin Feng believed that the 3D dragons possessed enough discernment to avoid causing major repercussions. "Perhaps," Lucario mused, shaking his head. "I simply believe they are not worth saving." Lin Feng rubbed his temples. The overwhelming sense of justice embodied in Lucario, if not properly guided, could lead to actions of far-reaching consequences, exacerbated by the immense power of a champion. Within Lin Feng's team, nearly all were such troubled children. In comparison to their abilities, these Pokémon were too young and inexperienced. Despite their unconditional blind loyalty to Lin Feng, he felt a significant burden in managing them. It was his responsibility to teach them, and possessing their strength was a privilege that accompanied that responsibility. As we previously agreed, let us observe for a while longer. Do you not think it rash to judge the vast human society based solely on 3 months of observation? Lin Feng continued. Just as we experienced in Moyu Town. Did not the townsfolk largely accept your acknowledgement? Though their characters vary, their love for Pokémon is sincere. Reflecting on Moyu Town, Lucario's restless heart settled somewhat as he approached the table beside Lin Feng, gently tapping the Pokeball. A flash of red light enveloped him as he returned to rest. "Constantly guiding them weighs heavily on me as well," Lin Feng sighed, moving to the window to gaze upon the snowy landscape. "I truly wish more of you would come, bringing more Pokémon, so that when I become the island master, I need not worry about the diversity of Pokémon on the island." A flicker of ferocity glinted in his eyes, the burden of an overly rigid worldview, coupled with the sensation of wielding nuclear power, escalated Lin Feng's psychological strain. He desperately sought a means to alleviate this pressure. Soaking in hot springs was one option, while the purest form of violent release was another. The disturbance caused by Articuno first impacted Yuanzhou City and Qiansong City. Although the incident was resolved swiftly, the sudden drop in temperature from the icy winds of White Snow Mountain left both cities shivering several degrees colder. This impact would take time to dissipate. Concurrently, with the emergence of unusual circumstances, numerous videos showcasing the lingering cold front from Articuno and Lucario's snow wave technique flooded the internet. Surprisingly, the video with the highest views and clicks was not Lucario's snow wave, but rather the scene of Lin Feng receiving Articuno's blessing. A plethora of comments emerged beneath the video, starkly contrasting with those under Lucario's clip. The following morning, Lin Feng, having packed his belongings in preparation to return to Donghuang, leaned against the bed in the inn. Habitually, he unlocked his phone and navigated to the familiar short video platform. Scrolling through, he was met with discussions predominantly centered around his extraordinary experience from the previous day. Among the highly rated comments, envy nearly spilled from the screen. "Ah, I wish to be chosen by Articuno too. What divine luck. I'm feeling sour. Only I stand beneath the lemon tree." The yearning to supplant him as the recipient of blessings was abundant, yet akin to the cold front that would eventually fade. These emotions, though fervent, remained at a level of mere aspiration. Genuine malice or extreme comments were akin to pebbles tossed into the deep sea, creating only faint ripples before being swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming tide. Yet envy seldom translated into action. Those harboring malice possessed ample motivation. "Rotom, have you found anything?" "Report." Lord Lin Feng. Rotom, adopting a serious demeanor as it transformed into an assistant, stated, "With the assistance of the 3D Dragon Legion, I have located your bounty amount on a certain bounty hunter's clandestine website." "Oh, what is the amount?" 10 million Universal Alliance coins, Lord Rotom. "Only 10 million? Lin Feng scoffed. "That sum is barely enough to purchase a legendary Pokémon hatchling. How miserly. Transfer that reserve fund from the buyers and bounty hunters on their website to our Island Project's secret account. and send the website owner's information to the relevant alliance. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. A single ordinary 3D dragon, in terms of data flow, equated to 10 programmers. However, due to factors such as base stats, the number and level of 3D dragons in research remained stagnant. Yet, for Lin Feng, this limitation was nearly negligible. His 3D Dragon Legion, led by the formidable 3D Dragon Z, navigated the binary world undefeated, albeit the data firewalls of major alliances posed some challenges. Chapter 30, Boarding. This photograph is splendid. Truly capturing the essence of this sun-kissed, handsome young man, Lin Feng marveled at the most liked photo. I am just this effortlessly charming. Lin Feng, it's nearly time. We should depart, Rotom reminded him. Indeed, it is time to go. Thank you for the reminder, Rotom. Rotom cheerfully circled Lin Feng several times. The journey from the Johto Alliance to Donghuang would be lengthy, ample time to attract a fair share of counterfeit entities lurking in the shadows. If only Team Rocket would show up, I have a score to settle with them. Lin Feng's hand brushed over 6 red and white Pokeballs, each harboring known top-tier combat prowess. Save for one, Katy Dog. He lowered his head to the shadowy figure of Gung Gue, saying, You shall feast well this time. I hope your stomach is empty. Or it would be a pity if you couldn't eat. Hey, Gung Gue, clutching a game console, laughed with a cackling sound. The nature of ghost-type Pokemon made them fond of human life. It was widely acknowledged in the Pokemon breeding community that the life force of humans and Pokemon could rapidly enhance a ghost-type Pokemon's strength. However, such rapid enhancement could also lead to a ghost-type going berserk. At the Johto Alliance's Team Rocket base, Bisaz, newly assigned from the Kanto Team Rocket headquarters, was poring over the materials in his hands. The places where Celebi, the time-traveling Pokemon, has appeared. I volunteered to come to Johto. And that fool Banmu truly believes I am here to expand the Team Rocket branch. How laughable. Bisaz eyed the information center with a greedy gaze, fixating on the photo featuring Celebi's silhouette. Once I obtain Celebi and harness the power of time travel, I will dominate Team Rocket and conquer the world. Now is the perfect opportunity. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Bisaz flipped the document over and called out. Lord Bisaz, we have news from Boss Banmu. Let them in. Bisaz pressed a red button on the table, and as the device opened, Banmu's holographic projection appeared before him. Boss. Bisaz stood, bowing deeply to Banmu. I have arrived at the Johto branch and begun gathering data on Celebi. Good. With you in Johto, I feel reassured. The projection of Banmu, holding a brilliantly colored Meowth, bore a distinctly fatigued expression. However, we are not the only ones coveting Celebi's power. You must remain vigilant. Boom. A resounding explosion abruptly interrupted Bonjin's words. Without further ado, I have sent you the data, and you also need to retrieve the tail feather of the Articuno. I have use for it. A buzzing sound, reminiscent of insect wings, emanated from Banjin's vicinity, reaching Bixia's ears. Rest assured, boss. Bixias responded loudly, but by the time he lifted his head, Banjin had already hung up the call. Bixias was left uncertain whether Banjin had heard his loyal reply. Besides Team Rocket, could there be others coveting the power of Celebi? Bixias muttered to himself, This cannot be permitted. The power of Celebi belongs solely to me. I will not allow anyone to lay claim to it. However, he gazed at the data sent from Banjin, and the image of Lin Feng clutching the Articuno's tail feather caught Bixia's eye. It wouldn't be amiss to first secure the tail feather. With the cover of a legendary Pokemon's blessing, I can also draw closer to Celebi. As for you. Bixias looked at the beaming Lin Feng. Who told you to lack the strength to safeguard such a crucial item? Not only do you lack power, but you also parade it through a bustling market. Is this not a test of our mettle? What villain can withstand such a trial? Let your life pay the price for your ignorance. He pressed the call button, and an assistant outside promptly responded. Have the Pear Blossom cadre lead a team and select 12 elite members to seize the Articuno's tail feather from that fellow named Lin Feng. Without waiting for a response, Bixias hung up the phone and turned over the information on Celebi, continuing to gaze greedily at the data related to it. After completing the checkout procedures at the front desk, Lin Feng waved goodbye to Xiaju as he was about to leave. If you plan to travel to the Donghuang Alliance, remember to contact me in advance. Though Moyu Town is small, it conceals treasures. He smiled, his fingertips tracing an arc in the air, as if illustrating the posture of a Gyarados leaping from the water. Our Kingler has scales that resemble the ink-wash paintings of a bluish-gray hue. When it flicks its tail, it can stir up ink-colored splashes. After evolving into a Gyarados, its scales appear as if they have been blurred by rain. Even the mist it sprays carries a subtle inkiness. Xiaju, standing at the front desk, replied, I certainly will. I will also contact you in advance. Good. After exchanging farewells, Lin Feng summoned a Pidgeot and headed straight for the port. The fastest ocean liner bound for Dongwang, the Wavebreaker, was set to depart at 4 o'clock this afternoon. If he missed this vessel, he would have to wait until next week for another ticket back to Dongwang. Lin Feng, who had no fear of heights, stood atop the Pidgeot, gazing at the port, where the outline was faintly discernible through the mist. The Wavebreaker's hull appeared even more majestic than in the photographs, with a colossal sculpture at its bow, depicting a kingler leaping through the Dragon Gate, a symbol of good fortune. Lin Feng directed the Pidgeot to descend gently. After settling the fare, he made a beeline for the security checkpoint. "Hello, first-class cabin, Mr. Lin Feng. Welcome aboard the Wavebreaker." The ticket inspector smiled as he handed Lin Feng his ticket stub. "Thank you." As he boarded, he instinctively glanced back. There were many travelers like him, and the prevalence of space backpacks and excess productivity had made travel an exceedingly commonplace affair. Once aboard, Lin Feng approached a sailor stationed nearby with a long-winged gull. "Excuse me, could you tell me how much the Wavebreaker cost to build?" "Around 1.5 billion, I believe," the sailor replied uncertainly. "As for the exact value, I'm not quite sure." "Thank you." Having obtained the information he sought, Lin Feng headed straight to his cabin, eager to relish the tranquility before the storm and, discreetly, released the Gyarados into the sea. The ocean was the Gyarados' preferred battleground. Chapter 31, A Fortuitous Encounter. In the vast ocean, the number of Kinglers was second only to sardines in the food chain, and the resultant population of Gyarados was equally formidable. After allowing the Gyarados to contact its companions, Lin Feng followed the cabin number on his ticket to find his room. Upon opening the door, he was met with a cramped space of about 10 square meters. Unlike hotels on land, everything on the ship was fixed in place to prevent items from moving erratically during turbulent seas. The only connection to the outside world was a circular porthole, not much larger than a human face, covered by a heavy curtain. Lin Feng approached the porthole, drew back the curtain, and gently pressed his forehead against the thick glass, watching the dock outside. On the dock, the last batch of passengers was undergoing security checks under the watchful eyes of the Alliance staff. The glow of the scanner intertwining with the staff's gaze to form an invisible safety net. "The Johto Alliance can only do so much," Lin Feng murmured. "No matter how stringent the security checks, they are limited to land. If those bounty hunters or others lurking in the shadows have no intention of boarding through legitimate means." The routes between Dongwang and the Johto Alliance were largely fixed, and those living in darkness could easily choose a fixed point in the sea to wait for prey. At that moment, even if the Johto Alliance had the intent, they would be powerless to intervene. There is no such thing as a thief who cannot be caught. However, once one leaves the protective wings of the Johto Alliance, the question of who is the hunter and who is the prey becomes a different matter. Beneath the massive steel hull of the Wavebreaker, in the shadowy depths of the sea, a colossal and graceful azure silhouette glided silently, like a ghost of the deep. Its massive body undulated in the water, stirring silent undercurrents, patrolling the shadows cast by the great ship with an air of absolute supremacy. The sound waves emitted by the Gyarados spread through the water, as a continuous stream of Gyarados received the summons of a powerful ally and began to converge toward its direction. A deep and resonant ship's horn pierced through the port's clamor, sounding punctually at the scheduled departure time. The immense body of the Wavebreaker was awakened by the low, sonorous horn, slowly departing the port and setting sail toward the Dongwang Alliance. "Dear passengers, welcome aboard the Wavebreaker. I am Captain Wu Di. The Wavebreaker has now distanced itself from the port and is en route to the Dongwang Alliance, with an expected journey of 22 days. To alleviate your travel fatigue, the onboard restaurant has prepared dinner, and you are welcome to enjoy it at your leisure. Shortly, the entertainment center and Pokemon battle zone on the third deck will also open in succession. Whether you wish to sip a drink while enjoying the sea view or let your companions stretch their legs in designated areas, you will find suitable places. Finally, on behalf of all the crew of the Wavebreaker, I sincerely wish all passengers a pleasant journey and a safe arrival." Lin Feng listened to the voice coming from the broadcast. How comforting it is to hear the voice of Dongwang. However, he realized he was indeed a bit hungry, and it was time to let his Houndoom out for a stroll. Although the space within the Pokeball was ample, Houndoom differed from his other companions. It preferred to accompany Lin Feng on an adventure rather than run wildly through the forest alone. After locking the door behind him, he turned around only to collide with a fiery-haired youth. "I say, my sexual orientation is quite normal. You can't assume there's something amiss just because I came to Johto." Lin Feng gazed at the youth in his arms with a mix of bemusement and curiosity. "And you, being so young, barely in your teens, already possess the initiative to take action? Truly, you are a prodigy," he remarked. The lack of movement from the Gungue suggested that their encounter was merely a fortuitous accident. "My apologies, sir." From behind the boy emerged a girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14. She gently extricated her brother from Lin Feng's embrace and, with a look of sincere contrition, addressed him. My brother has a rather impulsive nature. He was moving too quickly and accidentally bumped into you. I apologize on his behalf. Not a problem, Lin Feng replied, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. If it weren't for the unusual color of his pupils, I might have mistaken him for a child born of Du-S lineage. Here on the ship, things are different from the land. The place is riddled with metal obstacles. It's one thing to bump into a person, but colliding with iron can be quite painful. Thank you, the girl said, ready to depart after apologizing for her brother's behavior. However, as she attempted to take a step, she found herself unable to move, having taken only 2 steps. Hey! 2 slender shadows extended from Lin Feng's own shadow, ensnaring the shadows of the brother and sister, while Lin Feng, oblivious to the scene, continued forward until he reached the stairway. Just as he was about to open the door, his peripheral vision caught sight of the siblings seemingly frozen in place. What are you doing? He asked, perplexed. Playing at being statues? The boy and girl, upon hearing Lin Feng's light-hearted words, realized that their first encounter with mischief had led them to a person far beyond their means. Wait, that can't be right. Doesn't he only have one cardi dog? How does he possess such strange abilities? The girl, sensing that her body was bound by some Pokemon's power, cast a pleading glance toward Lin Feng. I'm sorry. The shadows withdrew Lin Feng's ID card from her pocket before retreating again. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Lin Feng observed his ID card in the possession of the girl and chuckled. And what a coincidence. I'm actually a policeman. Although they were still in the waters of the Johto Alliance, the vessel was registered under the Donghuang Alliance, granting him the authority to enforce the law here. Have you stolen something from me? Are you unaware that I, Lin, have layers of protection? He assessed the pair, recognizing them as unskilled sibling thieves. Fortunately, this was not a peculiar world, and Lin Feng's thoughts leaned towards simply handing them over to local authorities upon reaching shore. If they were in a bizarre world, the ensuing narrative would impose age restrictions, forbidding those under 18 from participating. Chapter 32, The Young Blue and Silver. Come along, Lin Feng said, lightly stamping his foot. Gungawei retracted its dark gaze, and Lin Feng turned to the siblings, offering a warm smile. Let us head to the dining area. We can eat and chat while you recount your misadventures. Perhaps I could show leniency if you confess. The blue-haired girl, observing the writhing shadows at Lin Feng's feet, sensed that she had encountered a master adept at concealing his true strength. This ship, rather than being a hunting ground for Lin Feng, was more akin to his hunting ground, as countless individuals had been misled by the deceptively simple information, hoping to achieve their dreams of sudden wealth through him. All right, the girl said, grasping her brother's hand. I'm willing to confess, but could you please keep it away from us? We lack the innate talent of ghost-type trainers. Rest assured, it has already fed and poses no threat to you, Lin Feng reassured her with a chuckle. And once this journey concludes, it won't require sustenance for a considerable time. So, you need not fear unless you harbor malicious intent. As the quartet, 1 adult and 2 children, made their way to the dining area, they attracted numerous curious glances. Lin Feng, who had become a virtual celebrity following the Donghuang Alliance's official announcements, was particularly noticeable. The varied expressions directed at him did not unnerve Lin Feng. Rather, he returned each gaze with a smile. Seeing Lin Feng's amiable demeanor, many approached him, smartphones in hand, seeking photographs. Mr. Lin Feng, a middle-aged man, accompanied by his child, approached. Would it be possible for you to take a picture with us? Of course. Although I wouldn't consider myself a renowned trainer. Would that be acceptable? Absolutely, the man replied, affectionately stroking his child's head, a look of tenderness in his eyes. 2 years ago, during our trip to the snowy mountains, we unfortunately encountered a blizzard, and it was the legendary Articuno that saved us. Regrettably, we didn't capture a photograph of it at that time, so meeting you now is a way to compensate for my child's regret. I am undeserving of such praise. For I am merely blessed by Articuno, Lin Feng said, leaning down to address the child clutching an ice-themed Ninetales plushie. Do you aspire to become an ice-type trainer in the future? Yes. The child, about 4 or 5 years old, nodded vigorously. I want to be a great ice-type trainer like Champion Kina. Haha. It seems Mr. Yulong should be trembling in fear, Lin Feng laughed. After taking the photograph, signing autographs, and exchanging contact information, he bade farewell to the family and led the siblings to a secluded table, picking up the tablet to order. Though the self-serve buffet was included with the ticket, the variety was commendable, offering unlimited supplies of synthetic meats and ordinary fruits, as long as one could consume them. Is that all right? The fiery-haired boy suddenly inquired of Lin Feng. What do you mean? Lin Feng replied, having completed his order before handing the tablet to the sister. Order whatever you like. With your strength, you could have easily taken other routes back to Dongwang. So why did you choose to travel by ship? The boy scrutinized Lin Feng intently. Are you unaware of your current predicament? Aren't you afraid? The sister quickly covered her brother's mouth, fearing he might provoke Lin Feng further, which could lead to their demise beneath the waves. I am here to travel within the Johto Alliance. While I'm unsure why I've been blessed by Articuno, when I'm not in Dongwang, I am much like you, perhaps just a tad more virtuous, not engaging in petty thievery. I remain an ordinary person, Lin Feng said calmly. Why direct your scorn at me instead of those avaricious organizations that plunder and seize? Just because I am a good person, I should be bound by my own morals? The laws of both Johto and Dongwang have not prosecuted me. Do you wish to impose your own judgment? He met the boy's gaze directly, responding without evasion. Aren't you also betting on my goodness, wagering that if you are correct, even though you intended to steal a tail feather, I would not take your lives? But haven't you realized? Some things are far more terrifying than death. In this thwarted criminal endeavor, even upon reaching Dongwang, they couldn't keep them imprisoned indefinitely. In a matter of 10 days to 2 weeks, they would be released. Yet, the law is the law. In addition to adhering to regulations, Lin Feng possesses his own set of operational logic. Shall we not introduce ourselves first? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at the silent crimson-haired youth. Before turning to his sister, I am unaware of the names of the 2 little thieves I captured. I am Xiaolon. Xiaolon, feeling the warmth of Lin Feng's benevolent smile, found herself inexplicably trembling, as though confronted by an exceedingly perilous individual, reminiscent of that masked man. This fear rendered her incapable of lying before Lin Feng, compelling her to divulge the truth about herself and her brother. This is my brother, Hoenn. We boarded this ship to seek refuge in Donghuang from danger. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the silver-eyed Hoenn with his fiery red hair, then glanced at the blue-haired Xiaolon. A disquieting premonition surged within him. Common names? I recall Xiaolon's hair being brown, not blue. He posed a question that bore an answer. Is that a wig? Xiaolon paused, then removed her wig, revealing her brown locks beneath, and smiled ruefully. It seems my disguise skills have yet to pass muster. You saw right through it. Indeed, you must strive harder, Lin Feng replied, his expression complex. Although he was not particularly familiar with the narrative of the special episode, he was aware of the tale involving the masked man and the little mountain pig. Given the ages of the 2 before him, it appeared that the plot was still evolving. I truly should not have boarded this ship, Lin Feng lamented suddenly, regretting his decision, as he now felt uncertain about his ability to protect the vessel from the impending threat of malevolent forces. On the contrary, I ought to have boarded. He realized, understanding that had he not, the survival chances of those on the ship would have been virtually zero. Chapter 32, The Masked Man. Unlike the immature Hoenn, Xiaolon possessed some acumen in reading others' expressions. Observing the palpable shift in Lin Feng's demeanor, she sensed an ominous feeling creeping into her heart. Did you consider that the masked man might come for you while on the ship? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied calmly. His strength far surpasses that of the bounty hunters lured by the tail feathers. I can safeguard this ship from bounty hunters. Yet, that does not guarantee that it will remain unscathed in a confrontation with the masked man. Lin Feng was aware that the so-called leader of the terror organization, the masked man, was none other than the Ice-type gym leader, Lu Bo, a trainer who had ascended to the pinnacle of the Ice-type path, having even inflicted harm upon Lugia and Ho-Oh. What do you think I should do with you? He mused, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin. Bringing you back to Donghuang merely consigns you to imprisonment, but if I were to expel you now, it could save many lives. What about us? Xiaolon trembled at the thought of the fate that awaited her and Hoenn should they fall back into the hands of the masked man. Fear not, sister. I shall protect you alongside my little sock, Hoenn declared, clutching the red and white ball containing his sock. Even in death, I shall perish before you. Now, how can one stand atop the moral high ground to condemn others, having committed the same acts themselves? Lin Feng scoffed. How ludicrous. Mr. Lin Feng, can you assist us? Xiaolon, aware that her Squirtle and Xiaoyin's sock would not suffice to escape the elite team of the masked man, understood that their captain might very well be their senior, Li Hua, an expert in malevolent attributes. At this juncture, let us dine, Lin Feng remarked, noticing that his order had arrived. After graciously thanking the server, he began to savor his meal. As for the fate of Xiaolon and Xiaoyin, Lin Feng chose to abide by the course of events. While he indeed required dependable, capable subordinates, he was not so desperate as to seize upon anyone who crossed his path, unless Xiao Lan and Xiao Yin could demonstrate their worth. If your subsequent performances prove satisfactory, I have 2 auxiliary officer positions available, Lin Feng stated, having relished a mouthful of authentic fried sauce noodles, mentally awarding the ship's chef full marks. Although the salary is modest, the benefits are excellent. With 4 to 5 years of stable work, you could utilize your public housing funds to purchase a home and settle in our Moyu Town. Alternatively, you may choose to fight them to the bitter end. His gaze swept over Xiao Lan's tear-streaked, endearing face. And please, dispense with the theatrics. I detest it when individuals feign weakness to solicit my help. Lin Feng's words rendered Xiao Lan, who had often relied on her appearance to solicit assistance, momentarily frozen. This, however, allowed Xiao Yin, who had remained vigilant against Lin Feng's potential inclinations, to breathe a sigh of relief. Kaji Town, Kaji Gym. As one of the 8 official gyms of the Johto League, renowned for its expertise in ice types, Kaji Gym did not, unlike the other 7 gyms, frequently test trainers. Even if a trainer were to lose, as long as their performance met expectations, a badge would be bestowed. In the ice-type gym, failure to conquer meant no badge would be awarded, and fortunate trainers might even experience the prowess of Lu Bo's little mountain pig, famously known as the Eternal Ice Wall. Yet, within this frigid gym, akin to a millennium of unyielding ice, an uninvited guest arrived today. Lu Bo, as per his routine, was carving a large block of ice into a sculpture when a fierce gust of wind disrupted his work. Lu Bo, Sr., descending from the owner of the Tempest, a crimson-haired youth, Johto champion Yulong Du, inquired, "Whom are you sculpting?" Lu Bo remained silent, persistently carving the ice block before him, while the little mountain pig resting beside him stirred at the arrival of the Dragonite, but merely cast a brief glance before resuming its slumber. Dragonite, upon seeing the little mountain pig, adopted a defensive posture, clearly recalling previous encounters where it had suffered defeat at the hands of the little creature. After a prolonged silence, Lu Bo finally set down his carving tools, revolving his wheelchair to face the vibrant you. "What brings you here? Do you intend to impede my efforts? I did not hinder your previous endeavors. Rather, I assisted you. Yet now, you wish to treat me thus? No, I do not wish to thwart you. After all, no one can prevent a trainer from retrieving their beloved Pokémon." Observing Lu Bo's visibly troubled countenance, you sighed. "You are once again seeking Celebi, are you not? And have you been hurt by it? The power of time will incessantly ravage your body. Prolonged exposure will age you beyond your actual years." In response to Yu's concern, Lu Bo touched his leg and replied, "If I cannot retrieve Lapras and Lapras, what is a mere fraction of my lifespan? How can I fulfill my promise to Biaojia? Yet traversing time and space is impossible. Even with Celebi's aid, you must confront the true master of time, that dragon deity." You could not help but interject. The power of Dialga is not something Celebi can compare to. Any dragon fears ice. Lu Bo's tone was as frigid as ancient ice. "What matter if he is the dragon deity? Before me, time shall be frozen. Are you?" His hands rested upon the wheelchair, and sensing the trainer's emotions, the little mountain pig slowly stepped forward to stand before Lu Bo. "Do you wish to test whether my ice has thawed?" Dragonite extended its arm to shield Dudo behind him. Although being 4 times weak to ice is a mark of prowess, this vulnerability had caused it considerable hardship when facing the small mountain pig. "I did not mean that. I merely came to deliver medicine to you," Dudo sighed. "No matter how low the temperature of ice, it cannot freeze time. My Dragonite is reputed to be the fastest Pokémon in the world, capable of circling the globe in merely 16 hours. Yet, even as swift as Dragonite is, it cannot outrun time." He gazed at the stubborn old man in the wheelchair, whose hair had turned gray. "Thus, your dreams cannot be realized. As long as I make the effort, they may come to fruition. If I do not attempt it, they will remain impossible." Elder Lu turned the wheelchair away. "You may leave. There is nothing more for us to discuss." Chapter 33, Before the Storm. On the vast, boundless ocean, the luxurious cruise ship Wavebreaker was navigating steadily towards Dongwon. On its open deck, 3 battle zones were alive with Pokémon enthusiasts, each accompanied by their beloved Pokémon, engaging in friendly skirmishes. In this area, even a mere glance could ignite a spectacular battle. Mewtwo used Tackle. Meowth dodged quickly. Beneath the blazing sun, Mewtwo trudged slowly toward Meowth, lacking vigor, while the lethargic Meowth, accustomed to idleness and nearly devoid of its wild instincts, barely managed to evade just in time as Mewtwo was about to collide with it. This left Meowth's trainer brimming with pride in her cleverness. "Meowth, it's time for us to counterattack. Use Fury Swipes." "Meow?" Meowth raised its paws to indicate that its claws had already been trimmed, making the use of Fury Swipes impossible. "Tonight, I'll treat you to some cat food." "Meow?" Upon hearing the mention of cat food, Meowth instantly perked up, darting towards Mewtwo and unleashing a flurry of Meowth punches, rendering the drowsy Mewtwo unconscious. Mewtwo has lost the ability to battle. The victor is Meowth. Wow. Mewtwo, are you alright? Alas, how foolish of me. Lin Feng stood idly beside his Arcanine, shaking his head in resignation as he observed the child triumphantly lifting Meowth and another child weeping over the sleeping Mew. I should have known that on such an ordinary cruise ship, with no protective facilities in the battle zones, there could be no true masters engaging in combat. It's all just Pokemon enthusiasts. Hello. May I challenge you to a Pokemon battle? Lin Feng turned to see no one, but as he lowered his gaze, he found a little girl with the adorably young Dreepy initiating a battle. This child must be only a few months old, Lin Feng thought, as he crouched down and poked Dreepy's nose, eliciting a playful response. However, when Lin Feng produced a snack for Arcanine and offered it to Dreepy, its demeanor transformed into one of eager affection. After tasting the delicious treat, Dreepy's little face radiated delight towards Lin Feng. My Dreepy is already 4 months old. Dreepy nestled in its young trainer's embrace, its obsidian-like eyes curiously studying Lin Feng. Uncle, the little girl sniffled, would you like to have a Pokemon battle with my Dreepy? Her Dreepy was hardly larger than one of Lin Feng's Arcanine's legs. Well, I'm afraid that's not possible, Lin Feng replied, unable to resist rubbing his forehead. My Arcanine has sustained significant injuries and is currently in recovery. For now, it cannot engage in a Pokemon battle. Otherwise, I would love to have an all-out battle with such a formidable opponent like you. Woof. Arcanine, who had been wagging its tail cheerfully, instantly understood Lin Feng's words and decided to play along. It sprawled dramatically on the ground, its pristine belly exposed, pink tongue lolling from its mouth, and emitted soft, pitiful whimpers, looking utterly helpless and injured. Wow, so adorable. The little girl was immediately captivated by this theatrical display, inching closer and carefully asking, Uncle, may I pet your Arcanine? Just for a moment. I can lend you Dreepy to pet. Sure. Lin Feng settled cross-legged in the shade and retrieved 2 exquisite combs from his bag. Arcanine, come here. Woof. Arcanine got up and trotted to Lin Feng's side before lying down again. Let me teach you a little trick on how to comb Arcanine's fur so that it will be especially happy. Okay, the little girl eagerly replied, immediately mimicking Lin Feng's actions, gently brushing through Arcanine's fluffy coat. Though still in recovery, Arcanine relished the sensation, its body relaxing as it involuntarily emitted a contented growl, its tail sweeping back and forth on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Feng took the naive little Dreepy and carefully placed it on his lap, skillfully and gently grooming its sleek black short fur with the comb. The professional technique evidently made the small Dreepy feel immensely comfortable. Its tense little body began to relax, and even its 4 tiny black paws unfurled in blissful contentment, giving a slight tremor. Thunder rumbled ominously, breaking the tranquility of the sky, followed by an announcement from the ship. Attention, all passengers. This is Captain Wu Di. Based on our latest weather radar scans and information from the Wingo reconnaissance team, the Wavebreaker is currently heading towards an area of intense thunderstorms. We expect to officially enter the core of this region in 4 hours, at which point sea conditions will deteriorate sharply, potentially leading to extreme weather. To ensure the safety of all passengers, all outdoor facilities on the Wavebreaker will be closed. Lin Feng held Dreepy, listening quietly to the announcement without displaying any emotional upheaval. In contrast, Xiao Lan and Xiao Yin, upon hearing the broadcast, began searching through the crowd for Lin Feng's figure, clearly believing that being by Lin Feng's side was the safest place to be. Alright, it's going to rain outside. Lin Feng gently placed the sleeping Dreepy on the deck and said to the little girl, let us wait here for your parents to come and pick you up. Shall we? Okay. The little girl nestled into the plush fur of Arcanine. I want to have an Arcanine just like yours. It was evident that Lin Feng's enormous Arcanine had captured her admiration. If you say that, Dreepy will feel very sad. The little girl pondered deeply until her parents arrived to collect her, finally deciding, well, Dreepy is still a better choice. I must become a champion alongside Dreepy. Indeed, once Dreepy evolves into Dragapult, it will be a formidable Pokemon. Lin Feng smiled as he bid farewell to the family, ignoring the announcement as he made his way to the ship's railing, gazing down to see countless shadowy figures trailing the ship. Chapter 34, Convergence. From the ship's vantage point, the surface of the sea appears as a dense mass of dark shadows. However, when viewed from beneath the waves, one can discern countless Gyarados, inexplicably following the ship. The Wavebreaker. What splendid weather it is. Lin Feng leans casually against the railing, gazing at the horizon, unaware of how long it has been since he last felt such a soothing sea breeze. The last time he experienced such winds was during a tempest conjured by a man-made Pokémon named Mewtwo, which wreaked havoc upon the town of Moyu. That encounter compelled Lin Feng to toil for days within the pixelated realm of gaming to forge the most formidable and flawless Beedrill in history, all in a quest for vengeance. The subsequent formation of the 3D Dragon Legion stemmed from this very desire. He aimed to harness the power of the internet to locate Mewtwo and Professor Birch, intending to exact retribution upon them. Yet, he had yet to find them. Should he encounter any members of Team Rocket this time, perhaps he could trace their path back to the Goldenrod branch and subsequently find Birch. His eyes narrowed slightly as he envisioned the moment he would meet Birch. Birch, you wouldn't want your son to suffer under my command, would you? Or perhaps, you wouldn't want him to discover your true dealings, would you? Lin Feng mused, lost in his reverie. Meanwhile, Xiaolan and Xiaoyin, who harbored a looming sense of impending peril, trailed behind Lin Feng, accompanied by their Squirtle and Totodile, covertly observing this enigmatic figure lost in thought. Sister, do you truly believe he can defeat the masked man? Xiaoyin whispered, casting a furtive glance at Xiaolan, her cheeks flushed. Isn't he merely a rookie officer fresh from the police academy? He is not much older than us. Could he genuinely contend with the masked man's subordinates? Those two are different from us. They voluntarily joined to capture defectors like us. I understand, but... Xiaolan placed her delicate hand upon her chest. Whenever I draw near, the rainbow feather in my heart begins to warm. Perhaps this is a sign from Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh guided us to escape the masked man's grasp and now beckons us to approach him. We are but one step away from joining him and receiving his protection. Xiaoyin instinctively placed his hand upon the silver feather, feeling a similar sensation. Even from a distance, it continued to emit warmth, as if charging. Perhaps there is an alternative explanation, he pondered, struggling to reconcile Lin Feng's seemingly nefarious character with the favor of a legendary Pokémon. Yet, the reactions of the rainbow feather and the silver feather were undeniable. Moreover, Totodile showed no signs of wariness towards him. Xiaoyin crouched down, resting his knee on the ground, placing a hand upon Totodile's large blue head. This child follows me to grow stronger, yet it seems he is quite fond of him. Just then, a cacophony of cawing echoed as a swarm of Murkrow, accompanied by Zubat and Fiero, approached the Wavebreaker. Leading them was a captain with water blue, wavy hair and 8 companions clad in black attire, each bearing an on their chests, undoubtedly professionals. It was Lihua and her hunting squad. Upon witnessing this, Xiaolan's face paled. This notorious evil faction had left a lasting impact on her from previous encounters. Totodile, prepare for battle. Xiaoyin shielded Xiaolan with his own body, while Totodile leaped to the forefront, readying itself for confrontation. We must inform Mr. Lin Feng. Suppressing her fear, Xiaolan turned her gaze towards the future boss, only to find that the casually dressed youth had vanished. In his place stood a stranger adorned in black and red garments with a peculiar mask obscuring his face. Where has Mr. Lin Feng gone? She searched frantically, unable to locate the figure who had made her heart race with warmth. This is the Wavebreaker, belonging to the Dongwang Alliance. Trainers approaching without prior notification are advised to maintain their distance. Otherwise, we will be forced to take action, crackled the ship's intercom. Passengers crowded near the windows, their faces paling as they beheld the swarm of Pokémon. Have we encountered pirates? But isn't this area devoid of such threats? Perhaps not. Johto and Kanto are not like us in Dongwang, where security is notoriously poor. Such occurrences are not surprising. Passengers murmured amongst themselves, while crew members began to disperse, attempting to calm the travelers. Please remain calm. Our captain is a formidable trainer with years of experience in the professional league, hardly a match for mere pirates. Before the crew member could finish his reassurance, the captain's strongest Pokémon, Pelipper, was swiftly downed by the assault of the evil faction. Was that your captain's Pokémon? A passenger timidly inquired. No, the crew member replied, forcing a semblance of composure. Our captain's Pokémon is not so weak. Yet, as he gazed at the aerial Pokémon, a flicker of dread crossed his eyes. The Wavebreaker was merely a passenger vessel traversing safe routes, wholly unprepared for such a formidable pirate threat. With your strength, why not participate in the League Conference to gain fame and fortune instead of resorting to piracy here? Lin Feng, clad in a swirling mask that revealed one eye, laughed with abandon. Do you dare approach me on flying Pokémon? Plummet. He directed his Ice Soul Scepter towards the throng of Pokémon, and with his command, invisible ripples radiated outward in a fan-like pattern. All Pokémon touched by the ripples lost control of their bodies, plummeting into the sea, trainer in tow. The roiling waters surged not only with waves, but also with throngs of Gyarados. Head of the Murkrow. Chapter 35, Collapse. Li Hua gazed at the encroaching sea and the Gyarados surfacing beneath her, realizing too late that she had transformed from hunter to prey. Yet, her call to the Murkrow leader went unanswered, and the Gyarados drew ever closer. Jengar. Li Hua released her Jengar, allowing it to support her. Though she was saved, her subordinates were not so fortunate. After losing their soul-flying Pokémon over the ocean, they fell directly into the jaws of the Gyarados, concluding their lives in an ironic twist. On the sea, this is my domain. What business do flightless humans have here? Lin Feng's voice, transformed by Rotom, resonated with a metallic timbre. State your name and organization, weakling, so that after your demise, I may ensure your organization joins you below for a team-building exercise. Li Hua's body was seized by Gung Gue, her arm yanked upwards. Yet its speed of movement was evidently inferior to that of the Pidgeot that had previously carried her. Nonetheless, it was a far better fate than plummeting into the sea, destined to become prey for a violent Gyarados. Who are you? I don't recall anyone of your caliber in Kanto or Johto, Li Hua said, suppressing the anguish of losing her Pokémon as she slowly descended onto the Wave Master. She dared not even glance back at her former Dark-type Legion, an entire elite team, and yet they had failed to withstand even a second against the foe before them. If this news spread, it would undoubtedly cast doubt upon their capabilities. Moreover, what kind of power was it that manipulated Pokémon so effortlessly? Aura powers? Psychic abilities? The power of Tokiwa? Or perhaps it was a force beyond her comprehension. Was this truly the end for Li Hua and her Dark-type Legion? Not far from Lin Feng, Xiaolan and Xiaoyin peeked out from behind cover, their mouths agape. As orphans raised by the masked man, they had witnessed his prowess on numerous occasions. Particularly, Li Hua and Ishu, renowned as experts second only to the masked man himself, had come to their attention. Yet, they were utterly astonished to see such formidable trainers effortlessly defeated by a mysterious figure resembling Lin Feng. You are shallow. The vastness of the world is far beyond your understanding. Lin Feng leaned upon his staff, realizing it was too short, and after a moment of contemplation, he lifted it once more. Even if you possess no information that I seek, I shall compel you to be more forthcoming. You have summoned Gung Gue, likewise. I shall summon Gung Gue. Gung Gue, he uttered calmly, devour them. The sinister laughter of a villain echoed from Lin Feng's shadow, which expanded infinitely until it engulfed the living quarters of the ship, towering dozens of meters high. A featureless face devoid of eyes and mouth reflected upon it. Gazing at Li Hua, you actually harbor ghost-type Pokémon within your shadow. Stunned by the sight, Li Hua thought, a being of such caliber, such a gifted ghost-type trainer, could not possibly remain inconspicuous. Are you from the Kiku clan? Li Hua's inquiry caused Lin Feng to furrow his brow. The Kiku clan? What was that? Did such a family even exist in Kanto? Could it be the clan of Kiku, one of the Elite Four? Noting Lin Feng's indifference to her, Li Hua's knuckles turned white from clenching her fists. She had never encountered such disregard. In terms of appearance, stature, talent, and ability, she was a paragon, even highly regarded by the masked man. Yet Lin Feng regarded her as mere vermin. However, her humiliation could not linger for long, as Gung Gue drew ever closer. In haste, Li Hua released her remaining Pokémon, Umbreon, Vileplume, Houndoom, and Absol. Vileplume Mystic Guard. The enormous flower atop Vileplume's head swayed vigorously, releasing a surge of pale pink pollen that enveloped it in a translucent protective membrane, a barrier capable of warding off abnormal states. Gung Gue, Umbreon, Houndoom, Absol unleashed the maximum amplitude of Dark Pulse, binding mode. The four Pokémon roared simultaneously, their dark pulses intertwining in the air, forming a thick, blackish-purple whip. Its surface adorned with distorted human faces, an embodiment of pure malice. Fire. As Li Hua beheld the approaching ghostly visage, she urgently commanded her Pokémon to attack, hoping to create a fleeting opportunity for escape by momentarily disrupting Gung Gue's defenses. However, what transpired next extinguished any hope of retreat. Instead of evading her meticulously trained Pokémon's assault, Gung Gue welcomed the dark pulse head-on. The blackish-purple whip lashed against its form, but failed to create the anticipated explosive impact. Instead, it flowed into Gung Gue like water into a deep pool, absorbed along the contours of its skin. An eerie crimson glow emanated from its purple-gray hide, and a chilling laugh, hee, rolled from Gung Gue's throat, suggesting a sense of satisfaction. Even with type disadvantages, the damage inflicted, adjusted for level, was still insufficient to pose a significant threat. Li Hua's masked visage paled slightly. She could not comprehend how a simple mission to seize an item from a lowly officer and retrieve a defector could lead her to encounter such a monstrosity. Magician. You bastard. Where the hell are you? Get me out of here. Coughing. The individual Li Hua referred to as the magician arrived at the deck of the Wavemaster alongside a natural bird. If you can't even handle such trivial matters, it is only a matter of time before you are eliminated. The magician, donned in a black suit with a red tie, appeared as if prepared for a grand performance. Mysterious person, he said, tipping his hat to Lin Feng. I apologize for the intrusion. Until we meet again. Natural bird, teleport. Upon hearing the command, the male natural bird, marked with 3 stripes, lit up with energy as the power of psychic abilities enveloped both the magician and Li Hua. Return. Sensing the psychic force, Li Hua hastily recalled her Pokémon while mockingly addressing Lin Feng. Hey, I can't just overlook the fact that you caused me to lose my Corviknight. I will exact my revenge next time. At her words, the magician's eyelids twitched, but upon recognizing the familiar psychic energy, he regained his composure. Teleportation was already in progress. Could he interrupt it? Chapter 36. Natural bird, also a bird. With a zap, the power of teleportation activated, transporting the natural bird, Li Hua, and the magician directly in front of Gungue. Black gaze. Lin Feng's calm voice echoed. Natural bird is not merely a bird. Any flying type shall fall under my dominion. BYD, seeking to provoke him and yet attempt to flee? How absurd. Not only did they wish to escape, but they also sought to regain lost dignity? What could they reclaim when he had already stripped them of it? What kind of ability is this? The two found themselves ensnared by the black gaze. Akin to a girl trapped in a washing machine, rendered completely at his mercy. Just a little trick. Lin Feng hurled a length of rope from his backpack, directing the natural bird to bind the two and strip them of their pokeballs, securing them to prevent any further antics. What is wrong with you, natural bird? The magician watched helplessly as the natural bird brought the rope, its eyes glowing as it ensnared its master, filling him with a sense of humiliation akin to betrayal. Wake up. Don't let them control you. The magician strained his only movable head to glare at Lin Feng. Bastard. What have you done to my natural bird? He could hardly fathom the advantage a trainer with such abilities would hold in Pokemon battles. How utterly despairing it must be for those specialized in flying types when faced with such a foe. Even the current champion of the region, Dato, had numerous flying-type Pokemon within his ranks. The magician could scarcely fathom the scene that would unfold if the other party were to launch an assault on the Johto Alliance, only to find their Pokemon turning against them in unison. It would be nothing short of betrayal. Lin Feng scoffed. As a member of Team Rocket, spare me your theatrics. Such power hailing from Kalos is beyond your comprehension. He turned, gesturing to Hoenn and Lan. Come here and assist me in escorting these two back to Officer Lin Feng. A belated realization struck Lan and Hoenn, prompting them to hurriedly approach and drag the bound individuals away. When did you two latch on as such a formidable ally? Li Hua gritted her teeth as she was pulled along. How was I not informed of this? There are many things you remain oblivious to, Lan and Squirtle remarked while tugging Li Hua along. Care to guess how the prolonged wait and your silence will be interpreted by the masked man? Will he believe you have failed, or that you have defected? And how do you think the masked man will react to news of your betrayal? She smiled as her gaze roamed over Li Hua's curvaceous figure, adding, perhaps your beauty might yet earn you the favor of the boss. All right. Li Hua fell silent, fully aware that any further protests would merely serve to fuel their mockery. Indifferent to their antics, Lin Feng elegantly gestured to the audience in the living area as he made his exit, then approached the ship's railing. With a flourish of his staff, he commanded the multitude of flying-type Pokemon that had descended, seek out a suitable habitat, and embrace a life free from their control. A vast number of Dark-type Pokemon, lifted by the mighty Gyarados, regained their senses upon the release of the staff's dominion. Hearing Lin Feng's command, they swiftly scattered in groups, heading in various directions to seek their freedom. Lan and Hoenn secured the magician and Li Hua in a corner with an additional layer of bindings, allowing them to witness the masked man's face as he released his Pokemon. However, for reasons unknown, Lan felt an unsettling emptiness about the masked man, as the iridescent feathers no longer pointed in his direction. Is this the end? Lin Feng emerged from the living area, exclaiming, well done, you two. Are these the culprits behind it all? He crouched before the magician and Li Hua, presenting his badge. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Feng. And this is my badge, number 9527. I am hereby arresting you for public endangerment. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used against you in court. Arcanine, a burst of crimson appeared as Arcanine materialized in its formidable form. Woof! It bared its teeth, fixating menacingly on the magician and Li Hua. Keep a close watch on them, and you too should heed Arcanine's authority, for it possesses the power of law enforcement among you. Lin Feng turned away, striding toward the masked man, On behalf of the East Huang Alliance, I express my gratitude for your assistance. This is the duty of a law-abiding citizen. The masked man's metallic voice echoed, accompanied by the swirling black and red clouds of his attire, devoid of legs. I seek only to ascertain Team Rocket's distribution within the Johto Alliance through these two individuals. I wish to eradicate evil. I hope this request is not beyond your capacity. Officer. Of course, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I graduated with a specialization in police dogs and have little expertise in interrogation. It seems you are a ghost-type trainer. Feel free to inquire directly about whatever you wish to know. Jengar. As Jengar passed by Lin Feng, it playfully made a face, clearly unable to tolerate its trainer's peculiarities. However, upon noticing Lin Feng's increasingly sharp gaze, Jengar hastened its pace toward the magician and Li Hua, with a mere application of force. The two were compelled to divulge all they knew. Is it about Chaz? Lin Feng mused, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating the information about this individual. Is he the antagonist from the movie featuring Shalebi? And with no news of Ash, could it be that the plot has yet to commence? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the ship officially entered a thunderstorm zone. Is this environment not of your making? Lin Feng instinctively glanced at Li Hua. How could we, one a dark type and the other a psychic type, have caused such a phenomenon? Even a trainer skilled in weather manipulation would require extraordinary prowess to create such conditions. Li Hua and the magician, unmasked, bore the pallor of Jengar's influence. If I suggest I might have a lead, could I trade it for my life? The magician attempted to struggle, but found his natural bird fixated on him, rendering him helpless. You may speak first, and then I shall consider your terms. Boss. Xiaolon leaned closer to Lin Feng and whispered, his name is Iju, and he possesses psychic-type talents. Your ordinary ropes may not suffice to contain him. That's of no concern, Lin Feng replied dismissively. Surrounded by the vast ocean, and with his pokeballs removed, he has no choice but to remain here. Lest he wishes to feed the fish. He pointed to the natural bird nearby. Moreover, Mr. Masked Man's natural bird has been watching him closely. He is not a humanoid psychic Pokémon. How could he resist the natural bird's influence? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Iju felt tears welling up. He yearned to vehemently declare that the natural bird was his Pokémon, unjustly taken from him by unknown means. Return my natural bird. Iju's heart surged with a peculiar sensation as he faced the betrayal of losing his Pokémon. Without my Pokémon, I am rendered worthless. But to train new Pokémon back to their former strength is no easy feat, Lin Feng acknowledged. Recalling a champion from the Pokémon anime who had fallen into despair after losing his main team, retreating into obscurity. Enough of this. Share the information you believe could bargain for your life. Fine. Iju turned his gaze to the stormy clouds ahead. You may not possess psychic abilities, which is understandable. But for those of us who do, the storm ahead is certainly not a product of nature. It is a tempest conjured by an immensely powerful psychic Pokémon. Its purpose, however, eludes me. Iju's revelation piqued Lin Feng's interest. A formidable psychic Pokémon. Could it possibly be Mewtwo? If it truly is Mewtwo, that would be splendid. Lin Feng had been troubled by the absence of Mewtwo's whereabouts, only to find the opportunity presenting itself unexpectedly. Mewtwo? What kind of Pokémon is that? I've never heard of it. Xiaolon and Xiaoyin exchanged bewildered glances, having never encountered such a Pokémon. Even Li Hua appeared perplexed, clearly unaware of Mewtwo's existence. How do you know about Mewtwo? Iju fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, realizing this was a top-secret matter belonging to Team Rocket, known only to a select few. Unless... Damn. Iju's body writhed like a worm in agitation. Chaz. I curse you. He has come to a complete understanding. What about Bishaz? How has he offended you? Lin Feng's interest intensified. Could it be that he sent you here? That would be splendid. You must be aware of his current whereabouts, correct? Where is he now? Is he in the capital? Can you divulge the location of his stronghold? I can spare your life. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ishu's internal speculation became even more certain. The Lin Feng before him was merely a high-ranking officer of Team Rocket in disguise, harboring resentment against Bishaz for not sharing the spoils of the successful Capital Alliance plan. Thus, he had dispatched Ishu and Li Hua, two external operatives, to deal with the opposition. As for why the masked man had instructed them to pursue the Little Silver and Little Blue, it was undoubtedly due to Team Rocket's machinations. Of course, being a clever individual, Ishu trusted only his intellect. He wished nothing more than for Bishaz to meet his demise. Li Hua was oblivious to the psychological turmoil Ishu had endured. In her eyes, he was nothing but a traitor ready to defect. Do you remember our promises? How could you betray the organization like this? Oh, Lin Feng gestured for Little Silver to untie Ishu while he directed his gaze at Li Hua. What say you? Will you pledge your allegiance to this villainous organization, Team Rocket? In that case, I shall have no choice but to hand you over to my companion, the masked man here. I am somewhat acquainted with the living habits of Gingwei through the records. Li Hua's earlier indignation promptly faded. I possess information as well. Can it secure my life? She straightened her posture, bending her knees, showcasing her long legs and alluring figure. Who tied her up like this? Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the natural bird. Who raised you? You creature? This is not my natural bird. It belongs to Ishu. The voice of the swirling masked man chimed in metallic tones. How do you train psychic-type Pokémon? Is this your method? Lin Feng was greatly astonished. You don't have a Shinado in your Pokémon team, do you? Just as Lin Feng was about to continue his inquiries, a thunderous boom echoed. Amidst the surging storm vortex, the colossal emerald-green silhouette of Rayquaza became distinctly visible, its ability to dispel weather effects activating, causing the thunderstorm that had once engulfed the sky to dissipate. Accompanying Rayquaza was a humanoid deity, Deoxys. Oh my, Rayquaza! Lin Feng was taken aback and hastily ordered Lucario to dispel the lingering aura of dominance from his body while swiftly stowing away his staff. He remembered well that this creature's presence would provoke the ire of both flying and ice-type deities, and Rayquaza was the most formidable among the flying-type gods. Quickly retreat to the cabin. He dashed through the door to the cabin, locating the nearest telephone in the living quarters and dialed the control deck. Turn around immediately. Rayquaza is battling an unknown deity. We must leave this place at once. With the dispersal of the aura of dominance, Ishu's natural bird was no longer under Lin Feng's control. It tilted its head, perplexed as to why its trainer would bind a familiar human companion like Li Hua in such a manner, typically reserved for secretive interactions with others. Noticing the natural bird's confused gaze, Ishu was about to explain when his psychic abilities began to blare alarms. What on earth is that psychic-type Pokémon? Ishu turned towards the alarming direction and caught sight of a core humanoid life form radiating cold blue or purple light, engaged in a struggle with Rayquaza. Although this unknown Pokémon was clearly at a disadvantage, its ability to contend with the sky god of Hoenn to such an extent was evidently indicative of its prowess. In other words, hurry, natural bird, swiftly take us away from here. Ishu's face turned pale. Even falling into Lin Feng's hands would be preferable to being caught in a battle between deities. For to fall into human hands might only result in imprisonment. But being embroiled in a divine conflict posed the grave risk of not even retaining a complete corpse. You can't just leave me behind. Take me with you. Li Hua writhed desperately, devoid of her earlier mature demeanor. The psychic influence waned once more. Ishu stared rigidly at the natural bird, observing its anguished expression, clearly suffering from a backlash of psychic energy. Rather than evade, it would be better to fight back. Little Silver encouraged Little Saw Crocodile. Right, Little Saw Crocodile. Clack, clack. Little Saw Crocodile nodded, confidently stepping forward 2 paces before turning back. Clack. It pointed its tiny short arms towards the 2 figures entangled in the distant sky, then gestured to itself. Battle with them, me? Are you serious? Have you forgotten our vow? To become the strongest Pokémon and trainer together. Little Silver fervently urged. If we hesitate to act today, how can we ever claim the title of the strongest? Clack. Little Saw Crocodile hesitated, its tiny hands gesturing frantically, and then let out a determined cry, evidently emboldened by its trainer's encouragement, oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Yes, just like that. Little Silver gazed at the spirited Little Saw Crocodile, tears brimming in his eyes, ready to offer more encouragement when the ship's sudden sharp turn caused him to sway left and right. Is this the fervor unique to youth? Even Rotom, masquerading as a ghost-type champion, was ignited by Little Silver's words, encouraging, maintain that feeling. The world is eager to hear the tales of youthful daring. Give it a go? Gungawei tugged at his clothing, signaling Rotom to refrain from speaking out of turn in Lin Feng's absence. However, it was not yet time for you to take action. Rotom quickly fell silent, but felt Lucario's wave of communication. When it comes to flying types, none can rival Rayquaza here. But if we speak of dragon types, the metallic voice brimmed with pride. Chapter 38, The Gluttonous Rayquaza. Here, I possess a dragon-type champion that rivals the renowned Dratini. The group could distinctly hear the pride in the metallic voice. There are dragon-type champions here? Ishu wished to curl up and simultaneously commanded the natural bird to bind Bishaz, intending to engage in some forms of punishment that Bishaz would loathe. Where have I ended up? I asked. The bound Li Hua, unable to endure her discomfort, pleaded, could you at least untie me first? Otherwise, if the ship sinks, I wouldn't even be able to save myself in this state. In the future, could you refrain from displaying your personal preferences in front of Pokémon? Li Hua, turned sideways, expressed her grievances towards Ishu. Look at how you've tied me. Is this even proper? Without the boss's orders, we cannot release you. Little Blue hesitated for a moment, squatting beside the Arcanine, and asked, Leader, can we untie the prisoner? She remembered Lin Feng had previously mentioned that when they were with Arcanine, it was the leader due to its official status as a police dog, while she and Little Silver were merely auxiliary officers without enforcement power. Masked Man. As Xiao Lan turned around, she discovered that the Masked Man and Gung Gue had vanished. Knowing their awareness of Team Rocket's base, it was likely they had gone to confront Bishaz. A smile of sheer delight spread across Iju's face. How audacious of a champion-level Gung Gue to be nurtured in the shadows. One could only wonder how many lives he had sacrificed along the way to achieve such mastery, existing within the trainer's shadow without posing any threat. Furthermore, recalling the Gung Gue's demeanor devoid of malice only intensified Iju's grin. To maintain control over Gung Gue under such circumstances reflected a ghost-type Pokémon trainer's unparalleled prowess. A level of mastery that utterly eluded my comprehension. He could have easily become the first regional champion specializing in ghost-type Pokémon had his team consisted of 6 meticulously trained companions. Iju thought to himself, prepare to meet your demise. Bishaz, you sun-soaked beach, sending us to deal with such a monster. Hoping to incite the boss into action through our hands. Is it? I shall defy your intentions, while you wish to use me as a knife. I shall drive that knife into your back instead. With such thoughts, Iju promptly retrieved his communicator, employing a special code to alert his superior, the so-called Masked Man of the Eternal Ice Wall. He intended for Bishaz to taste the bitter fruits of his failed machinations. Roar. The conflict raging in the skies had evidently reached its zenith. The colossal storm clouds, having lost the energy infusion from Deoxys, began to dissipate rapidly, revealing the foolishness of Deoxys's attempts to manipulate the weather in the presence of the airlocking Rayquaza. Each time Deoxys endured an assault from Rayquaza, its damaged areas healed swiftly, yet its energy core dimmed with each restoration. This was my first encounter with a legendary Pokémon. Lin Feng gazed upon Rayquaza's graceful form, filled with yearning. Datu was right. No dragon-type Pokémon trainer could behold Rayquaza without harboring dreams of becoming its trainer. However, Datu, you could never understand the profound chasm that lies between us. While other trainers may or may not have the opportunity to bond with Rayquaza, Lin Feng himself was quite capable of becoming its trainer, provided he unlocked the Sky Pillar storyline within the pixelated game. Once the ship sailed farther, he would summon his Gyarados to unleash a fierce strike against Rayquaza, unless, of course, he opted to utilize his Mega Swampert instead. To this day, Lin Feng remained uncertain of how to unlock the legendary Pokémon storyline, yet having encountered Rayquaza at last, he felt compelled to attempt it. He would challenge the legendary with his Pokémon, perhaps unlocking the Sky Pillar narrative and facilitating a battle scene in the process. The 999 Pokeballs in his backpack were brimming with anticipation. At the Devon Corporation's Weather Research Institute, Dawu, freshly returned from Johto, had yet to explain to his father the reasons behind the failure to retrieve the ultimate weapons shell when he was summoned by an energy reading that was nearly off the charts. Clad in a white lab coat and sporting rimless glasses, Dawu had transformed from a wealthy young master into an elegant researcher. He scrutinized a wildly fluctuating energy spectrum of dragon-type energy, turning to a nearby researcher inquiring, have you identified the source of this anomalous energy signal? And why is it engaged in combat with Rayquaza? After manipulating the instruments, the researcher projected a small hologram of Deoxys before Dawu. Deoxys, a psychic-type, cosmic virus Pokémon. Primarily orange in hue, featuring a distinctive purple stripe across its face, with a crystalline core that houses its brain. Typically found in pairs, they traverse the cosmos via meteorites, valuing companionship above all else. Deoxys? Dawu observed the holographic image of the bipedal, four-armed humanoid Pokémon. And meteorites. Investigate whether any meteorites have recently entered our atmosphere. Given Rayquaza's tendencies, Dawu surmised why this extraterrestrial Pokémon had clashed with Rayquaza. Rayquaza typically fed on water and particles in the atmosphere, yet to achieve Mega Evolution, it required more than just these resources. It needed to consume meteorites, storing their energy within its celestial organ until it was sufficiently charged to meet the requirements for Mega Evolution. Director, the researcher reported, clutching the data. Our observational data from the space station confirms that a meteorite has indeed entered our planet's atmosphere. However, due to Rayquaza's interference, we lost track of it once it penetrated the ozone layer. Now, continue tracking the energy readings and report Rayquaza's location to me, Dawu urged, leaning forward and supporting himself on the metallic casing of the equipment. Additionally, Check for excessive energy readings at the resting places of Groudon and Kyogre. Both Rayquaza's Mega Evolution and the primal reversion of Groudon and Kyogre were significant phenomena. The three legendary Pokémon of Hoenn symbolized nature, and their conflict could trigger a chain reaction potent enough to reopen the Hoenn region. With this in mind, Dawu dialed the phone number of the current Hoenn champion, Mikoli. To keep it brief, Dawu bypassed pleasantries and stated directly, monitor the movements of the Aqua and Magma teams, apprehend them for surveillance if necessary. On the other end, Mikoli, having just concluded a dazzling competition, was about to engage in casual banter when Dawu's request shifted the conversation to serious matters. Has there been an anomaly detected at the Weather Research Institute? Mikoli asked, apologetically waving farewell to his fans as he concluded the photo and autograph session. Stepping into a corner to converse. Could the prophecy be coming to fruition? Whether the prophecy will come true remains uncertain, Dawu replied with a wry smile. But Rayquaza has commenced gathering energy in preparation for Mega Evolution. He pondered how to address the battle between Rayquaza and Deoxys, realizing that it could potentially spark regional conflicts. Isn't the battle occurring outside our Hoenn jurisdiction? Mikoli rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of powerlessness regarding matters involving legendary Pokémon. I will inform the board chairman to make early contact with all parties involved. Could the primal reversion of Kyogre and Groudon be compelling Rayquaza to prepare in advance? If it's merely the awakening of Kyogre and Groudon. Dawu paused, then continued, I am confident that my Metagross can restrain one of them, returning it to its slumber. But if both are in their primal reversion states, a wave of helplessness washed over Dawu's heart. Then addressing the situation head-on may not suffice. We will need alternative methods to minimize the impact of their battle. Chapter 39, The Crisis in Hoenn. However, historical records indicate that whenever the Ocean God and the Earth God clashed, the Sky God would intervene to mediate their conflict. Mikoli hesitated. And did you not mention that Rayquaza seems to be consuming meteorites to replenish its celestial organs' energy? A mega-evolved Rayquaza should be more than capable of reconciling the primal reversion of the dual gods, should it not? This is not the first instance in Hoenn's history where a battle between Kyogre and Groudon has occurred. Each recorded event has concluded with the intervention of the deity of the skies, which has led Mikoli to remain unconcerned. What if their conflict were to unfold in the prosperous heart of Hoenn? Daigo suddenly interjected. Yes, Rayquaza will indeed bring an end to it. But what if that is merely the conclusion? The monumental clash between these two embodiments of nature in the interior of Hoenn could usher in profound and lasting changes to the region. As the champion of Hoenn, do you dare to wager on it? Mikoli felt his throat dry. I cannot gamble. If this calamity were to engulf half of Hoenn, the region might languish as the weakest among the major leagues for centuries to come, transforming into a desolate wasteland for trainers and coordinators alike. As the champion of Hoenn, he was acutely aware that their world was not limited to just their league. Some regions had been denied entry into the league due to a lack of qualified trainers, such as Alola. While he and Daigo remained relatively unscathed for now, should a battle between the two deities reduce Hoenn to the same plight as Alola, Mikoli would bear the guilt as the champion of Hoenn. Furthermore, without the support of the league system, it would require centuries of relentless effort to restore Hoenn to its former glory. 100 years may seem like mere centuries, but 900 years is still centuries apart, with vast differences in between. The director had monitored the location of the battle between Rayquaza and Deoxys. A researcher clad in a white coat approached Daigo, who was discussing plans with Mikoli, holding a tablet. All right. Daigo covered the microphone and replied, then turned to Mikoli, saying, we must keep a close watch on that duo. The foolish Flannery and water-type specialist. I am uncertain how many within the league are aiding these two in exchange for their support, but I know they are all from Hoenn's prominent families and executives, which complicates matters. However, there is an ancient saying in the East, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. As the champion of the league, you must exhibit your resolve. At critical moments, he paused before continuing. I will also intervene to assist you. With our combined strength, we can subdue the entire league. A champion akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon is inherently the most formidable force and the most ruthless enforcer of any league. Mikoli ended the call, his emotions struggling to transition from the elation of a grand tournament's successful conclusion to the gravity of regional survival. Mr. Mikoli. A youth donning a white hat approached him after he hung up. The brim of the boy's hat was black, embellished with red pokeball patterns, giving the illusion of white hair from a distance. Your performance at the grand contest with Love Disc has taught me the essence of true beauty. He spoke passionately. Please allow me to become your apprentice and learn how to be a competent coordinator by your side. Mikoli's demeanor remained unaffected by his suppressed thoughts. He He responded patiently as always. But before you request to be my disciple, shouldn't you introduce yourself? My name is Ruby, and my father is the gym leader of Orange City, Senri. Ruby clasped his hands together in prayer. Mr. Macaulay, please, you must take me as your apprentice. Having thoroughly observed the entire Super Rank Grand Contest held in Autumn Leaf Town, Ruby was profoundly impressed by Macaulay's coordinating skills. He had never realized that the allure of Pokémon extended beyond mere appearances to such expressive performances. Senri's child? How curious that you chose the path of a coordinator instead of challenging gyms, Macaulay mused. He nodded. If you wish for me to accept you as my disciple, simply demonstrate your understanding of coordination to me. Should I witness your potential, I shall consider taking you under my wing. He was aware of Senri's formidable reputation as a gym leader. With his Pokémon, he had the potential to become Hoenn's next Elite Four member. Thus, as long as Ruby could showcase sufficient potential, Macaulay was willing to grant Senri this favor. Moreover, if the situation was indeed as complex as Daigo suggested, nurturing the next generation early to prevent a talent drought in the Hoenn League was of utmost importance. I will certainly meet your expectations, Master. Ruby's eyes sparkled with determination. However, it is premature for you to call me Master, as I have not yet accepted you as my disciple. Macaulay surveyed their surroundings and said to Ruby, this place is unsuitable. Let us change locations. In the interior of the Kagayaki gym in Johto, the sculptor, Yu, who had been carving ice sculptures for decades, felt his special communicator vibrating. Little boar. The small boar curled beside Yu, upon hearing his trainer's call, immediately stood up, widening its eyes and alerting to the environment. Is it Shiraisu? I never imagined this fellow would dare to exploit me. After examining the information on the communicator, Yu snorted, just in time. He has gathered intel on Shalebi, and it is time to reap the rewards. It is also time for Team Rocket to witness my true strength, to understand that I am merely cooperating with them, not submitting to them. With a clap of his hands, he propelled himself from his wheelchair onto the freshly carved ice sculpture, his black cloak cascading down to conceal his icy form. While he donned a blue mask to obscure his visage, the imposing figure bore only a shock of white hair for distinction. Come back, little boar. Emerge, messenger bird. The man in the blue mask commanded the red and white penguin-like messenger bird before him. Use fly. The messenger bird nodded. Leaping onto the shoulder of the man in the blue mask, enveloped in the power of flight, ascending rapidly towards the Team Rocket base where Shiraisu was located. Chapter 40. Intervening in Battle. In the open sea between the Johto League and the East Huang League, the hull of the ship, Wavebreaker, began to sway violently amid the residual waves of the battle between the two deities. Yet, the minds of all passengers, including the crew, were undeterred by the ship's tumult. Instead, they were fixated on the figure clad in a black and red robe, encircled by a multitude of Gyarados. Look, it's the same fellow who defeated those attackers before. So many Gyarados? Have all the Gyarados within 1,000 nautical miles congregated here? What does he intend to do? Does he plan to confront Rayquaza and that unknown Pokémon with his army of Gyarados? Conversations spread among the passengers like wildfire, even quicker than the rising hands clutching cameras. Various photographic devices and smartphones were raised towards Lin Feng's direction. This is bound to be more sensational than the current internet sensation of Lucario parting the snow waves. A new trending topic, this is mine. However, those on the main deck, including Xiaolon, were too preoccupied to indulge in photography. They anxiously observed the figure donning a fox mask, who was defending them against the aftermath of the divine battle with the Gyarados swarm. Is this the power of Rayquaza? Peeking her head out, Li Hua gazed at the fierce battle above, suddenly beginning to doubt her boss's plans. Can they truly confront such formidable Pokémon with their powers? Moreover, it is evident that Rayquaza did not engage the humanoid Pokémon with full force, yet the ripples of battle have already been so immense. If it were to fight them with all its might, could they merely hope to protect themselves? Xiaolon, for the sake of our past relationship, please tell us honestly. How many such figures does your organization possess? While Li Hua was more concerned with the unexpected battle scene, Ishu opted for a more pragmatic approach, attempting to glean information about Lin Feng from the siblings. No wonder you had to escape during the boss's moment of weakness. It seems you had already found a new patron. Once you reach Donghuang, it will be the boss who cannot do anything against you, as you have the protection of such a powerful organization. Huh. Xiaolon looked up at Ishu in confusion, although she understood each word he said. Together they formed a sentence that eluded her comprehension. What patron? What power? She pointed at the Arcanine and asked, are you referring to our leader? Woof. The Arcanine lowered its body, adopting a battle stance, presenting itself with an imposing demeanor. This. Ishu stroked his chin, contemplating the Arcanine. which was noticeably larger than its kin. It made him ponder, let me think this through. Although this Arcanine has developed exceptionally well, how formidable could a single Arcanine, which is yet to evolve into an Arcanine, truly be? Surely not every Pokemon can possess the absurd prowess of their boss's messenger bird, who has repeatedly surpassed its racial limits to attain such unparalleled strength. And the Arcanine? Ishu felt his clever mind was somewhat inadequate. You are indeed tight-lipped. He lowered his hand from his chin and gazed slowly at Xiaolan, remarking, it stands to reason, if you were not tight-lipped, how could you possibly have joined such a hidden organization? Truly clever and cunning of you. Nevertheless, I shall not pry further. After all, it is now in your hands. Do as you will. As for the humanoid Pokemon, although Ishu did not know its name, he was certain it belonged to the psychic type. Otherwise, how could it be that the messenger bird could not even utilize teleportation? Upon hearing Ishu's lengthy discourse, Xiaolan's eyes widened in astonishment. If her memory had not been altered, she recalled that she was merely undergoing an evaluation by Lin Feng, not part of any mysterious organization. Yet, she was perplexed as to what thoughts were swirling in Ishu's mind, a person renowned for his intellect among them. Xiaoyin, what is today's date? Xiaolan whispered to Xiaoyin, we haven't been here for long, have we? Unable to ascertain whether Ishu had lost his mind, she sought to discover if she had experienced amnesia, unaware of the warm breath beside her. Xiaoyin's face flushed slightly. Today is the 1st of February in the year 123 of the Alliance. It has only been a week since we boarded. Oblivious to Xiaolan's budding feelings towards her brother, she straightened up, pondering. So my memory hasn't been lost after all. But why does Ishu think this way? Is it possible that the thought processes of clever individuals are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals? Look, the Gyarados swarm is stirring. The cheer interrupted Xiaolan's contemplation, and the group, including the messenger bird and Arcanine, turned their gazes towards the Gyarados. My dragon, so it was here. Lin Feng, his face concealed by a fox mask, revealing only his eyes and part of his chin, stood atop a Gyarados that resembled a leader among the swarm, gazing upward at the battlefield where the struggle was fierce. The scales tipping increasingly in Rayquaza's favor, and calmly commanded, Gyarados swarm, unleash Hyper Beam and divide the battlefield. The leader of the Gyarados cast a fearful glance at Lin Feng's Gyarados swimming beside it, bewildered by the emergence of such a powerful Gyarados within its own kin. With sheer physical strength alone, it could easily overpower it. Thus, upon receiving Lin Feng's command, it willingly chose to submit. Even without being captured, the benevolent Gyarados leader was still inclined to heed Lin Feng's orders. Roar! Responding to the leader's command, numerous Gyarados in the vicinity aligned their sights towards the two legendary Pokémon in the sky, orange beams of light coalescing around them. Moments later, countless beams of destruction, varying in strength, shot skyward, as even Rayquaza and Dialga chose not to confront this barrage in their weakened state. Roar! Rayquaza twisted its body in the sky, evading the Hyper Beam while stealthily layering itself with Dragon Dance, exuding a masterful demeanor. Dialga also shifted to its speed form, rotating to dodge the Gyarados swarm's assault. Chapter 41, Mega Gyarados, a grand entrance. A vast expanse of orange light tore through the heavens, eradicating the last remnants of the storm conjured by Dialga. Across the expansive sea and sky, only Dialga and Rayquaza remained, circling as they gazed down at the fox-masked figure commanding the Gyarados swarm. Roar! Rayquaza looked down at the diminutive human below, recalling the demise of its chosen successor, fury swelling within it. Had it not been for the internal strife among humans, its successor would not have perished, and it would not have had to scour the cosmos for meteors to consume, seeking to fill the void within its royal essence. Had it not sought meteors, it would not have been ambushed by Dialga, hidden within one, nor would it have reached this dire juncture. Dragon Pulse. A formidable surge of energy coalesced within Rayquaza's crimson maw, unleashing a powerful shockwave directed at the sole human among the Gyarados, Lin Feng. Roar! The Gyarados leader, witnessing Rayquaza's assault, was momentarily stunned. Previously, its submission to Lin Feng's might was due to the overwhelming strength of that Gyarados, yet now, its submission stemmed from witnessing a spectacle it could never have imagined in its lifetime. Its kin challenging the deity of the sky and then being attacked by the wrathful deity. If it could survive this encounter, it would have tales to boast about for eternity. Thus, while contemplating this, the Gyarados leader sought to unleash its abilities once more to express its stance to Rayquaza. However, the stiffness from the Hyper Beam rendered it unable to retaliate, let alone evade Rayquaza's onslaught alongside Lin Feng. This is bad, Ishu exclaimed. The recent barrage of Hyper Beam has left the Gyarados swarm collectively paralyzed. If they have not undergone specialized training set by a trainer, their immobilization will result in them being unable to withstand this dragon pulse. Xiaolan, your organization as cadre must have more than just one Gyarados, right? Moreover, this Gyarados army must have undergone specialized training to significantly reduce their immobilization period, correct? Ishu's relentless inquiries left Xiaolan in silence. At such a critical juncture, are you still withholding information? Ishu, growing frantic, implored, must we endure the tumult of our emotions until we are swept away by the aftermath of the legendary Pokémon? Can you not provide us with a glimmer of hope? Even in the face of the formidable dragon deity from Hoenn, you are confident in your ability to repel him, are you not? This left Xiaolan even more silent, as she found herself at a loss for how to respond to Ishu's inquiry. Her understanding of the two powerful trainers currently in the fray was akin to that of an audience member in a living district, pressed against the glass, anxiously watching the tumultuous battle outside, nearly forgetting to breathe, utterly ignorant, yet profoundly awestruck. Iron Tail. The majestic body of Gyarados surged forth from the depths of the ocean, its form glistening with a silvery metallic sheen that enveloped much of its being. The sheer force of its core power enabled it to twist midair, striking directly at the dragon pulse unleashed by Rayquaza. Bang! Amidst the throng of spectators, the immense shockwave generated by the dragon pulse was astonishingly shattered by a single iron tail. The explosive energy rippled across the ocean's surface, creating a series of water columns that erupted into the air. Yet, they were at a disadvantage. Lin Feng gazed intently at the descending Gyarados, while Rayquaza hovered aloft, enveloped in layers of dragon dance. Was his Gyarados, while submerged in the sea, not also accumulating the effects of dragon dance? The dragon pulse unleashed by Rayquaza, even in its diminished state, should not have been able to contend evenly with a fully revitalized Gyarados. Roar! The already ferocious Gyarados, injured and filled with rage, glared at the dragon's silhouette above, its fierce eyes ablaze with a desire to drag its opponent down into the depths. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the tail of Gyarados. Even with the protective energy of Iron Tail, after shattering the dragon pulse, Gyarados' tail had still sustained injuries. If this was Rayquaza in its standard form, how formidable would it be in its primal or mega forms? It was truly unfathomable to consider how the legendary Ho-Oh and Lugia, renowned alongside Rayquaza, could be defeated by a mere messenger of the small mountain pig. To rely solely on a standard Gyarados to vanquish Rayquaza was indeed overly presumptuous. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Feng raised his right hand, adorned with the Mega Ring, high into the air, the radiant light of Mega Evolution forming a connection between him and Gyarados. O tyrant of the deep sea, you have borne the title of ferocious beast for far too long. Today, let this ocean be your prison and the divine being your staircase. Break free from the shackles that do not exist, and transform into a warrior challenging the gods. Lin Feng proclaimed, Gyarados, Mega Evolve, roar. Upon receiving the link to Mega Evolution, Gyarados was engulfed in a raw, violent energy. As the incredible power shattered the genetic bindings, its fury surged alongside its newfound strength. After undergoing Mega Evolution, Gyarados' whiskers elongated, their tips sharp as whips, while the three azure horns atop its head became even more menacing. Its dorsal fin transformed into a serrated structure reminiscent of a blade, and its pupils narrowed into slits, emanating an intensified desire for destruction. Mega Gyarados? Ishu could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Such a ferocious Pokémon could truly share a bond with its trainer deep enough to achieve Mega Evolution? Moreover, would it still heed its trainer's commands after evolving? Could it possibly possess the power of the dragon? Even if it did wield such power, Gyarados was not a dragon type. Was it? Must it be that simply having dragon in its name allows it to communicate with dragon energy? If that were the case, wouldn't a team of flying-type trainers with dragon in their names all consider themselves dragon trainers? What a farcical notion. Ishu felt his worldview shifting once more after being thoroughly trounced by the small mountain pig despite his diligent training. You still do not comprehend, do you? He turned to Xiaolan, equally stunned, and could not help but inquire. What do you truly know? I know that today is February 1st. Marking the 123rd anniversary of the Alliance. Xiaolan's face flushed crimson. She had never felt shame from distrust before, for her greatest skill lay in deception. Yet this time was different. She was genuinely bewildered as to how the current situation had escalated to such a degree, and despite her sincerity, her counterpart refused to believe her. What a lamentable state of affairs. Chapter 42, The Final Signal. The wind rustled through Lin Feng's garments. The sound of the fabric being swept up drowned out by the powerful jets of water emanating from Gyarados' side. Though Mega Gyarados had lost its flying-type attributes, It did not imply that it could no longer soar. The high-pressure water jets at its sides could even propel it skyward. Indeed, Pokémon that cannot fly are a rarity in the Pokémon world. As it approached, Lin Feng's emotions remained unperturbed by the temporary disadvantage. On the contrary, he felt remarkably calm. The current 1v1 disadvantage did not presage his performance in a larger confrontation. Each encounter with Pokémon trainers and legendary beasts was a treasure trove of experience. And to hone his command skills, Lin Feng endeavored to direct the battle himself rather than merely play the role of a cheerleader on the sidelines. Drawing closer, he aimed to unleash Ice Fang on the creature. A torrent of water enveloped Gyarados, swirling around it as it harnessed the power of the jets to propel itself toward Rayquaza in the sky. Rayquaza attempted to maneuver around the edges of Gyarados' waterfall effect, but the freezing air caused the water to expand, lifting it to greater heights. Roar! Rayquaza emitted a pained howl, unlike any it had uttered during battles with Deoxys. Clearly, the combination of Mega Gyarados' waterfall and Ice Fang, amplified by Stab, inflicted far greater damage than Deoxys' attacks. Enduring the agony, Rayquaza briefly ascended, preparing to retaliate, only to find the icy water enveloping Mega Gyarados reversing course and hurtling directly towards the observing Deoxys. ZZZT. The intermittent electronic pulse conveyed Deoxys' confusion. It could not comprehend why the Pokémon on this planet behaved like super beasts. First, the Dragon-type Pokémon had aimed to devour its aircraft, and now this Water-type Pokémon, after attacking the Dragon-type, was not even sparing a bystander. Roar! Mega Gyarados, now even more enraged, had its energy consumption doubled by BYD's covert pressure manipulation, and it was still pretending to be innocent. Take this Ice Fang. ZZZT. Deoxys braced itself defensively, preparing to absorb Mega Gyarados' attack, while simultaneously, it began to regret selecting this planet as its destination for travel. Such overwhelming power. It had barely arrived and had not rested for a moment. Was it truly to face two adversaries at once? Which region's champion was this, to be so fearsome? Ishu gazed at Lin Feng with fervor. Yet I have never heard of a champion whose ace Pokémon is Gyarados. Could it be a reclusive trainer emerging from obscurity? How astonishing. Even as the ship, the Wavebreaker, teetered on the brink of being torn apart by the battle's residual forces, Ishu's admiration for the strong had quelled his fear of death. Miss Xiaolan, I implore you, allow me to join your organization, even as an auxiliary member. He turned to Xiaolan and bowed, declaring, I must follow this formidable individual until he ascends to the pinnacle of all regional trainers. How extraordinary. This direct and unadorned approach to combat far surpasses the allure of the masked man from the organization where Ishu currently resides. He was certain that no spectator with an interest in Pokémon battles could watch this encounter without feeling a surge of admiration for that trainer. The excited shouts from the living area, more exuberant than fearful, only reinforced his thoughts. Is your leader still single? Asked the blushing and bashful Dianli Hua, biting her lip as she inquired of Xiaolan. What must it feel like to be the partner of such a powerful figure, witnessing each of his battles? The two had joined Lu Bo's organization in pursuit of thrill and to pass the time, and now, encountering a stronger individual and pledging allegiance to him seemed only natural. What splendid weather we have today, Xiaolan remarked, gripping the railing tightly to prevent her body from swaying with the boat's movements, while her Squirtle clung to her leg to keep her from being thrown off by inertia. Indeed, the weather is truly delightful, Xiaoyan concurred. The defensive form of Deoxys had become exceedingly bulky, with its neck vanishing and its head embedded within its body, exuding an impression of robustness and solidity. With a staggering defensive stat of 160, Deoxys appeared effortlessly resilient against any assault. After enduring an attack from Mega Gyarados, Deoxys instinctively began to diminish Mega Gyarados' defenses. Glare. Rather than recoiling from its bodily changes, Mega Gyarados was invigorated. Roar. Its thunderous roar tore through the air. The massive tail of Gyarados, adorned with fearsome bony spikes, whirled not in a sweeping motion, but rather like a colossal battering ram, striking Deoxys' face with sheer ferocity. Boom. Following its doubled power, the furious strike, with a base damage of 150, was amplified by the Dark-type advantage, crashing into Deoxys' robust green energy shield. Crack. Zzz. The green barrier enveloping Deoxys' surface fractured like fragile glass upon impact, as the immense damage from Gyarados surged through its formidable defenses and into its core. A succession of sharp, agonizing electronic sounds erupted from Deoxys' head. Its mental core, constructed from pure psychic energy, was evidently baffled by how this fish-like Pokémon could inflict such tremendous harm. It yearned to restore its damaged form, but, lacking energy, descended towards the sea, enveloped in confusion and disarray. Even in midair, Deoxys reverted from its defensive form to its ordinary state due to the same reasons. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, it absorbed its remaining body into its energy core, emitting a high-frequency sound wave that formed an aurora in the sky before transforming into a green core and sinking into the deep sea. The signal it transmitted had not yet reached outer space when it was detected by another Psychic-type Pokémon, Mewtwo. This artificial Pokémon, upon sensing an incomprehensible signal and failing to decipher it, erupted into a frenzy once more. Thus, the recently rested Ban-Mu had to set off again with his Beedrill to subdue Mewtwo. Chapter 43, Strategic Retreat. A Pokémon that could battle the Sky God Rayquaza for an extended period was felled by a single attack from that Mega Gyarados? Shock, confusion, and profound admiration surged within Ishu. This is the leader I wish to follow. Captivated by the combat intensity of Mega Gyarados, Ishu failed to notice when a natural bird landed on his shoulder, signaling that teleportation was available. Instead, he fixated on the two Pokémon in the sky. The Sky God Rayquaza versus the Tyrant of the Deep, Mega Gyarados. Is this the miracle created by the bond between Pokémon trainers and their Pokémon? Equally astonished was Hoenn, who, still unaware of her father's identity, clutched her Totodile, with fervent eyes fixed on the battlefield's center. I will journey alongside Totodile, pursuing our dreams. In the Pokémon world, while talent and base stats are undeniably significant, bonds are equally crucial. And the Mega Evolution system is a manifestation of the power derived from these connections. Pokémon that do not forge bonds with their trainers cannot resonate with the Keystone nor ascend to greater heights alongside them. Even a feeble Magikarp can evolve into a Gyarados that rivals legendary Pokémon, and a seemingly weak messenger bird can be trained to such heights. Thus, I too, alongside my Totodile, can reach similar levels. Xiao Yin's heart brimmed with a fervent desire for strength. Transforming weak Pokémon into formidable beings that can stand alongside legendaries is the true calling of a trainer. Deoxys has transformed into an energy core. Can it still be captured? Lin Feng lightly tapped the head of Gyarados, and the understanding partner immediately dispatched a subordinate to retrieve the fallen green energy core from the seabed. Furthermore, was this the first or the second Deoxys? Based on strength, it should be the first, right? According to Lin Feng's memory, the second Deoxys possesses power sufficient to dominate Rayquaza in its standard form, and the current battle performance hardly resembled that of the cinematic Deoxys. However, he could not ascertain if the second Deoxys could withstand a doubled power attack from Mega Gyarados. Moreover, Mega Gyarados, following its evolution, possessed a Dark-type advantage. The damage inflicted by a base power of 150 from a fully powered Dark-type attack on a Psychic-type Pokémon remained a mystery to Lin Feng. Forget it. Lin Feng gazed skyward. The battle was not yet concluded, and now was not the time for such thoughts. Gyarados. For the final strike, Ice Fang Waterfall. The combination of Ice Fang and Waterfall, even against Rayquaza's robust health bar, could not endure indefinitely. Roar. Mega Gyarados gathered every ounce of energy within its body, opting for a fierce mode to deliver one last Ice Fang Waterfall combination. Lin Feng, in turn, retrieved an assortment of red and white Pokeballs from his backpack, placing them upon Gyarados' back. From basic to ultra balls, and from premier to luxury balls, all were rewards from Lin Feng's tireless gaming efforts. And these non-league standard Pokeballs were not connected to the league's network, thus escaping the league's Pokemon information system. Come, let's test my Sea of Balls strategy. Lin Feng prepared to launch his barrage of Pokeballs as soon as Rayquaza descended, hoping to employ quantity to sway the odds. Are those boxes filled with red and white balls? Ishu hesitated, questioning. As far as I know, red and white balls cannot capture legendary Pokémon with a significant presence, right? If circumstances permitted, that old wretch, the masked man, would have succeeded long ago, thus avoiding the frequent injuries inflicted by Sheila. I also recall that it was unfeasible. Was it not? Over the years, we have experimented with both the standard red and white Pokeballs available in the market and those meticulously crafted by masters. Lihua concurred. None could withstand the might of authority. Could it be? The two exchanged glances, simultaneously pondering. Has this organization even mastered the techniques to capture divine beasts? Noticing this, Iji and Lihua turned their gaze towards Xiaolan and Xiaoyin. The two tilted their heads in confusion. Were these two truly abducted by the masked man, rather than deliberately falling into his hands to glean our progress? Iji regarded Xiaolan with a profound sense of skepticism. Look, Rayquaza is departing. In the heavens above, having witnessed the fall of Dialga like a meteor, and the Mega Gyarados still radiating a tumultuous energy in the air, Rayquaza's lost rationality, consumed by fury, began to restore itself with the vanishing presence of the loathed intruder, Dialga. Thus, Rayquaza's elongated body, adorned with emerald-like scales, paused amidst the swirling clouds. And its mind completed the analysis and resolution. Boom! Its serpentine form surged with force, unleashing a sonic boom that tore through the clouds, soaring into the sky. This was no retreat. Rather, it was a strategic withdrawal based on higher considerations. Foolishly clashing would only squander its immense power and precious time. Now, deep within the ocean and beneath the molten lava of the crust, the energy fluctuations emitted by those two dullards, who knew only combat and slumber, were gradually escalating. To prevent their awakening from disrupting the order, it must conserve sufficient strength to confront the impending battle between the two fools. Moreover, Rayquaza sensed a divine beast's blessing emanating from this human, indicating that the individual had garnered the beast's recognition. Indeed, a good person. The previous confrontation had merely been a misunderstanding. Buzz. As Rayquaza rapidly ascended, it suddenly detected a unique aura that resonated gently with its royal organs. This essence was akin to the exquisite fragrance emitted by meteors, an irresistible allure for one who feasted upon them. Salivating at the thought, Rayquaza longed to inquire about the source of this scent. However, it was well aware that approaching recklessly would only intensify the conflict. A distant, profound roar echoed from the heavens above. It memorized the essence of this human, anticipating a future visit. By the heavens, how could a divine beast withdraw from battle? Frustrated by Rayquaza's strategic maneuver, Lin Feng hastily retrieved a colorful meteorite from his backpack, fervently waving it towards the sky. I have a meteorite here. Don't go. No. Chapter 44. I have achieved the finishing touch. Daring not to open his eyes, he hoped it was merely an illusion. How could such a magnificent Rayquaza simply vanish? Lin Feng gazed at the retreating figure of Rayquaza, tears of despair welling up. I shall remember you, Rayquaza. Wait for me. You fled so swiftly today. The next time you wish to see me or become my Pokémon, you shall have to plead for it, and perhaps I might consider it. Cursed be that despicable creature, Rayquaza, who has forsaken the ideals of divine beasts. The next encounter will not bode well for you. Nevertheless, Lin Feng quickly accessed the pixelated game, entering the Meteor Falls, hoping to ascertain whether he could enter the Meteor Temple. The pixelated version of Shijiana had vanished once he reclaimed the evolution bracelet, yet entry remained elusive. He conceded that he might have overestimated himself. But was it truly an exaggeration to be unable to enter? Would he succeed this time? Ignoring his surroundings, Lin Feng plunged into the exhilarating game. Oh, quite unexpectedly smooth. He maneuvered his pixelated character into the Meteor Temple, where he encountered the elderly couple within. The breakwave, with the departure of the two deities and the subsiding battle's aftermath, ceased its violent swaying, allowing the passengers to exhale a collective sigh of relief. Yet, why was he still rooted in place? Could the battle with the two Pokémon have drained him entirely? Xiaolan worriedly remarked. The Mega Evolution is indeed too taxing on stamina. She was deeply concerned for his safety. After all, the compliance of Yiji and Lihua was solely due to his presence and power, which rendered these two temperamental individuals as docile as lawful citizens. It is also possible he is tallying his gains. Did you not notice him gazing at the sky? Such encounters with divine beasts are exceedingly rare, and it is only natural for this esteemed individual to react thusly. Yiji fervently stated, "This is Rayquaza, the god of the skies of Hoenn, not the Sheila we previously faced. The difficulty of battle is entirely incomparable. So formidable. A single strike to eliminate an unknown Pokémon, then forcing back the god of the skies. Is this the power of a legendary trainer? Where is Lin Feng now?" Lihua hopped around. Turning to Xiaoyan, "I absolutely will not flee, but could you please untie the ropes binding me? I fear that my captivating posture might overwhelm some young boys, causing them to lose control and bleed from the nose." She puffed out her chest, casting a playful glance at Xiaoyan. "Huh, you old hag." Xiaoyan disdainfully regarded Lihua, sensing that she did not measure up to Sister Xiaolan. Perhaps he remains inside the cabin. After all, the earlier turbulence was quite severe, and he could hardly emerge to find us. Two resounding blasts from the ship's horn echoed, accompanied by the tremors of the massive steel vessel beneath their feet. Clearly, with the crisis averted, the crew at the helm began to manipulate the ship, adjusting its course back towards the route leading to the Eastern Crown Alliance. As they followed the course, they beheld the disbanding horde of Gyarados. The Gyarados swarm has dissipated. Is it safe to conclude that matters have reached their end? Yiji maintained a dissenting opinion. Our issues may have concluded here, but in Johto, it is likely far from over. Indeed. Lin Feng pushed open the cabin door and stepped outside, kneeling to catch the charging Houndour with ease. He then addressed the assembly. Do not forget. Team Rocket's base is now exposed. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, given the flight speed of Garchomp. It won't be long before they reach the Team Rocket base located within the Johto Alliance. Garchomp is classified as a supersonic Pokémon, and the Pokédex explicitly states that it can retract its body and extend its wings, soaring in a jet-like manner. Its flight speed can reach supersonic levels, approximately 1,224 km/h, second only to Pidgeot and Dragonite. This is fortunate news for the Johto Alliance. After calming Houndour, Lin Feng rose and addressed Xiaolan. Due to the unexpected events earlier, the trial was temporarily halted. Now, it shall resume. You and Xiaoyin keep a close watch on those two, and see if you can persuade them to mend their ways and contribute to the alliance. If not, we shall cast them into the sea to feed the Gyarados. He extended his hand. Hand me the red and white Pokeballs that were just removed. Very well. Xiaolan obediently handed over the Pokemon team from Eiji and Pearflower to Lin Feng. Boss, should we untie Pearflower? Just take care of it yourself. Also, refrain from calling me boss. Refer to me as officer. I am an official member of the alliance system, not some underworld figure. What a ridiculous term. After confirming that all Pokemon were securely locked, Lin Feng retrieved the natural bird's Pokeball, returning it to its confines and securing it once more. Before turning to leave, he instructed, ask those two if they have any money. If they do, inquire if the staff has any available rooms and procure a ship ticket. If they lack funds, I will cover the cost for now, and you can deduct it from their service wages once we reach the Eastern Emperor Alliance. Understood, Xiaolan replied, leading Xiaoyin towards Pearflower. Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng tilted his head, gazing at the new item he had just acquired from the elderly couple in the Meteor Temple, an apparatus capable of teaching Pokémon the move Finishing Touch. Contemplatively, he mused. Does this mean I can now impart the art of Finishing Touch to Pokémon? Can any Pokémon learn it? As he activated the move machine, he discovered that none of his Pokémon could master Finishing Touch. As expected, it's exclusive to Rayquaza. But this means I am now a non-dragon lineage inheritor capable of bestowing Finishing Touch upon Rayquaza, correct? With this item and the Rainbow Stone I possess, haha. A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he thought, Rayquaza, the day will come when you seek my aid. After all, you wouldn't want to be incapable of Mega Evolution, facing the likes of Deoxys or the primal forces of Kyogre and Groudon, would you? Hahaha. Setting aside these thoughts, Lin Feng retrieved his communicator and called out, Rotom, respond if you receive this. Lin Feng, this is Rotom. I am currently guiding Garchomp to its destination. All is proceeding smoothly, Rotom. The voice of Rotom emanated from the communicator, which was currently embedded in a VR headset, directing Garchomp toward a base of Team Rocket in Johto provided by Eiji. Excellent. Maintain clear communication. Should anything seem amiss, I will recall you remotely. Having acquired sufficient information and confirming the other party's plans, Lin Feng remained emotionally detached, knowing that as long as Garchomp and Rotom avoided colliding with the formidable dragon-type Kyurem and did not directly face the icy embrace of a certain attack, there would be no issues. Once they arrived, a powerful dragon meteor shower, enhanced by Rotom's assistance, would ensure their safe retreat. As for the resilience of their adversaries, that would depend on their fortitude. Receive the order, now part of the plan, Rotom. Lin Feng's finger hovered over the disconnect button on the communicator. He had yet to analyze the Deoxys energy core he had recently acquired and was eager to experiment with whether he could resurrect Deoxys using Lucario's aura powers. This would bolster his public persona with another usable Pokémon, which would greatly aid his ascendancy within the system. However, just as his fingertip was about to touch the screen, Rotom's voice crackled with urgency. Lin Feng. Emergency situation. High-intensity psychic energy burst detected. Lin Feng's suspended finger froze instantly. Have his companions arrived so soon? Wouldn't that mean Rayquaza is in for a beating? This is splendid news. Yet, Rotom's subsequent words dashed any hopeful musings regarding another Deoxys. It is not a reaction from Deoxys, but from another unknown Pokémon, somewhat reminiscent of the readings I gathered from you when you were unconscious. Psychic-type Pokémon. Lin Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with a brilliant smile. At last, I've caught up with you, you little rascal. What does Team Rocket think they are doing? Believing I would not retaliate against their proximity? Now send me the location. Though his body felt fatigued from a previous Mega Evolution, Lin Feng was undeterred and willing to undergo another transformation, as Mega Beedrill required only one sting to remedy the troublesome tendencies of Mewtwo. Understood, Rotom. Replanning the flight path. Garchomp is swiftly approaching the target. With Garchomp's cruising speed, the distance of less than 5 nautical miles would be covered in approximately 2 minutes. Subsequently, Rotom's energy monitoring report appeared on Lin Feng's communicator. Direction, southeast. Distance approximately 47 nautical miles. Energy signature, temporarily predicted as an artificial Pokémon known as Mutwo. Target energy level is rising. Initial reading assessed as mid-level champion rank, with readings accelerating upward. Predictive models indicate peak energy will surpass champion rank within 7 to 10 seconds. Only champion peak level? Though it surpasses the typical Articuno, it still pales in comparison to Mew. It seems Team Rocket's project is not yet fully realized. Therefore, Mutwo's potential remains untapped. Allow me to bring this unforgettable project to a premature conclusion and dismantle Team Rocket. Lin Feng reclined onto his bed, maneuvering his pixelated avatar to the Pokémon Center, swapping an Alakazam, Gengar, and Beedrill into his team. If time permitted, he would have Gengar torment Mutwo. If not, Beedrill would swiftly incapacitate it, followed by capturing it with a Pokeball. Being a Psychic-type Pokémon, Mutwo might even assist in resurrecting Deoxys. He no longer pondered the timeline of this world, for the original narrative was already chaotic and lacked the Eastern Huang region. Lin Feng understood that, as time passed, he would only grow stronger, capable of maintaining his kindness regardless of circumstances. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted Lin Feng's contemplative reverie as he awaited news from Rotom. Mr. Lin Feng? Xiaolan's voice called from outside. Is this a convenient time? I have a few questions I wish to consult with you. A moment later, Iji added, Mr. Lin Feng, please, we implore you to accept our request. Lin Feng glanced at the time. Garchomp was nearly at the unknown Team Rocket base. However, answering a few questions would not take long. The fate of their adversaries, should they remain conscious after the Dragon Meteor shower, would be his concern to finalize. With a shift in thought, Lin Feng rose, opened the door, and regarded the quartet outside. I will allow you to ask 3 questions, but do hurry. Do not block the entrance and impede others. Very well. Iji's gaze bore into Lin Feng as he inquired. Mr. Lin Feng, do you know those 2 trainers who just intervened? That is the first question. Can you assist us in joining their organization? That is the second. And finally, Pearflower stepped forward, pushing past Iji and Xiaolan. Does that dragon-type champion fancy my type? Her figure pressed against the wall, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Unified response. Lin Feng spoke with an impassive expression. I have nothing to say. Moreover, he furrowed his brow as he gazed at Li Hua, who was striking a flirtatious pose, and reprimanded, do not forget your place. The only thing you can aspire to join now is the labor camp of Dongwon. Furthermore, while you assess the conditions of others, you should also reflect on your own. Do you truly understand the caliber of a champion trainer? First, you must become a king before you can claim to have the qualifications to pursue someone like him. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, and Lin Feng returned to his bed, lying down just in time. Li Hua was momentarily taken aback, despite her near absolute confidence in her beauty and demeanor. She had never received such a response before. A king? For me, that is merely a step away. She clenched her fists tightly. When I catch up to him, I shall relish witnessing the expression on your face. As long as the other party was not a humorless old man like Lu Bo, she felt entirely assured. Chapter 46. The dragon has yet to arrive, but the Dragon Star Cluster has already appeared. On an unnamed island, amidst the ruins ravaged by flames and electric sparks, Banmu, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, his gaze resolute yet betraying fatigue, faced off against a humanoid Pokémon encased in mechanical armor, accompanied by a Beedrill. Surrounding their battlefield were countless busy members of Team Rocket and their Pokémon, including Mutwo. Banmu's deep, resonant voice broke the silence. I assist you in harnessing power. Yet you repeatedly attempt to escape and have caused me significant losses. Is this the reward you offer? His piercing gaze fixated on the humanoid Pokémon clad in the highest technology crafted by Team Rocket. He continued, but I do not hold you at fault. For I am more curious as to why. Has our collaboration yielded no progress? I have gradually helped you master your power. Why then do you betray our alliance? Is it because you deem me unworthy of collaboration due to a lack of strength? He spread his arms wide, and the Beedrill buzzed its wings ominously. You have witnessed its strength before. Were it not for our partnership, your intent to attack me would have led to your demise. As a proud Pokémon of the bug catchers, Banmu's Beedrill was indeed a formidable creature, especially in contrast to Mutwo, whose attributes were countered, and whose battle experience was nearly non-existent. Answer me. Mutwo's blue eyes, visible through the mechanical armor, flickered with thought as it contemplated how to respond to Banmu's inquiry. If one were to ask why, boom, the psychic energy coursing through Mutwo burst forth, causing the mechanical armor enveloping it to unfurl, revealing its true form. A Pokémon, entirely silver-white, with purple eyes, tail, and abdomen, and external neural tendrils extending from its back to its neck, emerged in the midst of the battlefield. What I seek is the meaning of life. The meaning of life? Bammu scoffed. Is such a ludicrous notion truly your reason for betrayal? Do you not think you can pursue the meaning of life while by my side? As an artificial Pokémon, modeled after Mew, Mutwo had been lost since its inception. Bammu had assumed he had successfully brainwashed it into becoming his tool, only to discover that this tool possessed its own consciousness. A grave oversight on his part. Remaining by your side would only render me a tool, Mutwo's voice, underlined with electronic distortion, echoed again. To be a tool is to be used for slaughter. Yet slaughter does not constitute the meaning of life. I wish to find a reason for my existence in this world. But in this world, both humans and Pokémon are merely tools, Bammu lured. I will assist you in mastering your innate power, and in return, you will help me conquer the world. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? As for the meaning of life, once we stand atop the world, there will be countless ways to pursue and explore it. The meaning of life is conquest. It is control. Control over all power. Control over all worlds. Is this what humanity embodies? An unfathomable chasm of insatiable desire. Never to be satisfied. Sensing Bammu's unabashed and profound ambition, Mutwo raised its right hand. Unforgivable humans, their fate is to be eradicated. Psychic force. The energy waves emanating from Mutwo surged once more, liberated from the constraints of its mechanical armor. As it unleashed its psychic might, countless tendrils of terrifying psychic energy materialized, spiraling into a devastating torrent several meters in diameter, hurtling towards Bammu. Then let me see if your capacity can truly govern your power. Bammu's deep voice resonated throughout the expansive ruins, his cold, steely gray eyes locked on Mutwo. Before he finished speaking, he casually withdrew his right hand from his trouser pocket, deftly twirling a miniature red and white sphere between his fingers. With no extraneous movements, he simply pressed the enlargement button with his thumb, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the Pokeball arced sharply through the air, accompanied by a clear pop as it instantly expanded to its normal size, releasing the Pokémon contained within. Boom! The heavy body of Feraligatr crashed down onto the debris before Bammu, its robust, scale-covered tail sweeping through the rubble as easily as one would brush aside a pile of dead leaves. The torrent of destruction drew nearer. Throw! Feraligatr plunged its hands into the cement foundation, uprooting substantial chunks of concrete to collide directly with Mutwo's psychic force. In a clash of psychic versus dark types, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the point of contact exhibited an unsettling calmness. Beedrill defeated. Bammu gestured forward with his right hand, his words still icy. Remember Team Rocket's rule. The defeated hold no value. Buzz. The Beedrill, which had been steadfastly guarding Bammu's side, felt reassured upon seeing Feraligatr's presence and confidently left Bammu's side, raising its stingers as it charged towards Mutwo, engaging in direct combat with the man-made psychic deity. The outcome of this battle had already been predetermined even before it began. Mutwo stood no chance. Another Beedrill? Mutwo clasped its hands together, forming a radiant blue energy. The power of Aura. In the face of my complete mastery of power, you are utterly without hope. I need only strike you once for your defeat. Buzz. The Beedrill's response was swift and straightforward, its colossal stinger radiating with compressed bug-type energy. Its reckless charge seemed to convey that it too needed only to land a single hit. But just as the two Pokémon became engulfed in the frenzy of battle, a piercing shriek resonated from above as a massive object plummeted to the ground. What is that? The bustling Team Rocket members, attending to the injured and preparing to relocate equipment, all gazed skyward. The heavens shattered. The source of the ear-piercing shriek was not another object, but a multitude of colossal meteors ablaze with crimson dragon flames. The meteor swarm tore through the clouds, slicing through the air and occupying every inch of visibility for all humans and Pokémon on the island. From whence did these meteors come? Countless members of Team Rocket gazed up at the sky, filled with a deep sense of despair as meteors plummeted towards them. Chapter 47. The Rainy Night of Gung Ghost. What should we do? We are in the base, and meteors are falling from the sky. I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. This was the collective voice of all Team Rocket members, forgiven their meager strength alongside their Pokémon. Avoiding the catastrophic bombardment of the meteor shower while ensuring their own survival had become a daunting dilemma concerning the very essence of their existence. Nidoking, Earth Power. Zubat. Air Slash. Aerodactyl, Wing Attack. The voices of two men and a woman erupted simultaneously. Accompanying their call were Nidoking. Sweeping through the air with torrents of earth and stone, Zubat unleashing invisible vacuum blades with its wings, and Aerodactyl soaring upwards, tearing through the atmosphere. With the formidable presence of high-ranking officials from Team Rocket, they charged boldly towards the descending meteor shower. It's the executives. We are saved. The cries of relief from the Team Rocket members below were abruptly silenced by a deafening explosion. Boom! A colossal meteor, enshrouded in crimson dragon flames, obliterated Aerodactyl's proud offensive stance with brute force. Subsequently, Aerodactyl plummeted to the ground at a speed even faster than its ascent. This is not good. Lance's pupils constricted as he precisely recalled Aerodactyl into its Pokeball just before it met the earth, releasing Armored Bird to shield himself. Are the three of us really incapable of shattering even a few meteors? Apollo and Athena shared his sentiments, as their Nidoking and Zubat had also failed to intercept any of the meteorites in the sky. This unexpected turn of events rendered them, usually confident in their abilities, acutely aware of their impotence for the first time. These were not mere meteors. They were a dragon-type meteor shower. The aerial combat specialist looked skyward at the rapidly approaching threat and declared, a trainer specializing in dragon types must be commanding their Pokémon to launch this aerial assault against us. Indeed. Boom. The meteor shower, thwarted in its advance, unleashed its fury upon the earth, generating an explosion far more terrifying than that of a rampaging Mewtwo. As the crimson energy struck the ground, it swept across the surroundings, erasing the last vestiges of architecture from the land. The walls, composed of specialized alloys, melted away under the searing dragon flames as if they were butter being heated. Apollo stumbled from the shock, quickly shielded by Nidoking. With a pale visage, he inquired, could it be Gyarados? Within the scope of their Team Rocket operations, there was only he who could possess such power. The champion trainer. These titans, typically bound by the rules of the League and emblematic of the region's highest honor, exhibited a level of destruction on this unrestricted battlefield that reminded him once again of the peak's true value in the world of trainers. I don't know, but let us hope it's not him. If the opponent appears and the boss receives no information whatsoever, what could that possibly signify? You all understand. Thus, we must proceed according to the standard contingency plan. Athena's voice was laced with cold rationality. As the head of Team Rocket's intelligence division, she had received no indication that the League intended to act against them. After a brief contemplation, she issued orders in place of the battlefield commander. Sakaki, the assailant, is unidentified, and their power exceeds our specifications. Abandon all defensive nodes on the periphery. All personnel are to regroup in the core area where the boss is located. Our sole mission is to ensure the boss engages in battle with Mewtwo. Athena stated succinctly. Only by mastering Mewtwo and harnessing its power can Team Rocket conquer the world. The price we pay for this is of no consequence. Understood. Apollo and Lance responded decisively, their figures instantly mobilizing, accompanied by their protective Pokémon, racing towards the heart of the battlefield. Without hesitation, they abandoned over 90% of their fellow Team Rocket members, who were likely to become expendable, and surged towards Sakaki's position to provide support. In the area vacated by the four generals, only despairing cries and the cold, ironclad tenets of Team Rocket remained. Failure holds no value. The weak have no space for survival. In the central zone of the battle between Sakaki and Mewtwo, Mewtwo dodged a barrage from Beedrill with a swift teleportation, landing atop the still dispersing meteor shower. It gazed at the figure shielded by Croconaw and inquired, do you not care for your subordinates? After this meteor shower, your Team Rocket is likely to suffer a loss of over 90%. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable for the new world, Sakaki replied indifferently. Moreover, the remaining 10% are not exempt from sacrifice, for as long as I draw breath. Team Rocket will swiftly recover and become even stronger. Ah, the inherent flaws of humanity. Mewtwo's eyes became a brilliant blue. Although its psychic abilities were countered by Croconaw, using psychic powers to augment other skills remained highly effective. This world should belong to Pokémon, not to parasites like you who rely on them. Summoning rain. As the command was issued, the water vapor in the air coalesced into countless tiny, shimmering points, reminiscent of fireflies defying gravity as they ascended into the sky. Within moments, the previously clear sky was cloaked in leaden rain clouds. Pitter-patter, continuous lines of rain struck the ground, resembling a relentless assault that could pierce stone. Now, we have entered my domain. Mewtwo crackled with electric energy, preparing to systematically eliminate Sakaki's Pokémon, starting with Beedrill. That remains to be seen, Sakaki retorted defiantly. Just as Mutuo's energy accumulation reached its zenith, it suddenly darted away from the dissipating energy meteorite and focused intently on a specific direction, becoming alert. Who goes there? Buzz. Beedrill returned to Sakaki's side, its insect instincts fervently warning of an approaching formidable Pokémon. It seems the heavens are favoring us. Lin Feng, holding an umbrella, strolled through the rain, shadows converging from all directions towards his silhouette. I thought this time my gung ghost would return home with an empty stomach. Who would have imagined? The single eye beneath the swirling mask narrowed slightly. Here lies a gracious host who has prepared such a lavish feast to welcome me. It would be quite rude of me not to express my gratitude in person. Chapter 48. The debut of the soul-piercing eye. You are a ghost-type trainer, are you not? Sakaki observed the ominous aura emanating from Lin Feng's left rear, where another Beedrill hovered with its wings buzzing. This unfamiliar guest. I wonder what brings you here unannounced. His gaze scrutinized the stranger, repeatedly contemplating whether the features could align with anyone he recognized. Unfortunately, there was no match. A trainer of such immense power seemed to have appeared out of thin air, casting doubt on Sakaki's typically unwavering confidence in his intelligence division. What brings me here? If you think it's merely a chance encounter, you would be mistaken. Consider it an act of kindness on my part. Lin Feng smiled and said, You shall grant me this lost lamb and disband Team Rocket, while also compensating me a sum of money. Let us consider this matter settled. His generosity was evident. Given the severity of their conflict, this price was undoubtedly fitting, especially since Sakaki's only son remained in his grasp. Doing good deeds? Sakaki had never encountered such a ludicrous jest. You and that shadowy figure have nearly obliterated every member and piece of equipment in my entire base. And you dare expect me to compensate you? Instinctively, Sakaki felt as though he were being mocked, yet out of respect for his opponent's prowess. He sensed that this request was not merely a jest. After all, his adversary had also managed to allow a Beedrill to transcend the shackles of its species, achieving a new realm of existence within its fleeting lifespan. Utilizing the power of the Tokiwa, he had facilitated his Beedrill's crossing of that boundary. What, then, had his opponent employed? Moreover, your ghost-type Pokémon certainly possesses a hearty appetite. As Sakaki inched closer to the Gyarados, he perceived this unexpected trainer as a greater threat than even Mutuo. With such a strong inclination towards violence, you dare to proclaim yourself a good person? Isn't it true? Lin Feng retorted. Evil must be eradicated, otherwise, it will continue to harm the virtuous. Even if I were to deliver you to Kyushu's Junsha, you would find ample means to extricate them one by one and grant them a second chance. But the good people who have suffered at your hands will not have such opportunities. He gestured towards Mutuo, stating, not only humans, but the artificial Pokémon you have created, known as Mutuo, have likely harvested countless Pokémon genetic samples, leading many to lose Arceus's protection after repeated fainting, returning their souls to the River of Roses. I am merely assisting them in reclaiming a portion of their interests. Does that not render me a good person? Then let us see if you possess the strength to back that claim, Sakaki replied solemnly. Moreover, excessive righteousness can transform into malevolence. I await the day of polar reversal. Buzz. The Beedrill by Sakaki's side fixated intently on its kindred, having remained at Sakaki's side for so long. It was the first time it had encountered a peer of similar strength, which filled it with joy and a desire for competition. Then let your anticipation unfold. Lin Feng's Beedrill sensed the invitation from its kin and brimmed with a fighting spirit. How fortuitous that we are both trainers of Beedrill. Why not compete in nurturing our Beedrills? He extended his hand, revealing the Mega Evolution bracelet on his wrist. Should you fail to enable your Beedrill's Mega Evolution, I can offer you a concession, treating it as a show of mercy from the strong towards the weak. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Sakaki's gaze sharpened. He could indeed facilitate his Beedrill's Mega Evolution, but the frequency of such transformations was limited, for the frail body of Beedrill could not withstand the overwhelming energy of Mega Evolution frequently. Yet, Mega Evolution would consume the trainer's efforts. Since the competition revolves around nurturing Beedrill, we shall refrain from Mega Evolution, Sakaki stated slowly. Uft, Lin Feng chuckled derisively. Then let us forego the commands of the trainers entirely, allowing them to act freely. Your Tokiwa power shall not be utilized, though at this point. It seems you can barely manage it anyway. Very well, Sakaki acquiesced, his hand instinctively twirling his thumb ring from within his pocket. Few were aware of his ability to wield the Tokiwa power, and even fewer knew he was gradually losing it. How, then, had the opponent come to this knowledge? Buzz. As the two Beedrill took to the central area amidst the drizzling rain, they did not hasten to battle, but instead approached one another swiftly. maintaining a distance of approximately 23 meters, simultaneously raising their right forelegs, primary attack stingers, skyward, signifying peace by sheathing their weapons. Subsequently, their left forelegs crossed in a gentle salute, followed by a slight bow of their heads, their compound eyes momentarily flashing blue, a gesture of respect. As proud members of the Beedrill lineage, despite differing trainers, they bestowed upon each other the utmost respect. Once the formalities concluded, the two Beedrill retreated a few meters before furiously flapping their wings, commencing a battle at an imperceptible frequency and speed. Meanwhile, Mutwo observed the disregard for its presence and the escalating fervor of the two Beedrill, feeling increasingly disgruntled. Are you ignoring my existence? Mutwo's pupils narrowed into slits, debris levitating around it as it raised its right hand, demanding, gaze upon me, human. Psychic surge. Countless tendrils of terrifying psychic energy manifested, spiraling into a vortex of destruction several meters in diameter. Hypnosis, once more. With dazzling eyes akin to precious gems, the Hypno silently chuckled as it appeared, swirling in pastel pink notes around Mutwo, forcibly altering Mutwo's psychic surge into the previously utilized rain dance. Hush! Lin Feng raised a finger to his lips, addressing Mutwo. Lost lamb, do not be hasty. Your scheduled psychological counseling session has yet to commence. Allow our Hypno teacher to prepare the lesson plan. The time since this Hypno joined his team was far earlier than any Pokemon other than Charizard upon his entry into the Champion Hall. Following his patrol-induced fainting, Lin Feng had prioritized the cultivation of Hypno, aiming to possess one that would not be rendered ineffective due to excessive level disparity within the bounds of level correction. Chapter 49, Sakaki's Exit. As for the timeline of his enmity with Mutwo and Team Rocket, it traced back to Lin Feng's initial arrival in this world. Thanks to the previous incarnation's efforts in securing a position, he had avoided the embarrassment of becoming a mere Houndour that failed the examination. Thus, at that time, he was filled with dreams of the beloved world he had entered, yearning to one day resign from his post and embark on a journey to challenge the Pokemon League with Houndour by his side. Yet, everything was swept away by the sudden tempest. The brush with death extinguished the boy's aspirations of travel and becoming a Pokemon master. Initially, he had scoffed at the mayor's words. Our town has neither Pokemon professors nor the League's starter trio to distribute, relying solely on those Pokemon that are hardly distinguishable from pets to venture forth. Hence, for the youths departing with hopes of triumphing in the League, returning alive would be an achievement in itself. While it was true that rarer Pokemon often inhabited more perilous regions, such danger also posed a greater threat to trainers' lives. Tales of trainers eventually morphed into accidents within Lin Feng's mind, as he lay ensconced in bandages. And thus, Lin Feng's journey as a Pokemon trainer had yet to commence, having already taken a definitive detour. As Lin Feng opened his eyes, a cold glint emanated from his pupils. Isn't it a coincidence that it is raining today as well? All your fault for reminding me of unpleasant memories. Mutwo. He gazed up at the artificial deity that shielded itself from the rain with an energy barrier. Have you not always sought the meaning of life? Defeating this haunter will grant you an opportunity to seek the meaning of life. With a metallic screech, the haunter slowly approached Mutwo. How can a Pokemon of your kind possess the ability to affect my powers? Mutwo felt a sense of disbelief as it sensed the constraints on its body. During its time following Giovanni, it had encountered haunters before, but the vast disparity in strength rendered those haunters' abilities utterly ineffective against it. However, the haunter before it was different. The skills it unleashed could indeed influence Mutwo. This indicated that the opponent's strength was not significantly different from its own, at least not to the extent that level adjustments rendered type advantages and skill effects moot. This exemplified the bond between Pokemon and trainers. Lin Feng smiled and remarked, a solitary Pokemon is easily susceptible to targeting due to the influence of types. For all things created by Arceus exist in a delicate balance of mutual restraint. Even the dragon type, heralded as the most powerful, can be thoroughly bested by a single Mismagius. Yet, given the level that dragon-type Pokemon can attain, how could Mismagius ever pose a genuine threat to them? Mutwo retorted, are you not aware that a massive disparity in strength renders type advantages and skills ineffective? That is a concern pertaining to the trainer. Lin Feng replied, if one cannot nurture a Mismagius to that level, how can they claim the title of dragon-slaying warrior? Moreover, do you not already face 3 such Pokemon before you? He turned to Mutwo and asked, are you bold enough to withstand the full force of one of those Beedrills? Mutwo fell silent, gazing at the 2 Beedrills that left afterimages in its psychic perception. Both possessed abilities that threatened it. Their kind could be found in abundance in any forest, as plentiful as weeds by the roadside. Yet, Even such Pokémon required Mutuo's inherent strength to handle with caution. The battle raged on. But Giovanni's Beedrill was clearly struggling to keep pace with Lin Feng's Beedrill. With a clang, Lin Feng's Beedrill thrust aside its opponent's defenses, hovering before the yellow and black abdomen of the adversary. Buzz, you are not in a position to win. A victory would be meaningless. Without waiting for its opponent to recover, the Beedrill executed a swift return to Lin Feng's side. It seems your Tokiwa power indeed wanes quickly. You cannot even heal your own Pokémon, Lin Feng mused, slightly astonished by the Beedrill's response. Who would have thought that the boy blessed by the Tokiwa forest would fall to such depths? Having lost your true self, you stand to lose everything. He looked at Giovanni's somewhat unsteady Beedrill and kindly suggested, do not allow your Beedrill to undergo Mega Evolution again, without Tokiwa power to heal it. You will only drive it further away from you. Boss. The long-awaited support from Team Rocket's 4 commanders finally arrived at Giovanni's central battlefield. Are you alright? Athena inquired. Noting the Beedrill's monstrous strength seemed to falter slightly, realizing the urgency. Quick, cover the boss's retreat. No need. Giovanni halted their actions with a raised hand. If he does not wish for me to leave, there is no way you can take me. He turned to Lin Feng and added, am I correct, esteemed guest? After recalling his Beedrill into its Pokeball, he utilized the remaining Tokiwa power to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. State your terms, Giovanni said. Sensing his Beedrill's condition had stabilized, looking at Lin Feng with curiosity. A person of your caliber cannot possibly act without reason. Or perhaps, was your earlier proposal sincere? After Lin Feng showcased his overwhelming strength, Giovanni began to seriously contemplate the initial terms Lin Feng had presented. Disband Team Rocket. Lin Feng shifted his focus to Mutuo, stating, what emerges after the storm should be a rainbow, not your unattainable ambitions. Those granted power by the Tokiwa forest can become formidable allies of order, provided they can reclaim their true selves. Moreover, Lin Feng's command abilities have yet to reach a level comparable to that of a champion. The Beedrill's victory was merely a result of raw strength and favorable conditions. I admire the strong, Giovanni remarked, observing Lin Feng's retreating figure. For the strong always uphold their choices. Your strength has kept you from straying down a dark path. Conversely, the powerless, in their struggle for survival, may resort to seeking malevolent forces for support. I do not believe I am in the wrong for this. However, before you, I am now the weak. Chapter 50, The Joy of the Weak. And the weak have no right to make demands of the strong. Giovanni gazed deeply at Mutuo, the pinnacle of his once fervent ambition to rival deities through technology. The outcome was evident. Mutuo, merely grasping its power, had already reached the pinnacle attainable by ordinary Pokémon. And even Giovanni would exert considerable effort to suppress it. Yet, even this Mutuo, in comparison to those deities who wield power, was still too immature. The accumulation of eons could not be hastily bridged by technology. Moreover, even for Team Rocket's research division, the study of power represented an unattainable height. Whether power begets deities or deities create power remains a profound quandary. Mutuo is not easily dealt with, even if one could defeat and capture it. Gaining its genuine allegiance would be a different matter altogether. Before departing with his 4 commanders, Giovanni stated, the constraints of the Pokeball and the trainer's level have nearly negligible impact on Mutuo. Out of respect for the strong, I sincerely hope you can accomplish what I could not. But that is the extent of my hopes. Should you fail to capture Mutuo, I shall continue my containment efforts when it inevitably rampages again. Capture? Lin Feng looked at Mutuo. Have I ever expressed a desire to capture you? I merely brought Haunter here to provide you with a psychological counseling session. Your life is wild and free to run, but should you collide with a boulder like me, you'll find yourself airborne. The notion of capturing such a problematic individual and expending great effort to guide them was not within his capacity. With the same energy, he could nurture more Pokémon with strength comparable to Mutuo's. With the same philosophy, he could journey to the Unova region, using his authenticity and ideals to sway the Reshiram and Zekrom. Furthermore, the 3 dragons of the way are theoretically manifestations of a singular dragon god, symbolizing the yin and yang of the Tai Chi diagram and harmony. If the 3 dragon gods were to follow a single trainer, it might even allow them to unite as one. Do you not wish to capture me? Mutuo scoffed. What a contradictory human you are. My perception of humanity has diminished yet further. Even if you were to defeat me, you could never earn my allegiance. Suit yourself. Lin Feng paid no heed to Mutuo's arrogance. Instead, he set up a camera, prepared to record the moment Mutuo's defenses faltered, intending to relish the footage later. Come forth. Self-proclaimed noble being, destined to be pursued by all trainers, commence your performance. Defeat this Shuppet, and I shall take my leave. Caw-caw. The Shuppet extended its claws toward Mutuo, beckoning the opponent to engage. Its exceptional attributes rendered it immune to attacks from 3 types, one of which was Psychic. As a pure Psychic-type Pokémon, Mutuo's powerful abilities relied heavily on Psychic prowess. Although its base stats were not particularly outstanding, making its training quite challenging, Lin Feng had never shied away from adversity. Did you truly believe that without my Psychic abilities, I would be incapable of vanquishing you? Mutuo's azure eyes glimmered as it aimed to refresh the effects granted by Shuppet's Encore through a series of rapid skill releases. Will-O-Wisp. Let me afflict it with a status ailment first. The ghostly blue flames floated in the air, undeterred by the increasingly heavy rain, descending upon Mutuo in a seemingly languid yet remarkably swift manner. Scorching. The sensation of flames enveloping its entire being engulfed Mutuo, even after accelerating with psychic powers. It could not dispel the remaining 2 rounds of rain dance before the Will-O-Wisp struck. A terrifying electric current radiated from Mutuo. Die. Thunder. Once more. Caw-caw. Bolstered by the prankster ability, Shuppet continued to silently clap and laugh. The stage's brilliance and melody once again centered upon Mutuo. No wonder everyone enjoys playing with the Sunny Day team. Such a setup truly provides a delightful experience. Lin Feng relished the unique joy that only a supporter could appreciate. There was no need for excessive skill or formidable Pokémon. Merely bringing along some weaker Pokémon allowed one to revel in both entertainment and rank advancement. Impossible, with Shuppet's speed. It cannot possibly surpass me. Mutuo, feeling the dual torment of restriction and burning flames, displayed a rare flash of anger upon its otherwise inscrutable face. Is this Shuppet even legal? Another illiterate Pokémon. Lin Feng remarked with his hands behind his back. If battles were solely determined by base stats and power, what purpose would trainers serve? One could simply compare combat effectiveness on a computer to decide the victor, couldn't they? Rising to the highest with weaker Pokémon is the true hallmark of a trainer's effort. After a brief exchange of words, Lin Feng added, Shuppet, use mean look. Caw-caw. Upon receiving the command, Shuppet crossed its sharp claws in an X formation before conjuring a dense, tangible energy from the void that coalesced. With a sudden thrust, it flung its claws apart. Crash! A chain forged from pure ghostly purple energy materialized out of thin air, firmly grasped in Shuppet's claws, which it then violently swung. The ominous, suffocating ghostly chain ensnared Mutuo, who was already disoriented by the strange melody. Buzz. The moment the chain made contact, a chillingly potent binding force erupted. Mutuo felt its body's response. It could no longer even refresh its status through rapid rain dance. Within its brief existence, it had never encountered such a despicable Pokémon and trainer. Do not fret, our lesson still has 40 minutes left. Lin Feng glanced at the time, smiling. As your teacher, I genuinely hope that by the end of this lesson, you will comprehend the essence of life. Many students who have attended online classes have grasped the meaning of life and wish to express their sincere gratitude to me face-to-face through the internet. Unfortunately, I have always shunned personal accolades and never meet anyone offline. His hand gently brushed against his waist, where a Happiny and a Nutri-Drill awaited to assist in the lesson. Chapter 51. The cheerful Lin Feng and the upcoming questions. Lin Feng had never perceived time to pass so swiftly, while Mutuo had never felt it to drag on so interminably. A full 40 minutes felt to Mutuo as if the passage of time exceeded its very age, prompting profound contemplation on the meaning of existence. It became clear that mere brute force could not resolve issues. Mutuo gazed at the diminutive Shuppet, which, solely by virtue of its skill set, had rendered the inherently powerful Mutuo immobile. Yet such a contemptible creature employed these tactics to defeat me. Mutuo's anger surged, its latent abilities reaching a zenith, the surging energy nearly liberating it from Shuppet's binding effects. I shall not concede to you. Its limited vocabulary left Mutuo at a loss for words. It sought to articulate its fury, but found its lexicon woefully insufficient to fully convey its ire. Ultimately, it could only transform its indignation into a retort. You despicable, shameless scoundrel. Yet such feeble words bore no weight, prompting Lin Feng to scratch his rear, silently pondering. Has this fellow begun to sulk? Could it be an M? The more it acts this way, the more excited it becomes. Oh no. Suddenly realizing his misjudgment, Lin Feng recognized that this was not revenge. It was, in fact, a reward. Class dismissed. Lin Feng retracted Shuppet. For the next lesson, let us arrange another appointment if fate permits. After such an extended session, he surmised that Garchomp must be nearing Team Rocket's secondary base, leaving him no time to further reward Mutuo. You are in fine form. Yet Mutuo, overwhelmed by emotion, landed on the ground, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Do you truly not intend to capture me? Aren't you humans, all those who wish to capture every Pokemon you encounter? Unlike them, I exercise utmost caution over each Pokemon I consider capturing. As the head of my family, I must bear additional responsibility with each new member. Lin Feng. Preparing to leave with his umbrella. If capturing Pokemon is merely to satisfy one's own desires without nurturing them, simply relinquishing them to others, then I believe what you truly love is merely your trainer profession. I will not permit Sakaki to control you. You may depart and seek your own answers. I have come solely for vengeance, to avenge the incident when you inadvertently harmed me during your rampage. With my grudge avenged, Lin Feng was in a remarkably buoyant mood and had no intentions of capturing Mewtwo, as the troublesome children at home had already exhausted him. After all, he had a Lucario at home, whose strength rivaled Mewtwo's, and it possessed a sensitivity to justice, granted by the aura. The superficial desires of humanity were, indeed, too conspicuous. Responsibility and family? Mewtwo observed Lin Feng's decisive retreat, hesitating for a moment before turning to leave. However, as it gazed at the surrounding ruins, destruction wrought by its own past rampages, it recognized that although it was gradually mastering its power, another uncontrollable outburst could still occur if it received incomprehensible information like before. When that time came, it would not just be Sakaki coming after it. And where could it go, being utterly alone? Perhaps it would be prudent to observe in secret, to ascertain whether his words matched his actions. Mewtwo committed Lin Feng's essence to memory, utilizing its extraordinary perceptive abilities to trail him from a distance. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was busy contacting Rotom upon reaching his destination, he had acquired an unexpected little follower. Rotom, how are things? Not so good, I suppose. Rotom's tone was laced with palpable hesitation. Just before we arrived, we spotted a colossal ice sculpture standing resolutely at the designated location. An ice sculpture? What kind of ice sculpture? It has already been sent, Rotom. Lin Feng stepped out from beneath the rain's cover, closed his umbrella, and flicked off the droplets clinging to its surface before opening the chat window to examine the photograph sent by Rotom. In the image, there loomed an ice sculpture of a Dragonite, approximately 10 meters in height. This craftsmanship. He zoomed in on the photo and discerned that the base of the sculpture was a collection of individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms, each frozen in various poses. The most conspicuous among them being a burly Team Rocket executive with half of his face obscured. This Batman cosplayer is called Bishaz, right? Yet in Johto, there's no need to identify his Caucasian ethnicity. Why does he prefer to expose the lower half of his face? Pondering this, Lin Feng continued to scrutinize the other facets of the ice sculpture. Clearly, this was the handiwork of an exceedingly formidable ice-type trainer. Was it a silencing act? Or an act of vengeance? He mumbled, such a degree of retribution. Does the perpetrator not fear the League's investigation at all? Or is it that they are a member of the League? The League's most trusted strength lies in the officially recognized 8 gym leaders, each a potential contender for the champion title. If one of them were to commit wrongdoing, they would inevitably investigate their own affairs. I'll retrieve you all. That place is likely to be surrounded by the League's main forces very soon. Not wishing to become entangled in the affairs of the Johto League, Lin Feng opened his pixelated game, safely storing Garchomp and Rotom back into their Pokeballs. With that, the 2 Pokemon in Johto were instantaneously returned to their red and white spheres. As for the identity of those who had acted, Lin Feng had his answer. Was it to resurrect his youth, to save the 2 Pokemon who perished for him, that he sought to capture Celebi, Ho-Oh, and Lugia, to reverse everything, Lubu? Lin Feng murmured. This world is indeed home to many powerful individuals. Although his knowledge of the special chapters and plots post-Sinnoh, aside from the movies, was limited, he was aware of certain exceptionally formidable trainers, including Lu Bu, who had once faced 6 opponents single-handedly in the special chapters. He was also familiar with the protagonists from various regions, excluding Ash, who was a different case, all of whom competed for the swiftest legendary. Yet, even such a powerhouse fell to Lu Bu's 1v6. Let us return to the Wavebreaker. Lin Feng summoned his Gardevoir, resting a hand on its shoulder. This vacation has been extraordinarily thrilling, and the rewards have been bountiful. I must return to meticulously assess my gains and organize my thoughts. The legacy of the new Iceberg Core, the gifts from Articuno, the remnants of Deoxys, and the news of Rayquaza all require Lin Feng's careful contemplation. Chapter 52, Lin Feng's Information. Johto League, Team Rocket Division Base. Upon the ground of what was once a clandestine underground base stood a massive ice sculpture. Its base comprising the former members and executives of Team Rocket who had once inhabited this facility. Beneath the ice sculpture, numerous staff members dressed in League uniforms busied themselves like worker ants, diligently transporting and organizing equipment and data storage devices unearthed from various corners of the base, along with Pokémon that had been subjected to experimentation. Squirtle, Cyndaquil, and the likes of Porygon, powerful Pokémon coveted by most trainers, were relegated to the role of test subjects within this base. Were it not for Lin Feng's incident, these Pokémon would ultimately meet tragic fates, either as rewards for contributing Team Rocket members or perishing in the laboratory. Now that the League had intervened, they had avoided their grim destinies and were to be properly cared for. A fraction of the severely traumatized Pokémon would be sent to specialized facilities for treatment, while the remainder would be dispatched to breeding centers under the League's jurisdiction to spend their twilight years in peace. Boom! A colossal orange figure tore through the air above the base, accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar as it landed with a resounding thud. Dragonite's immense form settled firmly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and before the dust could fully settle, the red-haired Dado had already touched down. How goes the cleanup? Dado assessed the site manager and the bustling personnel and formed a rough judgment. This was one of the tacit understandings between Lu Bu and the League. Otherwise, the League would not be able to wholly absorb the Team Rocket base as they were now. Mr. Dado, the site manager, upon seeing the embodiment of the League's utmost combat power, instinctively adjusted his slipping glasses and straightened his attire before approaching to report. The core research data has essentially undergone preliminary screening and sealing, and we are currently interfacing with the research institution designated by the League for data transfer. Aside from signs of forced breaches in the personal archive of the highest-ranking executive, this has, with several core documents of supreme authority missing, the integrity of this base's facilities and data storage devices is remarkably high. In all his years working for the League, he had never encountered such a situation, as if the opposing party had deliberately left these items for the League. But why would they leave such research, which could significantly aid the League's research institutions in avoiding numerous pitfalls? Excellent. After grasping the specifics, Dado gazed up at the towering ice sculpture. Proceed with your cleanup plan. I am here merely to provide support. Yes. The manager stood taller. What about this ice sculpture? Deploy 3 A-rank fire-type trainer squads to melt it down and dispose of the remains. Dado was acutely aware of the prowess of the creator of this icy artwork. If left to melt naturally, it would likely take years. A sense of being scrutinized by a ferocious beast surged within Dado. He abruptly turned his head, scanning the distance, then relaxed. Odd. Why do I feel as though a dragon-type Pokémon is observing me from the shadows? You all continue with your tasks. I shall take a look around. Dado furrowed his brow, dismissing the manager, and proceeded to investigate along the entrance of the base with Dragonite, following his instincts to locate the source of his unease. Buzz. The vibrating communicator interrupted Dado's actions. Mr. Dado, I found the information you requested. Send it to me. Shortly after, the transmission was successful, delivering a file containing personal information. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 18. Origin, an orphan from the Dawn campaign during the early establishment of the Dongwang League. Biological father, Lin Lan. Biological mother, Jun Feng. Both parents confirmed deceased in the final stages of the campaign. Guardianship history. Post-war, taken in by a governmental charity organization. Assigned ID D7. At the age of 14, his maternal lineage, the Jun family, confirmed his identity through genetic databases, activating the lineage return program. Determined by the family council, owing to his strong desire to retain his father's surname, he was not forcibly integrated into the Jun main line, but was provided basic guardianship and educational support. A rare male Jun within the Jun family. No wonder he received Articuno's blessing. Dado's brow unfurled. He naturally felt favorably toward a trainer with such a pristine background. His father was also a legendary figure, able to ensure that his genes prevailed over those of the Jun family. Yet, he did not retain the Jun identity. That truly seemed to be a circuitous route. The Jun family, as one of the two pillars alongside the Joy family, boasts a formidable influence that permeates the entire alliance. While they undertake their obligations and responsibilities, they simultaneously bask in immense benefits and power. For instance, the Cuddy Dog has almost become synonymous with the Jun legacy. Mr. Wataru, on the other end of the communicator, received another message from his assistant. When we retrieved Lin Feng's personal information, we initially encountered only a brief overview of his past. It was only due to his credentials at Junsha University that we sensed something amiss. Ultimately, we had to leverage your authority to obtain detailed intelligence. This may provoke discontent from the Junsha family. No matter, Wataru replied nonchalantly. This is characteristic of the Junsha family's manner. I will provide them with an explanation afterwards. Wataru was not taken aback. Now that his identity has been confirmed as clear, let's initiate the protection system. Have the Alliance's 3D Dragon Department trace those ambitious individuals daring enough to place a bounty on Lin Feng and retaliate against them. In my name. Understood. Following the activation of the procedure, Wataru caressed the back of his Dragonite, contemplating the naive youth clutching the tail feather of the Articuno. To receive the blessing of such a majestic creature surely indicates exceptional qualities. However, lacking the systematic training typical of a Pokémon trainer from a young age, Lin Feng's journey as a trainer would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Were it not for his fundamental deficiencies in knowledge, how could the Junsha family have relegated him to the easiest graduation path at Junsha University, namely, the Canine Police Program? It is worth noting that the most arduous hurdle for the Cuddy Dog is hatching from its egg, while Lin Feng's graduation difficulty barely surpasses that of the Cuddy Dog. But is it truly the case that Lin Feng has no connections with those three trainers? Or perhaps they are all old acquaintances of his father? Wataru fell into deep contemplation. The noble families that still hold a certain status within the Alliance were once feudal lords entrenched across various regions. The wars that marked the inception of the Alliance were fought against them. That conflict, while resulting in substantial casualties, also forged a cadre of exceptionally formidable Pokémon trainers. Chapter 53, The Stalker, Mutuo. After Hoenn brought Lin Feng back to the Wave Rider, his instinctive action was to clutch the toilet and retch. Ugh. Lin Feng knelt before the toilet for some time, pleading for relief from the dizzying sensation. If I ever use teleport again, I am a fool. Barring the need to show off, of course. The experience of teleport felt akin to being tossed into a washing machine set on a spin cycle, truly unbearable for any ordinary individual. Hoenn wished to console Lin Feng, but upon seeing his state, it hesitated to touch him. After careful consideration, it decided to tap Lin Feng's head gently with its spoon. Duong. A delightful sound for a fine head. Lin Feng incredulously lifted his gaze to Hoenn. You little rascal, are you attempting to commit murder against your trainer? Hoenn extended its hand toward Lin Feng, requesting a bank card. Do you truly know how to stock trade? Lin Feng regarded Hoenn with skepticism. Though your intellect is remarkable, the stock market is a treacherous realm. I fear you may not navigate it wisely. Hoenn gazed at Lin Feng with disdain, as if to say, the Pokédex records state that I possess an IQ of 5,000. How trivial is stock trading to one such as I? That reasoning seemed sound. Yet Lin Feng sensed something amiss. Can the information in the Pokédex be trusted? If it were accurate, then Hoenn should be the one informing this planet. And moreover, the Pokédex records Cosmoem's weight at an astounding 9,999 kilograms. Yet Ash can effortlessly carry it. Surely, there is a discrepancy therein? Nevertheless, I have indeed promised you, and promises must be honored. Lin Feng stated, I will have Rotom create an account for you. Losses are inconsequential. He rose to organize the spoils from this vacation when a sudden thought struck him. And Lin Feng exclaimed, but we agreed beforehand to refrain from using any underhanded methods in stock trading. We shall only utilize conventional strategies. Hoenn patted its chest in assurance, vowing it would never contemplate hacking the stock trading software to inflate its own stocks. Then I shall await your profits to purchase me a farm, preferably acquiring companies like Devon or Silver Corporation. Lin Feng massaged his temples, as all his salary and performance bonuses resided on that card. Should Hoenn squander everything, he would have no choice but to resort to selling items. Rotom, please tally up the spoils from this vacation. Oh, and do not forget to set up Hoenn's stock trading account first. Lin Feng rubbed his brow, finding even the gambling-obsessed Hoenn more reasonable compared to the gacha enthusiast Jengar. It is indeed unwise to compare oneself to the truly reckless. Understood, Rotom. Establishing the record for this vacation's acquisitions, please wait a moment. Hoenn's account has been successfully activated. Rotom's eyes flickered, projecting a virtual screen as data streams began to roll. Data loading. Moments later, Rotom floated before Lin Feng, and the screen displayed a large exclamation mark, accompanied by a cheerful electronic voice. Acquisitions counted. Rotom. This vacation's acquisition index, SSS. Details as follows. Ice Sovereign Scepter, X1. A gift from the new Glacier Group. Imbued with exceedingly malevolent dominion power, trainers must exercise caution in its use. Note, its previous owner seemed somewhat reluctant to part with the Ice Sovereign Scepter. Articuno Tail Feather X1. A token of gratitude received after assisting that proud bird amidst a blizzard. It appears to aid trainers in garnering favor from ice-flying Pokémon. Deoxys Energy Core X1. A reward from a friendly exchange. However, the Alliance database does not contain records of this creature, warranting further study. Reliable Servants X4. Rotom tilted its screen, displaying 4 chibi avatars labeled, Xiaolon, Xiaoyin, Ishu Lihua. Lin Feng gazed at the 4 chibi avatars on the screen, his mouth twitching. What makes them reliable servants? Once we return, I shall leave Ishu and Lihua to the East Huang Alliance for handling. But these Xiaolon and Xiaoyin might still hold potential for development. He stroked his chin, pondering. However, my farm indeed lacks a few individuals to assist in caring for Pokémon, nay, employees. Those who exchange and those who evolve should possess ample experience in caring for Pokémon, no? Rotom, please omit the unreleasable sections and draft a work report. Understood, Rotom. Rotom activated its work mode, while Lin Feng peered out the porthole, noting that night had fallen deeply. Today has truly been a busy day, he mused. I hope that upon returning to East Huang, I can enjoy a few peaceful days. This pace is becoming overwhelming. Hoenn, seated with a tablet manipulating the stock trading software, suddenly lifted its head, sensing an unidentified psychic Pokémon trailing the Wave Rider. Is there a spy? Lin Feng drew the curtains and inquired of Hoenn. Can you detect its location? Hoenn nodded, placing its hand on Lin Feng's arm. No, that's unnecessary. Lin Feng's face turned pale. You can go alone. I do not wish to accompany you. Teleporting is far less comfortable than riding a Garchomp. Hoenn nodded, setting down the tablet before vanishing from Lin Feng's sight. Who could be watching me? Lin Feng pondered with a furrowed brow. Could it be that my recent activities have attracted external attention? What a pity, if only the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, were here. Who would dare to spy when I could simply unleash its power to overcome any obstacle? Once the second origin for me of Dialga or the slothful, rotund Pokémon, Snorlax, awakens, they shall surely seek my assistance. At that time, aspiring to be my Pokémon will not be as effortless as it is now. Lin Feng placed the ice lance and the tail feather of Articuno together, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. How might I fuse these two artifacts? Furthermore, if memory serves, the owner of that ultimate weapon and the Pokémon are still alive. In their quest to save their Pokémon, numerous others perished. Yet, how did this item find its way from Kalos into the hands of a new glacier group? And what is their true objective? Surely, they cannot be aiming to dominate the world with Articuno? Chapter 54, Pensive Mutual. Could the Articuno that departed from the frozen snow mountain possibly contend with the threats of the Johto region? It is hard to fathom how one could entertain such delusions of grandeur. Moreover, the Articuno of the frozen snow mountain merely holds regional dominion, tasked with suppressing that locale. And it certainly pales in comparison to the might of the legendary birds from the Orange Archipelago. This is perplexing. Lin Feng, whose mind often operates with extraordinary clarity, sometimes struggles to comprehend the motivations of these unremarkable and unappealing villainous organizations. Lin Feng, a surge of aura is approaching. Lucario's voice resonated at an opportune moment. A surge of aura? What could that possibly be? Lin Feng responded, bewildered. I am not on land. I am submerged in the ocean. What unknown entities could be nearing me? Disappearing, Lucario noted that no malice emanated from the approaching presence. Perhaps it was merely a passerby. The disappearance of the entity left Lucario in silence once more. Lin Feng retrieved the ice lance and tail feather. The world beyond is indeed perilous. Only my little quilt brings me warmth and comfort. At the ruins of Team Rocket's base, the Tardy Alliance team, led by the Ghost-type Elite Four member, Yuki, finally arrived after everyone else had dispersed. Such a potent aura of death, Yuki mused, leaning on her cane with closed eyes. There is the presence of a powerful Ghost-type Pokémon, along with a Dragon-type Pokémon wielding Draco Meteor. The rotund purple Pokémon emerged from Yuki's shadow, sniffing the surroundings. Oh, is it one of your kind? Yuki exclaimed. It seems we cannot glean any information from these deceased. Their souls have been ushered to the afterlife by your kind. What a terrifying combination. How did Team Rocket provoke this mysterious organization? She leaned on her cane, surveying the remnants of buildings nearly obliterated by Draco Meteor. Alongside the scattered corpses, behind Yuki, a multitude of Alliance teams dispersed, attempting to locate any remnants of Team Rocket's data devices. However, their findings paled in comparison to those of DUI's Johto branch. A mere cursory investigation would suffice, as the devastation wrought by the Dragon-type trainer had nearly erased all traces of human activity on this island. Yuki paused to strike the ground with her cane before returning to the Alliance's aircraft. Yuki, Elite, an Alliance official followed her aboard the vessel. Should we not seek information about the trainers who appeared here? They are an unknown yet formidable threat. Threat? Yuki halted, her silhouette stilling as she replied meaningfully. Although I do not know their intent, the mere act of striking against Team Rocket indicates that they are likely aligned with the Alliance. That is sufficient knowledge for now. As for more, it is beyond your purview. She continued her stride, stating, instead of concerning ourselves with these matters, we ought to focus on the upcoming Alliance Conference, which will feature 2 trainers with immense potential to become champions, one of whom is the grandson of that old fool. Yuki scoffed. A misguided individual capable of raising such an exceptional descendant. I shall see if this progeny possesses the prowess of their forebear. Rather than linger here, where progress was stifled, she preferred to enlighten the grandson of Professor Oak, ensuring he understood the magnitude of his grandfather's past errors. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, Mutwo trailed behind the S title, utilizing its psychic abilities to remain undetected. Why would such a powerful being choose to board such a frail vessel? Mutwo pondered. Perplexed, with the speed of Garchomp, one could easily traverse any distance. Moreover, why can I not sense the presence of another? Have they separated? Whether it be the Dragon-type trainer or the despicable Ghost-type trainer, both were formidable figures in Mutwo's memory. Perhaps by following in their wake, it might uncover the meaning of existence. Naturally, the preferred choice would be the Dragon-type trainer. Suddenly, Hoodie's form materialized around Mutwo. Hoodie? The Pokémon cocked its head, observing this familiar being, uncertain of Mutwo's purpose for being here. Could it be? Hoodie's gaze sharpened. It had heard Lin Feng mention that some Pokémon and humans in this world derived pleasure from suffering. What was agony to others was ecstasy to them. Could it be that you were the Pokémon accompanying that trainer? Mutwo, sensing the energy response from Hoodie that rivaled its own, was taken aback. What manner of trainer could cultivate every Pokémon to such a level? Or did these Pokémon belong to different trainers? But that would imply there were 3 trainers involved. Mutwo's expression turned contemplative. The information it had received while with Team Rocket did not align with this reality. How could it encounter so many Pokémon of equal strength after departing from Team Rocket? What has transpired in this world? Hoodie? Hoodie waved a spoon before Mutwo's eyes, perplexed by the drastic emotional shifts displayed by the Pokémon before it. Do you comprehend the meaning of life? Mutwo inquired earnestly. Hoodie? Hoodie fell into contemplation. You do not know either? Mutwo felt a pang of despair. Could it be that these natural Pokémon outside were also ignorant of the meaning of life? Hoodie tapped Mutwo's head with the spoon, indicating that the meaning of life was to earn money to help their trainer rise from a state of complacency. Earn money? What is money? Mutwo questioned, bewildered by Hoodie's explanation. Hoodie, with its azure eyes sparkling, Hoodie produced the tablet it used for trading stocks, sharing it with Mutwo. Are you saying you intend to use this to help your trainer accumulate wealth, so they can lead a fulfilling life? Mutwo instinctively remarked. But what if it results in a total loss? Hoodie's expression grew serious. Your trainer is that trainer with the captivating eyes, isn't he? Mutwo pondered thoughtfully. Can I assist you in stock trading? Hoodie retracted the tablet, perplexed by why this individual sought to encroach upon his tasks, unaware that overexertion would only lead to self-detriment. I merely wish to find something to occupy myself with, something beyond battles. Mutwo discreetly concealed his more sordid thoughts. Hoodie found himself in a quandary. Chapter 55. Returned to Dongwang the following morning, Lin Feng opened his door, as usual, only to find Xiaolan and Xiaoyin waiting outside. Mr. Lin Feng, Xiaolan said, casting a fearful glance at Lin Feng's feet. While others remained oblivious to the shadows lurking beneath the guise of this seemingly kind gentleman, the siblings were acutely aware of the truth. They were the ones ensnared by the Pokémon concealed within those shadows. Is there something you need? Lin Feng said, locking the door behind him. We're only a few days away from Dongwang. If you're not in a hurry, we can discuss matters slowly once we reach Moyu Town. I'm anxious, Xiaolan replied, glancing around to ensure they were alone before leaning closer to Lin Feng. It's about Lord Ho-Oh and Lord Ligia. The shiny Fiero and Ligia? Noticing Xiaolan's proximity, Lin Feng instinctively took a couple of steps back. What could they possibly want? Don't tell me you have the rainbow feather and the silver feather in your possession? That would be quite alarming. Xiaolan sighed in relief, realizing that since Lin Feng was aware of those 2 feathers, he must also understand their significance. This saved her from having to elaborate extensively. However, as she observed the distance between them, she tentatively took a couple of steps closer. Did you have any nightmares last night? Lin Feng placed his hand on Xiaolan's head, preventing her from advancing further. For instance, did you dream of a gray doll-like Pokémon? If Lin Feng recalled correctly, the rainbow feather was indeed the item scattered by the shiny Fiero, chosen by Ho-Oh. Those selected would not only receive the rainbow feather, but would also undergo a trial by the member of the Ho-Oh Guard, Marshadao, who would test them within the shadows. Those who failed the trial would naturally never meet the other members of the Ho-Oh Guard, let alone Ho-Oh himself. A gray doll-like Pokémon? Xiaolan fell into contemplation. I don't think so. I didn't have any nightmares. That indicates it is still preoccupied with testing the previous candidate for the Rainbow Warrior and hasn't reached you yet. But don't be alarmed. This phenomenon is of little consequence. There are countless Rainbow Warrior candidates throughout the Kanto region, and many have devoted their entire lives without ever encountering Ho-Oh. So, perhaps you shouldn't dwell on it too much. Lin Feng patted his stomach. At this point, we should eat first. All right. After breakfast, Lin Feng, Xiaolan, and the three others who had arrived later gathered around a table, contemplating the rainbow feather and silver feather before them. Goodness, I wondered what had gotten into the old man. It turns out you both took these items when you left. Ishu exclaimed, astonished. Without these two artifacts to summon Ho-Oh and Lugia, I can't fathom how much effort it would take. Even the plan would come to a halt. He glanced at Xiaolan and Xiaoyin, then at the seemingly indifferent Lin Feng, and stated pointedly, as long as these items are in your possession, the old man will surely find a way to seek you out, especially since we are currently out of contact. That doesn't concern me, Lin Feng replied, twirling the two feathers between his fingers. Dongwang is not like Kanto. Kanto is mountainous, while Dongwang is flat. Your old man may reign supreme in Kanto, but that does not guarantee the same in Dongwang. What I am more curious about is how to utilize these items to summon Ho-Oh and Lugia, as I have matters to discuss with them. If Lu Bo sought to capture Ho-Oh and Lugia, why would Lin Feng not share the same ambition? With a singular goal. Conflict was inevitable. There was no need to evade it. Lu Bo was a monster, but was Lin Feng not a monster in his own right? System. I wish to witness your limits. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ishu nearly gasped for breath. Had divine beasts truly become so inconsequential? You can just summon them at will. Mr. Lin Feng, trainers proficient in Ice-type Pokémon can counter those skilled in Dragon-type Pokémon, Xiaolan interjected. That refers to weaker dragons. Look at Mr. Dato, the dragon champion. His team, featuring Charizard, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl, is not hindered by Ice-type weaknesses, Lin Feng corrected her. Moreover, the effects of type advantages can be compensated for through a trainer's command. Is that so? Ishu fell into deep thought, feeling that something was amiss yet unable to articulate the source of his discomfort. Let's set this matter aside for now. Lin Feng temporarily put away the two feathers, planning to return home and craft a feather duster using the tail feather of Articuno as a base, embedding the two feathers within it. This way, it could serve a purpose instead of merely being ornamental. The current issue lies with you two. Lin Feng crossed his arms, resting his chin on them. How should I handle you? I am familiar with the situation in Dongwang. Even if I resort to certain measures, it would merely result in your confinement for 10 or 8 years, which is of little consequence. However, what you have done truly irks me. So, his meaning was clear. To earn his forgiveness, they must first demonstrate their worth. We are both somewhat competent Pokemon trainers. If you allow us to join your ranks, many matters will no longer require your attention, Ishu quickly asserted. Furthermore, as we continue our journey, there will undoubtedly be others who pose a threat. We can handle them ourselves, sparing you the trouble of involving those two esteemed individuals. That seems like a reasonable proposal, Lin Feng nodded. But can you two truly manage it? He harbored doubts about Ishu and Li Hua's abilities, considering their previous performance was not much different from that of a novice. Compared to the two esteemed individuals, we are indeed lacking, Ishu admitted, feeling slightly offended but unsure how to counter. However, compared to other trainers, even gym leaders, we are superior. A passing traveler couldn't suppress a laugh, casting a silent glance at Ishu before shaking his head and walking away. Ishu glared fiercely at the traveler, contemplating revenge. Unrepentant, are we? Lin Feng said softly. Repent, I will repent. Ishu nudged Li Hua with his elbow, hastily nodding and saying, I assure you, I understand the importance of repentance. Please, grant us a chance. It's not that we are too weak. It's that the two esteemed individuals are simply too strong. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Ever since he had joined Team Rocket on the orders of the Masked Man, he had never faced doubt about his strength. Chapter 56. Mutwo's interview with their abilities. They would surely receive warm welcomes and positions in any organization they approached. Yet here they were, questioned as if they were mere novices. This was difficult for Ishu to accept. I have indeed been too indulgent. Li Hua, however, held an entirely different viewpoint. I want to specialize in Pokemon training and elevate my Pokemon to new heights as soon as possible. As Mr. Lin Feng aptly stated, for Pokemon trainers, a mere exchange of glances signifies the commencement of a Pokemon battle. If one cannot match strength, how could they ever become companions? In her eyes, a fiery spirit of determination blazed. Lin Feng was about to inquire what had possessed Ishu and Li Hua, but a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to refrain from further questioning. You two shall report to Xiaolan and Xiaoyin as your respective leaders, one male, one female. Lin Feng nodded, stating, "Your direct supervisor will be the Arcanine. Remember, while in Moyu Town, do not overstep your leader's commands." He explained that Arcanine held enforcement authority. While it could act on its own, if you were to do the same, it would be considered unreasonable. Wang, at Lin Feng's words, the Arcanine, stationed beside him, immediately sprang to its feet, adopting a majestic demeanor. It was now a leader. A leader must embody the essence of leadership. We must accept Arcanine's guidance. Ishu felt a sudden rigidity overcome him as he gazed at the robust Arcanine, pondering whether to voice his thoughts. How could humans accept the leadership of a Pokémon? Why not? Lin Feng queried. In Moyu Town, Arcanine commands great respect, and even our auxiliary officers must follow its lead to wield enforcement power. My quota will be allocated to Xiaolan and Xiaoyin, leaving yours to rest upon Arcanine. Thus you must accept its leadership. Ugh. Ishu pondered briefly, realizing the validity of Lin Feng's assertion. I look forward to your guidance, leader. He bent down, extending his hand towards Arcanine. Wang, Arcanine, content, placed its paw atop Ishu's hand, signifying acceptance of this new subordinate. Thank you for your affection, leader. Ishu's eyes brimmed with tears. Isn't your Arcanine ready to evolve into an Arcanine yet? Xiaolan, who had been observing Arcanine, could no longer contain her curiosity. Given its training, it has clearly surpassed the threshold for evolution. Without evolving, its strength enhancement will be quite challenging. Evolve? It's still a baby. Lin Feng instinctively replied. Isn't it a bit premature to evolve now? Premature? Baby? The youthful Xiaolan was astounded, gazing at the sturdy Arcanine. Even if it were to shrink by a third, none would dare claim it was underdeveloped. How could anyone consider it a baby? Wang, Arcanine stood on its hind legs, resting against Lin Feng, who affectionately declared, "Such a good boy. My Arcanine is the kindest baby in the world." Xiaolan's eyelids twitched as she watched the towering Arcanine, nearly reaching Xiaoyin's height, yet still cradled in Lin Feng's arms, who patted its back in praise. Do not be misled by its size. My Arcanine is merely a few months old. Lin Feng struggled to hold the Arcanine while addressing Xiaolan. Premature evolution is akin to pulling up seedlings to hasten growth. Although one might gain immediate combat power, it bears no benefit for the Pokémon's future development. To dispel their disbelief, Lin Feng added, "Do not think I jest. According to the internal training system for Arcanine in Junsha, the optimal evolution age is 18 months. My Arcanine is still quite young." Xiaolan and Xiaoyin exchanged glances, hesitating to voice their thoughts. While the statement about premature evolution was indeed accurate, it was only true in general terms. But what if it were applied to this clearly advanced Arcanine? "Mr. Lin Feng, have you conducted a training level assessment for your Arcanine?" Xiaolan pressed on, clearly unwilling to relent. As someone who had undergone evolution herself, she preferred to see all Pokémon evolve into their ultimate forms. At the very least, we could determine what training level this Arcanine is currently at using equipment. Or does it have any battle experience? Battle experience? Lin Feng frowned. Arcanine is a police dog. Any Pokémon that clashes with it is essentially attacking an officer. During my time in Dongwang, I have not commanded Arcanine to engage in battle. However, I can indeed conduct a training level assessment once we return to Dongwang. He noted that Arcanine did not display a level panel, only basic stats and skills, leaving him uncertain of its strength tier. A sudden sound of psychic teleportation captured Ishu's attention. That's Mutuo. He turned towards the source, unable to suppress an expletive. Why is the pinnacle creation of Team Rocket here? Confusion clouded his mind. Mutuo? Lin Feng was taken aback, then turned to see what Ishu was looking at. A humanoid Pokémon with a large tail, clad in a suit, and sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses without lenses, approached them with a dossier in hand. Entering the living quarters of the Wavebreaker, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Who has dressed Mutuo like this? No, if Mutuo was here, did that imply? He fell into deep contemplation, while Ishu and Li Hua were engulfed in astonished disbelief. Why would Mutuo appear here? Was it seeking a confrontation? Ishu felt his once sharp intellect falter. Yet, amidst his thoughts, Mutuo approached their table, dossier in hand, disregarding the flashing lights and cameras. "Mr. Lin Feng." It placed the dossier before him. "I am here for an interview." "An interview?" Lin Feng raised his head in bewilderment. "Before we discuss the interview, I have a more pressing question for you. Why are you not wearing pants?" Lin Feng pondered aloud. Do Pokémon need to wear clothes? Hearing this, Ishu felt as though his mind might explode. Was this truly about pants? This was the pinnacle of biological creation submitting a job application. And you were fixating on its lack of pants? How relaxed was your thinking? Naturally, clothing is unnecessary. Mutuo paused thoughtfully before responding. I consulted a professional who advised that for a job interview, it is best to dress appropriately. However, I could not find any pants that fit, so I only wore the upper half. Then do not wear the upper half either. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, his trigeminal nerve inexplicably throbbing with pain. You should either dress fully or not at all. Wearing only the upper half, while leaving the lower half bare, could lead to great misunderstanding. The absurdity of a half-dressed interviewee, combined with the elements at play, could easily mislead others into perceiving this as a very serious matter. All right, Mutuo acquiesced, removing all outer garments. Is this acceptable now? Its azure eyes gleamed as it discarded its clothing outside the wave breaker. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng felt his trigeminal nerve throb even more painfully at the sight. Taking deep breaths to quell the tumult within, he finally asked, "Now, please tell me, what brings you to seek my audience? I wish to apply for a position under your esteemed guidance, which I would like to designate as a private fund investment consultant." As the legendary Pokémon Mutuo imparted its wisdom to Hoenn, it began its pursuit of employment. As the saying goes, if you do not manage your finances will not manage you. Idle funds languishing in an account merely accumulate trivial interest. It is far more prudent to invest and let your money work for you. As Mutuo eloquently articulated its case, Lin Feng's demeanor softened. He discerned the source of the issue at hand. "Very well, your response pleases me," he replied with an impassive expression. "I shall have my assistant reach out to you. Await further instructions." "Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Mutuo exhaled in relief and took a step back, casting a final glance at the throng of humans surrounding it, its azure eyes gleaming before it vanished. This world is indeed becoming increasingly chaotic. Today, I encountered an unfamiliar Pokémon seeking knowledge, and it could speak. A member of the onlooking crowd exclaimed. "No, it is not merely speaking. That is the telepathy unique to psychic Pokémon," a knowledgeable individual corrected. "I too believe the world is growing more deranged," Lin Feng sighed. "Why is it that during my many years in the East Huang Alliance, nothing extraordinary ever occurred, yet upon arriving in Chengdu, I am beset with unusual events? Is the security of your Kanto Alliance truly so deficient?" He regarded his newly appointed staff, 4 individuals from a nefarious organization, 2 of whom were also affiliated with Team Rocket. Lin Feng's decision to accept them could be seen as a significant contribution to the security of the Kanto Alliance. "Is it truly that poor?" "I don't perceive it as such," Ishu remarked, bewildered. "I feel our local security is quite commendable." "Indeed," Lin Feng retorted with a hint of irritation. "Once you accompany me to the East Huang Alliance, your local security will surely improve. Such a blind group of individuals." He cradled his head in his hands, lamenting. "How am I supposed to compose a work report upon my return?" "Huh." Rotom interjected, astonished. "Isn't the work report my responsibility?" "Very well. Then you contemplate how to transform our experiences into a report for submission," Lin Feng replied, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. "Now where were we?" Ishu instinctively began to respond, but suddenly realized something was amiss. Is this matter simply going to be brushed aside? He gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. Having never encountered someone so relaxed, "What else would you suggest? Should I accept their application and subsequently dismiss one of you?" Lin Feng pointed at Ishu and Li Hua, inquiring, "Shall I dismiss you? Or shall I dismiss you? Isn't he applying for the position of private fund investment consultant?" Lin Feng continued, "I must possess funds to engage such a position." His expression remained stoic. "I barely have a few 100,000 in savings. Do I truly require a private fund investment consultant? Do not jest." "That's a fair point," Ishu mused. "A mere ordinary officer could hardly afford such luxury." "Wait, that's not what I meant," he abruptly realized, his anxiety evident as he stood, arms outstretched. "A majestic creature like Mutuo appeared before you, and you remain unfazed?" "I am indeed concerned," Lin Feng countered. "Where is your evidence of anxiety?" Ishu longed to grasp Lin Feng's collar and demand to know where his nerves lay. Yet he hesitated, for he still could not fathom the true nature of this seemingly ordinary officer. "Did you not see the perspiration on my brow?" Lin Feng remarked, tapping his forehead. "If it were to lose control here, it would be quite troublesome, hence my decision to send it away." "Indeed," Xiaolan concurred, "had Mr. Lin Feng not handled the situation adeptly, the consequences would have been dire." Ishu scratched his neck, feeling increasingly out of sync with the others. In the vast expanse of space, a solitary meteor, having broken away from its formation, was charting a fixed course. Zay! Sensing something, Deoxys opened its eyes from its home. A spacecraft. It received a transmission from its companion. Buzz. Silent psychic waves radiated through space, accelerating the once steady meteor. While the time it would take to reach its companion's planet diminished in tandem, Deoxys continued to decipher its companion's message. Reflecting on the prolonged absence of life-sustaining planets since departing from the realm of Piku, It was a world of formidable power. Under ordinary circumstances, it would undoubtedly bypass this planet to continue its cosmic journey. However, now it was imperative to divert, for a companion awaited rescue, despite the considerable risks involved. For Deoxys species, companionship transcended even the value of life. It was the very essence that intertwined their existence. Chapter 58, Ingenious Strategies by Hoenn. On the and following the dispersal of the crowd, Ishu could no longer contain his curiosity. He cautiously addressed Lin Feng, flanked by Rotom on his left and Arcanine on his right. Are you unaware of what Mutwo represents? From an external viewpoint, Lin Feng bore no semblance of a formidable figure. Rather, he exuded an air of youthful innocence, akin to that of a university student untouched by hardship. Mutwo? What could it possibly signify? Lin Feng found Ishu's words rather perplexing. Mutwo is simply Mutwo. It is not like Shalebi, which embodies the world tree or some other grand concept. Precisely. Ishu sighed in relief at Lin Feng's revelation. It appeared he was unaware of Mutwo's true rarity. After carefully considering his words, he began to elucidate. Are you familiar with the starter Pokémon? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. The 3 unique Pokémon of each region, requiring full evolution to become a trainer's primary assets. Alas, Ishu continued. The limited availability and quality of these starters serve only a select few, while extraordinary trainers like Ash, who can stumble upon them in the wild, are exceedingly rare. If I were to convey that Mutwo's value is akin to that of a starter Pokémon, a rarity that one could possess for oneself, would you grasp the significance of such rarity? Ishu carefully gauged Lin Feng's reaction. Are you suggesting cloning? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Our world is not devoid of deities. Cloning represents an encroachment upon divine prerogatives through technological means. He recalled a particularly emblematic Pokémon region, the Kalos region, home to the legendary XYZ trio, symbolizing the order of life and death. The Kalos region? Ishu pondered. It is too distant from Chengdu. I have yet to explore it. Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on Ishu's shoulder. You should investigate further. In our world, many paths may be traversed. Yet to clone Pokémon en masse through technology is not a sustainable avenue. The true obstacle facing the cosmic center of Verdanturf Town was not the limitations of technology, but rather the draconic deity residing in the heavens. This is the realm of Pokémon. Only through harmonious coexistence with Pokémon can humanity hope to endure. Well then, I have said all I need to. From here on, await my arrangements upon our arrival in the East Huang Alliance. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Enjoy your journey. Understood. Ishu contemplated Lin Feng's departing figure, deep in thought. That's not quite right. I was merely discussing the significance of Mutwo. How did we end up delving into the realm of philosophy? His brows furrowed in contemplation. I also wish to inquire, Mr. Lin Feng, how it is that you were approached for a position by Mutwo. How on earth did that come to fruition? Yet, Lin Feng had already departed with his Arcanine, and he, possessing a keen sense of propriety, would never pursue him for answers. You see, Ishu shifted his gaze to Xiaolan. Every trainer harbors their own secrets. Why must you pry so deeply? Xiaolan tactically sipped water to mask her expression. Knowing too much will only shorten your lifespan. The only thing you need to focus on is to faithfully follow in the footsteps of Lord Lin Feng. That alone is infallible. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this seemingly unremarkable officer had at least 2 champion trainers standing behind him. That was more than sufficient to command the attention of any league. The journey ahead would undoubtedly become much easier. Lin Feng hurriedly returned to his room and summoned the still engrossed in studying stock trading rules, Alakazam. Alakazam, the Pokémon, clutching a tablet, gazed at Lin Feng with bewilderment. Did you summon Mutwo? Is he the one who was observing us that day? Lin Feng crossed his arms and scrutinized Alakazam. Look at the trouble you've caused. Suggesting that Mutwo apply for a job. Who in their right mind would propose such a thing? Alakazam tilted its head, as if to say, but I'm not human, I'm a Pokémon. Lin Feng stepped closer, extending his hand towards Alakazam's head, and flicked his finger. I advise you to tread carefully and refrain from playing word games with me. Lin Feng grinned. Be wary, I might just revoke your trading privileges. Observing Alakazam's utter lack of understanding regarding the implications of its actions, Lin Feng turned to Rotom, saying, Rotom, search the platform for Lin Feng. Let Alakazam see what I've become. Understood. Rotom, now detecting trending topics. Rotom spun in the air, halting between the trainer and his Pokémon. A plethora of prompts appeared on Rotom's panel, including Mutwo's employment inquiry about Lin Feng's sexual orientation and relationship status. Wait a moment, what on earth is sexual orientation? Lin Feng instinctively covered his backside. Alakazam, perplexed, placed the tablet down, attempting to evade the situation. Lin Feng flicked his finger again. You are no longer a Kadabra. Kindly refrain from making that expression, thank you. Alakazam, clutching its head, with an IQ soaring to 4,000, began to brainstorm. Alakazam. It raised its right index finger, clearly having had a brilliant idea. You mean, since I have no desire to train Pokemon in reality, and yet require legitimate means to expand my team, I should start with Mutwo? After all, Mutwo doesn't require much training, does he? Lin Feng fell into contemplation. I must admit, Alakazam is indeed a genius. This implies that any legendary Pokemon I later unlock can be added to my roster, thus allowing me to utilize them lawfully. Arcanine's growth will inevitably require time. Relying solely on Arcanine to conquer the league is evidently unrealistic. However, what if I were to incorporate Mutwo? Congratulations on defeating Arcanine. Your next opponent is Mutwo and Rayquaza. You truly are a genius, Lin Feng remarked, exhaling into his palm as he ruffled Alakazam's head. Alright. Go fetch Mutwo and inform him that I consent to him becoming my Pokemon. Alakazam shook its head. You are correct, it's a private fund investment consultant. Lin Feng concurred. However, it is quite reasonable for an employee to assist the employer in Pokemon battles, wouldn't you agree? Alakazam nodded. Chapter 59, Mutwo and Mew. What kind of champion shall I become once I attain the title? Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin in thought. Champions like Lance, who specializes in Dragon-type Pokemon, and Steven, the Steel-type champion, are renowned for their mastery of their respective types. Yet, Lin Feng understood that it should indeed be Dragon-type, as the majority of legendary Pokemon belong to that category. On the desolate island, now named New Island by Mutwo, the psychic Pokemon sensed a surge of psychic energy and abruptly opened its eyes. Mew? The pink feline tilted its head, emitting a sound of confusion. It had sensed a presence similar to its own and had come to investigate, only to discover a Pokemon that looked utterly different from itself. You are Mew. Mutwo observed as Mew circled around it, a myriad of thoughts swelling within. I am Mutwo, which signifies to transcend you. What do you say? Shall we engage in a comparison? Upon hearing Mutwo's urgent words, Mew interpreted them as an invitation to play. Mew. Mew's limbs danced in the air as it laughed joyously, clearly overjoyed. I am not here to play. I aim to battle you. Mutwo, realizing Mew had misunderstood, quickly clarified. This is a contest to determine who is the authentic one. I shall prove that I am the strongest. Gathering energy in its right hand, Mutwo radiated an overwhelming surge of power. Though it did not receive the Alakazam it had anticipated, encountering Mew was still a fortuitous turn of events. First, it would defeat Mew, subsequently squandering Lin Feng's funds, and then embark on a quest for deeper meaning in life. Do you comprehend? Mew? Mew floated before Mutwo, tilting its little head in inquiry, as if to suggest that battling was merely a form of play. Moreover, it considered itself the authentic one. How could a counterfeit possibly triumph over the original? I detest your attitude, Mutwo retorted, shimmering backward, its right hand poised, as a colossal wave of energy coalesced in the air, forming a torrent of destruction. Psychic wave. Swoosh. Alakazam, having teleported in, stared blankly at the oncoming energy wave, hurriedly placing the tablet on the ground and crossing its spoons in defense. Protect. A pale blue energy shield enveloped Alakazam, bracing for Mutwo's destructive torrent. The concentrated psychic force collided with the shield, but rather than shattering it, the energy dispersed around the protective arc. Clearly, even Mutwo, when employing the unenhanced psychic wave, lacked the power to inflict harm upon Alakazam. Alakazam gripped its spoons tightly, shielding the tablet before it, its expression grave as it regarded Mutwo. It was uncertain why Mutwo, who had previously been fine, was suddenly acting so erratically. If it could not manage the situation, it would have no choice but to summon the Grim Reaper. Are you attempting to deceive me by transforming into Alakazam? Mutwo's fury intensified as it glared at Alakazam. What do you take me for? Crossing its arms and closing its eyes, a wave of energy radiated from Mutwo's head to encompass its entire being. Meditate, Mew. Mew fluttered out from behind Alakazam, its curious gaze fixed upon the suddenly materialized Pokemon, who adeptly wielded two spoons, clearly efficient when it came to mealtime. Alakazam. The creature looked bewildered at Mew's appearance, equally perplexed. Is it truly Alakazam? Mutwo was evidently taken aback as well. The three Pokemon formed a triangular formation, glancing about in unison. Alakazam. Alakazam turned to retrieve a tablet from the ground, blowing away the dust that had settled upon it, before making its way toward Mutwo. Is this my assigned equipment? Mutwo, noticing the object in Alakazam's grasp, momentarily disregarded Mew's presence. Clearly, Mew's priority paled in comparison to that of Lin Feng. Alakazam, nodding, Alakazam extended the tablet towards Mewtwo. The device was unlocked, revealing a plethora of pre-installed applications, registered accounts, and a remarkably stable signal even on a deserted island in the ocean. I shall conduct some research today and commence work tomorrow. Mewtwo clapped its hands in appreciation as it accepted the tablet. However, I cannot seem to find suitable attire for work. Do you have any recommendations? After departing from the wave breaker, it pondered Lin Feng's words, realizing that one must either wear a full outfit or none at all, as half measures were indeed unsightly. Alakazam. Alakazam scratched its head with the spoon. Then, Alakazam. Yet, it soon sighed and shook its head. No matter, I am not in a rush to dress just yet. Mewtwo's foremost desire was to glean stock market information via the tablet, subsequently learning how to swiftly deplete its funds online. Alakazam. Nodding, Alakazam prepared to leave. But before doing so, it cast a puzzled glance at Mew. It recalled Mewtwo never mentioning a relative at home. Not my relative, but my adversary. However, I lack the time to concern myself with it. I have far more pressing matters at hand. Mewtwo turned away, utilizing teleportation to vanish before the eyes of the two Pokémon. Mew's predicament would eventually be resolved. Yet missing this opportunity regarding Lin Feng meant there would be no second chance as favorable as this. Although it puzzled why such a powerful trainer placed such significance on money, Mewtwo perceived this as a splendid opportunity for itself. Mew? Mew circled around Alakazam twice. Its little nose twitching as an expression of delight adorned its face, evidently having caught a whiff of something it fancied. Alakazam. Alakazam scratched its waist with the spoon, failing to comprehend Mew's intentions, and directly utilized teleportation to return to the wave breaker. Mew. Mew gazed at the desolate island, letting out a melancholic cry, yearning for companionship and play, yet finding none. However, it quickly regained its composure, transforming into Alakazam's likeness and retracing its steps back to the wave breaker. Back already? Lin Feng, reclining on his bed while browsing Pokemon breeding zone articles, lifted his gaze from a paper titled "Can Shenado and Humans Lay Eggs? How come there are two Alakazams?" He paused, clearly astonished by this unforeseen occurrence. Did you bring back a relative? Alakazam. The two Alakazams simultaneously turned to each other, both ensnared in confusion. Chapter 60. Return to Moyu Town. Lin Feng stood, observing the two identical Pokemon, initially scrutinizing their eyes. No green beans, so they aren't Ditto in disguise. Pondering the implications of a Pokemon capable of transformation, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Sit. Thud. I've caught the imposter. Lin Feng pointed at the one that complied with his command, chuckling. Mew. I've managed to catch you. Haven Ti. Upon hearing Lin Feng's directive, the false Alakazam immediately sat down, while the true Alakazam gazed at Lin Feng in bewilderment. Their starkly contrasting reactions allowed Lin Feng to discern the truth instantly. You have no idea, my rebellious offspring have never been so obedient outside of battle. Lin Feng placed his hands on his hips, proclaiming, You thought you could deceive me? You're light years away from that. Mew? The Alakazam form dissipated, revealing the pink feline that hovered before Lin Feng. Its nose twitching as a scent even more potent than that of Alakazam wafted from Lin Feng. Mew. The unique aroma emanating from Lin Feng caused Mew's expression to shift into one of blissful abandon. It soared to perch atop Lin Feng's head, sprawling out its entire form. Mew's delicate paws, adorned with soft pads, instinctively pawed through Lin Feng's thick black hair, as if crafting the coziest and safest nest for itself. Lin Feng felt a weight upon his head and inwardly lamented. Oh no, I've got a cat on my head. Where did you encounter Mew? He reached up to embrace the pink feline resting atop his head and inquired curiously of Alakazam. Were you not supposed to seek out Mewtwo? Alakazam. Alakazam rubbed its head with both hands, offering no reply, and simply retreated into its pokeball. You don't know either? Lin Feng gently stroked Mew's back. Then why do you favor me so? Is it because? He opened a pixelated game, observing the mute character that represented him. Is it him? Within the Pokemon worldview, Arceus is the origin of all things. It created everything and manages all worlds through its avatars. This implies that, in a certain sense, there are numerous parallel universes within the Pokemon realm. On New Island, Mewtwo fiddled with the tablet in its grasp. To discover any news, one must search the web, yes? Mewtwo, with its goal in mind, opened a musical note icon and typed in the search bar, how to lose money in stock trading. After a brief loading period, a plethora of videos filled Mewtwo's view. Young individuals wishing to profit from stocks must watch this video. Stock trading. How to ensure consistent losses. Mewtwo furrowed its brow, contemplating. Is this the pinnacle of human intelligence? How can they not even grasp my intentions? I wished to help him incur losses, not profits. Realizing its approach was flawed, Mutuo abandoned the quest for methods and began to study the stock market instead. Moments later, engrossed in its studies, Mutuo lifted its head, the glimmer of wisdom illuminating its eyes. If I were to utilize my foresight to predict future outcomes, wouldn't that guarantee losses without gains? With resolve, Mutuo opened an account. Observing the figure 0 displayed on the screen, lost in thought. Only 0, no one. Even the finest teacher could not coax a 0 into action. The funds reside in Alakazam's account. I must first earn Alakazam's trust. Mutuo set the tablet aside, deciding to masquerade as a diligent employee for a time. Patience is essential in any endeavor, and it just so happens that I possess ample patience. For whether human or Pokémon, those who engage in mischief never shy away from toil or hardship. The wave breaker glided swiftly, yet none of the individuals Lin Feng had anticipated arrived during the remaining time. Intensifying the anxiety of the two, a tree and pear blossom, who sought to solidify their positions through their performance. However, upon returning to Moyu Town, the two apprehensive individuals did not witness Lin Feng's intention to turn them over to the Alliance. Creak. Lin Feng pushed open the familiar gate. A breeze imbued with the scent of home rushing toward him. He stood at the threshold, the pink feline on his shoulder curled up, still soundly asleep. Home at last. After a month away from home, the grass in the yard had begun to grow wildly in the absence of its owner. Woof. Almost the moment the gate swung open, a fiery red figure darted past Lin Feng, completely disregarding everything else, and dashed straight towards the corner of the yard where its wooden doghouse resided. The feeling of home was indeed different. Observing the frantic demeanor of the dog, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He took a deep breath of the air from Moyu Town and mused. I no longer need to worry about being swept away by a multitude of tasks like in the city. I've returned to Dongwang. Surely a meteor won't fall from the sky to strike me down? With this thought, Lin Feng completely relaxed and turned to the little blue quartet following him, saying, I'll be staying in the main bedroom. The rooms on either side are unoccupied, so feel free to choose whichever you prefer. If you find it inconvenient here and wish to rent a place in town or stay in the collective dormitory at the police station, that's perfectly fine. As he spoke, he walked inside, his tone imbued with the laziness of returning home. You all settle in first, I'll change my clothes. Later, I'll take you to the station to get acquainted with the surroundings. Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng. Little Blue immediately grasped Little Silver's hand, relief evident on their faces after escaping danger. My brother and I feel much safer staying next to you. She cast a sidelong glance at Iju and Pear Blossom, adding, After all, we aren't exactly model citizens. Now that we're in Dongwang, let's not overthink things. If anything arises, there are tall individuals keeping watch. Lin Feng pointed towards the rooms on either side, elaborating, This is my parents' old house. I only moved back here a couple of years ago. Therefore, it lacks many everyday necessities. Once we finish with the registration today, I'll advance you some of your salaries so you can procure the necessary supplies in town. Having conveyed his instructions, Lin Feng strode towards the main house. The Rotom, which had been hovering beside his right shoulder, finally prioritized its cleaning protocol to the highest level. Ding. Detection complete. Rotom, Lin Feng called without turning around. Let us discuss cleaning when I return. Ding. Higher priority task directive received. Cleaning task sequence. Forced delay in execution. Rotom sighed. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Iju turned to his colleagues, bewildered. Forget about Mutuo. Why is Mew also here? Is our boss truly just an ordinary officer? Chapter 61, Moyu Town Police Station. Better if he is not an ordinary officer, Little Blue said, leading Little Silver towards the left room. If he were an ordinary officer, how could he protect the four of us from the old man's clutches? They continued their discourse, pondering how to endure under the boss's command for a longer duration. After voicing her thoughts, Little Blue ceased speaking, eager to explore the environment where she would spend a considerable amount of time. Little Silver, casting a furtive glance at Little Blue with a blush creeping onto his face, silently followed her lead. Grasped by her hand, he felt as if he were an ox being led by its nose ring. Sister complex. Wait. Pear Blossom interjected, stepping forward to intercept Little Blue. Little Silver is growing up. He can't always sleep with you. We need to observe some boundaries. Let him share a room with Iju, and I'll stay with you. She pressed her ample bosom against Little Blue's head, inadvertently instilling a sense of defeat within Little Blue. You vile woman. Keep your distance from my sister. Little Silver, upon hearing Pear Blossom's suggestion, wore a look of utter disdain. I refuse to sleep with that guy. Little brat. Pear Blossom made a face at Little Silver. What do you think? I can't let you have your way. You'd better sleep with Iju. You. Little Silver clenched his fists defiantly. I say, Iju interjected helplessly. Have any of you considered my opinion? I have no desire to share a room with any of you. In his eyes, these three were nothing but troublemakers, and being with them would only invite endless complications. As the argument ensued, Lin Feng, now dressed, approached and joined the discussion. Sleep together? Who said you had to? My house is quite spacious. The side rooms are independent. Not just the four of you. Even if there were two more, we would accommodate them comfortably. Lin Feng adjusted his hat. Since you're still bickering, you can continue your debate while accompanying me to handle the paperwork. Come, cat-eye dog, let's go. Woof. At Lin Feng's call, the fiery red figure emerged from its doghouse. Once we finish the paperwork, I'll have cat-eye dog take you on a patrol route, and you can also buy some living supplies. Lin Feng slightly pivoted to avoid cat-eye dog's enthusiastic charge and addressed the four of them. Here, cat-eye dog has quite the reputation. Following it around may even earn you discounts while shopping. Let us go? He led the way outside. Hey, did you notice? After Lin Feng donned that attire, he strangely resembled those Junsha, Pear Blossom remarked, marveling at Lin Feng's back. To rise to such a position in a department ruled by the Junsha family through sheer effort is indeed impressive. Lin Feng is a rare talent. It's a pity he doesn't pursue the path of a trainer. Relying solely on cat-eye dog for combat makes him an easy target. Indeed, Iju scoffed. Defeating cat-eye dog is the only way to encounter Mutwo and Mew. Stop with the useless talk. Ignoring Pear Blossom's shock, he followed closely behind Lin Feng. Oh, I forgot he is also an heir to the divine beasts. Pear Blossom suddenly realized how absurd her thoughts had been. As they traversed the streets of Moyu Town, Lin Feng led the two cat-eye dogs, one of which was disguised as Mew, along the river that flowed through Moyu Town towards the police station. Splash! A kingler with ink-colored scales leaped from the water, only to fall back in, creating ripples that spread across the surface until they vanished. This is a unique Pokémon of Moyu Town. Legends say that before the establishment of the League, the ruling families here excelled in poetry and prose. Yet their character was far from noble. Rather, they were steeped in malevolence. Lin Feng gestured towards the winding river, explaining, eventually, a hero and his companions vanquished them, transforming this place into a paradise for the common folk. Areas once enclosed by those families for observation have now become our living spaces. Lin Feng's own parents perished in the war that marked the League's inception, although that time was chaotic, to the extent that even powerful trainers with extraordinary abilities struggled to survive. He managed to endure, thanks to the post-war welfare policies of the League. Many battlefield orphans like him survived and completed professional courses arranged by the League, establishing their footing in the new era through their acquired expertise. Isn't this color of Kingler akin to the special Pokémon from the Galar region? Little Blue inquired, observing the Kinglers swimming and the fishermen affiliated with the Air Force. Not quite. They are merely specially bred shiny Pokémon, fixed with unique powers. Lin Feng shook his head, pondering the Pokémon of the Galar region, which differ from those of other regions due to their unique environmental conditions. The Dongwang region is not far from the Kanto Alliance. Officer Lin Feng was greeted by the fisherman beside him, who waved and said, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Lin Feng replied with a wave and a smile. "Uncle Li, have you opened your mouth yet today?" Very soon, Uncle Li chuckled sheepishly. "Come to my house tonight for some fish soup." "Definitely." Lin Feng did not dwell on this matter, but continued walking with a few others until they arrived at the police station in Moyu Town. "This will be your workplace from now on," Lin Feng said, glancing at the plaque before pushing the door open. "I'm back from vacation, boss." Inside, he found Jun Shalon half sunken in a leather swivel chair, her long, slender legs enveloped in a deep blue uniform skirt resting on the empty desk. She was engrossed in her phone, not looking up as she said, "Now that you're back, just get back to work." As she spoke, the sound effects rang out. Triple kill, quadra kill, ace, damn it, lost again. "I'll capture all of you who keep sabotaging me," Jun Shalon exclaimed angrily. Tossing her phone onto the desk, she turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Oh right, you boasted last time that you could solve our shortage of auxiliary police. Are these the people?" She scrutinized the group of four, Xiaolon, Xiaoyin, Yishu, and Li Hua, assessing them from head to toe. "Are they of good character?" To be honest, Lin Feng grinned, revealing his white teeth. None of them are law-abiding citizens. Chapter 62, Jun Shalon, Xiaolon, Xiaoyin, Yishu, and Li Hua could form a quartet of masked men, 2 members of Team Rocket, and 1 with ties to the underworld. For Lin Feng to assert their innocence would be rather unreasonable. However, in terms of capability, their skills had been exclusively verified by Uncle Lu, and their talents were indisputable. Yet, when it came to their backgrounds, Their credibility was as dubious as a dead battery. Not a decent person among them? Jun Shalan raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. What do you take this place for, a den of iniquity? Nonetheless, she examined the four who had entered with Lin Feng, 2 boys and 2 girls. All around 17 years old, and rather striking in appearance. She wondered about their abilities. If you vouch for them, their pasts are no concern. As long as they are willing to reform, the Alliance will accept them. Suddenly, a thought struck Jun Shalan, and she turned to Lin Feng, asking, "None of them have criminal records, right?" "None." Lin Feng approached her. After some back and forth, he defied her wishes and moved her feet off his desk. They are all newcomers to the Kanto Alliance, 2 of whom were raised by the leader of a dark organization. However, they have always leaned towards the Alliance and escaped when the opportunity arose. Despite that experience, they have no criminal records, he added, somewhat helpless. And if you have nothing to do, why not take a stroll outside instead of propping your feet on my desk all day? I still need to sit here. And if this continues, I fear a fungal infection. And the way you play games isn't good for your spine. If you find sitting and gaming exhausting, perhaps you should visit a doctor. I suspect you might have some spinal issues. Jun Shalan shot Lin Feng a disdainful glance. You ungrateful brat. A beauty like me offering you the privilege of admiring my long legs for free, and you don't even appreciate it. There are countless people outside who would love to see, but can't. Indeed, Lin Feng said, veins throbbing on his forehead. What the boss says is correct. But can we finish the task at hand first? Who would dare to gawk at Jun Shalan's long legs? After all, she was a skilled fighter. Formidable in her own right. What a hypocrite, Jun Shalan chuckled lightly. It's only been a few months, and you're not as shy as when you first arrived. Xiao Li. Here. Xiao Li, who had been buried under a pile of documents, lifted his head in response. Take them to complete their paperwork and collect their supplies. Yes. Xiao Li stood and approached Xiao Lan and the others, tears brimming in his eyes. You arrived just in time. There's so much work that I can't handle it all by myself. I hope to rely on you all in the future. Ishu smiled and shook hands with his future colleagues. Don't worry, aside from writing reports, it's quite laid back here. The community is exceptionally warm-hearted. After a brief exchange, Xiao Li led the group to handle their paperwork, leaving Lin Feng, Jun Shalan, and 2 Arcanines at the scene. Wang, the Arcanine, excited to see that everything was nearly done, sniffed at Jun Shalan's waist, where a red and white Pokeball was located, containing its companion, a speedy Arcanine. All right. The speedy Arcanine misses you too, Jun Shalan said, bending down to pet the Arcanine's head before releasing her own speedy Arcanine. Oh well. In contrast to the soft and adorable Arcanine, the speedy Arcanine exuded a commanding aura. Its striking appearance could captivate anyone at first glance. Oh woo. The speedy Arcanine eyed the Arcanine, which seemed to have grown taller, its eyelids twitching. It couldn't comprehend how the Arcanine had managed to reach such a size. All right. Go play with your 2 companions, Jun Shalan said, rubbing the large heads of both Arcanines. Double the joy. Wait a moment. Jun Shalan suddenly realized something amiss. Her gaze darting back and forth between the 2 nearly identical Arcanines. Why are there 2 Arcanines? Did you capture another one in Kanto? Jun Shalan pinched the cheeks of both Arcanines, marveling. I thought the wild Arcanine population had been completely depleted by the family. I didn't expect there to still be wild ones. Where did you encounter such a large one in the wild? Truly a prodigy. The speedy Arcanine, belonging to Jun Shalan, also curiously sniffed around the 2 Arcanines. After all, it had been a while since it had seen its little brother, and now there were 2. How could it not be curious? Wang. The 2 Arcanines wagged their tails in synchronization. Aside from a slight size difference, they were simply 2 perfect dogs. What are you talking about? The odds of encountering an Arcanine in the wild are like winning the lottery. Especially in Kanto. I suspect there aren't any wild Arcanines left. Lin Feng replied irritably. And I was on vacation, not visiting a breeding facility for Arcanines in Kanto. How could I bring back another one? True, Jun Shalan nodded. If Arcanines were that easy to encounter, families wouldn't need to expend so much effort and resources to breed them. As standard companions for the major alliances, the wild populations were snatched clean long before the Jun family rose to prominence, much like the Joy family's Chansey, rarely found in the wild. Then the other one is a Ditto? Not at all. She quickly dismissed her own question. Although Ditto may appear nearly identical from a distance, there is one aspect that even the most well-bred Ditto cannot replicate. It is indeed those wise, twinkling eyes. Is that a Zoroark? You are quite fortunate, aren't you? Where do I possess such luck? Lin Feng replied. Moreover, Zoroark is not distributed in the Kanto region. What is that? Jun Shalan's curiosity was piqued. It's merely a Mew. Oh, so it's a Mew. No wonder it exhibited not a single flaw in its transformation. Jun Shalan nodded instinctively. Wait a moment. No. A Mew. Jun Shalon's voice rose in pitch, almost cracking. Are you telling me that you ventured to Kanto and brought back the legendary Mew from the city of Olutolan? Chapter 63, The Choice. Certainly not. I have yet to set foot in Olutolan. Lin Feng retorted with indignation, according to the plan. I was supposed to soak in the hot springs at Snowy Mountain and then proceed to Olutolan for this year's celebration. Who would have thought that while I was enjoying the hot springs, a group called the New Glacier Corps was excavating something called the Eternal Ice Core at Snowy Mountain, nearly burying me under an avalanche? And then, the arrival of Articuno graced me with blessings, making me an internet sensation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, blaming these people for interrupting his joyful vacation. As a result, I couldn't remain in Kanto and had to rush back. Not to mention, I almost forgot. Lin Feng opened his phone, checked in with Shuage and Xiaju to confirm their safety before continuing. I also added Mr. Dato and Mr. Wataru to my contacts. Mr. Dato is indeed strong and handsome, while Mr. Wataru seems quite personable. Hearing Lin Feng's account, Jun Shalon nodded. I have gathered all this information from the work report you submitted. It is likely that the League will soon send someone to contact you. However, you mentioned that you have no information regarding Mew. I genuinely do not know, Lin Feng stated earnestly. Even now, I cannot comprehend why Mew harbors such affection for me. And regarding Mewtwo, he gritted his teeth. It is highly probable that it was the very entity that landed me in the hospital. However, now that it has escaped Team Rocket's control, I cannot pursue it further. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Jun Shalon offered words of comfort. The blessings of Mew and Articuno will be managed by the League to quell public opinion. In due time, any news about you online will vanish. However, regarding Mew, do not disclose this to anyone. I will not report it either. She gazed at Lin Feng's youthful face and sighed. The blessings of legendary Pokémon can also be seen as a curse. Those who cannot bear such weight inevitably face disintegration. Having the favor of a mythical creature does not grant one the liberty to act recklessly. Without sufficient trainer levels, one cannot fully harness the power of these beings. As far as I know, even Shi Jianna from the Hoenn region, a descendant of the Dragon Clan and a successor to Rayquaza, ultimately perished, leaving behind a little girl named Shi Jianna, who aspires to inherit Shi Jianna's legacy and become Rayquaza's successor. Because compared to the legendary Pokémon themselves, successors are fragile. Human life is exceedingly delicate. Even the slightest harm inflicted upon a legendary Pokémon could easily extinguish a human life. What Lin Feng holds is merely a Mewtwo and a Mew. Mewtwo is merely an artificial creation of Team Rocket, lacking substantial power, and Mew's authority is unrelated to combat. Furthermore, Mew is not singular. Since Lin Feng has not visited Olutolan, this Mew likely possesses only the strength of a near champion. Allowing others to discover this would undoubtedly lead to more disadvantages than advantages. Considering all this, Jun Shalon inquired, so are you truly not considering taking your mother's surname? You still carry half of the Jun Sha bloodline within you. Should Lin Feng choose to adopt the name Jun Sha Feng, he would enjoy all the privileges of the Jun Sha family. This not only signifies that the Jun Sha family will shield him from all threats, but also invest considerable resources into his path as a trainer and his career advancement. This name is a legacy from my late parents. Lin Feng shook his head. It is also a combination of my parents' names, and I do not wish to change it. Moreover, I believe I have other paths to explore. If I marry a Jun Sha, I also enjoy the benefits of being a family member? He placed his hands on his hips, speaking with a carefree tone. The advantages of marrying into the Jun Sha family are immense. If I were to have a little Jun Sha in the future, I need not worry about my child growing up poorly. The genes of the Jun Sha family are remarkably robust. Although there is a standard beauty, they are all undeniably stunning. The only drawback is that they tend to be female, though there are exceptions. This indeed presents a solution. As a son-in-law of the Jun Sha family, one could also enjoy the family's benefits. Jun Shalon gazed thoughtfully at Lin Feng's face. What do you think of me? What do you mean? Lin Feng was taken aback. Just then, Director, their paperwork has been completed. Xiao Li approached with the quartet whose paperwork had been finalized. Is it time for them to start working now? Or should it be tomorrow? Today, of course. Jun Shalon glanced at the time. It was 2:15 in the afternoon. Just before the end of the workday. It's perfect to issue an extra day's salary and allow them to familiarize themselves with the process. Great. Xiao Li joyfully led Xiao Lan and the others to his desk, dividing the documents on his table into several piles and placing them in front of them. These are the documents you need to study and confirm. Take a look at them first, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After finishing his work, Xiao Li felt a sense of relief. Do I have to look at these too? Xiaoyin looked at Xiao Li with confusion. But I don't know many characters. I might not understand these documents. What about you all? Xiao Li's panic was evident. He feared all his colleagues were illiterate, which would be quite the predicament. We can manage, Xiaolon said gently. It's just that Xiaoyin has some issues in this regard, but I will teach him. All right, Xiaoli scratched his head, surprised that he encountered such innocent children after the establishment of the league. As more people gathered, Jun Xiaolon decided to change the subject. Have you considered the path of a trainer? With the blessing of Articuno, you can journey far in both the flying and ice types. At least until you reach the realm of the Elite Four, nothing should impede your progress. In the world of trainers, the powers of legendary Pokémon, though influenced by authority, are still beyond human comprehension. Had it not been for Lin Feng's timely intervention, the Articuno stationed at Snowy Mountain, supported by the extreme cold cave, could have potentially unleashed the blizzards might across 2 nearby cities. Furthermore, the blessing of a legendary Pokémon transcends the understanding of technology, forcibly clearing the path of a mediocre trainer's growth by removing most obstacles along the way. To be a trainer, Xiaoli gazed at Lin Feng with envy. Who wouldn't he want to be a trainer? Chapter 64. The Reluctant Evolution of the Houndour. Alas, my Pokémon is merely an ordinary Budew, insufficient to serve as a key player in the League Conference. Aside from companionship, it holds no other utility. Xiaoli sighed, shaking his head. I truly envy those trainers who can embark on journeys with the starter Pokémon. His former colleague, after spending several years in the police force and accumulating a substantial amount of startup capital, embarked on the journey to become a Pokémon trainer, armed with the Pokémon he had nurtured over the years, ready to battle in the League Conference. However, Xiaoli harbored no grand ambitions like those of others. He merely wished to live a stable life in Moyu Town. This desire was closely tied to the many contacts of his that had seen their hopes dimmed, unable to reignite their former glory. My partner, Little Crocodile, and I could also participate in the League Conference in Donghuan. Unlike the complacent Xiaoli, Xiaoyin was filled with determination. First, to seize victory in the Donghuan League, and then return to the Kanto League to exact revenge, all while unraveling the mysteries of his own lineage. I indeed contemplated becoming a trainer, Lin Feng remarked. But I prefer to wait until my Houndoom evolves into a Houndoom before registering as a trainer. With a Houndoom as my foundation, I would have a safety net whether traveling or challenging gyms. Yet, you have yet to gather your 6 dragon Pokémon. How can you possibly participate in the League Conference? But have you considered that by delaying a year, you age 1 year as well? Time is indeed a factor, Jun Xiaolon cautioned. By participating a year earlier, you could access resources to nurture your Pokémon sooner. The difference in time can be significant. However, ISNT at the case that the League stipulates that only 1 previously owned Pokémon may be used in that year's League Conference, while the rest must be captured within the year. Lin Feng pondered. Does it truly matter if I participate a year earlier or later? Of course it matters. While it may not affect your participation in the conference, it does influence your journey as a Pokémon trainer, Jun Xiaolon explained. Look at the champions from various regions. How many achieved victory at an older age? Most reach the pinnacle while still very young. The path of a trainer is such that younger trainers often possess greater ambition and can resonate more deeply with their Pokémon. Ultimately, the journey of a trainer is one of partnership with their Pokémon. It is not merely a matter of investing vast resources to become a champion. Otherwise, she scoffed, the League would not hold its current status. The founders who established the League were all quite young, yet their strength was monstrous. In the days before the League was established, and even during its infancy, the rules were not as refined as they are now. The high mortality rate of those unregulated battles produced the most formidable Pokémon. Indeed, I see that my understanding was limited, Lin Feng mused. Ultimately, the world of Pokémon is a realm steeped in idealism. Bonds and friendships can genuinely transform into combat prowess. In this regard, younger trainers forge deeper connections and friendships. In the adult world, trust is a barrier. Once broken, it is challenging to mend. I shall participate in next year's League Conference, Lin Feng declared resolutely. Mutwo has been with me for less than a year, making it perfect timing for the upcoming league. Before Jun Xiaolon could voice her concerns, Ishu interjected, expressing his doubts. Is it truly wise to bring the highest creation of Team Rocket to the League Conference? Ishu struggled to comprehend Lin Feng's reasoning. Moreover, Mutwo's power is rather volatile. At your trainer level, can you genuinely control it? What nonsense! Lin Feng retorted. What do you mean by questioning my ability to control Mutwo? Our relationship is hierarchical. Do you not understand that a higher rank can exert pressure? What is wrong with wanting Mutwo to accompany me to the League Conference? I am helping it discover the meaning of its existence. Jun Xiaolon furrowed her brow, pondering before asking Ishu, what type of Pokemon is this Mutwo? It is a psychic type, similar to Mew, Ishu replied. A psychic type, Jun Xiaolon mused. Shouldn't you specialize in flying and ice types instead? Why pursue a more challenging path? I do not aspire to become the dragon-type champion. What purpose would specializing in flying serve? Lin Feng coughed lightly. However, ice types could indeed be viable, but my first Pokemon is Houndoom. How can I build a team centered around Houndoom and primarily focused on ice types to challenge the league conference? He fell into contemplation. Before registering, you should first obtain a Firestone to evolve Houndoom, Jun Xiaolan advised. Your Houndoom is already quite large. Do not tell me it is still a baby. Evolving it sooner would allow it to become your assistant more quickly. Houndoom's battle prowess is currently too limited. Although the training manual suggests that Houndoom should evolve best at a year and a half, one must consider the actual situation. This Houndoom has clearly exceeded expectations. I know, but I simply wish to respect its wishes, Lin Feng replied, crouching down to look at the two Houndoom before him. If it wishes to evolve into a Houndoom, I will certainly allow it. However, the issue lies in its reluctance to evolve into a Houndoom. He gently stroked the fluffy head of Houndoom, saying softly, "Do you wish to evolve?" Woof. Houndoom vigorously shook its head, unwilling to evolve, as evolution would signify becoming another Pokemon, thus losing the ability to snuggle in its trainer's embrace. As a Houndoom, it would have to uphold the dignity of its new form, which meant it could no longer engage in the same antics it did as a Houndoom. See, it does not wish to. Lin Feng looked up at Jun Xiaolan, speaking gently. Since Houndoom is unwilling, I cannot force it. Its resistance to evolution signifies a profound bond with you. Yet it also indicates a potential hindrance to your combat strength. Jun Xiaolan fell silent. This ultimately depends on your own thoughts. It is common for some Pokemon to resist evolution out of fear of drastic changes, believing that post-evolution, they would no longer be themselves. Indeed, the evolution of Pokemon often embodies this sentiment, as exemplified by the likes of Teddiursa and Ursaring. Yet, the difference in combat prowess between Houndoom and a Houndoom is akin to night and day. Most trainers would seek ways to facilitate their Pokemon's evolution. Houndoom could very well become a mainstay in the championship lineup. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute, but that is the domain of trainers. Regrettably, Lin Feng is not an ordinary trainer. Chapter 65, The Fantasies of Mewtwo. Within Lin Feng's residence, Alakazam was showcasing its stock trading achievements to Mewtwo. Through its remarkable intellect, with an IQ of 4,000, Lin Feng's initial capital of 200,000 had doubled to 400,000 in just a few days. Alakazam gestured to the various parameters displayed on the tablet, explaining various considerations to Mewtwo. Although the use of foresight in stock trading was prohibited, Alakazam's extraordinary intelligence allowed it to navigate the stock market with ease. I understand your meaning, Mewtwo nodded. However, I feel there has been little progress through mere theoretical instruction. May I try my hand at it? I do not require much, just 200,000 in startup capital. Without practical experience, it remains just a theory. How can I ensure Lin Feng incurs losses if he doesn't? How can I take vengeance on that wretched Hypno who has tormented me? Thinking of that insufferable Hypno, Mewtwo recalled that combination of skills, confusion followed by hypnosis. Is this a combination that any human could devise? What trainer would subject their Pokemon to such tormenting battle strategies? After some contemplation, Alakazam decided to transfer half of the funds to Mewtwo's account. With such a paltry sum of money, even if it results in a loss, it can be swiftly recuperated. Moreover, Hoenn firmly believes that with the average intellect of their psychic-type Pokemon, engaging in stock trading is an exceedingly simple endeavor. Hoenn gently patted Mewtwo's hand, signaling for the latter to remain calm, assuring him that he would be watching over him. Thank you. Mewtwo expressed with a grateful glance at Hoenn, resolute in his decision to shoulder all burdens before departing from Lin Feng. Simultaneously, Mewtwo mused, what a pity. As fellow Pokemon, if only the other would choose to accompany me. His feelings towards humans were decidedly unfavorable, particularly after encountering both Sakaki and Lin Feng in succession, which rendered his perception of humanity quite complex. Mewtwo addressed Hoenn, please rest for a moment. I shall take some time to select stocks, and will show you my choices once finalized. Hoenn glanced at the sky, noting the lateness of the hour. He offered one last encouragement to Mewtwo before retreating into his Pokeball. Finally, the moment had arrived. After Hoenn's departure, Mewtwo's azure eyes gleamed. Future sight. The inability of Hoenn to utilize psychic powers did not preclude Mewtwo from employing future sight. After all, he was not Lin Feng's Pokemon. Thus, Mewtwo commenced to predict the trajectory of each stock he had chosen, and after careful deliberation, he ultimately selected a stock poised to plummet to its nadir, a fossil research company located in the southeastern coastal city of Zhanlan within the Dongwang Alliance. specializing in the resurrection of fossil Pokémon. Excellent, this is the stock. I shall let you experience my sentiments at that moment. Mutwo recalled his battle with Gengar. His entire countenance contorted in distaste. How could such a repugnant Pokémon as Gengar exist in this world? And how had Lin Feng managed to nurture such a diminutive Pokémon to this level? Enjoy playing with Gengar, do you? Mutwo's face flushed. I shall make you. Play. To your heart's content. In the Moyu Town police station, Jun Xiaolan sighed in response to Lin Feng's inquiry. I am not a particularly powerful trainer, and thus cannot offer you much guidance in this regard. Perhaps your perspective is indeed the correct one. For those who lack faith in their Pokémon cannot persevere to the end. I too believe that my Houndoom can accompany me to the very end. Lin Feng remarked with a smile. I have always held the belief that there are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. Even an abundance of Pikachu, akin to weeds by the roadside, can prove immensely valuable in the hands of certain individuals. He affectionately stroked Houndoom's head, adding, let alone my Houndoom. In terms of both value and capability, Houndoom far surpasses Pikachu, placing Lin Feng at a significantly higher starting point than Ash. By the way, Lin Feng shifted the topic. Sister Lan, do you know if there are any places in Dongwang that conduct research on resurrecting Pokémon? Resurrecting Pokémon? Jun Xiaolan frowned. Such research falls under one of the Alliance's prohibited projects. Where would there be such a place in Dongwang? Why do you ask? I unearthed a fossil while in the Kanto region and wish to ascertain which Pokémon it is, Lin Feng replied awkwardly. If Dongwang lacks such facilities, I'll have to visit Nibi City in Kanto. Research on resurrecting fossils is vastly different from that of resurrecting Pokémon. Jun Xiaolan pondered for a moment before saying, I will need to inquire. However, the current technology for reviving fossils is at a critical juncture, with numerous research institutions involved, yet only a select few achieve success. Even if you find a relevant research facility in Dongwang, reviving fossil Pokémon requires an exorbitant price. You must be mentally prepared. The costs associated with this new technology extend beyond mere monetary concerns, likely necessitating a trade of resources. After all, should the technology for reviving fossil Pokémon succeed, it would unleash a wave of ancient Pokémon into the market, which would significantly impact the competitive environment of the Alliance. Thus, Jun Xiaolan did not believe that the cost of reviving fossil Pokémon would be within Lin Feng's salary. I merely inquired, for even if revived, the era these fossil Pokémon hail from, and their inherent ferocity, may render them unsuitable as primary partners for most trainers. Lin Feng had no intention of pursuing conventional means to resurrect Deoxys, as the cost was prohibitive. However, he had an alternative route that cost nothing. Why should he spend? If a Dragon-type champion requests your assistance, would you refuse? Are you overly trusting in the protective strength of the Alliance's regulations? Moreover, whether the fossil revival technology can indeed resurrect Deoxys remains uncertain. Lin Feng was unsure if Deoxys was merely in a state of energy deprivation or if it was in a state of suspended animation. So he could only have Lucario channel energy to Deoxys core daily. Familiarize yourselves here, then ask Sister Lan to advance a month's salary to purchase some necessities. Lin Feng instructed Xiao Lan and the others, I will patrol outside and register for a trainer's identity with Nurse Joy. We will reconvene at home this evening. Understood. Chapter 66, The Fisherman's Fantasy. As Lin Feng exited the police station with his two Houndoom, he fortuitously encountered Uncle Li, who was hurriedly retracting his fishing rod and bucket. Just by observing his expression and the lightness of the bucket, Lin Feng could ascertain that he had once again come up empty-handed. Ah, Uncle. Looks like you had a bountiful catch today, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, peering into the bright red bucket. It seems tonight we might actually enjoy some fish soup. Just send me a message when it's ready. I'll be sure to make time. Absolutely, next time for sure. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Uncle Li hastily concealed the red bucket behind him, awkwardly chuckling. It's not that I don't wish to treat Officer Lin, but the few kinglers I caught today are far too small. They wouldn't impart any flavor in soup, so I released them. Next time, when I catch a big one, I'll invite you to enjoy. Sounds good. Hearing this, Lin Feng's smile widened. In all of Moyu Town, who was not aware of Uncle Li's notorious reputation for coming up empty, this squad of empty-handed fishermen had been at it for decades. And while they had caught few kinglers, their excessive baiting had resulted in the local kinglers proliferating due to an abundance of food. It was said that towns downstream of the creek flowing through Moyu Town had begun preparing for the sudden evolution of kinglers. You can certainly do it. Don't think that your Uncle Li can't catch fish. My fishing experience exceeds your age. Uncle Li retorted angrily. Tomorrow, I will ensure you enjoy fish soup. Observing Lin Feng's grin, he felt his pride had taken a significant blow. I heard Uncle Wang somehow acquired a Lotus Pokémon, and has since bid farewell to being empty-handed. Lin Feng kindly suggested. Would you consider getting one? No need. Uncle Li's face flushed as he declared, that kind of underhanded method doesn't even deserve to be called fishing. He opened his mouth to repeatedly emphasize what constituted the art of fishing, the harmony of timing, location, and human factors. Indeed, Lin Feng crossed his arms. The two Houndoom sitting faithfully by his side, intently listening to Uncle Li's obstinate discourse. Officer Lin, don't you agree with me? After a lengthy discourse, Uncle Li, feeling parched, sought Lin Feng's acquiescence. Indeed, Lin Feng replied with a serious expression, you are aware that I have always stood by your side. Why must one rely on Pokémon to catch fish? Is it not akin to using a new energy fishing rod? I shall propose to the chief that we prohibit those individuals from fishing in our Moyu Town with their Pokémon. That is unnecessary. Uncle Li waved his hand dismissively. Without the assistance of Pokémon, their fishing skills would render them utterly incapable of catching a single fish in their lifetime. His gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly fond, to the extent that he wished to introduce his little granddaughter to Lin Feng as a potential romantic partner. Having finally extricated himself from the clutches of Uncle Li, who regarded him as a confidant, Lin Feng strolled towards the Pokémon Center, attentively observing his surroundings for any violations that required rectification. The quaint Moyu Town had no significant criminal cases, but was instead plagued by trivial matters. The police station where Lin Feng worked essentially wielded most of the town's authority. Since everyone turned to them for assistance, they naturally held sway over many affairs. How delightful it was! Lin Feng relished this tranquil existence, a life so serene that it stretched out before him like a horizon. Far more appealing than the tumultuous lives of trainers in the wild. One must consider the perils of the outdoors. Not only were there Pokémon like the Glamour, notorious for their predatory nature, but also the Hypno, allowed by the Alliance to induce unconsciousness in trainers repeatedly until they succumbed. The Alliance's promotion of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon hinges fundamentally on human safety. After a 10-minute walk towards the Pokémon Center, a dapper elderly gentleman clad in a floral shirt approached Lin Feng, accompanied by Alhambra. Ah, Officer Lin, back from vacation? Indeed, Uncle Wong. I just finished my leave today and thought I'd take a stroll, Lin Feng remarked, eyeing the Alhambra adorned with a golden-edged leaf atop its head. A twitch of amusement at the corner of his mouth. In just a few days, you've even adorned it with gold jewelry? This is my finest companion, Uncle Wong proclaimed proudly. Since my little one arrived, I have outperformed Old Li in fishing by hundreds of fish. He no longer dares to fish alongside me. As the beneficiary of my success, what does a bit of gold matter? Have you consulted Nurse Joy? Lin Feng inquired, concerned that the weight of the gold might be too much for the Pokémon. I have checked. The weight is just right, Uncle Wong lamented. I had a heavier one at home, but it was impossible to add it on. By the way, I saw you coming from Old Li's fishing spot. Did you happen to encounter him? Was it another empty-handed day? Lin Feng hesitated. I'm not entirely sure. I merely exchanged greetings with Uncle Li across the stream and did not engage in further conversation. Humph, Uncle Wong scoffed. Did he entice you again with tales of sumptuous fish soup at his home? Indeed, Lin Feng replied. How shameless of him, unable to catch a fish himself. Yet he insists on inviting others for fish soup at his home at his age. Uncle Wong, now intrigued, leaned in closer to Lin Feng. Let me tell you, we live in a world enriched by Pokémon, and we ought to devise ways to collaborate and advance together. Those like him will inevitably be left behind by the times. His tone was assertive as he spoke of the future of fishing in tandem with Pokémon, revealing that he had even adopted a Snorlax online to bolster his fishing team. Indeed, Lin Feng responded earnestly. You know that I have always supported your stance. What is wrong with harnessing the power of Pokémon? Exactly, Uncle Wong, pleased by Lin Feng's affirmation, became even more animated in his discourse. Meanwhile, the Mew floating nearby, engrossed in the conversation, unintentionally transformed from a Rockruff into an Eevee, perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, causing the Rockruff to feel a pang of envy. How curious. Wasn't that a Rockruff just now? Uncle Wong questioned, perplexed. You must have misseen. I have no two Rockruffs, Lin Feng replied calmly. This is an Eevee. Uncle Wong rubbed his eyes and looked again, indeed confirming it was an Eevee. Ah, my age is catching up to me. I mistook an Eevee for a Rockruff. Chapter 67. Testing or dismantling. Perhaps due to fatigue, Lin Feng gently tapped the small head of the Mew disguised as an Eevee, reminding it to refrain from changing forms carelessly. You must take care to rest. His greatest concern was that the Mew, with a mental age akin to that of a Rockruff, might cause some mischief. Well, I shan't detain you any longer. I must return home to call my granddaughter. It has been far too long since I last saw her, and I miss her dearly. Before departing, Uncle Wong, still hopeful, asked, Officer Lin, Have you reconsidered the matter regarding my granddaughter? Uncle Wong, I am still young. My focus lies in my career for now, Lin Feng responded earnestly. Observing Uncle Wong's round, cherubic face, besides, your daughter is an outstanding student, destined for the Alliance University. How could a mere officer like me ever be worthy of her? Her instability pales in comparison to your own steadiness. Uncle Wong retorted angrily. Enough of this. I am off home. Very well. After replenishing his gossip reserves for the day, Lin Feng continued his walk until he arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center in Moyu Town. In contrast to the bustling centers of larger towns, the Pokémon Center here resembled more of a pet clinic than a sanctuary for trainers. The scant foot traffic left only Nurse Joy and a few locally recruited assistants within. Indeed, the stability here bordered on monotony. No wonder many sought adventure elsewhere. No matter how pleasant the circumstances, one cannot remain idle indefinitely. Lin Feng sighed as he pushed open the door to the Pokémon Center, greeted by the sight of an empty hall. Evidently, not even those seeking treatment for their Pokémon had come today. He scanned the hall for Nurse Joy's presence, but found none. Thus, he made his way to the adjacent lounge, knocking gently on the door. Who is it? A creaking sound followed as the door opened, revealing Nurse Joy, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning. What brings you here? Oh, it's you, little Lin Feng. You should have arrived earlier. What took you so long? I ran into Uncle Li and Uncle Wong on the way. We exchanged some gossip. Lin Feng smiled as he retrieved 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes from his backpack. Here, I brought these for you from Yuhong City, perfumes. I wasn't sure which scent you would prefer, so I took one of each new release. He paused, then produced another identical large gift box. This one is for Sister Lan, but I fear she may refuse it. Could you kindly deliver it to her for me? Of course, no problem. Nurse Joy accepted the 2 hefty gift boxes, leaning in to inhale the mingled fragrances wafting from the seams, genuinely impressed. Master Li Jia truly is a master in the grass type. Her skill in perfumery is remarkable. She carefully set the boxes aside and turned to Lin Feng. Now, let us go register your trainer information and update your Rockruff's data. It seems I don't even have the basic data for your Rockruff here. Would you prefer testing it or reporting it according to the standard version? No, let's conduct a test. Joylan gazed at Lin Feng's oversized corgi Pokémon with a peculiar expression and remarked, if this were to be reported to the standard version, when you challenge the gym, they might lodge a complaint against me with the league. I've always wanted to test it. Lin Feng stroked his chin and replied, I am currently uncertain about the level of this corgi. For a Pokémon not produced by the system, the data in my eyes is merely corgi, gender, base stats 350. Nature, playful. Ability, justified. Learn skills. The panel, stripped of many features, appeared rather simplistic, yet it sufficed. Sister Lan, what is the highest level of Pokémon your testing machine can evaluate? Lin Feng feared that the corgi might inadvertently destroy the equipment at the Pokémon Center. Although he hadn't trained the corgi extensively, the effects of the Golden Crown and various potions were undeniably substantial, with perfect individual abilities and 6 stats at 255 effort values. In the context of the real-world rules, it was akin to a genius Pokémon that would rapidly grow in strength even while merely resting and sleeping. All the machines are standardized by the league. They can handle at least up to Elite Trainer, level 30-39, without issue, Joylan teased. What? Are you afraid of compensation for damages? While your corgi is indeed quite large, it would still be somewhat challenging to damage our testing machine. Lin Feng pondered the notion of an Elite Trainer. The corgi was just a few months old, and without a data system. It seemed implausible that it could leap to the level of an Elite Trainer solely based on its exceptional talent and resource supply. Perhaps it's best to be cautious. They wouldn't expect me to cover damages, would they? If it breaks, I will request the league for a replacement and report the supplier for providing substandard products. Joylan replied, Don't think that just because we are in a remote area, the league will take advantage of us. Well then, if there is no need for compensation, I suppose I needn't worry. The two traversed the corridor of the hall and entered a room adorned with a massive machine. Click. Joylan activated the room's lights and pointed at the 60 by 60 battle platform, featuring the Pokémon Center's iconic red and white color scheme with attribute symbol indicator lights. Saying to Lin Feng, this is it. She stepped forward and pressed the edge of the machine, symbolizing fire-type energy, instructing Lin Feng, all right. Let your corgi use its move on the machine. Just a regular flamethrower will suffice. Okay, Lin Feng nodded, crouching down to the corgi. Do you see that? Aim for the center of the target and unleash your strongest flamethrower. Woof. The corgi barked excitedly, pacing back and forth before settling into position. It opened its mouth wide, the scorching flames swirling and compressing in its throat. Boom. A searing, blinding column of fire erupted like an enraged dragon, striking the center of the testing target with a deafening explosion. Whoa! Realizing the situation had escalated, Lin Feng instinctively pulled Joylon into his embrace, shielding her from the epicenter of the blast. Boy! The illusion Pokémon transformed into an EV shook its head, raising a pale green energy shield to protect Lin Feng and Joylon from behind. Chapter 68, Compensation. Hey! Just emerging from the shadows while clutching a game console, Gengar was lost in thought, observing the pale blue passports and the decor of the oral region. It seemed unnecessary for it to intervene. Boy! The illusion Pokémon focused intently on the purple, plump figure gripping the game console, its primary attention fixated on the device. Hey! Gengar concealed the console behind its back, cautiously watching the illusion Pokémon as its body gradually sank back into Lin Feng's shadow. For some reason, Gengar suddenly sensed it had acquired a rival, albeit in the realm of gaming. Sister Lon, are you alright? Lin Feng inquired gently as he looked down at Joylon, whose eyes were tightly shut with concern. I won't be held responsible for the damages here, will I? Shut up. Alright. Realizing he was in the wrong, Lin Feng quickly fell silent. Joylon's body trembled slightly. She could not fathom how a mere corgi could cause such a massive explosion. It was as if the energy output had vastly exceeded the machine's testing capacity, obliterating it entirely. Was this reasonable for a corgi? You may speak now, Joylon said as her emotions settled. Okay. Lin Feng released his grip and took a couple of steps to inspect, not admire, the destruction wrought by the corgi. Goodness. It seems half of the Pokémon Center will need a complete renovation. Lin Feng remarked to the corgi, you rascal. I never saw you working so hard. I didn't expect you to progress so rapidly. Woof. The corgi shook its body, shaking off the dust, and barreled straight into Lin Feng. No. As Lin Feng watched the corgi charge towards him, flashes of past scenes flickered before his eyes. Oh no. It's the carousel segment. Seizing the moment, he skillfully dodged the corgi's formidable charge. Woof. The corgi drifted smoothly, looking at Lin Feng with a face full of grievance. I want to live a few more years. Please don't do this to me. Lin Feng, still shaken, said, next time, don't rush at me like that. I can't handle it. This sensation was second only to the time he had failed against the Gyarados in a wrestling match. You two have quite the talent. Joylon observed her once pristine Pokémon Center, now partially in ruins, her previously calm demeanor suddenly igniting with indignation. Not that talented, actually, Lin Feng awkwardly replied. I wasn't praising you. Joylon retorted angrily, you owe me money. You destroyed my Pokémon Center. She had worked here for nearly a decade, developing a deep emotional connection to every brick and tile. Yet who could have imagined that on a seemingly ordinary afternoon, everything would need to start anew? Compensation. Lin Feng instinctively took a step back. Didn't we agree there would be no need for compensation? Sister Lon, you can't go back on your word. What I meant was that you wouldn't be liable for the machine, but I never said you wouldn't have to compensate for blowing up my Pokémon Center. Joylon stormed up to the corgi, grasping its ears and shaking it up and down, exclaiming, I treated you so well, and you blew up my Pokémon Center. Do you have no morals? Just then, the only remaining wooden door was pushed open by a Chansey clad in a nurse's uniform, staring in bewilderment at the unfamiliar room, as the entire Pokémon community fell into confusion. Is this still my Pokémon Center? It didn't seem like it. The Pokémon Center it belonged to was not in such disarray. In that case, Lin Feng quickly diverted the topic. Once I win the championship at the Eastern Monarch League, I'll use my prize money to build you a brand new Pokémon Center. How about that? Win the championship? Joylon looked down at the corgi. With just this corgi? Even if next year's league conference doesn't have certain aristocratic heirs participating, given your current level, there's no guarantee of victory. Huh, is it really that difficult? Lin Feng's expression turned tense. It seemed he truly needed to gather the 6 divine dragons. Although it is merely a regional alliance conference, it attracts a considerable number of seasoned trainers each year. Joylon remarked, due to the stipulations of the alliance conference, local alliance members under the age of May 25th participate an unlimited number of times, while members from external alliances may only compete once if they are under the age of 30. Consequently, every year, novice trainers embarking on their journey face elimination during the preliminary rounds by a plethora of experienced competitors. Many of those who have reached the top 16 in previous years were not without their share of trainers who barely met the gym leader qualifications. In terms of Cadigu's capabilities, while it may serve as a primary Pokémon in the hands of professional trainers, level 40 to 49, Joylon swiftly added, but they command an entire team, one that has undergone tactical refinement. You are already late to register. They have had an entire year to prepare, while you only have 6 months. In these 6 months, not only must you challenge a random selection of 8 gyms to earn badges, but you also need to ready a complete team to confront the Alliance. How daunting is that? I remember there were champions who won in their first year. Lin Feng instinctively inquired. Were their teams truly cultivated within just a year? Just as Joylon was about to respond, a swift wind dog descended from the sky, landing gracefully without a significant sound thanks to its cushioned paws. This swift wind dog had evidently leaped directly through the entrance. What transpired here? Has a villainous force attacked? Jun Shalon dismounted from the swift wind dog. Observing Joylon and Lin Feng as they affectionately patted Kadigu's head, momentarily unsure of the situation. A villainous force? I see it more as a ravenous one, Joylon retorted. Releasing Kadigu to approach Jun Shalon with outstretched hands. Compensation. Compensation? For what? Jun Shalon replied, perplexed. Your Kadigu has wreaked havoc on my Pokemon Center. Does that not warrant compensation? Joylon pointed at Lin Feng, declaring, he is the culprit. Then I shall trade him to you. Jun Shalon quipped, exasperated. How could I possibly compensate you? That works too. This is unacceptable. Lin Feng crossed his arms defiantly, outright rejecting the proposal. I am still young and wish to devote my energy to my career. I have no desire to retire early and become a house husband. We are discussing Kadigu. Joylon scoffed at Lin Feng. What do you think we are talking about? I thought we were discussing Kadigu. Lin Feng's gaze wandered. Kadigu is meant to accompany me in the Alliance conference. How could I possibly mortgage it to you? By the way, he shifted the conversation, Sister Lon. You have yet to answer me. Were the champions from previous Alliance conferences, who won on their first attempt, able to cultivate their Pokemon strength within just a year? Lin Feng pondered the rapid ascension of Pokemon strength, attributing it to external assistance, especially for those protagonists in special episodes. What about these champions? What justified their success? I can answer that, Jun Shalon interjected. This year's Alliance champion, Li Muxuan, also won on his first attempt. However, his team had been raised at home. He simply had never captured them previously, allowing them to grow alongside the higher-level Pokemon of his family, thus enhancing their abilities passively. It was only after Li Muxuan debuted that he captured them with Pokeballs. Moreover, due to their shared upbringing, although Li Muxuan's trainer level was insufficient, he could still command those Pokemon competently. The crucial training regimen wasn't conceived by Li Muxuan himself, but rather optimized by his family, allowing him merely to implement it. Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. Is the Pokemon world truly one where youthful prodigies exist without shame? Indeed, it resembles a pseudo-utopian realm, where the advantages of early starters infinitely radiate to later entrants. Yet, Joylon interrupted Jun Shalon, stating, while such rapid progress is notable, the threshold for the Elite Four cannot be surpassed merely by this means. Do not be deceived by the current glamour. He too may become one of those who grasp the threshold, yet never enter. I understand now, Lin Feng gradually realized. Utilizing one's talent is a commonplace endeavor, as everyone does so. However, whether one can reach the end depends solely on one's efforts. Just like Li Muxuan, his reliance lies in his background, while mine rests upon my system. This world is inherently unfair. My golden finger serves as a tool, much like the familial advantages of Li Muxuan and others. Precisely, Jun Shalon affirmed. Thus, even with the blessings of Articuno, you must not become complacent in your progress. Instead, consider how to advance further. The Elite Four is merely a stepping stone, and the path ahead is the one you must traverse. Sister Lon is right. Lin Feng exclaimed passionately. I shall resign and dedicate myself to preparing for the Alliance Conference. Once I astonish the major alliances under the moniker of the Divine Beast Man, I can return to my role as an officer. Ahem, that may be excessive, Jun Shalon coughed lightly. It is merely participation in the Alliance Conference. Why resign? After all, there is little to attend to in our Moyu Town. You may take a leave of absence and return once a month. You brought along 4 auxiliary officers who can share your workload. By the way, she waved her phone at Lin Feng. Did you not wish to research fossil revival? The nearest research institute dedicated to that is the Bronze Bell Institute in Jianlan City. Coincidentally, Jianlan University will serve as our Donghuang's representative to welcome exchange students from various alliances, and due to Jun Shalon's lack of manpower, she specifically requested support from the Alliance. I have already included your name. Thank you, Sister Lon. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude toward Jun Shalon. Although she often appeared unreliable and enjoyed teasing him, she truly came through in critical moments. Moreover, this was a public-funded trip where he could manage his own affairs. Lin Feng found himself increasingly enamored with the benefits of his status within the system. Better sooner than later, he thought. It was time to pack his belongings and depart tomorrow. Jun Shalon encouraged him. and remember to earn some money. I will not cover the cost for the Pokemon Center you destroyed, nor will the Alliance. Rest assured, Lin Feng, lost in thought, confidently declared, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I am on the verge of becoming a wealthy individual. Once I visit the Pokemon Center in Jianlan City, I shall build an even more luxurious Pokemon Center for Sister Lan. I shall await your generous contribution, Joylan chuckled, covering her mouth to suppress her laughter. Ladies, I shall take my leave, Lin Feng said, surveying the surrounding ruins. Fortunately, the explosion caused by Kadagu was not extensive and did not disrupt the normal operations of the Pokemon Center. I will call the Maitaiana Renovation Company to send someone for temporary repairs. With that said, Lin Feng hurriedly departed alongside Kadagu, who was equally eager to leave. After Lin Feng's departure, Jun Xiaolan suddenly remarked, "You wouldn't truly make him pay, would you?" "Of course not. This is clearly the supplier's fault. I will report this to the Alliance and request funding," Joylan replied. Joylan remarked, "However, if he genuinely wishes to construct a Pokemon Center for me, I would not refuse." She turned to her Chansey and inquired, "Xiao Ju, how do you perceive my luck today?" "Lucky?" Chansey looked bewildered. "Since Xiao Ju has proclaimed my fortune today to be splendid," Joylan smiled, "perhaps I might indeed possess a Pokemon Center more opulent than the one in Jianlan City. Then I must congratulate you in advance." Jun Xiaolan extended her hand toward Joylan. "You may present me with the perfume gift set now. It is the latest combination. Is it not? You noticed that?" Joylan chuckled. "Do you think my nose is merely for decoration? The unique aroma you exude, a harmonious blend of various perfumes, cannot possibly belong to any local brand from Dongguan. It must be from the prestigious Stinky Flower brand, known for its naturally cohesive fragrance." Chapter 70. Preparations before departure. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Lin Feng vigorously ruffled the head of his herdier. Feeling somewhat guilty, he refrained from chiding the Pokemon and instead sighed, "Herdier, it seems we are in quite a debt, and it appears we can only settle it with your dog bowl." "Woof." Herdier crouched, its tail wagging vigorously as it entered a state of alertness. Clearly, its affection for its bowl ran deep, and it was unwilling to relinquish it. "If you wish to avoid having your bowl sold, then you must train earnestly," Lin Feng stated as he rose. "Once we become the champions of the league, these so-called noble families will have no choice but to pay us for protection. With the fees we collect, we shall never have to worry about finances again. Naturally, as league champions, one would collect fees from the wealthy. Common folk possess no riches, after all, and if there are truly those devoid of sense, they might even play the game of I don't eat cilantro. How joyous. But is there a Pokemon gym in Jianlan City?" "Indeed," Rotom replied. "According to the information, the Jianlan Gym is one of the 8 official gyms of the Dongguan Alliance. The first gym leader, a legendary trainer, played a significant role when the alliance was established. However, the current overseer of the Jianlan Gym is the second gym leader, Wang Fugui. Would you like me to assist you in making a reservation?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "Please book me a spot for the gym challenge next Thursday." "Understood, Rotom. Let us return home, herdier." Woof. As the sun descended, its golden rays illuminated Lin Feng, his dog, and an EV, casting elongated shadows behind them. When the wooden door of the courtyard creaked open, the evening sunlight slanted onto the bluestone tiles, infusing the once-cold courtyard with a warm ambience. "Are you all engaged in a thorough cleaning?" Lin Feng laughed upon seeing the bustling figures and Pokemon within the yard. "It has been years since this courtyard has been so lively." "Welcome home, Mr. Lin Feng," Xiaolan greeted, holding freshly washed vegetables. "Dinner will be ready shortly, please wait a moment." Actually, Rotom could have handled it. It has downloaded recipes online and cooks exceptionally well. "Indeed," Rotom chimed in, "I am quite adept at culinary endeavors. Since we will be residing here for an extended period, it is prudent to adapt to a normal lifestyle." "True," Lin Feng mused, recalling the life his companions had endured under the masked man's rule. Those who escape such environments crave tranquility above all else. While others busied themselves, a Totodile puffed its cheeks and unleashed a water gun toward the grimy bluestone tiles. The pale blue water column struck the stone, sending droplets soaring high. However, it clearly miscalculated the recoil. Its round body shot backward like a bouncing ball, flailing its tiny limbs in the air while emitting an urgent cry. The natural bird, napping on the rooftop, suddenly spread its wings, and a light blue psychic aura enveloped the Totodile, gently placing it back on the tiles. Dazed, the little one shook its head, and after a moment, it belatedly uttered a cry, scampering toward where Xiaoyin was. Meanwhile, Squirtle, with arms akimbo, laughed heartily at Totodile's comical predicament. Squirt, squirt. It seemed to mock Totodile's foolishness. Observing the scene, Rotom's electronic voice suddenly erupted. "Rotom, Battle enthusiasm max. It dashed into the tool shed, and the next moment, the water pump within clanked to life. Rotom brand water pump, ready for action. Behold my high-pressure water gun. Rotom emerged from the tool shed, dragging a hose that plunged into the pond, spraying water to wash away the accumulated dust from nearby objects. Buoy. Dream, perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, tilted its head, captivated by the splashing water. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled. It leaped forward, performing a mid-air flip, and in a flash of white light, transformed into a Blastoise. Comics. The Dream-branded Blastoise lowered its shoulders and prepared to unleash a powerful blast aimed at Squirtle. Stop. Hold it. Lin Feng's voice trembled. If the Dream Blastoise's water cannon struck his ancestral courtyard, it would indeed signify a complete overhaul. Herdier. Intercept it. Lin Feng commanded as he dashed toward Dream. Woof. Herdier charged valiantly towards the Blastoise. Just as it seemed too late, a purple figure suddenly emerged from the shadow of Blastoise. Gengar materialized behind the Blastoise, extending its head and licking the shell with its long tongue. Sensations of tingling coursed through Blastoise, causing its cannon to droop, and the blue light dissipated. Mew? Dream was clearly taken aback, shivering from the unexpected sensation. In a flash of white light, it transformed back into its small pink form, plopping into Lin Feng's arms, looking forlorn as it pawed at his clothing. Are you feeling aggrieved now? Lin Feng lifted Dream by its neck, exasperated. Do you realize that if you unleash that water cannon, I would be left homeless? Do you understand? Mew? Dream evidently had no comprehension of this. Its limbs flailed in the air, attempting to break free to join Squirtle in their water gun game. Playing is fine, but you must behave like Squirtle and not create too much commotion, Lin Feng said, his heart softening at the sight of the adorable pink creature. All right, go play. Mew. In midair, Dream transformed back into a Squirtle and rushed towards its companions. Squirt? Xiaolon's Squirtle wiped the sweat from its brow, seemingly relieved to have survived another day. How delightful. With everyone gathered, Lin Feng announced, I have an important matter to discuss. I will be away on business in Jianlan City for a week. His words caused the four individuals to stiffen momentarily. Their current way of life was entirely due to Lin Feng's protection. Should he leave, the masked man might very well reappear. Rest assured, now that you have arrived in the Eastern Empire, everything will be fine. Lin Feng, aware of their anxiety, comforted them, saying, there will be someone to protect you. Chapter 71, Interactions in Space. Is it that esteemed elder well-versed in dragon types? Li Hua instinctively puffed out her chest, prompting a palpable sense of defeat in the nearby Xiaolon, who inquired, Boss, may I ask how old that elder is? Why do you want to know that? Lin Feng replied with a peculiar expression. Do you think that just because you are of a similar age, you should pursue a romantic relationship? When considering the attributes of others, one must also reflect upon one's own. Have you diligently trained your Pokémon over these years? At your age, you have yet to surpass the threshold of the champion rank. Aspiring to engage in love while neglecting self-improvement is unwise. As for my own qualifications, should I debut as an idol, only Karuni could barely compare to me. Li Hua, running her hand over her curvaceous figure, retorted defiantly, besides, it's merely the champion's threshold. I can step through at any time. Then ponder this matter once you have crossed that threshold. Moreover, Karuni's primary occupation is that of an alliance champion, with acting merely as secondary pursuit. What use is mere appearance? Lin Feng rummaged through his pocket and produced a dream mail. What is this? Ishu mused, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion upon seeing a familiar Gungue appear, but his attention was swiftly diverted by Lin Feng's revelation regarding the dream mail. This is a wondrous tool you will soon utilize, Lin Feng explained. If you encounter a problem you cannot resolve, send this mail to your Pokémon, and the corresponding individual will come to your aid. He glanced at the quartet, contemplating for a moment. I suppose I will entrust it to you. You seem to be the most reliable among them. Thank you for your confidence, boss, Ishu replied, astonished. He had not anticipated such trust from Lin Feng, leaving him both honored and surprised. I will ensure to protect this place. Indeed, Lin Feng had a nagging feeling that Ishu had misunderstood something. Yet he could not pinpoint the discrepancy, so he temporarily set aside that thought. Chao Meng will also remain here. For minor matters, you may seek his assistance. Although his strength is rather modest, he can still resolve most issues. Is Chao Meng's strength really that average? Ishu felt a pang of melancholy. If Chao Meng was merely average, what did that make him? A mere footnote? It should only be about a week. I doubt anything significant will happen. When Lin Feng felt he had no further advice to offer, he suddenly recalled something. Remember, I am your direct supervisor. As long as you adhere to the Alliance's regulations, you need not concern yourselves with others. I will bear any consequences. Do not worry about anything else. Ding. The notification sound of a message chimed on Lin Feng's phone. Mr. Lin Feng, I have been selected as an exchange student for the Johto Alliance University and will be heading to the Eastern Empire. Are you available? Xiaju. Wait. Isn't her Pokemon a Bokebai? How did she get selected for the exchange student team? Has it evolved? Lin Feng pondered, responding thoughtfully. On New Island. Facing the tides and meditating to hone his psychic powers, Xiao Ming felt an itch in his nose. Achoo. He rubbed his nose, pondering. How strange. Can Pokemon also fall ill? Or perhaps my psychic abilities are giving me a warning. With a heart full of confusion, Xiao Ming took out a tablet and logged into an account created under the name of Cuddy Dog, observing the solitary stock gradually declining. His mood was buoyed. What a pity, the capital is too meager. Even if it plummets, it would only be 200,000. From what I gathered online, trainers like him would find it challenging to maintain a champion Pokemon's condition without degradation for even a week with that sum. This indicated that the other party must possess an undisclosed financial reserve, yet he was uncertain how to continue earning their trust. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, Xiao Ming realized there were no viable solutions. After all, the other party's demeanor suggested they were not one to trust easily. No worries, we have plenty of time together. I will surely earn his trust eventually. Xiao Ming's face broke into a radiant smile. I will show you the joy of stock trading. Had he not been unable to overpower the other, he would not have resorted to such tactics. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him, driving him to hone his abilities even further, while a thought emerged in his mind. Mega Evolution can significantly enhance a Pokemon's strength. Is it possible for me to undergo Mega Evolution without a trainer's assistance? Without a trainer, must he really partner with Lin Feng merely for the sake of Mega Evolution? Understanding the mindset of that cunning individual made Xiao Ming feel as though he would rather perish. In the depths of space, the majestic form of Rayquaza glided gracefully, prowling the gravitational fringes of planets in search of energy-rich meteorites. These meteorites could replenish its celestial organs, allowing it to achieve Mega Evolution without relying on slumber to accumulate energy or the power of a successor to execute the final flourish. As Rayquaza's sinuous form drifted through the cosmos, the vacuum sound waves it generated spread outward. It consumed yet another captured star rock. After the star rock was slowly digested, it sensed that its celestial organs had stored more than half of the energy, alleviating the pervasive sense of crisis that had lingered in its heart. As long as it accumulated sufficient energy, capable of achieving Mega Evolution at any moment, Rayquaza was confident it could confront any potential threat. Rayquaza's golden slit-like eyes turned, its body rolling as it altered direction. In its line of sight, it spotted a slightly smaller, entirely black counterpart stealthily approaching. The two hovered silently in the frigid void, ancient and intricate thoughts silently converging in the air. After a brief moment, the black Rayquaza swayed its body and gradually retreated, vanishing into the backdrop of deep space. Pasha. It was at this moment that Rayquaza realized it had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of its ebony counterpart, who wielded dominion over the secondary skies of the Pasha region while pursuing the meteor stream. Grew. It spiraled through the sky, emitting a silent roar, venting its claim over the skies of this planet to the cosmos. In the distance, a Pokemon residing within a meteor seemed to sense the threat, unfolding its four arms and suddenly opening its eyes wide. Chapter 72, The Return of Xiaju. At the airport in Jianlan City, a flight from Johto had just landed, and a lively group of young individuals disembarked from the plane in clusters. Towards the rear of the crowd, two vibrant and youthful female university students linked arms, moving with the throng. I say, Xiaju, you are a prodigious breeder who just evolved a Bokebai into a Boke Gigi. Why are you so nervous? The girl on the left, slightly shorter but with a cherubic face, gazed at her companion, who was frequently pulling out her phone to check, and spoke in exasperation. We are about to face an exchange student team led by gym leaders from several nearby leagues. Shouldn't we be focusing all our energy on preparing for the upcoming battle instead of being distracted by trivial matters? Tunlan, stop flattering me. My Boke Gigi has just evolved. It possesses no combat capability. Xiaju spoke with a hint of self-doubt, stating, I am merely here to learn alongside the main team and have no opportunities to participate. What does it mean to have no opportunity to participate? I believe, Tunlan encouraged, that among the exchange teams from various leagues, the youngest must be Yuhong University-affiliated high school's Yutung Shengdai, who is even a year younger than you. She is here with the intention of competing, and I see no reason why you cannot match her prowess. Xiaju shook her head, clearly possessing a keen awareness of her own abilities. If our two regional leagues had not separated, Would there be this many participants in the exchange activities? I am fortunate to be here at such a time, and I am content to broaden my horizons. Whether I get to battle or not is beyond my control. It is vital to possess self-awareness, and she is yet to be blinded by her progress. Especially after witnessing the grandeur by Hoenn Mountain and the two champions, Xiaoju has profoundly understood the vast gap between herself and those elite trainers. Thus, she truly came with the intention of gaining knowledge, remarking, "Mr. Lin Feng, the aura you exude is remarkably reminiscent of that Lucario." Xiaoju unconsciously stroked the red and white Pokeball containing her Bagon. The fully evolved Pokekiss can learn Aura Sphere, and even in its Bagon form, it possesses corresponding aura talents, as does its chosen trainer. In fact, without the innate aura talent, neither Bagon nor its trainer could evolve into Pokekiss, even with the aid of a shiny stone. This is the real world. Unlike the gaming realm, many Pokemon lack even the qualifications to evolve into their final forms. Is a mere officer, not even surnamed Junsha, truly worthy of such seriousness? Tung Lan gazed at her newly acquainted friend, blessed with beauty, stature, and talent, and felt a twinge of displeasure at her concern for an ordinary Pokemon officer. However, once the exchange competition concluded and she encountered a multitude of youthful and handsome individuals, her perspective would likely shift. Suddenly, Lin Feng, who had arrived in Jianlan City via a Pidgeot ride, shuddered. Is this Pidgeot particularly impatient? It insisted on racing with a plane it spotted along the way. They arrived 30 minutes ahead of schedule, but Lin Feng, whose legs felt weak, gritted his teeth and left a negative review for the ride. This nearly caused me to act rashly. Such an experience warrants a poor rating. I will report this ride-sharing platform to the League upon my return to Jianlan City, advocating for a reform of its unsatisfactory practices. It's all right, Lin Feng, Rotom reassured him, flapping its wings. I will catch you in the air. Pikachu, having recently developed a fascination with the Pikachu form, perched on Lin Feng's shoulder and nodded earnestly. With you two around, I feel much more at ease, Lin Feng said, stroking the heads of Mew and Rotom. We agreed that while in Jianlan City, you would maintain your Pikachu form in public. The surveillance is intense in large cities. I fear you might be caught on camera in your true form. The 3D dragons are continuously upgrading their data and cannot monitor the network at all times. Moreover, given their numbers, it is quite challenging to oversee the network perpetually. Pika. Pika, Mew playfully tapped Lin Feng's head, signaling him to relax, assuring him that no significant incidents would arise. That is good to hear. Lin Feng leaned against a utility pole for a moment before retrieving his foldable bicycle from his backpack and, guided by Rotom, pedaled toward the Jianlan City police station. Lin Feng, Lucario's voice echoed. The energy core of Dialga has suddenly trembled. Is it nearing full capacity? If it trembled, does that mean the aura energy is indeed effective? Since there is a reaction, it indicates that Lin Feng's approach is sound. After all, the power of aura derives from the world tree, the legendary life-giving entity that nurtures all existence, which is why aura warriors can harness its strength to resolve conflicts among legendary Pokémon, referring to all aura warriors aside from Ash, who is indeed unique. Since it originates from the essence of life, nurturing Dialga should not pose much of a challenge. Continue attempting to communicate with Dialga, striving to prevent it from attacking us upon revival. Otherwise, I may have to call upon the Soul Reaper for another lesson. Lin Feng believed that these pure psychic-type legendary Pokémon were among the easiest to handle. With just one Soul Reaper, he could restore the clarity of an enraged psychic-type Pokémon's gaze. As for why other trainers struggle to accomplish this, one must consider whether they have diligently nurtured their Soul Reapers. Have they made efforts to forge a bond with their Soul Reaper? Otherwise, why has the theoretical Mega Evolution been promoted? Yet no Soul Reaper trainer has claimed they could achieve Mega Evolution with their Pokémon. It is simply because they have not trained their Soul Reapers to champion level, without the strength and formidable physique of a champion. How could one withstand the volatile energy of Mega Evolution? Perhaps a select few Dragon-type Pokémon at the near-champion level can force a Mega Evolution due to their robust physiques. But Soul Reapers are certainly not among them. Chapter 73, Arrival in Jianlan City. The port city of Jianlan City, a vital tax revenue pillar for the southeast region of the East Huang Alliance, is bustling with activity, far surpassing the remote Moyu Town. Upon entering the city, Lin Feng was awestruck by this metropolis, which seemed even more prosperous than the golden city of Guandu goodness. Is there such a vast disparity between regions within the East Huang Alliance? To describe Jianlan City, it closely resembles the high-tech metropolis of Leluz from the Visitors of the Distortion World, where every aspect is managed through computerized systems. Reflecting on the quaint Jiangnan-style Moyu Town and the ultra-modern Jianlan City, Lin Feng could only shake his head in amazement. However, compared to Jianlan City, Lin Feng found Moyu Town more aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities, particularly in the months of April and May, even if his damp trousers could never dry. The ambience was undeniably beautiful. Those towering columns surrounding the city are presumably part of the so-called energy defense system, reputed to withstand even legendary Pokémon attacks. Although it appears no legendary Pokémon have ever attempted an assault, whether this claim holds true remains to be seen. After a brief period of astonishment, Lin Feng, now accustomed to the traffic rules of waiting at red lights, pedestrian crossings, and one-way streets, rode his bicycle, closely following Rotom's navigation. He wove through the bustling crowd and arrived at the Jianlan City Police Station, which dwarfed Moyu Town Station by several multiples. Hello. I am Lin Feng from the Moyu Town Police Station. Lin Feng approached the front desk, presenting his credentials and stating his purpose. I am here to report for duty and participate in this multi-league exchange event. Understood, Officer Lin Feng from Moyu Town. Your information has been registered. The front desk officer operated with remarkable efficiency, swiftly processing the information and handing over a police communication device. Currently, exchange students and interview teams from various leagues are arriving one after another. To ensure safety and order, please follow the designated patrol route strictly. Should any incidents arise that exceed your authority or cannot be resolved independently, he emphasized, please report immediately via the communication device. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. The first principle in the police manual is to call for backup when faced with a situation. After all, considering the meager salary one receives in a month, there is no need to jeopardize one's life out of impulsiveness. One must have faith in the wisdom and strength of the Alliance. Furthermore, this is a room card for the Pokémon Center, and the expenses have already been arranged by the police department. The front desk officer then handed him another room card. If you only need to have your Pokémon treated by Miss Joy, please do not worry about the costs. We have already coordinated with the Pokémon Center, and the subsequent settlement will be our responsibility. Very well. Lin Feng clipped the police communicator to his waist, took the room card, and placed it in his backpack, preparing to head to his room for a quick shower and a change of clothes before resuming work. After exiting the police station, he activated the communicator to check his patrol location, and a thought struck him. The Bronze Bell Research Institute is within my jurisdiction? How splendid. He could seize this opportunity to visit the Bronze Bell Research Institute and have Rotom draft the layout inside. Later that evening, he planned to sneak in and utilize their instruments to recharge the energy core of Dialga. After finishing his shower at the Pokémon Center and drying his short black hair, Lin Feng, clad in his work uniform, made his way to the Pokémon Hall. Mr. Lin Feng? A voice, filled with surprise and joy, called out from the front desk. Xiaju. Lin Feng turned towards the voice and found Xiaju, whom he had met at Snowy Mountain, registering Pokémon information with Miss Joy for testing. He waved and approached her, lightly tapping the red and white ball at his waist, causing the silhouette of his Houndour to materialize in the area. What a coincidence. I was just planning to contact you after my shift. This is... He glanced at the person beside Xiaju. This is Tung Lan, a fellow student participating in this exchange conference with me, Xiaju introduced. This is Officer Lin Feng, whom I met at Snowy Mountain. Hello, Tung Lan. Welcome to the Dong Huang Alliance. I sincerely hope you can experience the local customs and culture during your leisure time at this exchange event. Your full name is Junsha Lin Feng? Tung Lan asked, her tone becoming more respectful as she observed Lin Feng's unique Houndour. The Junsha family, being a prominent lineage across all alliances, holds a status, strength, and resources incomparable to those confined to local families. The Junsha and Joy families are indeed the most formidable factions within the alliance system. Their relationship with the alliance is merely one of collaboration, not subservience, and due to family traditions, few compare these two families with others. My mother is indeed a Junsha, but I bear my father's surname and am not of the direct line, Lin Feng casually replied before turning to Xiaju. Has your Togepi evolved? Upon hearing Lin Feng's surname, Tung Lan's expression shifted again. Yes, shortly after Mr. Lin Feng left, my Togepi evolved, Xiaju nodded. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been selected for the exchange student team. Truly impressive for one so young. However, the conference will not commence for several days. What are your plans? Our original intention was to challenge the Azure City Gym, but Xiaju glanced at Lin Feng's Pikachu perched on his shoulder. A hint of embarrassment in her voice. We didn't realize that challenges at the Azure City Gym require a month of advance reservations. Otherwise, we would be forced to opt for a more difficult challenge. With our current strength, we are unable to participate in the higher difficulty challenges. A month in advance. Lin Feng exclaimed, surprised. It seems that exchange students across various alliances share the same sentiment. However, He suddenly recalled that his own reservation had been quite successful and did not require such extensive advance notice. Yet, since Rotom had facilitated the booking for him, Lin Feng thought little of it. You need not feel disheartened. I have also reserved a spot for the gym challenge at Azure City. You can join me. And although you may not compete, it will still be worthwhile to observe. Really? Are you participating in the competition too, Mr. Lin Feng? Xiaoju asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Yes, I was blessed by Articuno at Snowy Mountain, so I thought to leverage that blessing to advance further on my path as a trainer. It will be greatly beneficial for my title as well. Lin Feng did not conceal this, as the topic had lost its fervor online, yet many were still aware, rendering concealment unnecessary. Are you going to the Azure Gym with me? Chapter 74, Battle and Search. An ordinary Pikachu, even more common than the wild grass by the roadside. Along with Lin Feng, who was, aside from a handsome face, rather unremarkable, and a rather unique Houndour, though neither had evolved into an Arcanine, rendering their combat prowess limited. Tung Lan scrutinized Lin Feng repeatedly, perceiving him as merely an exceedingly mundane officer. Had he borne the Junsha surname, it would have been a different matter. Alas, he did not. Just as Tung Lan was about to change her demeanor, she heard about the blessing from Articuno. The blessing from Articuno? Tung Lan was taken aback. Why didn't you mention this to me? She whispered to Xiaoju, grasping her arm. The blessing from Articuno has been the talk of the town online. And besides that, there is also an unknown Pokémon, now named Mewtwo, that voluntarily applied to become Mr. Lin Feng's Pokémon. Did you not know? Xiaoju was utterly astonished. I knew, but I had no idea that the Lin Feng in those stories was the same person you were talking about. Tung Lan's face flushed red as she realized that Lin Feng exuded no aura of a powerful figure. His amiability made him easy to underestimate. Am I really that popular online? Lin Feng feigned surprise. But trends on the internet are fleeting. In a little while, I will be forgotten. After all, I am not like Mr. Daigo or Mr. Dato, the champions of the Alliance. I am merely a humble officer of Donghuan. Indeed, this internet age can be troublesome. It has elevated my notoriety to such heights that even fishing will become challenging in the future. Mr. Lin Feng, allow me to introduce myself. My full name is Qinli Tung Lan, and I hail from Qinsong City. Tung Lan eagerly introduced. If you ever find yourself in Qinsong City, please do not hesitate to contact me in advance. Qinli Tung Lan, what relation do you have with the Orange League gym leader, Mr. Ruby? Lin Feng instinctively inquired. He is my distant uncle. I see, Lin Feng nodded. It seemed evident that trainers from Kanto, sharing the same surname, were often connected by blood. As prior to the establishment of the Kanto Alliance, the common folk in that region lacked surnames. Surnames are a privilege exclusive to the Kanto nobility. I have heard that Mr. Qinli's son, Ruby, has been accepted as a disciple by Mr. Macaulay. You know about that? Tung Lan exclaimed. I just learned of it as well. Simultaneously, Tung Lan elevated Lin Feng's significance in her mind once more, for even within her own family, few were privy to the news regarding Ruby and Macaulay. But he, astoundingly, was aware. Ahem, I heard it from Mr. Daigo, Lin Feng casually mentioned, unexpectedly uncovering a piece of information. In this case, the two figures from Hoenn are likely not merely experiencing a simple awakening typical in anime narratives, but rather a return to their primal origins. Lin Feng contemplated the dual deities of primal return, one of whom had an almost swollen head. He vaguely recalled the ultimate fate of Dawu. As Mr. Dawu was a close friend of Mr. Macaulay, it was only natural for him to be aware of such matters. Upon confirming Lin Feng's weight, Tung Lan became lively and cheerful. So when shall we visit you for the challenge at the Azure Gym? There's no rush. I have an appointment at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Lin Feng glanced at the time. Before heading to the gym, we still have time to explore the Bronze Bell Research Institute. I've heard they have an extensive exhibition of fossils and are hopeful about reviving those fossils into ancient Pokémon. Fossil Pokémon, like the fossilized Aerodactyl of our Johto champion. Mr. Wataru? Tung Lan inquired. Indeed, with this technology, it's possible that ancient Pokémon could become the mainstay for ordinary trainers in the future. Lin Feng replied with a smile. However, considering the ferocity of Pokémon from that era, taming them would undoubtedly test the mettle of any Pokémon trainer. Let us go then. It's on our way, and afterward, we shall challenge the Azure Gym. All right, Tung Lan readily agreed, causing Xiaoju to suddenly feel a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, two Rayquazas and a Deoxys confronted each other amid an asteroid belt. Buzz. Deoxys gazed at the half-consumed spacecraft, and its dismay was palpable. After all, this was a limited edition supercard gifted to it from the planet of Clefairy. Now, it had been devoured by two unidentified Pokémon. Bewildered, It couldn't comprehend why these two Pokémon would even target asteroids as food. The black Rayquaza watched as Deoxys emerged from its meal, and its mood soured. It could not fathom why a restaurant would serve such a moving dish, especially when Deoxys immediately unleashed a psychic attack that infuriated the black Rayquaza. It signaled to its leader that it could handle this peculiar Pokémon alone without needing assistance. The circular golden pupils of Rayquaza fixated on the Pokémon that bore a striking resemblance to the Deoxys it had encountered not long ago, and an ominous feeling washed over it. Could it be that the void of space, once thought devoid of Pokémon life, might soon be home to unknown Pokémon? This notion troubled Rayquaza, who regarded space as its domain and had an intense possessive nature. Rayquaza gestured for the black Rayquaza to eliminate the opponent. The black Rayquaza nodded, spiraling in the air before launching into a straight dive. Dragon Ascent. Rayquaza stood back to support its subordinate, while the black Rayquaza engaged Deoxys in a fierce battle amidst the asteroid belt. Buzz. Deoxys shifted to its defensive form to withstand the impact of the Dragon Ascent. Though silence reigned in the vacuum of space, the collision of the two Pokémon produced a wave of near-ethereal tremors, shattering or pushing away surrounding asteroids. Buzz. The companions were correct. The Pokémon of this planet possessed an exceptionally strong desire to attack. Deoxys, not wishing to entangle with the black Rayquaza, sought to escape quickly and locate its companions. Yet, it could no longer sense their presence, which stirred a particularly unsettling feeling within Deoxys. Chapter 75, Chaos and Guidance Matches. Deoxys felt a surge of urgency as it could not locate its companions, while Rayquaza was equally anxious due to the impending threat. Although the two foolish ones from Hoenn appeared dim-witted, their combat prowess and tension in battle were comparable, if not superior, to the legendary time-space duo. For the battle of the time-space duo merely plunged Moyu Town into peril, while the clash of the two divine beings from Hoenn nearly obliterated the entire region. Furthermore, with the imminent threat posed by Deoxys, Rayquaza had begun to take the extraterrestrial danger seriously. The progress in energy storage for its celestial organ was now wholly inadequate to meet Rayquaza's needs, prompting memories of a certain individual it had encountered in an oceanic expanse. This individual bore an exquisitely sweet scent reminiscent of meteorites and was suspected to possess a rainbow-patterned meteorite. With that meteorite, Rayquaza could swiftly replenish the energy in its celestial organ, allowing for instantaneous mega evolution. After circling once in space, Rayquaza followed the trail of energy directly towards Lin Feng. In the interim of battle, the black Rayquaza watched its leader depart, feeling quite disheartened. No. Wasn't I supposed to be supported? Do you have such faith in me? Buzz. Seizing the opportunity, Deoxys hastily broke free from the black Rayquaza and plummeted towards the planet, hoping to narrow the distance to continue searching for its companions. The black Rayquaza, upon witnessing its opponent flee, promptly pursued. At the Bronze Bell Research Institute, Lin Feng, having separated from the duo exploring the fossils, encountered the institute's director rushing out in a flurry. Good day, officer. The director wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily handed over a business card. I'm the director here. My surname is Sunday. Is there an issue we need to address? No one enjoys an unexpected visit from law enforcement. Even the innocent feel a twinge of guilt. Hello. Lin Feng accepted the card with a smile. I am Lin Feng. I will be responsible for the safety of this region during the upcoming League exchange. Thus, I came to familiarize myself with the routes. I'm just browsing. Please feel free to continue your work. Welcome, welcome. If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to contact us. Director Sun greeted with a smile. Thank you. As Lin Feng passed by Director Sun, he suddenly inquired. I have heard that your institute specializes in the revival of fossil Pokémon. Once this research is successful, will you provide revival services to the public? To avoid any misunderstandings, Lin Feng quickly added, I have already submitted an application at the Zhenghui Research Institute in Jiado, but if there is progress here, I would prefer your institute, as it would save me a great deal of travel. That is indeed the case, Director Sun responded. However, this research is still in a confidential phase. Should we offer external services, we will announce it on our official website. Currently, we are unable to disclose any information. Understood, thank you. Having received the answers he sought, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and refrained from further disturbing the director, merely wandering with Rotom like an ordinary visitor, perusing the fossil exhibits. Fossil Aerodactyl, Anorith, and other formidable Pokémon were displayed, yet the costs associated with both the fossils and their revival ensured that such Pokémon would remain an impractical choice for the masses. What about Rotom? Lin Feng gauged the time, asking. Indeed, It is a remarkably well-preserved collection, Rotom replied. Rotom provided an affirmative response. Very well. Let us first pay a visit to the Azure City Gym. Having designated this place for another visit tonight, Lin Feng proceeded towards the exit, where he coincidentally encountered two individuals who had just finished exploring the fossil exhibition. Mr. Lin Feng, with a puzzled expression as he glanced at his phone, remarked, I do not see your name on the list of today's matches at the Azure Gym. Are you certain you made a reservation for today? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Rotom. Did you not make the reservation for today? Of course it is for today, Rotom exclaimed, spinning in the air with a sense of pride. When you asked me to make the reservation, all slots for ordinary challengers this month were already filled. So, what did I do? I booked you a spot for the guidance match. But fear not, Lin Feng. Although the intensity has increased somewhat, if you perform well, you will still be able to earn a badge, Rotom declared, puffing out its chest. What do you think? Am I not clever? Lin Feng opened his mouth to speak. What exactly is a guidance match? And why did you not inform me about this in advance? He was utterly shocked. He merely wished to participate in a standard gym challenge, yet he had been signed up for a guidance match instead. Because I have mentioned before, I am your most reliable partner, Rotom asserted, feigning the adjustment of non-existent glasses on its face, and continued solemnly. A qualified partner should not cast problems back when faced with difficulties, but rather strive to find solutions. So what do you think? Am I not reliable, Rotom? I retract my praise for you. Lin Feng pinched the bridge of his nose. Furthermore, I need you to explain to me right now what this guidance match entails. Oh, there's a notification in the group. Summer Ju's voice suddenly chimed in, her surprise evident. Our supervising teacher mentioned that there is a guidance match at the Azure Gym today, and suggested that if we have time, we should all go and watch the match, as it would be highly educational. Lin Feng tilted his head, feeling as though the world had gone mad. So, I am among the last to learn that I am to participate in a guidance match, and I am the main character? He turned to Rotom and declared, You are fired. Please, no? Rotom clung to Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming, What have I done wrong to deserve this? What have you done wrong? Lin Feng grasped Rotom's wings and faced it directly. You tell me, what exactly is this guidance match? How am I supposed to participate? Is it a 3v3 match? If it is a 6v6 match, I do not have enough Pokémon to compete. I, too, am Lin Feng's Pokémon. I can battle as well. Rotom protested, feeling aggrieved. That is true. Lin Feng released Rotom. Contemplating his team, he considered the seemingly ordinary Pikachu by the roadside. Pika? The Pokémon looked at Lin Feng with confusion. In reality, it was Mew disguised. Then there was Rotom, which appeared to be a mere roadside entity. Rotom? Yet, it was actually a level 99 ultimate fighter. Then there was the seemingly ordinary Houndour. Woof. Indeed, it was truly just a roadside dog. That cannot be denied. If it were a 3v3 match, that would suffice. If it were still insufficient, he could only borrow some Pokémon from friends. It was not too much trouble, after all. Lin Feng, having calmed his emotions, turned to Summer Ju and Fu Lan, and said, Let us head to the Azure Gym. Huh, isn't this a misunderstanding? Summer Ju exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Lin Feng, are you really going to the Azure Gym to participate in the guidance match? Although I am not from Dongwang, I do not know what the guidance matches in Dongwang are like. But even the most confident novice trainers in our Johto Alliance would not choose to obtain a gym badge through a guidance match. Why? Lin Feng, lacking knowledge in this area, felt a twinge of curiosity. Because a guidance match is a promotional method for the gym to showcase its strength to the outside world. Regardless of the challenger's level, the gym will send out a trainer who is one level higher than the challenger to engage in battle. During the match, the gym will employ every means to challenge the participants, allowing them to fully experience the gym's style, Fu Lan supplemented. The most notorious example is gym leader Naji from Goldenrod City. As far as I know, there are still plenty of contestants who remain in a doll-like state, imprisoned by Naji in her gym, playing house with her. This was only after the league intervened. Otherwise, those contestants would have found no escape. Lin Feng's fists clenched tightly. I trust you, Lin Feng, Rotom said, its wings clasped across its chest, its gaze wandering. I also believe in myself, Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. I just feel. He merely felt that after this guidance match, his leisurely life seemed to be coming to an unexpected end. Would he henceforth have to interact with others solely as the champion of the league? Moreover, he recalled that the current champion had only assumed office less than half a year ago, which was a far better situation than Kingolf's. At the Azure Gym, gym leader Wang Fuguei was tending to his father's white sea lion. I say, Uncle Bai, could you perhaps show me a little favor during the battle? The portly Wang Fuguei crouched before the white sea lion, holding a bowl of specially crafted energy cubes, his expression one of obsequiousness. After all, I am your beloved nephew. When my father is away, You are like a father to me, having watched me grow up. You cannot deny me this favor. Throughout Azure City, no? Throughout the entire league, it was well known that while the illustrious former gym leader roamed the league enjoying life, it was the White Sea Lion, a prized Pokemon left by the old gym leader, that truly held sway over the Azure Gym. Strength alone prevails. Oh, the White Sea Lion, lounging on its ice-carved throne, let out a clear cry, glancing at Wong Fuguei, before indicating the bowl of energy cubes with its fin. Understood. Wong Fuguei quickly placed a piece of energy cube worth several thousand league coins into the White Sea Lion's mouth, hoping that the creature would someday return the favor for such flattery. Beep. After finishing the energy cube, the White Sea Lion turned away and resumed humming a leisurely tune. Clearly, the disparity in trainer levels between it and Wong Fuguei was far too great, even though it had grown up alongside him. The White Sea Lion placed greater trust in its own judgment during battles than in Wong Fuguei's commands. I wish I could quickly raise my level as well. Wong Fuguei, observing the indifference of Uncle Bai, understood the source of the problem. However, this was not something he could easily remedy. Moreover, the White Sea Lion left by his father was once a fierce warrior that had fought valiantly for the league. According to the current systematic standards of strength, it was a powerful Pokemon on the cusp of the champion's threshold, level 89. This was the absolute foundation that allowed the Azure Gym to rank among the official 8 major gyms. Wong Fuguei's trainer level needed to rise to at least the pinnacle of the Elite Four to barely command the White Sea Lion. Until then, the most he could hope for was that the White Sea Lion would still listen to his commands in inconsequential matters, considering their emotional bond. Never mind. I shall focus on nurturing my beloved White Sea Lion. Wong Fuguei, who is yet to win the affections of Uncle Bai, has resolved to find a way to elevate his White Sea Lion to the Quasi-King level, level 60-69. First, the Dojo Master, a hurriedly approaching dojo attendant, clad in formal attire, called out, "What is it?" Upon hearing the summons, Wong Fuguei shed his previous fawning demeanor, adopting a steadier tone as he inquired, "Do you not see that I am engaged in conversation with my uncle? What necessitates such urgency?" "It is the dojo master." The attendant, visibly apprehensive, cast a wary glance at the seemingly innocuous White Sea Lion, which lay belly up. This was no ordinary Pokemon. It had once frozen a small mountain at the inception of the league. After calming himself, he continued, "The league has verified the information. Today's scheduled guidance match involves Lin Feng, whose Arcanine's prowess exceeds the measured parameters of the standardized battle platform. According to our customary practice, we must dispatch a seasoned professional trainer to adequately contend with him. Then arrange it," Wong Fuguei replied, furrowing his brow. Surely our Azure Dojo has not fallen so low as to lack a seasoned professional trainer? Unlike the neighboring League's Hualan Dojo, which languished without successors, his father's disciples had all flourished, each attaining high positions within the league. Moreover, his father still had decades ahead of him. Not quite. However, the league did mention that aside from the Arcanine, he possesses a Mutuo. Mutuo? The Mutuo? Wong Fuguei felt an unsettling realization wash over him. That is the very Mutuo that the former dojo master assisted the league in subduing during an inter-regional peacekeeping mission, but which subsequently escaped. Chapter 77, Misunderstanding. What? Wong Fuguei sprang to his feet. That Mutuo has fallen into his hands. But wait, the league only intervened in that coastal town due to casualties. I recall that this boy was on the original personnel list. Yes, the attendant replied with a wry smile, though it remains unclear why. Mutuo seems intent on serving as Lin Feng's personal assistant. Absurd. That is Mutuo, the pinnacle of Team Rocket's technological creations, a unique entity in the world. And it desires to be a mere Pokemon for a human? Wong Fuguei disregarded the notion of a personal assistant, believing instead that Mutuo wished to be Lin Feng's Pokemon. Take a look at this video, and you shall understand. The attendant, realizing he had not provided a clear explanation, promptly retrieved a video and handed his tablet to Wong Fuguei. "Let me see." Wong Fuguei accepted the tablet, casting his gaze upon the footage. The slightly shaky visuals indicated that the cameraman was likely an amateur, lacking any expertise in photography. After a brief assessment, he observed a humanoid figure with a large tail, clad in a suit on its upper half, while its lower half remained bare, standing before a bewildered Lin Feng as it submitted a job application. His level of confusion mirrored that of Lin Feng in the video. What had transpired in between? Wong Fuguei could not fathom the intricacies of this situation. "Are you certain the video isn't fabricated?" Before the attendant could respond, Wong Fuguei dismissed the thought. If it were fabricated, with the league's technological capabilities, they would have detected it. Since it was not fabricated, it must be genuine. if the opponent were to participate in the guidance match. Wang Fuguei recalled his father's estimation of Mutuo's strength. Shall I have Uncle Bai step in? Even if we were to lose, it would merely be a matter of reputation. How could I risk Uncle Bai's well-being in such a contest? Has Lin Feng arrived? He queried, turning to the attendant. There is still an hour until our scheduled time, but spectators are already beginning to arrive, many of whom are students from other League Pokémon universities, the attendant reported. They have come to witness the grandeur of our Azure City dojo. Is that so? Wang Fuguei fell into contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. Who is our designated competitor? It is the young master, Quan Air. Wang Fuguei shook his head. Let him take a seat among the audience. I shall rise to the challenge. Understood. The attendant acknowledged the command, but after a few steps, he turned back, his body stiffening. Do you truly wish to participate personally, dojo master? Why not? Wang Fuguei replied. As the dojo master, it is my duty to step forward in such circumstances. However, before the match begins, I must first meet Lin Feng. Shall I bring him to you? No. I will personally go to greet him. Wang Fuguei called out to the nearby pool. Little Bai? With a splash, a white sea lion leaped from the water, landing gracefully before Wang Fuguei. Let us proceed. The upcoming battle requires your presence. Wang Fuguei withdrew a jewel-encrusted red and white pokeball from around his neck, returning the white sea lion within. At the entrance of the Azure Dojo, a teacher from Johto Pokemon University, Xiaochun, who is also a prominent figure in the Johto League, being the cousin of the Yulong City Dojo Master, Yulong Du, was calling the roll with her assistant. Teacher, I have contacted Qianli, Tenglian, and Xiaju. They were just visiting the Bronze Bell Research Institute to observe fossils and are on their way here now, reported a voice from the crowd. Excellent. That completes our roster. Xiaochun gestured for the assistant to put away the attendance sheet. She then addressed the students. This guidance match is a rare opportunity. You must observe and learn as much as possible. Only by grasping the thought processes of these accomplished trainers and their on-the-spot reactions during battles can you draw upon their experiences to grow stronger. Understood, teacher. Very well. Once everyone arrives, we shall enter. Xiaochun glanced at the time, feeling it was still early. She looked at the youthful faces of her students, preparing to offer further words of encouragement when the rapid approach of three duo interrupted her lengthy address. Are Tenglian and Xiaju here? Three figures dismounted from the duo, two of whom were indeed Tenglian and Xiaju. However, the third individual's attire drew murmurs of concern among the students. Is that a police officer from the Dongwang League? What trouble have Tenglian and Xiaju gotten into? Surely not. We've only just arrived in Dongwang. What could they possibly have done? Could it be that our newly minted goddesses from Johto are secretly lawbreakers? Attracted by the students' chatter, Xiaochun spotted Lin Feng alongside Tenglian and Xiaju. Officer, we are exchange students from the Johto League. May I inquire if my two students have committed any infractions? Xiaochun approached Lin Feng, exchanging pleasantries. If they have damaged anything or erred in some manner, please feel free to enforce the regulations. The Johto League fully supports all regulations of the Dongwang League. Xiaju looked bewildered at her teacher. Teacher, this is Mr. Lin Feng, a competitor in today's guidance match. We happen to accompany him on our way here. She glanced between her teacher and the gossiping classmates, seemingly beginning to piece together the situation. Greetings, esteemed owner of Xiaochun Pavilion. I am Lin Feng. I have heard your name from Mr. Du, and it is said that you are a formidable dragon-type Pokemon trainer. Upon seeing your appearance, Lin Feng realized there had been a misunderstanding and quickly clarified. I am also a friend of Tenglan and Xiajua. We merely traveled together out of convenience, not because either of them has committed any wrongdoing. In comparison to Yulong Du, Xiaochun indeed resembles a dragon-type Pokemon trainer, albeit only in relation to him. I see, Xiaochun sighed in relief. Visiting another league's territory. Her greatest fear was that differing regulations might inadvertently lead to someone breaching local laws, which could potentially cause a diplomatic incident. My sincerest apologies. Xiaochun said with an apologetic expression. It appears my preconceived notions have led to this misunderstanding. Not at all. Misunderstandings like this are quite common, Lin Feng chuckled. However, you should place more trust in your students. They are all law-abiding citizens. After exchanging some banal pleasantries, Lin Feng bid them farewell and stepped into the Azure Gym. Guided by an attendant into the competitor's room, Lin Feng gazed at the tablet screen displaying the battle registration form he needed to fill out, then looked at the three Pokemon before him. Herdier, Rotom, and Pikachu, Dream. Fortunately, it was a 3v3 battle. Had it been a 6v6, he would have had to borrow two Pokemon from his friends to serve as placeholders. But how to determine the order of battle? Apart from Herdier, the other two Pokemon, Rotom and Pikachu, Dream, were exceptional in terms of maneuverability. Their skills could easily leave the challengers from the Azure Gym in a state of perspiration, demonstrating to the audience the vital role of effort and talent. Is Mr. Lin Feng here? A voice, filled with both surprise and delight, called from the entrance for competitors. I am Lin Feng. And you are? Lin Feng turned to see a corpulent middle-aged man with a beaming smile approaching him. I am Wang Fugui, the owner of the Azure Gym. Although you may not know my name, I have long admired you. The middle-aged man, Wang Fugui, approached Lin Feng, his face alight with joy as he continued. I have specially invited you to conduct a guidance match with our gym, to broaden the horizons of these exchange students from outside the league. Wang Fugui extended his hands to grasp Lin Feng's, saying, I truly appreciate your assistance. Lin Feng, taken aback by Wang Fugui's demeanor, almost questioned his own memory. When had he become so renowned? I wonder if you plan to let Mutuo take the field this time? Wang Fugui glanced at the Pokemon accompanying Lin Feng in the unfinished form, expressing concern. I believe there is no need for Mutuo in our humble gym. Even just this Pikachu could easily overwhelm us. Though Wang Fugui's reasoning was sound, Lin Feng nodded, saying, however, I still do not understand what exactly you wish to achieve by inviting me, Gym Leader Wang. I have been rambling, Wang Fugui, pulling a fire gem from his greased hands, added, I simply want you to treat my wayward son, Wang Quan, with the utmost rigor. Wang Quan, raised by his grandfather, fancied himself a once-in-a-century prodigy in the Pokemon world, yet remained oblivious to his own shortcomings. Wang Fugui sighed, due to my father's modest reputation in Dongwang. Wang Quan has been coddled and praised throughout his life. I understand. It's merely a matter of parental love, Lin Feng nodded. How could he not empathize with a father's earnest affection for his child? This had nothing to do with the fire gem. Everyone knew Lin Feng regarded such items as inconsequential. Yet, given the respect shown to him, Lin Feng naturally reciprocated. Then I shall await your good news, Mr. Lin Feng. Wang Fugui concluded, handing Lin Feng a distinctive badge box from the Azure Gym. A small gift, but a token of respect. Lin Feng opened the box to reveal the Azure badge, his smile widening. Isn't this a bit excessive? Given your prowess, this is well-deserved. Wang Fugui flattered. I eagerly anticipate the day you become the champion of our Dongwang League. Too kind. Lin Feng accepted the badge box and said, if you have no further matters, I shall prepare for the match. Please, proceed, Wang Fugui replied, stepping aside. Once Wang Fugui exited, Lin Feng wrote Pikachu's name on the registration form. Now that he had chosen Pikachu, it was time for it to shine. When battling a water-type gym, it was prudent to avoid electric-type Pokemon. He was no reverse-type master. After all, to insist on sending out Herdier against the Azure Gym. In Kanazumi City, Kanazumi Gym, Sakaki sat at a broad desk, stroking the glossy fur of his Meowth while gazing out the window. Boss, the information you requested has been gathered, a secretary, clad in a fitted skirt and stockings that accentuated her curves, entered the room and reported respectfully to the turned-away Sakaki. Lin Feng, male, profession, police officer. Currently affiliated with the Dongwon League in Moyu Town, possesses Pokemon, Herdier, and Rotom. No additional information available. None. The chair swiveled, bringing Sakaki's body around. Is this the extent of our rocket team's intelligence operations? After all this time, we receive only this? Boss, it's not that we cannot uncover more. Rather, the information on the individual has been shielded by the League. Our operatives discovered that the necessary clearance level exceeds our reach. To delve deeper, we would have to either utilize your privileges or resort to unconventional methods. The secretary averted her gaze, unable to meet Sakaki's eyes. Then let us resort to unconventional methods. We, the rocket team, are not a legitimate organization. The intelligence team had already been deployed, but during a critical moment, they faced an attack from the 3D Dragon Legion, resulting in significant losses and many members captured. What? Sakaki's expression shifted, finally intrigued. Even personal information is protected by the 3D Dragon Legion? Who exactly is Lin Feng? And what is his background? Surely we cannot be unable to find any information on his parents. We have, but the details are sparse. The secretary said nervously as she placed 2 files before Sakaki. Let me see. Sakaki extracted the first file. Lin Lan, origin, Donghuang, date of birth, unknown, Pokemon, unknown, deceased during the Dawn War. Such scan information. Sakaki's mood darkened as he continued to inquire. Is the death confirmed? Was a body found? No. It was merely that the battle submerged a portion of Dongwang, causing many bodies to remain unfound. Since no body was located, how can one confirm death? Often, even when a body is found, one cannot ascertain if the individual is truly deceased. Sakaki did not proceed to the next file, but solemnly instructed. Classify Lin Feng's dossier as SS level. Until we ascertain the whereabouts of Mutuo, all actions targeting it must be suspended. The dissolution of the Chengdu Alliance's rockets division, orchestrated by Bixias, was a grave miscalculation that not only led to his own demise, but also resulted in a significant loss of elite forces for me. Such a reduction in crucial armed strength and economic resources is intolerable. Had Bixias still been alive, I would have considered capturing the old man and eliminating him once more. Sakaki turned away, asserting that all current strategies would focus on contraction until I could secure formidable reinforcements. Understood, the secretary responded, bowing slightly before departing. Her graceful figure closing the door to Sakaki's exclusive office behind her. The rockets are in dire need of top-tier combatants. Gazing out at the endless expanse of the Joban forest, Sakaki pondered, where shall I seek to recruit new members? Perhaps the two who appeared at the experimental base? No. Despite their formidable strength, they are clearly tied to Lin Feng. What about that black-haired youth in the cap? Inside the largest battle arena of the Zhanlan City Gym, the grand audience was filled with exchange students from the East Huang Alliance and the surrounding 4 major leagues, the Quartz Alliance, the Johto Alliance, the Hoenn Alliance, and the Sinnoh Alliance. Although these academy students appeared somewhat naive compared to the renowned trainers of the various leagues, they represented a burgeoning force not to be underestimated. Particularly noteworthy were their leading instructors, esteemed gym leaders from each alliance. In the preparation room for gym competitors, Wang Quan, looking perplexed, inquired of an attendant. With so many spectators, my father actually trusts me to represent the gym? Does he not fear I might tarnish his reputation? The young master. The gym leader merely possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart, the attendant replied with a smile. Such a grand gym will soon be yours. It is only fitting that you make your presence known in scenes like this. Indeed, Wang Quan huffed lightly. Grandfather has always said I am a once-in-a-century Pokémon genius. My father should abdicate sooner and let me take the helm. Under my leadership, the Zhanlan Gym will undoubtedly surpass what my father has achieved by countless measures. Upon hearing the young master's words, the attendant's eyelids twitched. Were he not already of advanced years? Witnessing such arrogance from the air would prompt thoughts of seeking a successor. The time is nearly upon you. You should enter, the attendant reminded. Understood, Wang Quan replied impatiently. Does that old man have no other instructions? Actually, there is one thing, the attendant said cautiously. The leader advised you to maintain a calm mindset. A calm mindset. Wang Quan furrowed his brow, contemplating. He means for me not to become overly elated upon winning, correct? That seems to be the case. What nonsense. What kind of youth would not be spirited? Wang Quan proclaimed, chest puffed out. If I win, should I not feel ecstatic? Am I to wait until I lose to revel in despair? Also, remember to instruct them to capture my best angles. With that, Wang Quan strode confidently out of the entrance passage. Meanwhile, Lin Feng did not share Wang Quan's flamboyant thoughts. He simply sat quietly, awaiting the green light to illuminate the passage before stepping into the arena. His pace quickened as he eagerly anticipated showcasing his talents and the fruits of his labor. In the center of the battlefield, the announcer's impassioned voice resonated throughout the venue. Now, let us welcome the blue team contestant from the Zhanlan Gym, Wang Quan. The dazzling lights and flamboyant sound effects ignited the atmosphere. As Wang Quan made his entrance, he waved and flirtatiously tossed glances at the female audience, eliciting waves of laughter and cheers. In the Johto Alliance viewing area, Xiao Chun crossed her arms and introduced her students. That is Wang Quan, the grandson of the renowned lord of the East Huang Alliance, known as the Crazy Wave. He has trained alongside his grandfather since childhood, with his initial Pokémon being a direct descendant of his grandfather's prized white sea lion. His resources and talents are unparalleled. She paused slightly, speaking with a hint of seriousness. Although Wang Quan has never officially participated in an alliance tournament, his strength is not inferior to that of the champions and runners-up. The Zhanlan Gym's decision to send him signifies their high regard for Lin Feng. Such is the advantage of having a prestigious lineage, where one need not even fret over initial Pokémon selections and can draw upon the training experiences of elder family members. And now, the red team contestant, our challenger, Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not exhibit the same flamboyance as Wang Quan. He simply walked to his designated position flanked by Pikachu and Rotom, waving to those around him. Despite his understated entrance, Lin Feng's handsome visage, complemented by his professional demeanor, elicited an even more fervent cheer than that for Wang Quan. Here we have Lin Feng, who has only recently come into the public eye, Xiao Chun observed, closely watching the Pikachu perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, balancing by holding onto Lin Feng's hair. Though his Pokémon may seem as common as weeds in the Kanto region, I cannot decipher the depth of his strength. What? Xiao Chun's words stirred a commotion among the students. Even the teacher cannot perceive his strength? Kung Long. The sound of a Latios soaring through the air, its scales tearing against the atmosphere, produced a booming sound that reverberated across the surroundings. Its unabashed energy signature drew the attention of major energy detection agencies across the leagues as it swiftly traversed its path. The most intense reaction came from the Hoenn Weather Research Institute, closely linked to Latios, and from Daigo, who was leading an alliance task force to eradicate Team Magma's influence in Hoenn. What does it mean that Latios is heading straight for a target? Daigo mounted his Metagross, motioning it away from a recently concluded battle site, and inquired into his phone, is Latios aiming for the Sky Pillar? Has a new successor emerged? Has Giratina succeeded? Chapter 80. The Emergence of Latios. It seems not. The researcher on the other end of the line spoke with a wavering voice. Initially, we speculated that Latios would head toward the Sky Pillar. However, based on its trajectory, it does not appear to be returning there. Instead what? Daigo instinctively asked. Though Daigo had resolved to place his hopes of resolving the meteorite crisis in the devices developed by his company, should Latios indeed manifest a successor, it would bode well for Hoenn. If the device failed to fully relocate the meteorite, or if it could not be entirely relocated, then Latios's role would become paramount. Having dual assurances is certainly preferable to relying on a single one. Moreover, the influence of legendary Pokémon in certain aspects surpasses that of technology. It is heading straight for the region of the East Huang Alliance, the researcher reported in a trembling voice. Director, Latios going to the East Huang Alliance won't incite unnecessary conflicts, will it? Each alliance, including the East Huang Alliance, possesses its own legendary Pokémon, such as Unova's Tao Trio, Hoenn's 3 Elemental Guardians, and Sinnoh's Time-Space Trio, each with their own territorial divisions. If a divine beast from one alliance were to venture recklessly into the territory of another, it would likely incite unnecessary discord. However, there is no need for concern. Rayquaza does not belong to any individual within our Hoenn alliance. It is the deity of the skies, and in theory, the heavens of this planet are governed by the lineage of Rayquaza. Stephen reassured. Moreover, Rayquaza's divine role is of a gentle nature, unlike Kyogre and Groudon. Even if it were to travel to the east, the impact would be minimal. Nevertheless, this might prove to be a fortuitous occurrence. He gazed down at the battlefield, which was gradually drawing to a close, and spoke into the phone. Our campaign against Team Aqua and Team Magma is also nearing its conclusion. Aside from not capturing Water Willow and Fire Pine, we have effectively decimated the remaining forces of both teams. If Rayquaza truly discovers something in the east, it would indeed be advantageous for the Hoenn Alliance. Therefore, Stephen instructed the Weather Research Institute continue to monitor the energy responses across Hoenn. Should there be any anomalous energy readings, or if you locate the resting places of Groudon and Kyogre, notify me immediately. Understood. After hanging up, Stephen directed his Metagross to descend slowly. Mr. Stephen, that was the vice captain of the Special Operations Team, Naki, the flying-type gym leader in charge of the White Feather Badge and Verdanturf, inquired, observing Stephen's relaxed demeanor. Have there been any new developments? There has been some progress, and it is favorable, Stephen replied with a smile. Let us continue our extermination efforts. I feel uneasy until we capture Water Willow and Fire Pine. Indeed, Naki felt a weight lift from her heart upon witnessing Stephen's smile. I am the strongest champion of Hoenn. It is my duty to protect this continent. Stephen's thoughts swirled chaotically, ultimately coalescing into a steadfast resolve. At the Azure Gym, as the two competitors took their positions, the massive screen suspended in the air suddenly illuminated, displaying the portraits and competition information of the participants, Wang Quan and Lin Feng. As the challenger, I sent forth my strongest partner, the White Sea Lion. Wang Quan, with an air of flamboyance, tossed his long bangs aside and released his Pokémon, the White Sea Lion. Howl! A burst of crimson light erupted as the snow-white Pokémon appeared on the floating platform of the water arena. In my territory, no one can defeat me, Wang Quan declared confidently. This is the White Sea Lion, the direct descendant of the patriarch Wang Baishan's ace Pokémon. Xiao Chun crossed her arms and remarked on the situation in the arena. In truth, for a gym proficient in rain teams like the Azure Gym, starting with the White Sea Lion is quite disadvantageous. Without the ability to initiate weather conditions promptly, many strategies built around rain teams cannot be effectively deployed. Unlike her cousin Du, who trained primarily Dragon-type Pokémon, Xiao Chun's trump card is the Kingdra that thrives in rainy weather, not Du's Dragonite. Thus, her team, comprising of Dragonair, Gyarados, and Kingdra, is designed around rain, giving her a profound understanding of the Azure Gym style. However, She pondered what kind of Pokemon Lin Feng would send into battle. Xiaju, she asked, observing the outwardly humble yet undeniably powerful Lin Feng. What kind of person do you think your friend is? Reflecting on her experiences with Lin Feng, Xiaju replied, he is quite a gentle person. A gentle person, you say? Xiao Chun's smile deepened. It seems you do not know him very well. In her eyes, Lin Feng's demeanor was not merely one of gentleness, but rather a calmness that emanated from his formidable strength. It was precisely because Lin Feng was confident in his ability to confront any challenge that he exuded such an approachable and gentle aura, a hallmark of true strength. I suppose I truly do not understand Mr. Lin Feng, Xiaju mused, gazing at Lin Feng in the contestant area. She had never witnessed him commanding Pokemon in battle. Yet, the power of the waves would not deceive, she thought, clutching the red and white Pokeball of her Porygon-Z. In the arena, Lin Feng observed the opposing White Sea Lion, contemplating whether to let his herdier take the stage for experience, as he had never commanded it in battle. Suddenly, a thunderous sonic boom captured the attention of all present, competitors and spectators alike, as they turned their gaze skyward. However, due to the obstruction of buildings, they could not ascertain what had transpired. An aerial assault? Lin Feng instinctively thought, only to dismiss the notion. Where would such an attack come from in this world? The sky god of Hoenn, Rayquaza, was inexplicably circling above Azure City, and the gym leader had already taken to the skies on his Gyarados to negotiate. The steward of the Azure Gym used the arena's sound system to address the crowd. Please remain calm. It appears the guidance match will have to be postponed. With a metallic crash, the sound of scales grinding against air drew nearer. Chapter 81, Wang Quan. Unfair. Unfair. Above Azure City, a serpentine Pokemon, reminiscent of a soaring dragon, circled overhead, seemingly in search of something. Why has Hoenn's Rayquaza come to our east? The mayor of Azure City, Li Ming, clad in a suit, stood atop the central building, gazing at the cloud-veiled dragon deity. Is it here to seek something in Azure City? Regardless of what it seeks, we cannot permit Rayquaza to approach any closer, asserted June Shacking, head of the Azure City Police, as she accompanied her Arcanine, with the power of a divine beast. Should it inadvertently collide with anything in Azure City, the consequences would be immeasurable. Not to mention the possibility of someone being harmed by the unconscious actions of this sky god. Then we shall activate the dome protection system until the Alliance's reinforcements arrive. Li Ming decisively concluded. We cannot place our hopes on Rayquaza. We must take matters into our own hands. Wait. A massive Gyarados soared into the air, halting in front of Li Ming and the others, and its trainer leaped down. It was Wang Fu Gue, the gym leader of Azure City. Allow me to communicate with it. As far as I know, Rayquaza once lost a descendant due to the technology of the Devon Corporation in Hoenn, so it is uncertain whether it harbors any aversion to technological creations. Wang Fu Gue hastily stated. Now is not the time to test whether the dome system can withstand an assault from the sky god. Rather, let me attempt to discern what this celestial deity intends to do. Wang leader, are you confident? Li Ming inquired. Even with the protection of the Pokemon left by the old man, the sky is, after all, not the domain of the White Sea Lion. We must try? Wang Fu Gue chuckled. Otherwise, what purpose do they serve as gym leaders? Gyarados, Wang Fu Gue called out. Let us go. Howl. Gyarados soared into the sky, heading toward the location of Rayquaza. The serpentine silhouette of Rayquaza weaved through the clouds, yet within its eyes lay a profound confusion. For it knew that Lin Feng was present within this city, yet at that moment, it found itself unable to ascertain the precise location of its quarry. Just then, a shadowy azure figure, accompanied by a diminutive human, drew Rayquaza's attention. Rayquaza, I am Wang Fu Gue, the master of the Azure Gym in this locale, the human proclaimed. Might I inquire whether your esteemed presence in our Azure City serves a particular purpose? Buzzing with indifference, Rayquaza regarded the dragon-like creature that bore a striking resemblance to Lin Feng's Gyarados, yet whose power was worlds apart. The proud dragon type revered only the strong. And as one of the divine dragons among dragon Pokemon, Rayquaza was no exception. Is our inability to communicate due to my own weakness? Wang Fu Gue mused bitterly. Buzz. Upon catching a familiar scent, Rayquaza's pupils brightened. Found you, it declared, surging towards the identified direction. The destination was met with a sudden pallor on Wang Fu Gue's face as he realized. This is bad. Buzz roar. The thunderous roar of the dragon rent the sky, followed by the cascade of debris and dust from the Azure Gym's ceiling. This is not good, the gym leader exclaimed. Rayquaza is heading towards the gym. The attendant, receiving the urgent communication from the leader, turned pale, his voice trembling as he shouted, Quick, everyone, evacuate immediately with the staff. At that moment, The gym was filled with exchange students from 5 different leagues. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for the Azure Gym. There's no need for panic, came the calming voice of Xiaochun. Summoning her Dragonite, she soared above, issuing commands to the crowd. I am a specialist in Dragon-type Pokémon, and my understanding of them surpasses that of anyone here, so you must trust me. Rayquaza is not inherently malevolent, yet it is certainly not docile. Thus, it is crucial that we remain calm and refrain from any actions that could be misconstrued as provocative, lest we incite its wrath. Her gaze swept across the audience until it landed on a woman in a kimono, poised and graceful even amidst the chaos. Master Ligia. Please, Ligia. I implore you to soothe the crowd's emotions, Xiaochun earnestly requested. Known for her elegance reminiscent of the Yamato Nadeshiko, Ligia, who had been seemingly asleep, slowly opened her eyes, filled with confusion. Yet, despite her lack of understanding regarding the unfolding events, she sensed the surrounding anxiety and, responding to Xiaochun's plea, knew what needed to be done. Very well, she replied gently, offering a reassuring smile and a nod. A red and white Pokeball opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful Bellossom that began to dance gracefully. With each delicate step, a soothing fragrance wafted through the air, gently assuaging the fears and anxieties of all present, as if an invisible hand were calming their hearts. Rayquaza? Lin Feng murmured to himself. Could it be seeking me? But I haven't used the ice staff recently. Have I? Or is it that something significant is about to occur in Azure City that I am unaware of? Boom! With a resounding crash, the walls of the Azure Gym shattered, as the body of the Hoenn dragon god pierced through like a hot knife through butter, arriving at the battlefield. Goodness! The chorus of gasps and exclamations echoed, as the previously calmed emotions rekindled into fervor. Stay calm. Do not move. And above all, do not provoke Rayquaza. Xiaochun's voice rang out, her fervent gaze fixed upon the legendary creature. Just as the bridge had stated, no dragon-type trainer's dream is complete without Rayquaza. Even in comparison to the legendary trio from Unova and the time-traveling trio from Sinnoh, Rayquaza's renown remained unparalleled. What is your purpose? With Xiaochun's bewilderment mirrored in the eyes of the crowd, Rayquaza descended before Lin Feng, fixing its gaze upon him. Goodness! Wang Quan exclaimed in shock. You summoned Rayquaza? Are you out of your mind? You're using Rayquaza to challenge the gym? Chapter 82. I am Wang Quan. Residing in Dongwang City, located on the southeast coast of the Dongwang Alliance. My grandfather, Wang Batian, is a renowned title trainer in the Dongwang Alliance, which means I have enjoyed a life that my peers could only dream of. Yet, I do not revel in this existence. I yearn to encounter a worthy opponent. Alas, begone with this cursed talent. When shall I meet a challenger of merit? I once believed this lifestyle would accompany me indefinitely, until one fateful day, when a trainer named Lin Feng arrived and shattered this illusion. Unfair. Unfair. I demand an end to this battle. Gazing at Rayquaza in the center of the arena, Wang Quan's complexion turned ashen. In the face of Lin Feng, he felt as powerless as a girl caught in a doorframe. Moreover, he could not fathom why someone would bring Rayquaza to challenge a gym. With such power, why not compete for the title of champion and gain renown, rather than contesting in a mere gym battle? Silence. Xiaochun admonished the oblivious Wang Quan. I've told you not to provoke Rayquaza. Is your brain in your rear end? Once scolded, Xiaochun held her breath, her gaze riveted on Lin Feng, who stood directly opposite Rayquaza. Are you here in search of kin? Lin Feng raised his head, gazing at Rayquaza with evident bewilderment. He had no inkling that, for divine beasts, the appearances of humans were largely indistinguishable, much like how a person cannot differentiate between ants. Divine beings recognize humans by their unique life auras, also known as their waveguides. Buzz. Rayquaza lowered its head, locking eyes with Lin Feng. Just as it was about to convey something, it noticed the Pikachu perched on Lin Feng's shoulder appeared somewhat different. Pika? Mew tilted its head, observing Rayquaza. Unaware of the intentions behind its companion's arrival, yet bound by their agreement, it could not reveal its true form before Rayquaza. Buzz. Rayquaza's gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly earnest. An intriguing individual, indeed, to have garnered the recognition of this Mew dwelling within the World Tree. Yet, why has the other departed from the World Tree without exhibiting signs of lethargy, instead appearing quite vibrant? Does the world beyond the World Tree mirror this vitality? What a pity, if only it were black. Lin Feng reached out to caress Rayquaza's cheek, lamenting. While it is true that shininess does not enhance a Pokemon's strength, and there are indeed glaringly unappealing variants, the black Rayquaza is undeniably more majestic than the original. As Lin Feng was aware, there were tales in this world that before the establishment of the Dongwang Alliance, there existed a kingdom named Qin, whose monarch utilized a black Rayquaza to conquer the other nations, founding the first unified dynasty. The majestic Rayquaza tilted its head slightly, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Lin Feng's mind. In the audience, breaths were being held, and one by one, spectators began to gasp for air. Was he caressing the face of Rayquaza? Could it be that this Lin Feng is indeed the chosen one of Rayquaza? Yet, why had the Hoenn League never mentioned such a thing? Challenging a gym with Rayquaza? Can we truly master this, teacher? This. I might as well be on the rooftop. It's all about talent and sweat. Talent belongs to Lin Feng, while sweat is on Wang Quan's brow. Did he not only receive the blessing of Articuno? Xiao Chun observed the scene, murmuring, what is the story behind this Rayquaza? Moreover, isn't Lin Feng a local of Dongwang? How did he earn the favor of the legendary Pokémon of Hoenn? He is not even a member of the Dragon Clan. How could he assist Rayquaza in using the finishing touch? Layers upon layers of mystery shrouded Lin Feng, and a multitude of questions arose in Xiao Chun's mind. As a Dragon-type Pokémon trainer, Xiao Chun found herself immensely intrigued by Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng. Xia Ju tightly gripped the Pokeball in her hand. Your hidden identity seems to be more complex than I had anticipated. The Tungruei people were utterly bewildered. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that her newly acquainted sister was not worthy of such a counterpart. In the arena, Lin Feng gazed into the sparkling eyes of Rayquaza and suddenly had an epiphany. You came here for this, didn't you? Lin Feng rummaged through his backpack. Buzz. Rayquaza's gaze grew brighter. Yes, exactly this. Is this the wondrous tool you desire? Lin Feng retrieved the core of Deoxys and extended it towards Rayquaza. I examined this, but couldn't quite understand it. Since you want it, consider it yours. Rayquaza. Rayquaza exhaled, sending the Deoxys core tumbling from Lin Feng's outstretched hand. What use does it have for this unfortunate object? There are still countless resources replenishing in the cosmos. Its little brother is currently engaged in battle with the newly spawned Deoxys. If it wasn't for the Deoxys core, then it must be for this. Lin Feng delved into his bag once more, pulling out the key item from the game, the Rainbow Stone. Rayquaza's eyes sparkled even brighter. Yes, this is it. The exquisite Rainbow Stone. Just one is enough for it to mega evolve, and once the energy depletes, it can absorb cosmic rays in space to recharge. Buzz. Rayquaza lowered its head, eager to snatch the stone away. Little did it know, Lin Feng tossed the stone behind him instead. Rotom. Caught it, Rotom. Rotom gleefully responded as it caught the stone midair. You want it, don't you? Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Beg me. Now you realize you want it? What were you doing before? Not only was Rayquaza astonished, but the surrounding spectators, as well as the arriving Li Ming and Wang Fuguei, were also left in shock. Whose subordinate is this? From the attire, it seems to be a person affiliated with Junsha. Li Ming frequently glanced towards Junsha Qing. He had not heard of such an individual in the Jianlan City Police Department. However, unnoticed by everyone, the Deoxys energy core, which had been nurtured by Lucario for some time, began to emit a faint glimmer. Chapter 83, The Black Rayquaza. This person is likely not a police officer from Jianlan City, but rather someone specially dispatched from elsewhere for this exchange student conference. Junsha Qing instinctively replied. However, now is not the time to clarify identities, but rather, her gaze was fixated on the notably larger Rayquaza in the arena. Lin Feng. Wang Fuguei's facial flesh quivered slightly. I merely intended to slightly undermine my son's confidence. There was no need to bring Rayquaza into this, was there? Clearly, he had completely misunderstood the situation. After this battle, will Wang Quan lose his aspiration to continue as a Pokémon trainer? Simultaneously, Wang Fuguei felt fortunate. Relieved he had not insisted on his initial plan to personally challenge Lin Feng to a Pokémon battle. Otherwise, it would be he, not Wang Quan, who would be suffering a headache now. Hoenn, the ancestral land of the Meteorite clan, within the Meteor Falls, clad in a snug athletic outfit. With a cape trailing behind her, Shurjana sat atop her blood-winged dragon, visibly impatient as she listened to the ramblings of several dragon elders. Shurjana, you were never the chosen successor of the clan. There is no need for you to bear the dreams of Zijana upon your shoulders. One elder, leaning on a cane, with white hair and an imposing demeanor, spoke slowly. To confront the meteor foretold in the millennial prophecy is the mission of Lord Rayquaza and the chosen successor, not yours. Once I become the successor of Lord Rayquaza, that mission will belong to me. Shijana's eyes glimmered with resolve. This is a promise I made to Zijana. No, you only promised it to yourself. The second elder, also with white hair, shook her head. Why must you force yourself so? As long as the Duin Company exists, my hatred shall not vanish. Shurjana replied, I merely seek fairness. Alas, the elder, gripping his cane tightly, struck the ground several times. Addressing the surrounding clan members, keep a close watch on her. Do not let her make foolish decisions again. In this world, strength ultimately prevails. How can you expect the Duin Company to give you an answer solely based on your Bloodwing Dragon? Indeed. The other members of the Meteorite clan were about to step forward to further persuade Shurjana to reconsider when they were interrupted by a voice from a swiftly approaching clan member. Elder, Lord Rayquaza has appeared in Jianlan City of Dongwon and has engaged in intimate actions with a human trainer. Is a new successor being born? What? The Elder, leaning on his cane, exclaimed in shock. Is that true? Has Lord Rayquaza truly chosen a successor? Wonderful. Our Hoenn is saved. Lord Rayquaza has a new successor? Just as Shurjana was preparing to resist with her Bloodwing Dragon, confusion filled her eyes. What about me? What becomes of the legacy of Zijana that I inherited? In Jianlan City, within the Jianlan Gym, Lin Feng smiled as he looked up at Rayquaza. You desire the Rainbow Stone, don't you? You beg me, and I shall comply. Or, if you defeat me in a Pokemon battle just once, I shall grant you the Rainbow Stone. This time, he was prepared, intending to let Gung Gue initiate with a dark gaze upon Rayquaza. Following that would be an onslaught of various Pokeballs. Buzz. Rayquaza gazed at the Mew perched on Lin Feng's shoulder and shook its head. It had never been one to seek conflict, but rather to resolve it. Fighting and killing are not the actions befitting a divine beast. One must be graceful. Then I shall not give it to you. Lin Feng, hands on his hips, presented a demeanor of having Rayquaza under his control, stating, What do you take me for? Such an important item, simply given to you? Rayquaza. He gently bowed his head, allowing his forehead to softly collide with Lin Feng's, transmitting a cascade of information to Lin Feng's mind from a third-person perspective. Enormous meteors, possibly the primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre, flooded Lin Feng's consciousness as he closed his eyes to absorb all that Rayquaza wished to convey. After a considerable pause, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Is it truly like this? It certainly poses quite the challenge. However, please wait a moment. He launched the pixelated game once more, re-entering the Meteor Falls and stepping into the Meteor Temple. This time, there was no Elder Dragon to greet him. Instead, a spiraling Rayquaza appeared before Lin Feng. It seems I can resolve this crisis without your assistance. Lin Feng gazed at the Rayquaza in the pixelated game, yearning for a place to bathe in incense and engage in a fierce battle with it. Rayquaza remained oblivious to Lin Feng's musings, while Mew inched closer to him. Drawn by the increasingly potent aura emanating from Lin Feng, reminiscent of the World Tree, more intense than ever before. Had he just rejected Rayquaza? A voice murmured from the crowd. Is there truly someone in this world who would dare to refuse Rayquaza? Am I dreaming? Clang. The metallic explosion of scales scraping against the air suddenly grew nearer, accompanied by the brief activation and subsequent rupture of the dome shield. Who has opened the dome? Li Ming's trembling voice echoed. Has it been shut down, or has it been breached? Mayor, another Rayquaza is approaching, and not just one. But an unknown Pokemon is swiftly closing in on us, pushed forward by the newly arrived Rayquaza towards the Azure City. Thus, the dome system automatically activated upon detecting a significant threat. Yet, the voice of the counterpart was laced with a weeping tone, just moments into activation. The energy the dome system endured exceeded its defensive capacity, forcing it to shut down. What? Li Ming turned his gaze skyward as he continued on the call. After breaching the dome system, a black Rayquaza was entangled in aerial combat with a Pokemon of a similar type. A black Rayquaza? Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. Could it assist me in accomplishing those tasks? A black, shiny Rayquaza. Even without divine powers, it would not greatly hinder Lin Feng. After all, even the Rayquaza with divine status would not frequently invoke such powers for the safety of this planet. A black Rayquaza would be more than sufficient for battling in gyms and participating in league conferences. Moreover, strength is fleeting, while charm endures for a lifetime. Chapter 84. Who says it cannot be done? In the skies above Azure City, the sleek figure of the black Rayquaza sent a robust Pokemon plummeting toward the ground, shattering the proud dome system of Azure City, which failed to withstand even a second before being breached. Pressing down on Deoxys, it rendered the creature immobile, resembling a girl trapped beneath a sofa, unable to move, not through the Dragon God's Dive or any higher-tier finishing move, for the black Rayquaza possessed neither of these abilities. The ultimate attack of the general type, Final Impact. Roar. Merely crashing through a few skyscrapers, the black Rayquaza exceeded Azure City's demolition targets for the year. Hovering in the air while feeling the stiffness in its body, its gaze fixed intently on the rising dust below. Previously, the black Rayquaza had only intercepted minor Pokemon like Lunatone and Solrock in space. never having anticipated the presence of such a powerful Pokémon as Deoxys amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. My political achievements. Li Ming gazed at the crumbling skyscrapers, his heart aching. Another Rayquaza? Wang Fuguei stole a glance at Lin Feng, noticing his calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of intent to intervene, leaving him perplexed about the unfolding events. Could it be that the newly arrived Rayquaza does not belong to Lin Feng? Yet, in the current scenario, aside from Lin Feng, who else could possibly halt the clash of these two divine beasts? He watched as the smoke dissipated, revealing the Pokémon formerly named Deoxys that had appeared at sea. However, back then, it had been engaged in battle with a normal-colored Rayquaza, had it not? Why has it now transformed into a shiny variant? Could it be that a battle has ensued between the extraterrestrial Deoxys and the Rayquaza's kin? As Wang Fuguei pondered this, he clearly found himself siding with Rayquaza. For despite its flaws, Rayquaza remains one of this planet's guardians, while Deoxys is evidently an outsider. Another Rayquaza, Xiao Chun, riding atop a Haxorus, peered through the recently renovated open view of the Azure Gym, observing the black Rayquaza spiraling in the sky. It's truly a shiny Rayquaza. Remarkably impressive. Compared to the black Rayquaza, the green Rayquaza behind Lin Feng appeared significantly less captivating. However, the only one capable of quelling this battle was Lin Feng. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Feng, a fellow Dragon-type Pokémon trainer, eager to glean some wisdom about Dragon-type Pokémon from this individual who could command Rayquaza. How will he resolve this conflict? Goodness, is that Deoxys? How did it come to blows with the black Rayquaza? Lin Feng placed his right hand on his forehead. Gazing at the battle unfolding in Azure City, Rotom, retrieve the core for me. Understood, Rotom. Rotom placed the colorful meteorite into Lin Feng's hands before going to fetch the first Deoxys's green energy core. Rayquaza, do you not desire the colorful meteorite? Very well. Assist me in concluding this battle. Lin Feng addressed Rayquaza, observing the renewed scuffle between the black Rayquaza and Deoxys. Aid me this time, and I shall grant you the colorful meteorite. Rayquaza stared at Lin Feng in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Lin Feng's attitude had shifted so dramatically so swiftly, especially given that he had clearly understood the preciousness of the colorful meteorite from his previous actions. I was born in the East Huang Alliance and have received its benevolence. How could I idly watch as the cities of the East Huang Alliance are gradually subjected to destruction? Ignoring Rayquaza's protests, Lin Feng leapt onto Rayquaza's head. Grasping the corners of Rayquaza's crown, he declared, "Let us go. Rayquaza, we shall resolve all of this at the swiftest pace possible." Buzz. Rayquaza straightened its body, elevating Lin Feng's perspective. "Don't leave me behind." PQ. Just as Rotom had retrieved Deoxys's core, it quickly ascended to a height closer to Lin Feng. Pikachu. Pikachu. Mew, perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, clung tightly to his attire, taking in the surroundings with a joyous sound. Ready, Pikachu and Rotom. Lin Feng gripped Rayquaza's corners tightly, calling out, "With the nebula as armor and the galaxy as my spine, respond to the wavelength of my soul, Rayquaza. Mega Evolve." Alas, is it truly possible for Lin Feng to undergo Mega Evolution with Rayquaza? Xiao Chun gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, for it was the first time she had witnessed the Mega Evolution of Rayquaza. Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she considered the depths of his hidden power. "I am truly curious about the secrets you hold," she thought. Meanwhile, Tenglan pointed at Xiao Chun and whispered to Xiaju, "It seems your competitive pressure is quite substantial." It was hardly surprising, considering Lin Feng's exceptional prowess. Xiaju retorted stubbornly, "The teacher is merely intrigued by Lin Feng's abilities. Only someone like me, lacking in strength, would dwell on matters of love and affection." With a resounding roar, Rayquaza prepared to take flight, but abruptly halted. "How can I Mega Evolve without the Prism Shard?" Its voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind, not a deep, mature tone, but one imbued with youthful lightness. "What? You can communicate telepathically?" Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Rayquaza, despite its disdain for conversing with humans throughout the ages of Hoenn, felt compelled to speak to Lin Feng. All legendary Pokémon possess the ability to communicate telepathically. However, we prefer not to engage with humans. As it ascended, the already incomplete Azure Gym was transformed further into a chaotic battleground aesthetic, causing Wang Fuguei to twitch with ire, though he dared not voice his grievances. "My royal organ has not yet stored sufficient energy. Thus, I can only Mega Evolve after absorbing the Prism Shard's energy," Rayquaza explained, suppressing its discomfort. "Moreover, I must reserve enough energy to thwart potential future calamities. Hence, I cannot expend my precious energy in such frivolous pursuits. Do you comprehend?" "Ah, I see," Lin Feng nodded. Is there a method for Mega Evolution that does not require the use of the royal organ? Surely you cannot activate it each time you evolve. Especially since I possess only a single prism shard. There is a method, but it may prove unattainable for you. Chapter 85. Who says one cannot shine without a scroll? My Jim, Wang Fuguwei, disregarding his son's dazed expression, looked on with sorrow as his once enclosed gym transformed into an open aviary. Mayor. This expense must be covered by the Alliance. That has to be discussed later. Li Ming, his gaze drifting towards Xiao Chun, continued. As the Dragon-type gym leader of the Chengdu Alliance, might I inquire whether Rayquaza's Mega Evolution truly necessitates such extensive preparation? He gestured towards the Rayquaza soaring above. While my experience as a trainer may be limited, I am aware that Mega Evolution is typically an instantaneous event. The animated depictions may appear extravagant and drawn out, yet it can be achieved in the blink of an eye. Some seasoned trainers even harness the raw energy unleashed during Mega Evolution to deflect incoming attacks, much like Lin Feng's Mega Evolution of Garchomp blocking Dui's Dragonite. Perhaps this is the inherent flaw of the painting, Xiao Chun mused uncertainly. Our Dragon Clan, while similarly revering the Dragon God as the Meteor Folk of Hoenn, have limited interaction due to geographical differences. I do know that the Meteor Folk possess a golden scroll inscribed in an ancient tongue detailing the secrets of the painting technique. Perhaps Lin Feng is in search of that knowledge. At that moment, Lin Feng's exclamations reached their ears. Indeed, it is the painting technique, Xiao Chun remarked in astonishment. But how did he acquire such knowledge? Lin Feng does not hail from the Meteor Folk, does he? Meteor Falls. Elder. The live feed is connected. An excited Meteor Folk member, whose hairstyle suggested a keen affinity for card games, exclaimed to the Dragon Elder. Hurry, let us behold the grandeur of Lord Rayquaza. Since the passing of the previous inheritor, Zygiana, due to conflicts with the Devon Corporation, the believers of Rayquaza had not witnessed its magnificent form in battle for quite some time, and the mere thought sent a flush of excitement through them. Dragon Elder, allow me to assist you. The keen-eyed Meteor Folk member hurried to support the elderly Dragon Elder, who leaned on a cane. Meanwhile, he secretly reveled in his keen perception and the hopeful prospects ahead. No need. Despite leaning on a cane, the Dragon Elder strode with surprising steadiness. Xiao Feng, make sure to contact the Devon Corporation to install a few signal towers at Meteor Falls. It is high time we modernize and keep pace with the times. Xiao Feng's hand froze in midair. If memory served him right, it was this very Dragon Elder who had initially rejected assistance from the Devon Corporation. How had his stance shifted so rapidly? Is this what leadership entails? Xiao Feng thought, feeling exasperated. You can't just expect us to act without communication. Zygiana, let us go see, he said, calming himself as he turned to her. If a new inheritor has indeed emerged, you may finally lay down your burdens. I shall not go, Zygiana replied defiantly. In my heart, only Zygiana is the true inheritor. Besides, the scroll detailing the painting technique still resides within our clan. How could he possibly be the legitimate inheritor? True, Xiao Feng conceded. It seems he must journey to Meteor Falls to prove himself. He pondered how the elders would test this newcomer. Without further ado, he hastened towards the location where they could view the live broadcast. Everyone is so cold and indifferent. Xiao Feng lamented, feeling exhausted. He realized his social skills were ineffective among the Meteor Folk. After Xiao Feng departed, Zygiana glanced around to ensure no one was watching and followed him quietly. Is this newcomer standing atop Rayquaza the new inheritor? The Dragon Elder furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Lin Feng. Yet he appears utterly unremarkable. There is nothing special about him. As the live feed resumed, Lin Feng's voice echoed, Rayquaza. Utilize the painting technique. By the heavens. The ordinarily composed Dragon Elder could not help but exclaim in shock. Is the scroll detailing the painting technique still with the clan? He inquired of the elderly woman beside him. It is. Then how could he possibly employ the painting technique? Is this even feasible? The Dragon Elder felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. I cannot. Lin Feng responded with a sardonic smile. A true man must never declare defeat. You state your limitations, and I shall determine if I can overcome them. Very well, Rayquaza replied with urgency. Among the Meteor Folk of Hoenn, there exists a scroll inscribed in an ancient tongue, detailing the power of the painting technique. Should you grasp its meaning and master the painting technique, you may assist me, requiring only a minimal amount of energy as a catalyst to achieve Mega Evolution. Alas, I am unfamiliar with ancient languages, Lin Feng mused, lost in thought. True, but that does not preclude my ability to employ the painting technique. With a deft motion of his right hand, Lin Feng struck the diagonal of the sky pillar. Channeling the skill of Dragon's Eye, a gift from the Elder Dragon of the Meteor Temple, into a shimmering illusion that met the surface of the sky pillar. Do you hear it? The celestial orbits are rewriting our fate. A tempest surged, the young trainer's cloak billowing dramatically, while the depths of his pupils reflected a myriad of stellar lights. Sky pillar. Use Dragon's Eye. Incredulity washed over the sky pillar as it closed its eyes, the delta symbol upon its forehead, an emblem of mega evolution, flickering ominously. Within the torrent of countless particles, it sensed an unfamiliar energy conduit, a new possibility transcending all battles fought throughout the millennia. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes flung wide open, unleashing a breathtaking brilliance from its golden vertical pupils. Roar! The dragon's roar shattered the clouds, its azure and gold form transforming into a spiraling arrow that pierced the heavens and the earth, distorting space into rainbow-hued temporal rifts. The once azure sky suddenly revealed ancient vermilion runes, as if the entire world had become the canvas for this singular strike. Lin Feng laughed heartily amidst the hurricane. Just like that, with the firmament as our scroll and swiftness as our ink. Surpass all, Sky Pillar. The crown of the Sky Pillar shattered biological limits, extending into 4 golden lances, each tip pulsating with miniature stellar flares. Its archaic tendrils evolved into flowing quantum ribbons, dispersing stardust particles with each breath. The vertebrae of its tail expanded into a supernova ring, the ends splitting into 3 scarlet blades resembling temporal rifts, each swing tearing through the fabric of reality, leaving behind ephemeral rainbow wormholes. Roar? Amidst the fervor of battle, the black sky pillar sensed an overwhelming threat and swiftly retreated, conceding the battlefield to this true sovereign of the skies, the dragon deity. Clang! Dialga gazed at the rapidly ascending mega sky pillar, feeling a stark absence of security even in its defensive form. Just as its companion had remarked, this world was truly terrifying.